Eyes closed, focusing solely on the stick in my hands, I slowly expel my mana, trying to force it into the wood. I can sense the mana escaping from my hands and I can push it towards the stick, but the material's natural mana resistance easily brushes off my attempts to earn the inject mana skill. Gritting my teeth in frustration, I release more mana, hoping that increasing the amount will better my chances. Take it, damn you. I finally lose my patience when the wood resists my mana for the 1000th time, unfazed by the level of mana I'm expelling. Opening my eyes, I stare down in anger at the ordinary twig in my hands. The stick didn't come from some magic tree or anything special like the blacksmithing logs Aaliyah works with. It's just a standard stick I picked up outside the house. Aaliyah made it sound so easy when she explained to me how she unlocked inject mana. Just force your mana into an object until you break past its natural barrier, she said. Look for a weak spot in the barrier, she suggested. I didn't have the heart to tell her I can't even sense my own magic resistance threshold, let alone anything outside my body. Any mage with sense mana at level 10 can vaguely see how mana flows inside yourself. When you push the skill to level 20, you can tell roughly how much mana is inside something if you're close enough. Your internal mana senses become stronger, with 20 being the level most magic teachers require their potential apprentices to have. At level 30, you can sense the finer details of how mana moves around you and is the general mark that you're no longer a novice apprentice. I followed my teacher's lessons and meditated multiple times a day in Dre to get sense mana to level 30, at which point I was complimented for my hard work and the rate that I was improving. I continued training like that and thought it was special to get sense mana to level 39 by the time I finished my apprenticeship under my master. Nearly 20 levels, I almost doubled my skills level in 5 years. And sense mana isn't like other tier 2 skills. You can't just improve its level by activating it over and over like other low tier skills. You need a talent few in the world possess. I was proud of the level I reached until I was shown what real talent looks like. I wonder if my old master has returned to Dre. Part of me wants to take Aaliyah to him and see his reaction when she displays her mana skills. He would droll on and on about how great of a mage he was and how only a handful of mages in the area were better than him. If he was telling the truth, then that just shows how shitty the local mages are. My magic master explained to us how you only need to get sense magic to level 30 to be an effective mage, and that it was our more active magic skills we should focus on, like chanting. I can only now see how limiting his advice truly was, and my family paid him a small fortune for it. Sure, I can cast spells, but I have nowhere near the flexibility of Aaliyah. She can fly just by manipulating the mana under her feet. One time, one of my fellow apprentices jokingly asked our master when he would teach us flight magic. Our master spent the next half hour berating us for asking for the impossible. Spells to make you hover are tier 4, and full-on flight magic is classified as tier 5. We were told we would have to sell our souls just to see the incantation for such a spell, let alone to have the skills actually to cast it. And yet, every morning, I spot Aaliyah doing what my master said was impossible, and without a spell to boot. Most of the villagers don't notice because she still runs close to the ground, but you can see that Aaliyah's feet never actually touch the ground if you look carefully. I've talked to Aaliyah multiple times about how she does it, and it all comes back to her mana manipulation skills. Aaliyah seems to freely manipulate mana into practical skills. Just a few days ago, she showed me how she figured out how to attach her hammer to her back with threaded magic. I was excited to hear how she did it, and was happy for Aaliyah's success. However, I couldn't help but feel jealous watching her. I might be able to pull off the same feat with a few lower tier spells, but the mana expenditure wouldn't make it feasible. Also, keeping multiple spells active for an extended period of time puts a considerable strain on the mind because you need to visualize the spell continuing to work. Of course, Aaliyah doesn't have such a problem because her skills allow her to treat mana like it's physical. Compaction, turning it into threads, directly injecting and absorbing it, mages can only dream of the stuff Aaliyah does with her magic. Aaliyah told me she ties each construct she creates to her mana network, so once she forms them, they hold until she reabsorbs the magic. She circulates the same mana that flows through her body into her mana skin and vice versa, making her skill essentially part of her body. The control that must require. The fact alone, she can freely manipulate her mana outside her body is honestly a bit scary. It isn't healthy to compare myself to her, I know that. I have to shake my head to try and dismiss those negative thoughts. Sadly, I can't help but think about how I've been trying so hard to bridge the gap between us, only to no avail. I would feel better if I could reciprocate knowledge with her, but my contract with my master keeps me from teaching Aaliyah even the most basics of spells I know. I keep asking for her to teach me more and more, without doing the same in turn. Aaliyah even let me help her decipher the engraving ink. She says she couldn't have done it without me, but I'm fully aware it would have just taken her longer. To add even more insult to injure, I've yet to learn a single one of her mana skills, despite her best efforts to help me. I love Aaliyah like a little sister, but it's just so damn frustrating. I can't hang my head any lower. Having a hard time, a voice in front of me asks. I jump and scream, tossing my stick in the direction of the voice. Hey, Richard raises his arm, blocking the small twig before it can hit him in the face. You shouldn't throw things, he jokes, unknowing that I was a second away from casting a fireball spell at him. Richard smiles down at me while I bring my hand up to my chest, trying to quell my beating heart. His mirthful look slowly fades as he realizes that he really did fright me. I'm so sorry. He bends down and sits next to me on my meditation cushion, wrapping his strong arms around me. You should be, I hiss. I greeted you when I walked into the house. I thought you knew I was there. Richard quickly explains himself. My meditation station isn't that far away from the front door, and I didn't even notice him enter and approach me. Great, now I'm slacking even when I'm not practicing magic. What's wrong? Richard asks in a concerned voice, pulling me closer to him. Why does something have to be wrong? I stubbornly try to pull away from Richard, but his loving grip keeps me in place. I bet Aaliyah could get out of this, because something is bothering you. Richard releases his grip just enough so I can look up into his eyes. Confronted by his worried expression, I let out a soft sigh. Richard knows me so well. I stop resisting and let Richard pull me back into his chest protectingly. I haven't seen you like this since you were having trouble with that one spell back in Dre, but something tells me this isn't just magic related. He softly coos and starts stroking my hair. Does it have something to do with Aaliyah? I can't help but twitch when Richard says his sister's name, all but confirming his suspicions. What made you guess that? I mumble into Richard's chest so quietly that I'm not even sure that he heard me. But of course he did. Richard chuckles and moves on from stroking my hair to tenderly rubbing my back. It's no secret that you've been avoiding her recently, Richard points out to me. I haven't been avoiding Aaliyah. Tomorrow I'll be spending all day with her, I tell Richard. That's because tomorrow is the two of yours magic study day. Besides your meeting tomorrow, when was the last time you hung out with Aaliyah? She and I have just been busy lately. I've been working on my magic, and Aaliyah is finishing up her arrows today. I don't want to talk about this. Can't Richard be a bad boyfriend for once and let me sulk by myself? Richard isn't convinced with my excuse. And that's why you threw a stick at me, he whispers into my ear. I threw a stick at you because you frightened me, I remind him, starting to get a little frustrated while blushing. And not noticing me when I walk into our house. I can hear the mirth in Richard's voice. I know what he's doing. Richard is trying to prod me until I slip up and tell him what he wants to hear. Too bad for him, I'm not that easy. That's right, you shouldn't frighten people. Next time you might get more than a stick thrown at you. I make an empty threat. I guess I'll need a helmet from Aaliyah then. Can you please ask her for one for me? Richard makes light of my threat, knowing I would never intentionally hurt him. Why are you here? I decide to try and move the subject of our conversation away from Aaliyah. Didn't you leave for work 2 hours ago? It was 3 hours ago, sweetie, Richard chucklingly remarks. And if you're asking why I'm back, I'm guessing you forgot what I was doing today. Thankfully, my face is still buried in Richard's chest, so he can't see my blush deepening from his comments. Today was the day I sit down with your father and Salis to discuss the possibility of setting up a wall around the village, Richard reminds me. Oh yeah, I forgot Richard was meeting with Dad today. Multiple people have been asking for a wall since that Skull platoon marched up to our village, and Richard eagerly volunteered to come up with a design. Richard spends a few hours working on his plans every night, and I forgot that he mentioned that he finished them a few days ago. How did Dad and Salis like your design? I happily ask now that the conversation isn't revolving around my relationship with Aaliyah. They called it bold when I showed it to them. Richard stresses their choice of words. They didn't like it. Do you want me to go talk to my dad? I quickly offer my help. There's no need for that, Richard tells me in a cheerful voice. The two of them were just concerned with the scale of my designs. I had to go into greater detail about everything, but I slowly got the two of them to see how the village could make my plans work. That's wonderful, I exclaim. I know just how much work Richard put into the design of his wall. Once it's completed, the village won't need to worry about monsters attacking for a long time, and even if they do, with Richard's wall in place, there will be little chance of people getting hurt. Wait, so if they agreed to your design, why are you back home? I again question Richard about his spontaneous visit. I came home to grab my notes on the approximation on how much material the wall will need. I need a lot of stone for parts of the wall, and there are only 2 people I can ask for help. I can feel Richard gazing down at me, no doubt with a cocky smile on his face, proud of himself for how smoothly he shifted the conversation back to Aaliyah. Would you like to come with me? It looks like you could use a break anyway. Richard's sweet voice nudges me to agree. It doesn't look like Richard is going to take no for an answer. Letting out a small sigh, I decide to agree with him and get this over with. Fine, I'll go with you, but I really am trying to work on my magic, and I won't stay if your discussion takes too long. You're the boss, Richard happily agrees. Standing up, he offers me his hand. I can still get up on my own. I huff, angling myself so I can comfortably get to my feet without putting unnecessary pressure on my midsection. I'm almost through my 4th month of pregnancy, and though my stomach isn't that big at this point, I'm already finding that I need to move around differently as my belly continues to expand. I'm sure you can. Richard beams down at me. He reaches over and gently takes my hand into his own, but an extra hand always helps. I accept the offer and let Richard help me to my feet. I've never told him, but I love it when he acts all chivalrous with me. It's like I have my own personal knight. Only my knight builds castles rather than defends them. Richard continues to butter me up when we reach the front door, where he bends over and helps me put my shoes on. If he continues to act like this, I won't be able to stay mad at him poking his nose in my and Aaliyah's business. Arm in arm, we leave our house and slowly make our way through the village. Richard remains conscious of our pace, slowing his steps to not put any unnecessary stress on me. But halfway through the village, Richard can't help himself. "So Aaliyah, what's going on there?" Richard likes to point out that I'm like our moms, but I think he doesn't realize he has these stubborn moments too. "I don't want to talk about it, okay?" I whisper as we walk past a small group of villagers enjoying the spring sun. "Did my sister do something?" Richard pushes the subject. I can try and get her to apologize, but if I'm honest, I don't think I can take her. Richard gives me a meek look, and I can't help but laugh, which prompts him to smile. "Don't worry, I don't think I can take her either." As soon as those words leave my mouth, I'm reminded that I'm falling further behind Aaliyah. Richard notices the change in my expression, and I think at that moment, he realizes what's been bugging me. "Weren't you the one who's told me multiple times I shouldn't compare myself to my sister?" Richard says in a quiet yet caring voice. "I thought we were both happy with all the progress we've made." Richard's hand hovers down to my protruding belly. "I know I am." "I'm happy," I snap back, finding my hand naturally moving to my stomach in a protective manner. It's just I hang my head in shame. It's hard watching Aaliyah improve as she does. Richard finishes my sentence for me. "Yes," I mumble in a barely audible voice. A silence falls over the two of us as we walk past the village's new armory. Unwilling to let Richard see the defeated look in my eyes, I focus on the new building. The square building is rather plain, but the size is impressive. The structure looks like it could withstand anything with walls made from large stone blocks and the thickest tree trunks around. I wouldn't start chucking fireballs at it, but I'm sure the building could take a stray spell or two. Richard said the armory was designed to store all the weapons and armor Aaliyah made for the village, and act as a bunker should the village be attacked. If another goblin horde or a large group of bandits were to approach the village, the armory would be a safe place for the children and elderly to take shelter along with anyone else who couldn't defend themselves. The twin doors at the front of the armory are wide enough for 4 people to stand side by side. They're made from a bone larch tree. Richard explained to me that it was a very durable wood that Richard's dad had to look for specifically. You can see the steel fixtures holding the structure together were made with a lot of care, yet another example of Aaliyah's masterful craftsmanship. Even when she's constantly busy, Aaliyah didn't hesitate to offer her services while Richard and Salas built the structure. As we pass by the armory and through the rest of the village, I feel confident enough to talk as we step into the forest now that there aren't any wayward villagers nearby. I'm having trouble unlocking a skill. "The one you've been trying to get," so Richard noticed. "Yeah, it's the skill that I need to start practicing enchanting with Aaliyah." I see Richard hums in thought. I can see how that must be frustrating, but what does that have to do with my sister? "You'll figure it out eventually." I don't want to wait for eventually. I'm already having trouble keeping up with Aaliyah, and the longer I take, the more of her time I waste. "What makes you think you're wasting her time?" Richard prompts me to continue explaining, and now that I've started, the words just pour out of my mouth. She spends so much of her time trying to help me learn new mana skills, and I can't teach Aaliyah anything in return. "Did I tell you she contacted Silver Herd for me?" "I believe you mentioned it." Richard nods along with me. "Yeah, did I also tell you how much the materials I need cost?" I frown just thinking about it. "You might have left that part out, but I take it they're expensive." Richard grimaces at the price he knows. Being a mage, money has a different value to me. Materials, magic items, my apprenticeship, everything having to do with magic costs leagues above everything else. If I had graduated my apprenticeship a few years ago and had time to use my craft in the city, I might be able to afford the cost of a few gold coins. I'm not complaining that we left for home after I finished my apprenticeship, especially after what happened to Dre soon after leaving, but I knew coming straight home would leave me a poor mage. I knew it would take me a while to build up a decent income, but I didn't expect to need to get my hands on magic materials so early. I planned to use my magic around the village and charge my father a residence tax. That's usually what elderly magic users do when they want to retire someplace out of the way. A residency tax is a flat monthly payment that a mage charges for helping out a town or village. However, because my parents, the village headman, sponsored my magic education, I would only charge a third of the usual rate until the village expanded a bit and most of my debt was paid off. I figured I'd still need a few more years of practical study before I needed to expand my horizons, giving me plenty of time to save up some coin. I mean, who needs magic gear as soon as they finish their first apprenticeship anyway? Too bad that sentiment only lasted until Aaliyah showed me her fancy amulet. Seeing my distress, Richard tries to make me feel better. We can try and scrape the money together. I'm sure if I asked, your father would front me the money for my part of constructing the wall. I smile at Richard's offer, but slowly shake my head back and forth. There's no need for that. Aaliyah already offered to pay for everything. She did. Richard is surprised to hear that. Yep, only needed to see me frown at the mention of the price before she told me she would handle it. Oh, Richard looks like he's starting to see what has me upset. She takes the time to teach me even though I'm not improving. She's paying for what I need, and I can't give her a single thing in return. I wipe the corner of my eyes. Damn hormones, I'm frustrated, but this isn't something I should cry over. You helped her with the engraving ink, Richard reminds me. You don't mean that. Richard wraps his arm around my shoulder. Oh no, I scoff at Richard's platitudes. I could barely follow along with half the things she was talking about. How the mana was moving inside the engraving ink. I was lucky I could sense the reaction inside the ink when it took place. But I heard you experimented without Aaliyah plenty of times. That's not true. Bless Richard for standing up for me, but he doesn't know what I do. I stop walking in the middle of the forest trail and look Richard in the eyes. With no tears to cloud my vision, I flatly ask Richard, do you have any idea how many skill levels I've gained since we came back to the village? Richard is confused by my question and remains silent under my gaze. Pulling up my status page, I tell him how quickly my skills have increased since I started working with Aaliyah. I've gained 3 levels in sense mana, 5 in mana manipulation, 4 in expel mana, plus learning my 2 newest skills. Alchemy and dancing might only be tier 1, but both required Aaliyah's help to obtain. I think you might be exaggerating. Richard motions for me to slow down and take a breath. Mom, Dad, and I, Richard counts off on his fingers. All 3 of us also unlocked the dancing skill after practicing a few times with Aaliyah. It isn't that important. I doubt Richard would be saying that if he watched Aaliyah spar with Tabitha. In alchemy, I challenge back. You know, alchemists are just as fussy about accepting apprentices as mages are. Will you tell me unlocking alchemy wasn't a big deal? Well, no, Richard stumbles to answer. And what about my other skills? I press forward, making Richard take a tentative step back. My mana skills are my most important skills and the hardest to level. In the last 4 months, sense mana, mana manipulation, and expel mana have seen the same growth as my entire final year under my master. That's a good thing. Richard tries to point out the bright side to me. I shake my head. You're still not seeing it. Compared to our time in Dre, what's different since we returned home? Richard seriously ponders over my question while I wait for a response. Well, we spend more time together, he beams at me. We both get to see our families. The 2 of us are starting a life together. I watch Richard's loving eyes drop to my stomach, and I have to hold back some tears. If I don't get what I'm feeling off my chest, it might destroy my friendship with Aaliyah. Clearing my voice so I don't sound like I'm ready to cry, I tell Richard the problem with what he just told me. Exactly, we have more time to spend with our families and each other. I haven't increased my training regimen, if anything. I've cut back on my practice time. I don't mention how part of my mana pool is dedicated to protecting our child, and yet my skills that should be getting harder to level are increasing on a monthly basis. Richard gives me a look that says he doesn't understand why I'm complaining about being able to level my skills. Everything falls back to Aaliyah, I tell him. Every time she has a chance, Aaliyah tries to explain how she improved her skills, not caring how busy she is. She's fighting that crazy woman, so she's safe when she goes to Skull. She puts her all into her crafting so the village is armed and so that she can leave money behind for her family. And now she's paying for all the materials that I need to learn one of the most desired professions in the world. I didn't think about it much while we were deciphering the ink because I was excited by what I was learning, but now that I'm sitting on the sidelines, I can't help but notice how much I'm leeching off Aaliyah. Trembling, I ball up my fists in frustration. I could pretend I was helping her more than I was while we were working on the engraving ink, but now I'm not even doing that anymore. Richard wraps his arms around me, supporting me as I bare my soul. When Aaliyah was still little before I left the village, I could talk freely about what I learned from Anastasia. Now I'm under this stupid contract limiting me from teaching Aaliyah even the most basic of spells. What was even the point of me even leaving the village in the first place? If I stayed behind, I probably could have just practiced with Aaliyah, and if the rate at which I'm gaining skills is any indication, I probably would have been better off that way. So nothing good came out of time in Dre. Richard quietly asks me, you know I didn't mean it like that. It's okay, Richard rocks back and forth on his feet. I now know what's been bothering you and I know what you're feeling. Remember how much I complained about Aaliyah and how much she always seemed to overshadow what I did. She doesn't brag about her skills, but when she tries to help you with everything, you can't help but feel a little incompetent next to her. You don't want to be mad at her because of how much she cares for us, but you can't help but compare yourself to her. Just the way Richard can put my feelings into words somehow makes me feel a little bit better. Just knowing there's someone who gets me completely lifts a part of the weight off my shoulders. And I think you're undervaluing what we learned in Dre. We might not have gone to the capital, but we've seen what's outside the village for ourselves. We know what things are worth and how the world operates. Do you think Aaliyah can say the same thing? By what you've told me, my sister already has a warped sense of money, and I doubt that won't be the only eye-opener she faces when she leaves the village. I can picture Aaliyah walking down a street, stopping at a stall for some food, and trying to pay with a gold coin. The thought brings a small smile to my face. I wouldn't exactly call knowing the price of bread, or what type of coins you're supposed to use in different areas, were the best trade-off to where my skills would be if I stayed in the village with Aaliyah. Sensing he hadn't convinced me yet, Richard makes a point I haven't thought about. All right, what about what you did for the village? Are you talking about me turning the fields over? Yes, Richard looks at me with a bit of a smug look. Could you have done that if you never went to Dre? No, but a simple earth spell isn't comparable to literally running through the air. You know I can't conjure up a wall, right? I look at Richard dubiously. I know. He leans forward and kisses me on my forehead. I've watched you practice your magic for the last 5 years. I have a pretty good idea of what you're capable of. Even with just the help of your more basic spells, we'll be able to construct the wall a lot faster than otherwise. You might not be able to do what Aaliyah does, but she can't do what you do either. And that's supposed to make me feel better about myself. I ask a bit sarcastically, Riley looking up into Richard's eyes. All right, smart guy, now tell me why I shouldn't feel jealous and what I should do about paying her back for all her help. Richard chuckles. Silly, you're already paying her back by being her friend. I narrow my eyes venomously at him for saying such a cheesy thing, but that only makes Richard laugh more. I'm serious. You should know by now Aaliyah doesn't want anything from you. Well, maybe more time to hang out with you, but that's it. That doesn't exactly help me pay her back, I deadpan. Then tell her you're going to pay her back, Richard suggests to me. And where am I supposed to get enough gold by the time she leaves? You don't need to pay it all back all at once, Richard tells me with a smile. Just tell her you'll give everything you owe her to our parents. I'm sure Aaliyah would be more than okay with that. That's actually a good idea. How come I never thought of that? And since when did Richard get so good with relationship advice? So smart. Who are you and what have you done with my fiancé? I playfully ask. Richard bashfully rubs the back of his head. I just know what it's like living with my sister, and I have a bit of experience resolving conflicts. Now that gets me to raise an eyebrow. Richard explains, you forget you weren't the only one who improved in Dre. I was promoted to be a general foreman, and it was my job to direct a crew of workers. And now you give expert relationship advice. I don't buy that for a minute. I solved arguments between the workers, Richard responds. Laborers are a tough bunch, and it's easy for them to step on each other's toes for the simplest of reasons. My boss told me as the foreman I either need to fire people or resolve the issue. Fire too many people, and there isn't anyone to work with, so I had to learn to talk down 2 men ready to rip each other apart with their bare hands. The problem between you and Aaliyah is serious, but I don't think the 2 of you are at the point of killing one another, he jokes. Tell Aaliyah you'll pay her back and teach her about what it was like to live in Dre. I'm sure that's just as important as the magic lessons she's giving you. And my jealousy, you haven't mentioned anything about that yet. Richard's smile slips a bit. Can I tell you something between the 2 of us? Of course, I reassure him. Richard's secrets are my secrets. That feeling of jealousy is likely never going to vanish. I flinch hearing Richard going from sounding so positive to so negative in a split second. Does that mean you're still jealous of your sister? I tentatively ask. And how do you deal with knowing that? I ask the 1,000 gold question. Well, as I said, I'm her older brother. Even if I'm jealous of Aaliyah's success, I'm still happy to see her improving, if you can believe it. A complicated smile crosses Richard's face. You need to come to terms with both feelings, despite how conflicting they are, and give up catching up to her. I sigh and hang my head. No, Richard reaches under my chin and tilts my head back up. Never give up trying to catch up to Aaliyah. Didn't you just say like 3 times that it's impossible to catch up to her? I'm confused by Richard's mixed messaging. I did, and it's probably true, he shamelessly admits. But that doesn't mean you can quit trying to catch up to Aaliyah. I may never reach her level, but I will damn well try. Use the jealousy to stay motivated. If you want it to get stronger, then become stronger. The jealousy may never vanish, but you don't need to let it control you. I told myself I'd stop trying my hardest when my jealousy vanishes. Until then, I'll keep improving. And who knows, maybe the gods will pity me and offer me a blessing. Richard wholeheartedly laughs. Anytime, sweetie. If you ever can't talk to Aaliyah, you can always come to me. I'll always be on your side, he stresses. Well, now that I know you can give decent advice, I might just have to do that. I smile at Richard. In fact, we should probably have discussions like this every night. That way, we'll always know how the other is feeling. Wait, what? Richard's eyes expand to the size of dinner plates. Yeah, that sounds like the perfect idea, I reiterate. Hold on now. Every night, I laugh at the look of horror on Richard's face. It takes me laughing for 5 minutes before Richard realizes I was joking. Ready to see Aaliyah? Richard asks me before we continue to Dell's clearing. Feeling much better, I nod, and the two of us continue our walk hand in hand. I still need to have a discussion with Aaliyah, but I no longer feel like I need to avoid her. Richard gave me a lot of good advice, and I'm going to take it to heart. I'll find a way to pay back Aaliyah for everything she's done and everything she'll do, and I'll keep training. I'm still going to try and unlock inject mana, but I've been putting off practicing my spells for far too long. I can't focus on what Aaliyah can do. I need to focus on what I can do, and I can cast spells. My original goal was to learn magic to improve the village, and I can't forget that. I love you, I whisper, leaning in close to Richard. I love you too, he responds without missing a beat. How was I lucky enough to find such a great man? I think to myself as we continue down the forest trail towards my friend, towards my rival. Why did Sandra and Richard have to choose now of all times to visit me? Don't get me wrong, I want to talk to Sandra Richard less so. But gods, the timing. I can't turn away from the arrow in my hands. It's a good thing Master got up to warn them not to distract me. I'm busy soldering the fletching onto an arrow, only I'm not using a soft metal like tin this time. Maybe if I had some sort of magic tin, it would work okay, but regular tin wouldn't hold up under the forces the arrow was likely to be subjected to. I was told my previous arrow managed to hurt Pakor. That's all well and good, but I've leveled significantly since I made that arrow, and I want this new batch to be even better. So no tin here this time. I'm using a copper steel alloy that's had a bit of mithril thrown into the mixture to do the job instead. I already tested the alloy, and though it keeps most of the steel's strength, it also gives it better flexibility. Like I did with the previous arrow, I prepped the feathers and carved out the groves where the fletching will sit with my engraving pen. But now's the tricky part. First, I stretched out the chunk of steel alloy I'm using as the filler metal as thin as I could get it, and now I'm shifting it around in my forge. It might not be pure steel, but the alloy still melts at a much higher melting point than tin, so I need to keep it as hot as possible, which requires me to put it in the hottest part of the forge. Last time I could use mana skin to keep my hands safe while retaining my dexterity when soldering, but even though mana skin has grown as strong as it has, I can't just shove my hand into the forge to heat the wire, at least not yet. Master has demonstrated that he could resist temperatures to a certain degree, but that's only when he's working with metals with a relatively lower melting point like copper, not the 1100 C odd flames I'm currently working with. For just a bit of comparison, tin melts around 230 C, so I need to be extremely careful. Using my tongs, I hold the alloy wire in the flames. I'm so close to the forge that I can barely hear anything over the roar of the flames. Master is talking to Brother and Sandra, probably explaining what I'm doing. But again, I don't have the leisure to listen in on their conversation. I stare into the forge, not taking my eyes off the metal for a second. If I were a normal person back on Earth, this amount of light radiation alone probably would have blinded me, but with a senses stat of 62, my eyes aren't that weak. I'm waiting for the perfect moment to remove the wire. I need the tip to be just hot enough to melt properly. If I leave it in too long, my material will drip into the flames, but if I pull it out too soon, I won't be able to solder anything with it, leaving me with very little margin for error. That's it. Yanking my tongs from the forge, I twist in place and bring the glowing wire over to my arrow shaft I have fastened to my anvil. With the speed and precision of a robot, I drag the molten wire across one of the grooves before setting my tongs and alloy wire over the edge of the forge. The wire needs to remain hot, but I don't put it so far into the flames that it will melt. If I could get the mana networks to bond better, that would increase the quality of the arrows by another degree. But how do I go about doing that? Mana networks form naturally in everything, but they aren't random. All plants and animals, including humans, form mana networks that conform to their body structure, i.e., the body and limbs. Inanimate objects are slightly different and more like storage containers. Their mana usually pools in one point and evenly radiates out from there. It's because metals hold their mana in this way that I can see when they have microfractures in them. Because microfractures are essentially small voids in the material's structure, the mana can't cleanly penetrate them, creating distinct mana currents in the material. To increase the arrow's mana conductivity further, I would need to connect the mana network of the fetch-in feather I attached to the shaft, through the steel alloy, and into the shaft itself. How would I go about connecting 3 separate mana networks? Mana bleeds from one to the other due to proximity, but none of the 3 are welded together like the delinium arrowhead is to the arrow shaft. I'll have to think about it going further, but I need to finish this arrow for now, so I shift back to my tongs in the forge. Again, I wait for the metal to heat up before doing everything again. Then 10 minutes later, my arrow is fully fletched after a third pass. Taking a step back, I look over the completed arrow. Everything looks good. The arrowhead still needs to be sharpened, but the fletching is on tight. The shaft is straight as well as an arrow. Overall, some of my best work. Unclamping the arrow from my anvil, I make my way over to my workbench where a wooden rack waits for me. I set the arrow down next to the other 3 I had already completed for the day. The The change is minute, but from the bottom up, you can see how the fletching on each of the arrows is getting better. The first one I completed has excess filler metal I'll need to grind away, but that's the worst of them. With each one I fletch, the technique I'm using becomes more like second nature to me. It's a good thing too, because I still have 5 more to go. I initially thought I only had enough delinium for 8 more arrows after making the original one, but after working the metal a bit, I realized I could scrounge up enough material to make it 9. It was good to set aside enough kagels and mithril for 10 arrows instead of 8 just in case I messed up on something. I'm almost halfway done, but before I start on the 5th arrow, I turn to the 4 people watching me from the benches. Brother is awkwardly sitting next to Tabitha, while Master has graciously sat up to make room for a pregnant Sandra. For once, Tabitha isn't looking to me for a battle instead, she's intrigued by her bench mate. I'm sure Tabitha has seen my family around the village, but either because she's respecting my wishes to not interfere with them, or whether she just doesn't care, Tabitha has kept her distance from them. Now that I think about it, this is the first time she's met a member of my family. Richard, for his part, is trying to put up a courteous smile, but that's hard to do with someone like Tabitha staring you down, so you're not as strong as your sister. I hear Tabitha bluntly ask my brother as I walk over to them. Sadly, no, Richard responds with a strained look. I was a physical build when I started my apprenticeship, but I switched focuses after I started apprenticing to be a foreman. Tabitha nods in understanding, but continues to look over brother's large frame. He inherited our father's height, much like I did, but maybe because he's a boy, Richard looks a lot bulkier than I bet she has already asked him to spar with her. Sandra smiles at brother as he explains himself to the battle junkie, while Master looks happy Tabitha isn't bothering him for a change. Sandra, I happily call out as I near them. I open my arms for a friendly hug, even going as far as dropping Mana's skin, only to see Sandra's face scrunch up. Whoa there, she holds her hands out in front of her, keeping me at a distance. Shit, is she still mad at me? I'm sorry, I quickly apologize, stepping back. Sandra's eyes widen at me, seeing the hurt look on my face. No, not that, she quickly says. You look like you've been swimming and I can smell you from here. Sandra moves to pinch the bridge of her nose as I look down. She's right, not only do I have pit stains, but my shirt's collar is entirely soaked. I didn't feel it when I was next to the forge, but I've worked up quite the sweat, haven't I? Now that I've dropped Mana's skin, I can feel the spring breeze as it catches my wet clothing. Of course, my stats keep me from feeling cold, but the wind does send a slight shiver up my spine and give me goosebumps. Sorry, I apologize again, this time about the smell. Mana's skin protects me from the temperature of the forge, but the heat that does get through does a number on me. I didn't even notice. I don't mention that I can smell myself now that I'm getting a breath of fresh air. Would be nice to use my magic to clean myself, but staying next to the forge for so long eats away at Mana's skin and in turn my mana supply. If I want to finish the arrows today, I'll need all of my mana to do so. Oh, stop. I should be the one apologizing for brushing you off like that. You just caught me off guard is all. Sandra's smile is strained, but her words make me feel better. I guess we're both at fault then, I nervously chuckle, not sure if Sandra was still mad at me or not. I'm just happy you came, Master, and Tabitha don't make good conversation partners. Hey, Master snaps, while Tabitha doesn't look perturbed by my statement in the least. I've been busy, practicing my magic and thinking over things. Sandra fidgets in place. Really, so have I say with a little too much enthusiasm. You did. Sandra seems initially surprised, but that quickly melts away into a questioning look. What were you thinking about? Now it's my turn to fidget in place. Just about how I didn't notice your feelings recently. I've been focusing on myself and let me stop you there. Sandra cuts in as I was stumbling over what to say next. You didn't do anything wrong. I was the jealous one. What, I ask, more on reflex rather than not understanding what Sandra was saying. It only hit me yesterday that she was feeling left out. Some friend I am. But I did. I was so caught up in our success and moving forward that I forgot about you. No, it was me who couldn't help you anymore. You've done so much for me, and I can't pay you back like I wanted to. There is a long pause where Sandra and I just stare at each other, both of us absorbing what the other said. It then dawned on both of us that, at the core of our worries, we were both worried about what we had to offer to the other. But unfortunately, that isn't how a friendship works. I'm busy the rest of today. I motion over to the still roaring forge and my equipment. But we're still getting together tomorrow, right? I hesitantly ask. I would love to, Sandra beams at me. I can't keep a big smile from growing on my face. Wonderful. I have some notes I would love to talk to you about if you'd help me. It would be my pleasure, Sandra replies as she gets a look of inspiration. Only so long as you let me teach you about Dre and what it's like outside the village, she stipulates. About Dre, why? I cock my head to the side. I want to repay you any way I can, she confidently states, even if it's only teaching you what's considered normal outside the village. Sandra pauses for a second before her expression hardens. Also, I want to form a contract with you. This time I physically flinch back in surprise. What kind of contract would Sandra need to sign with me? Sandra has heard about my history with contracts in great detail. She even knows that they one-sidedly benefit me, to a certain degree. I don't understand. A fire ignites in Sandra's eyes and they light up as she explains. I want to sign a contract with you that states I'll pay you or your family back for what you've done for me, the knowledge you've freely given me, as well as the gold you're spending to get me the materials I need, all of it. You don't owe me anything, I try to say, but Sandra softly shakes her head back and forth. I know you think that you're a good friend, but the contract isn't for you, it's for me. Please. How am I supposed to say no to that look? I grumble under my breath. If you really feel the need to, I guess I have the skills for it, I reluctantly agree. I thought I was smelly, I joke as I return her hug. Don't ruin it, Sandra quietly snips in an even tone that was honestly a little scary. Her mom's skill level must still be rising. I'll use magic when I get home to clean myself. We separate, but we're still smiling and holding hands as friends do. Then there's clapping off to the side. Sandra and I turn to see Richard sitting on the bench next to Tabitha, clapping with a shit-eating grin plastered on his smug face. Yes, the two of you are best friends, tears all around. I never saw this happening, he remarks sarcastically. I frown in displeasure to Richard's enjoyment, but it only takes one look from Sandra for him to pause mid-clap immediately and second-guess his actions. Sometimes Richard could be so stupid. Cough. Richard clears his throat, looking a lot less confident than he was a second ago. Anyhow, it's great that the two of you made up. Honestly, I'm happy for you. He stresses his words more towards Sandra than me, but I actually had a reason to come here today. And here I figured he was just tagging along with Sandra as he always does on his time off. Richard reaches to the side of the bench, where he grabs a tube that looks like it would hold a map or some sort of large document. I actually came to speak with both of you. He turns and looks at Master Dello. Master raises an eyebrow. Whatever Richard has, it doesn't look like he discussed it with Master while I was working. Richard already proved himself with the village armory, so I'm curious what he's designed now. I call it the village's shield, Richard proclaims as he opens up the container and unfurls a large piece of parchment for all to see. I'm not talented in paint to make an actual blueprint, but I did make this map of the village along with Richard's proposed wall. I highlighted a few of the key buildings in the village as well. I hope you like it. The parchment is a map of the village and its fields, and surrounding everything is you want to build a wall, I state the obvious. I have a little knowledge of reading blueprints, so I can tell what my brother designed at a quick glance. That's right, just like Dre has. Dre's walls are huge, I point out. Not that big, but something more manageable, yes. I glance at Master and we share a knowing look. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why brother came to speak to us. What do you need? I ask, fearing Richard's answer. A lot is all brother responds with. I think that's putting it lightly. Looking at his notes drawn on the blueprints, I start comprehending the extent of what Richard has planned. The wall looks like it was designed to be built in multiple stages, and it could be argued we would need to supply items at each. The finished product would be a 15-foot wall surrounding the village with 2 gates on either end. I frown when I notice the wall would cut off the quickest way to Dell's clearing. You would need to leave the front gate and loop around. My frown deepens when I start calculating the material the wall would require. Like any good medieval wall, Richard designed it to be made from stone and plaster, which must be mined from Master's quarry. To build such a structure, a person would need to mine tens of thousands of cubic feet of stone. I think brother might have gone overboard with his design, even including stats it would take years to build such a wall. Does Camden know what you have planned? I can't help but look up and ask the designer of such a monstrosity. Richard chuckles at my skepticism. He had the same look you did at first, but he agreed. Really? Richard motions down at the blueprint with his eyes. I'm going to start small, build the section of the wall that leads out of town first. Not the back part by the fields, I note. The excitement dims in Richard's eyes a bit as he sends a glance at Tabitha. At first, I thought about starting in the back, better protection from the forest and all that, but after Pakor showed up. Richard doesn't say the rest, but we all know what he's talking about. Everyone in the village was a bit traumatized when Pakor marched the platoon of soldiers to the front of our village. I can only shudder at the thought of what could have happened if they weren't friendly. We were more likely to be attacked by goblins or Farkas in the near future, but a wall in the front of the village would probably make everyone feel safer, if only mentally. Now I see why Richard wants to start in the front of the village, but the area he plans to cover. Richard's plans propose we clear out more of the forest and build a reasonable distance away from everybody's homes. I guess it's for when the village expands in the future, but damn, that's a lot of space. You realize how long this will take, right? I ask my brother. It will be a project, he nods in understanding. But when the village needed to, it expanded almost as much when the magic beasts attacked, didn't it? I talked with Salas about it, and he agrees. If we get the same people who helped with the forest expansion, we could start getting a wall up in a few weeks. The longer brother talks about his plans, the more the excitement returns to his face. But after his earlier comments about Sandra and me, I feel it's only fitting to toss some water on his burning passion. If Master and I agree to help you, that is, I flatly tell him. All jokes aside, helping with the wall would be a huge commitment. Even if Master and I don't help build the thing, it would still be us that would have to mine the stone for the wall. Then the fittings for the gates had to be made, and a strong wall wasn't just built from stone either. Huge nails to hold everything together were required, along with this world's equivalent of rebar. And don't get me started on the tools we'd need to make. Unless brother brought a bunch of stone carving equipment with him, we'd have to make that too. I don't think I can agree to this. Richard knew my last jab was just me fooling with him, but now that I specifically said I wouldn't help him, he's no longer smiling. I don't know how long I'll still be in the village, I remind him. Once I leave, Master would need to handle everything on his own. I can't agree to that, I flat out tell him. Richard's face scrunches up, and you could see the wheels turning in his head. He's probably trying to think of what he could say to convince me, but I'm not the one he needs to convince. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dell staring at brother's blueprint. It's up to him if we help. What about me? Master Dell finally speaks up, startling brother out of his thoughts. Excuse me, what about the path that leads to my house? Master points to the trail that leads to his clearing and how it indicates a wall would be built there. Oh, Richard appears to understand what Master is asking about, but I highly doubt it. That would be the very last section of wall to be built. The stone needs to come from your quarry after all. I was right, Richard didn't understand. I get that. Master growls at my brother. I mean, what about when people need to come to me for something? Are you going to make them walk even farther? Oh, that, Richard exclaims. Yes, that, Master snaps. I just figured you'd move into the village after the wall was done, Richard matter-of-factly tells Master, stunning both of us. And why in Taro's Forge would I do that? It's been a while since I heard Master swear to the god of earth and nature. Well, Richard hesitates to answer, choosing to scratch the back of his head while looking off to the side. When he does give his answer, it leaves Master's mouth wide open. I figured because everyone in the village knows about you now, there was no reason to live out in the middle of nowhere. What do they know about me? Master stutters at first, but still manages to send a sharp look at brother. They know, brother cryptically responds with only those two words like Master should know what he meant, infuriating him more. Not a wise decision considering Richard needs his help to make his wall a reality. In a bout of clarity, Richard realizes that his answers were only making Master more enraged, so he bites the bullet and spits out rapidly. Everyone in the village knows you can talk perfectly fine. Silence hung in the air, but I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding in. Master Dell's use of vocabulary wasn't anything important in terms of secrets. Master must agree too, because I see most of the tension drain out of his face. Is that so? He blandly remarks. Yeah, Salis and Marcus have been telling everybody. Plus, everyone in the village saw you stand up to Skull. Word is out that you aren't as mean as everybody thought you were. I have to suppress a giggle at that, but Richard makes a good point. Dell spent years crafting his grouchy stone kin appearance without that. Does he really need to live out in the forest? He wouldn't need to move for a few years while the wall was being built, and if I'm honest with myself, I'm a little worried about what will happen when I leave. Since I became Dell's apprentice, he's opened up a lot, and I think it would be good for him to be around more people, especially if everyone realizes what a great person he is. What makes you think I would want to leave my clearing? Master says that, but I can tell he's thinking about it. If the village is expanded like in Richard's Plains, there would be more than enough room to fit all of Master's equipment, and then some. You wouldn't have to make a decision now, I point out to Master. You wouldn't need to move for a few years, and if you decide you don't want to, Richard could just add a small gate in the wall. That would compromise security, Richard remarks, but he shuts up when I scowl at him. Honestly, I'm trying to help him here. Master takes forever to convince of anything. We just need to sow the idea now and let it grow over time. I'll think about it, Master huffs. Usually when he says that he's brushing somebody off, but something tells me that's not the case this time. Does that mean you'll agree to help with the wall? Richard doesn't miss the conversation turning in his favor and presses Master for an answer. Dell doesn't immediately agree, making eye contact with me instead. He doesn't need to say anything to understand that he's asking for my opinion. I only need nod once to convey I think a wall is a good idea. Despite all the work it would take, a 15-foot wall would alleviate a lot of my fears. Moreover, after I left, I would sleep better at night knowing my friends and family were safe behind such a wall. My wordless consent is all Master needs before he turns back to brother. All right, we will help you. Yes, brother shouts, looking ready to jump for joy. But only with mining the materials and any smithing you need doing. Master quickly reins in brother's enthusiasm, but not by much. That's fine, Richard smiles at Dell. I should talk to him later about his relationship with Master. When I leave, I don't want him to revert to his old ways, and even if we joke a lot, I know Richard's personality. He'd be a good conversation partner for Master. If he agrees to look after him, that would be another thing I wouldn't need to worry about. Good now, if you've finished, leave me alone so I can take a nap. Master looks away from brother like he always does to hide his emotions. Master probably isn't even going to go to sleep. Before Richard and Sandra showed up, he watched me work like a hawk. Oh shit, my work, I exclaim, using flash step to run over to the forge. Crap, I swear aloud again when I see the flames inside or lack thereof. With all the emotional talk, I forgot about maintaining the fire. It'll take forever to get the temperature back up to what I need it to be. Need to pay attention more, Master comments from his bench as I furiously work the bellows and add more charcoal and blacksmithing logs to the fire. He makes it sound like he also didn't forget, but if he didn't, Master would have warned me before the flames dimmed this much. He knows how important working on the arrows is to me. Is everything okay? Sandra asks worriedly, concerned that our conversation might have ruined my work. It's fine, I sigh. It will just take some extra time to stoke the fire, I reassure her. In that case, we better get going. Richard moves next to Sandra and protectively wraps his arm around her. See you tomorrow? You bet, I tell Sandra. I keep one eye on my friend and brother as they move to leave the clearing and the other on my steadily growing fire. I was not prepared for all this today, but I'm happy they showed up in the end. Sandra alleviated most of my fears regarding our friendship, and Richard's wall will be a massive boon to the village, even if I'll need to somehow work mining for stone into my schedule. But that's all for after I finish these arrows. I need to focus again and get back into the right headspace to forge. Once I do that, everything will just come naturally as it always has. A strike from the left, a shield bash from the front, and a knee to hips. I bob and weave through all of Tabitha's attacks as varied as they are. The hilt of my hammer works wonders in blocking Tabitha's armored knee, but most of my focus is on her sword. It only happens on rare occasions, but I can accurately predict how she will attack, and when I do. Swinging my hammer, I connect with her breastplate and send her rocketing back over a dozen feet. She lands on her knees, Tabitha's enchanted gear not so much as denting under my giant hammer, but that doesn't mean I didn't do any damage. Instead of charging me and counterattacking like she usually does, Tabitha pauses where she landed. She has a pained look on her face, meaning the force behind my weapon made it through her armor's enchantments. If she were anyone else, I'd call a stop our match to see how she was doing, but I only need to look at the massive grin on her face to know I didn't do that much damage. That was a good hit, Tabitha compliments me. Hearing her words of praise, I immediately use Flash Step to gain as much distance from her as possible. What's with that reaction? I'm giving you a compliment. Her grin widens when I don't drop my guard and instead prepare for her counterattack. That was the 5th time you've predicted my attacks. It looks like you've finally reached the next level. I didn't get any levels from that, I state, knowing I won't need to ask her to explain herself. Not physical levels, you've reached the next level of training. You saw my attacks in their entirety and you got me good. Still holding her sword, Tabitha brings her armored gauntlet up to her chest and affectionately rubs the spot I tagged her, looking at me like she was a proud parent or something. I might have been happy to hear Tabitha acknowledge me if this was a month ago, but I know better now. She has the same look on her face she had back when I first managed to hit her. Her next attack will be fiercer than the last, and if I don't watch her every movement, I won't be able to defend myself. Yeah, Aaliyah, kick her ass while she's down. You got this. The two of you get back to work. I hear my brother shout at the 2 men cheering me on. Oh, come on, Richard, have a heart. It's just getting to the good part. Yeah, boss, just a few minutes. It's crazy how fast they move. Start carving that stone, or I'll volunteer the 2 of you as their test dummies, then you could watch them up close. Now hop to it. Brother threatens Frank and Lloyd, and judging by the dual groans behind me, they decide to listen to him. The 2 men have been working in the quarry since yesterday. Master and I mined a bunch of stone a couple of days back, and Richard brought them in to help prep it before they're carted off to the village. I was told Frank and Lloyd were originally farmers and were 2 of the first people to volunteer to clear trees when the chameleon spiders became a threat to the village. With Sandra using her magic to help tend the fields, there was no longer enough work for all the farmers in the village. So Frank and Lloyd permanently switched their jobs and were now working full-time under Brother and Salis. The 2 of them helped build the armory, so this wasn't the first time they worked together. Age-wise, they each had a few years on Richard, but they followed his orders well enough, albeit as begrudgingly as possible. The day after Master and I agreed to help with the wall, Brother immediately started his pet project, and as expected, people jumped at the idea of building our own wall. Along with a slew of other volunteers, our father was clearing out the space around the front of the village while Richard, Lyod, and Frank were prepping the stone they would need. Even Master was helping. Instead of watching me spar with Tabitha like he usually did, Del was down in the mine, hauling up more stone and ore. He grumbled about all the work he needed to do, but I didn't miss the hint of a smile on his face as he walked into the darkness. Our quarry looked like an actual mining operation, now instead of a large hole in the ground. There were 3 growing stone piles, one for the waste rock, one for the iron ore Master was pulling out with everything else, and a pile of large rocks that would make suitable bricks. Everything mined would be put to use. The waste rock would be crushed and mixed before being used to build the village's wall foundation. I can't believe I didn't notice it when I looked over Richard's plans the first time, but his 15-foot wall would be, in actuality, 25 feet. So while the above-ground part of the wall would be 15 feet high, its base would stretch 10 feet into the ground. Then there was a growing pile of wood next to the entrance to the mine. Master told Richard that if he wanted his stone, he would need to provide enough material to shore up the growing tunnels underground. So Master was mining, Brother was building supports, leaving Frank and Aaliyah up here with us. Brother would come up periodically like he just did to check on his men, but he couldn't afford to oversee them the entire time. When I agreed to help Richard, I didn't realize I'd be giving up my privacy along with my free time. Here I come, Tabitha considerately shouts before rushing me. My mind was drifting to my surroundings, and I'm not sure if she noticed or not, but her calling out to me helped. I square up my hammer to guard my center as she rushes me. Tabitha smiles as I take my stance, and it only grows wider as she nears me. I predict a swing from my left, but as I move to block Tabitha's sword, it dawns on me too late that it was a feint. Shifting my hammer, I try to block her shield from colliding with my left side, but that too is another feint. Tabitha's sword glows briefly and moves so fast I can't see its trajectory. I flash step back, but I can feel a trickle of blood running down my left arm. Oh shit, I hear off to my side and I have to agree. Tabitha used a feint as a feint and cut me. The wound wasn't deep, but there was a sizable gash in my armor on my left forearm. What the hell, I mumble, looking at what was essentially ruined armor. This is the next part of your training. My head snaps up to a smug-looking Tabitha who's gone into full-on teacher mode. I'll no longer be limiting my strikes to your chest piece. Arms, legs, back, they're all fair game now. What is she saying? Fair game. I look down at my armor and it dawns on me. Mom has helped me fix my chest piece a dozen times since I made it, but I've yet to have to fix the other parts of my gear. They would receive some slight damage here and there, but I've yet to have to reforge the metal plates in them as I have for my chest piece. She's kicked at my shins and bashed me with her shield, but now I realize Tabitha had never seriously tried to cut the other parts of my body. You were able to guard yourself when you knew where I would be attacking. Now you need to do that, but with your entire body. Was I subconsciously guarding my chest this whole time? I don't air my thoughts to Tabitha, knowing she would just see them as an excuse, though I'd be lying if I said I was ready for what came next. I feel Mother's going to be mad at me when I make it home later, if I make it home. My stats stop my bleeding, but I still feel where she cut me. And if I can guard against you, is that the end of my training? I tentatively ask the question I'm not sure I want the answer to. I've followed her directions all this time, never questioning when I would be considered good enough. Tabitha scoffs and shakes her head. You won't be good enough for years, she stresses. My goal is simply to get you to the point you can handle any challenges you might receive when we make it back to Skull. Challenges, I ask for clarification. Yes, challenges. Being Master Pacor's newest student, you'll most likely receive at least a few. It's considered bad manners to challenge someone with more than a 10-level difference between each other, but because of your level relative to your age, you'll be at a serious disadvantage. Even our best and brightest usually don't reach the 70s until their mid-30s. Anyone who challenges you will have years of practice under their belts, and you're sure I'd lose, even after seeing what I can do. Tabitha's grin widens. You'd lose in minutes. You need to be able to dodge my last attack even to consider holding your own, let alone winning. Our country is one of warriors where the strong are revered. Everyone worth their salt would challenge you simply to gain the attention of Master. That is why I train you as I do. You ooze natural talent, but you lack experience. So I will push you until you're at the point you won't bring shame to me or Master Pacor. Now raise your weapon, we continue. I swallow a lump in my throat. Tabitha's passionate speech evoked a lot of emotions. According to what everyone who knows my level has told me, I might be one of the most talented people in the world for my age. But when you compare me to someone who's gained their level over decades, there's simply no comparison. After training with Tabitha, I'm not even sure I could have beaten the high-level soldiers that came to the village with Pacor. I need to be able to hold my own against someone who's seen battle, a real battle. And if I'm right, Tabitha will torture me until I reach that point, and then probably more after that too if she wasn't exaggerating the years thing. Ready or not, here I come. Tabitha advances with all the ferocity of a rabid dog. It's okay, calm yourself, I repeat in my head. I've blocked her attacks before, I just need to expand on those principles. My eyes track Tabitha. She's moving differently than she usually does. There was more fluidity in her steps, almost like she wasn't concentrating on holding herself back anymore, despite how crazy that sounds. I'll do it, I'll block her next attack. I decided that in the split second it takes for Tabitha to close the distance between us, as her sword cleaves down towards me. I got it, a shout of excitement distracts me, and I'm not the only one. Tabitha's blade freezes mere inches from my right shoulder. I was close to blocking it, but now that we've both frozen in place, I can see that I wouldn't have made it in time. Both of us turn our gazes towards the woman we both seem to have forgotten was even here. Sandra had been meditating in a shaded corner of the quarry since we started sparring hours ago, and she hasn't made a peep since. While Tabitha and I have grown used to Frank and Aaliyah cheering us on and calling out to us, Sandra had been eerily silent, so much so it even appears she was able to catch Tabitha off guard with her shout. I guess that means I owe Sandra one. If it weren't for her random outburst, my right shoulder pad would be destroyed now. Oh, am I interrupting? Sandra flinches under mine and Tabitha's gazes. Tabitha slowly pulls her weapon back and lowers it. It appears I lost myself in the heat of the moment and forgot my surroundings. This is embarrassing. She smiles like Sandra's interruption is a joke, but I'm over here sweating. I misjudged Tabitha's movements and was nanoseconds away from paying for it. My hands are trembling. If I try to face Tabitha like this, I'll only one-sidedly get my ass kicked. Untensing my muscles, I slowly lower my hammer in a way that conveys I'm not ready to restart our sparring just yet. Tabitha frowns at my movements, but she doesn't attack. So before she can say anything, I turn and walk towards Sandra. She has a confused look on her face, obviously unaware of what she just interrupted. Sandra must have been in deep meditation if she had missed how heated our sparring had become. Did I interrupt? Sandra asks me again as I approach her, sending a questioning glance past me at what I'm assuming must be an annoyed-looking Tabitha. Perfect timing, actually. I tell her quietly enough that I'm sure Tabitha couldn't hear me. Good then. Sandra is confused by my words, but that doesn't distract from the excitement written across her face. You had a breakthrough. I prompt Sandra to start talking just as Tabitha walks over to drag me back to our sparring. I did, she shouts, bouncing up and down in excitement. Sandra looks around for something, but then focuses on the front of her shirt, where I can see a familiar ashy substance clinging to her clothing. Well, the stick disintegrated, but I did it. I unlocked inject mana. You sure? I realize what I said too late and want to kick myself for possibly ruining Sandra's big moment. Thankfully, my question doesn't diminish Sandra's excitement. That's why I shouted. I checked my status page and everything. So it's official, I can use inject mana now. That's awesome. I exclaimed, happy that my friend found the success she's been working so hard for. Look, I can. Sandra looks around her for something she can use to demonstrate her skill. She settles on a nearby rock, and I watch as she pups her mana into it. It doesn't disintegrate in her hands, but that's because rocks and metal have a higher threshold for the amount of extra mana they can hold. If Sandra's mana pool wasn't limited from protecting her baby, and she hadn't been practicing for hours, I'm sure she would have been able to pulverize the stone with ease, but right now she just couldn't do it. I swear I can do it. Sandra's face scrunches up in frustration when the stone in her hand doesn't disintegrate. It's okay, don't strain yourself, I tell her before she pushes too hard. Remember, I can see the mana you just poured into the stone. I can tell you unlocked the skill, I reassure her. Congratulations. You mean once your mana levels recharge, I point out to her. Of course, someone has to remind her she shouldn't overtax herself while she's pregnant. I know that. Sandra gives me a look that says that was obvious, but I'm sure if I didn't say anything, she'd have rushed back to Master's clearing in her excitement already and started practicing with my engraving pen. Kervin wasn't due to arrive at the village for a few more days, and even when he arrived, there was no guarantee that Giovanni could get me the magic gem I asked for in time. We have to assume that the two of us would need to share an engraving pen for the foreseeable future, which I'm completely fine with. Even with the problems and work we might face shortly, seeing Sandra succeed at something she's put her all into stokes my competitive spirit. I need to try my hardest as well, and that means. Again, congratulations, I tell Sandra one last time, but I need to get back to my sparring. But you sounded relieved to stop a moment ago. Sandra shoots me a cheeky grin. Oh, quiet. I turn away from my friend with a smile on my face and walk back to Tabitha. She's been close by staring at us during our entire conversation. Are you ready to continue? She asks me when I stop 20 paces from her. I am, I say with all my resolve. Good, begin, and like that, my training begins again. One's point of view, the dark room I'm standing in reeks heavily of blood, but for once the smell doesn't bother me. With my hood down, I stare down at the mutilated corpse at my feet. Any normal person would think it was a skinned animal with how it looks, but if you looked hard enough, you could see what used to be his face. My gloves are stained red, and likely the rest of my clothes weren't any better. Wow, I haven't seen you without your hood down in a long time. What if I were someone else and saw you like that? I turn towards the dark doorway behind me and watch as Four materializes out of thin air with a smirk on his face. I knew you were there, I glare at him. I'm in no mood to deal with his shenanigans, and I wanted him to see the face of my sister as he died. I motioned to the sack of flesh beside me. I'm as much a fan of overkill as the next assassin, but don't you think you might have gone just a little bit overboard with this one? It's not your style, he points out. He was the one who helped Gray smuggle the alchemical bomb into the city. I flatly tell my fellow number. Oh, a rare look of understanding flashes across Four's face. In that case, I hope he died screaming. He moves next to me and kicks the body with enough force to send it crashing into the wall across the room. More blood splatters everywhere, but neither Four nor I care. I'm going to torch the building after I leave anyways. Did you get any information out of him? Nothing I didn't already know. He was the last of Gray's contacts still in the city. I've been looking for him since I first heard about him, but he's been hiding in shitholes like this since the bombing. Feeling better then now that they're all dead, I mean. He asks me, to which I scowl. Right, stupid question. How's your sister doing? Is there a reason why you are here? I snap. 4 shrugs off my attitude and answers in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm leaving the city with Curvin in an hour. With Elizabeth, my eyes harden at the mention of my sister's name. Recuperating, 4 chooses his words carefully. I figured I should check in with you. It was Lizzie who always dealt with the other numbers when they passed through the city. Unlike me, she had the patience to deal with 4. Fine, go, I wave him off. 4 drops his perpetual smile for a second and asks me a question that cuts deeper than any dagger ever could. Seriously, how is she doing? Gritting my teeth, I have to bite down my anger, threatening to rise up. By the tone of his voice alone, I can tell he's being serious for a change, but that doesn't make it any easier to talk about my sister. Every time I think about her in that bed, I get the urge to kill someone. She still hasn't woken up, I whisper. I see. 4 genuinely looks saddened hearing the news about my sister. She's tough, he says with conviction. If anyone could pull through, it's your sister. I try to keep a neutral face in front of 4, but I can't keep my eyes from widening in shock. I had no idea he felt that way. He's always been antagonistic and hard to read. You could never tell what he was thinking or how he felt about people. I'll be off now. 4 turns around and steps back into the darkness. As quickly as he came, he was gone from my senses. Once I'm sure he's gone, I wrap my arms around myself and try to hold back my tears. Damn you 4 for showing me kindness. You're always supposed to be annoying. If I don't have my anger, how else am I supposed to deal with everything that's going on? Burnt flesh is tricky to heal, so they're forced to cut it off of her down to her bones and then reheal the section with magic. The human body can't handle that kind of strain, so they have to heal small sections at a time. Most of Lizzie's body is still burnt, the only exception being her chest, where her organs are. That's where the healers have been focusing their attention. I wanted her to open her eyes, but I could only imagine what kind of hell that would be for her. It's so frustrating. I wish Gray were still alive so I could make him suffer for all that he's done. The honor of killing him should have been mine, but instead, a goblin stole it from me. I've hunted down every person who was loyal to him, and yet I can't fill the void in my chest. And I know I won't be able to fill that void until my sister wakes up, and I apologize for failing her. It should have been me who made the first move on Gray, not her. But what angers me the most is that the world is still turning despite what happened to her. To me, the world should be at a standstill. Without Lizzie, everyone should feel as bad as I do, but they don't. Things were looking up for Dre and our little corner of the world. Skal is already proving to be a better ruler than Olbert ever was. The fighting has come to a standstill, meaning Skal could focus more on its newly acquired territories. Despite there being a material shortage, industry was booming, none more so than Silver Herd. Everyone except my sister and me, that is. The only solace I take is knowing there's one person who understands how I'm feeling. Boss Giovanni has everything going for him at the moment, yet every time I report to him, I can hear the same pain I'm feeling in his voice. He's the one who's never ordered me to leave the city, preferring to keep me close to my injured sister. He's thrown hundreds of gold coins into trying to heal her without asking anything in return. I didn't even know what he agreed to when he asked Skal's mages to help. It all plagues my mind. I should finish up here and get back to the clinic. Leif Gamfer all en nams. A small flame ignites on my hand. Then, with a flick of my wrist, I send the small ball of fire into a pile of tinder. A few weeks ago, this temporary shelter hosed the many farmers sheltering from Skal's invasion before being left to rot. Pulling my hood up, I watch as the magically small flame quickly peters out, but not before sparking and catching the rubble on fire. I stand there and wait a few minutes for the fire to grow before exiting the building. Then silently I sneak out of the building without any of the local vagrants seeing me. People know not to ask questions around here, but you never know. Skal is doing a much better job patrolling the streets, and it isn't impossible that someone might rat me out. I don't feel bad for burning down the building because Silver Herd owns it, and the boss has already permitted me to act as I see fit. This area was meant to be torn down anyways to make room for a new food warehouse. It was clever of my target to hide here, but it was only a matter of time before I found him. None of my contacts in the guards reported him leaving the city, so I knew he was here somewhere. But now that I've killed him, I'm out of targets to vent my rage. Again, what do I do with these emotions? Sighing, I dash for a nearby ally and start making my way towards my sister. If I don't have anyone to kill, I'll spend my time with her. If Giovanni or any of the other numbers need me, they'll know where I'll be. Not like they'd need to, though, considering the way the war is turning out or the lack thereof. With General Pitts in Packer's hands, Skal has essentially sued for peace. Regardless of whether it lasts, the longer things are quiet, the stronger Skal's grip on the region becomes. How very boring. Curvin's point of view, I missed this. Missed what, boss? Lurt asks to the side of me. This, I gesture to the forest around us. A quiet trip through the woods. No bandits after us. No emergency delivery, just a simple delivery to a client. And the fact that we're picking up hundreds of gold coins worth of weapons and materials has nothing to do with it. Real cheekily comments from behind me. It was his turn to rest in the cart, but it wasn't as comfortable as usual, with the pile of ore and other goods taking up most of the space. Turning my head slightly, I see that he's sitting on the edge of the cart with his feet dangling over the side. That too, I smile at him before turning my attention back to the road, even though I don't need to the Bival know what they're doing. Everything has just been so hectic lately. You know, I used to hate this. I say more to myself rather than expecting a reaction from my men. Is that so? Real responds, sounding more than a little bored. I'm happy that no one was trying to kill us this time, Real not so much. But he answered me, so I keep the conversation going. That's right, I wanted nothing more than to be promoted to an office position or perhaps run one of our branch stores. Funny, right? Real scoffs at the idea, but his attitude doesn't bother me as much as it used to. In fact, I realized he keeps things interesting. When we escaped Dre and the assassins Gray sent after us, we were essentially stuck at Silverherd's main offices, in case he made another attempt on my life. It wasn't all bad. I had a sit-down with Giovanni, where he spelled out my job regarding Aaliyah. But in the end, he basically repeated everything I already knew: treat Aaliyah like the golden rock that she was, and help her produce as many golden eggs as possible. However, being stuck inside wasn't nearly as glamorous as I thought it would be. I was officially one of Giovanni's trusted people, but that only equated to me being allowed to help with some of his more important paperwork. The paperwork I was subsequently buried under, until Gray was all but confirmed dead. In comparison, the last 2 weeks were much more enjoyable. Finally, I was allowed to make my way back to Dre, where I was happy to learn my house was spared in Skull's takeover of the city. Aaliyah and others laughed at everything I had piled up in my house, but now with goods priced at their highest points in decades, I can sell almost everything in my house for nearly double what I paid for it. Add in my percentage of the goods I'm about to pick up, and I'm going to have more gold than I know what to do with. It's true what they say, even in strife, one can build wealth. Now that I'm back on my cart, I can't think of anywhere I'd rather be. Of course, the further away from all that paperwork, the better, but I don't say that part aloud. Well, I can agree with you there. I see Real draw one of his daggers out of the corner of my eye and start playing with it by flipping it around. It's no fun sitting around doing nothing. Then, faster than my eyes can follow, he throws his dagger into a bush in the distance. A goblin falls out of its hiding space with Real's dagger buried in its throat. Poor thing, bad luck choosing that spot to hide. I shake my head. Since when did I start feeling bad for goblins? Don't worry, he was alone. Real tells Lurt and Reiba, who draw their weapons and close in on me. He then jumps off the cart and moves over to fetch his weapon. It's funny, the sight of a goblin used to send shivers up my spine, but I guess after surviving an assassination attempt, things like goblins don't bother me anymore. That Real's personality is rubbing off on me. I guess goblins are returning to the woods. I offer up an observation. There can't be many of them if we're only seeing one now. Real notes as he jogs back to the cart, and I think he's right. We should be reaching the village any moment now, and we're just now seeing a single goblin. Before the whole magic spider fiasco, Lurt and Reiba would usually have to kill multiple groups of the buggers before we've made it this far. To think that was only a year ago, it feels like it's been much longer than that. More happened in this last year than in all the time I've spent working for Silverherd combined. Still, we should inform the village when we reach it. I snap the reins, making the Bival kick it into high gear. They go from slow to slightly less slow. I wonder how the village has been doing since we were last here. It has been more than a couple of months since I made that final ore delivery, and I can help but imagine they were starving for supplies. I brought bags of salt, spices, and other everyday items the village would regularly order from me, along with Aaliyah's ore. I'm sure they'll be excited to see me. What in the God's name is that? Reiba exclaims, pulling me out of my thoughts. He was walking slightly further in front of us, but as we round the bend in the road, the rest of us saw what made him exclaim as he did. We were at the front of the village, but it looked totally different than what I remembered. The small clearing we usually camped at, the trees around it, they were all gone. From our position, there was an unobstructed view of the village where once was a thin line of trees. In front of us, I count nearly 20 villagers working in what could only be described as organized chaos. 6 men, including the man I recognize as Aaliyah's father, were felling trees like they were saplings. Once a tree fell, another group of 6 would move over and start processing it. Another handful of villagers was digging up boulders and roots, while 3 men who I assume were hunters stood nearby keeping an eye on the diminishing forest. Coordinating the chaos was Salas, the village's architect. We've done business in the past, but I've never seen him working like this before. Hey, it's Curvin. One of the villagers finally notices us. One of the hunters was already moving to point us out to Salas, but now we drew everyone's attention. Hello, I call out with a friendly smile as I nudge my Bival forward. The cart shakes over the upturned earth, but my boys are strong enough to pull us through much worse than this. Sorry for the mess, but we're a bit busy at the moment. Salas calls out to me as we near him. You get those beams ready. The cart should be back soon. He turned and snapped at one of the workers. It's quite all right, I start to say, but Salas cuts me off midway, issuing all kinds of orders in quick succession. I watch stunned as everyone follows his directions. Sorry, he gives me a half-baked apology without taking his eyes off his workers, but as you can see, I have my hands full. These guys wouldn't know a dovetail joint from a miter joint if their lives depended on it, he said, motioning to a duel planning down a felled tree trunk. I had no idea what the salty architect was grumbling about, but it was apparent we were only getting in his way. We'll be on our way, I tell him as I usher my bival forward out of the construction zone. Yeah, all right, he waves me off, not paying attention to us in the slightest. What were they doing here? I spot a stack of large stone blocks off to the side, and next to it is a sizable mound of crushed stone. Were they building some sort of fortification? A building, perhaps. Curiosity drove me to snap my reins again, hurrying us into the village. Usually we'd park in our regular spot and see where all the goods I brought would go, but with our clearing destroyed, I guess our only option was to head to the clearing in front of the headman's house. Maybe there we could get some answers. Didn't take long for us to make it to the headman's house, but it was long enough to get a rudimentary glimpse at the village. It looked nice, nicer than most of the villages we've passed through on our way back to Dre. I also didn't miss the brand new stone building behind the headman's house either. Its large double doors were wide open, showing off the impressive arsenal within. I've sold enough of Aaliyah's work to realize at a glance that she made everything within. Should they have it open like that? Frown at the open doors. Do you want to try opening those doors quickly in an emergency? Real sarcastically chuckles at me. I guess he has a point there. Still, Real casts a curious glance at the village's new armory. That's a lot of gear for a village this size. I'd say there are enough weapons in there to outfit most of the village if need be. I'd feel bad for any bandit stupid enough to try and attack this place. Aaliyah's been busy lurt jokes. That she has, I find myself mumbling under my breath. The construction at the front of the village, a new armory. What else has changed since we were last here? Curvin, it's good to see you. Headman Downs was waiting for us outside his front door as we pulled up. It's been too long. It has, hasn't it? I smile, noting that he looks happy to see us. Is all that rubble back there for Aaliyah? I swear that girl Headman Downs shakes his head like a tired parent would, but his colossal smile contradicts his tired tone. He feigns a sigh before focusing on the crats tied down on top of the loose ore. I hope you brought stuff for the village as well, and not just what Aaliyah asked for. You don't have to worry there. I lean over and pat the nearest crate. I didn't forget about the village. I have salt, spices, and considering it's almost the new year, I brought a few barrels of mead with me. Are you interested? I give the headman my best merchant's smile. That's exactly what we need, Downs beams at me. Celebrating my daughter's marriage this festival, so the alcohol will be much appreciated. Congratulations, I smile. I brought alcohol with me because I figured the village could use a drink after being isolated for as long as they have, but I didn't know they would be holding a marriage ceremony. If I knew that, I probably would have brought more. We noticed. I glance in the direction of the village's entrance. You tore up our clearing. Sorry about that, but the scale of the project demands as such. Speaking of which, what are you building? I curiously ask, raising an eyebrow. We're building a wall, Headman Downs grandiosely proclaims, spreading his arms wide. A wall. I'm rendered speechless. This village probably doesn't even have 1,000 people and they want to build a wall. I can understand why they would want one, but walls aren't generally built around a settlement of this size, and the village can afford that. I tentatively inquire after I collect myself. Normally no, Headman Downs informs me, but as I said, my daughter and her soon-to-be husband returned right before all this skull business. After studying in Dre, he became a respectable architect and he proposed the project. Considering his family, it shouldn't surprise you that he has lofty aspirations. His family? Yep, he's the older brother of Aaliyah. He convinced her and her master to mine out the required stone for it. It will take a few years to complete, but I'm assured the project is doable. I'm sure you saw how eager people are to help. I nod along with his explanation. If anyone else told me such a plan, I'd call them a fool. However, if the project involves Aaliyah and her family, I can see it working out. What is this village turning into? It will be a fort all unto itself, located in the middle of nowhere, but a fort nonetheless. I would love to stay and chat, but I have some things I need to take care of around the village. Why don't you leave the goods meant for the village here outside my house, and I'll have my boy look at them. He needs to get used to dealing with merchants if he's going to succeed me someday. Headman Downs good naturally chuckles. I won't go easy on him, I tease. I'm sure we both know that making a few extra coppers off some bags of salt nowhere compares to the business I do with Aaliyah. I'll push his son for him, but I won't charge what I could. Much appreciated. Headman Downs gives me a wave and walks off, leaving my men and me to unload the crates and barrels we brought. We get everything unloaded before the headman's son shows up, but I'm not worried about leaving my goods unattended, so we make our way towards Del Raisin's clearing. I'm sure Aaliyah's there now, and if not, it's still the place she'd probably want us to drop off her delivery. The trail we go down looks worn out, and I can see tracks of were multiple carts passing through here. It's obvious where the stone came from. I just hope Aaliyah didn't spend all her time mining stone when Giovanni asked her to sell us some extra metal. Eventually, through the trees, I hear the sounds of someone hammering metal, signaling we've arrived. As my cart rolls into the clearing, I'm greeted by at least one familiar sight. The clearing looks the same it did the last time I was here. I honestly half expect to see a massive furnace or some other contraption thrown up since then, but everything looks the same. Aaliyah must have seen us coming because she stops working after we make it a few feet into the clearing and lowers her tools. As we got closer to her, I saw what she was working on. It looks like a steel staff, but it's a lot rougher than the usual stuff she sells me. "Curvin, you're alive." She smiles at me as I hop off my cart. For a second, my merchant's smile slips and I frown, but then I remember she's a lot like Real, probably why they get along as they do. Forcing my smile back onto my face, I greet her. "We did, was there any doubt?" I puff up my chest, but her response makes me deflate. "A little bit, yeah. I was happy to hear from Giovanni that you all escaped okay." She holds out her hand, offering me a good-natured shake, but I freeze right as I'm about to grasp her hand. I didn't feel it when we were approaching, but now that I'm standing directly in front of her, I can feel a physical weight behind Aaliyah. She's always had a presence about her like most high-leveled individuals I've met, but it's different than that now. I can't put my finger on it, but she feels dangerous. It's a lot like what I feel when I'm around Giovanni's bodyguard. I felt the same thing from Real before the assassins attacked us, but somehow he keeps his pressure contained whenever he's not in battle. I didn't even feel a thing when he killed the goblin earlier. Is something the matter? Is my hand dirty? She pulls back her hand and looks it over for whatever is bothering me. Nothing like that. I force out, trying to hide my emotions like a good merchant should. "I just thought you look like you've grown a bit taller than the last time I saw you," I lie. "I hope not," she exclaims before looking herself over. "I'm tall enough as it is. I'm happy for the height my parents blessed me with, but I don't want to stand out more than I already do." "That ship has already set sail," is what I want to say, but I bite my tongue. It must have been my mistake. I smile, offering her my hand. We shake, and I'm again reminded of her skill that creates a boundary around her. It doesn't feel like I'm shaking someone's hand, but merely being forced to wave my hand up and down, and it's a lot stronger now too. So the clearing hasn't changed, but it appears Aaliyah has. Well, look at you. Real picks now of all times to make his presence known. "Hey Real," Aaliyah smiles at him, and I don't miss that it's more of a friendly smile than the polite one she gave me. "I heard you found Gray's body. What was left of it, more like." Real chuckles in a way that makes my hair stand on end. "Goblins, am I right? I wish I were the one who found him." "You and me both." Real agrees with Aaliyah and starts scanning her with his eyes. "You've improved," he notes with a smile I don't like. I'm about to discourage him from doing whatever he's thinking about, but he moves before I can say anything. He throws a left hook at Aaliyah, pantomiming like he's holding one of his daggers. I don't even have time to shout as Aaliyah brings up her left arm, blocking his imaginary blade, but she takes it one step further. She steps in and sends a very real fist at his armored chest. Real flashes backwards and starts laughing. I take it back, "You've improved a lot." He looks delighted that Aaliyah was able to stop him, and judging by her smile, the feelings were mutual. She playfully scoffs but continues to grin at him. "You have no idea." "What is this?" A cold voice cuts into Aaliyah and Real's conversation, and a new pressure bears down on me. Aaliyah's smile slips as she turns to a woman in armor walking towards us. Her face is a mask of neutrality, but it only takes one glance from her to make me want to turn tail and run. When I was helping Giovanni with paperwork, I had a chance to meet Pakor. This feels just like then. I can't bring my head up to meet her eyes. It was like a literal mountain was walking towards me. Aaliyah doesn't say anything when the woman stops in front of her. Her head swivels in Real's direction, and it was his turn to be looked over. I watch as Real takes a tentative step back for the first time. His face was flushed, and I could swear there was a bead of sweat forming on his cheek. "You are an assassin," the woman in armor states like a ruler handing down a sentence. "Are you here for the girl or me?" Her hand drops to the sword at her side, and alarm bells start going off in my head. "If I was, did you think I would just tell you?" Real defiantly answers, and I've never had a bigger urge to strangle the man. Luckily, Aaliyah steps in on his behalf, both metaphorically and physically. Whoa there, she steps in between Real and the armored woman. "He's with Silver, heard he's a friend." "Is that so?" the woman questions without taking her hand off her sword and never taking her eyes off Real. "He is," Aaliyah assures the woman while starting to nervously sweat like the rest of us. "He's helped me loads of times, even saved my life once." The woman hums in thought before slowly removing her hand from her sword. "All right then, if you know each other, I suppose it's all right." Hearing her words, both Aaliyah and I let out a collective sigh of relief. Though it is a little disappointing, I was hoping for a real battle for a change. I start coughing. "This woman is insane." Funny, I was thinking the same. "Shut up, Real, you idiot." The previously stony-faced woman smiles and my instincts scream at me something is wrong. "Really?" the woman asks with way too much enthusiasm. She pushes past Aaliyah and stands directly in front of Real. "If that is the case, how about we have a quick sparring session? I'm sure it would be entertaining for the both of us." Standing behind the armored woman, Aaliyah frantically signals Reel to turn down her offer, but Reel ignores her. That sounds like fun. We're here for the rest of the day. Can I find you when I'm ready? Aaliyah mouths, you idiot, at him before shaking her head back and forth like it couldn't be helped. You may find me here when you are ready. The armored woman savagely grins at Reel before walking back the way she came. She sits down on a bench next to a mediating girl I just now notice. You're dead, you know that, right? Aaliyah flatly tells Reel. You sure? After taking her hand off her sword, I didn't feel any more killing intent from her. I think she's just like me and bored at the moment. Aaliyah snickers in Reel's face. You have no idea what you got yourself into. Let me know when you plan to fight her because I want to be there when they scrape you off the quarry's floor. I mean, she has to be good if she helped you improve so much in such a short amount of time. Reel tries to antagonize Aaliyah, but it doesn't work. Sorry, what was that? I could have sworn I heard a dead man talking just now, she counters. Reel and Aaliyah continue to trade barbs, and I'm forced to step in at risk of the two of them squabbling the day away. Not that this isn't productive, but I believe we have some important business to attend to, I remind the bickering pair. Oh yeah, my order. Aaliyah quickly breaks away from Reel when I remind her that the rest of us are here. She skips to the side of my cart so quickly that I could only barely follow her movements. She smiles when she sees the pile of kagels I brought her. You have no idea how much I needed this, she happily remarks. I thought she might be mad because I only managed to bring her a third of her original order, but it looks like she knows that magic materials are hard to come by right now. While she is happy, I should sweeten the deal. That isn't all. I motion to the two crates sitting on top of the ore. Giovanni wanted you to know he was able to get a hold of some more mithril and a couple of the herbs you requested. Really? Aaliyah excitedly pries open the nearest crate with her bare hands. The wood splinters as she easily removes the crate's lid that was nailed shut. Granted, most physical builds could do the same thing, but watching a 15-year-old girl do so was unsettling, to say the least. It isn't much, I remind her, but I hope it's better than nothing. It is, she beams at me. I suppose since you brought me such a special gift, I should show you one in kind. Aaliyah nimbly leaps off my carriage and beckons for the four of us to follow her. She leads us over to one of the small sheds in the clearing and dramatically flings the doors open. My pulse races when I see the shiny weapons inside. Swords, spears, each in her usual design, but their tannish coloring gives away what they're made of. Reel steps forward, grabs one of the short spears and begins twirling it around. He lets out a long whistle, signaling his approval. I might just need to take up spearmanship. These weapons are already sold, I remind him. Pity. Reel sniffles, pretending to be sad. Hey Aaliyah, how much to make me a dagger? You don't have enough daggers already. She motions at Reel's entire body, most likely more aware of how many blades are hidden all over his person than any of us do. In all the time I've known him, I've never seen Reel run out of daggers. Lurt Reba and I even have a friendly bet going between us as to just how many he carries with him. If he follows through and fights Pakor's student, we might finally get some sort of an idea as to how many he has. You can never have too many daggers. Reel looks offended at the implication. Sure, Aaliyah smiles, but that quickly morphs into a smug look. But I'm contractually obligated to sell all my goods to Silver Herd, so you'll have to negotiate an order through Curvin. Reel's jaw drops and the rest of us have to hold back our laughter. I'm just joking. Aaliyah laughs at Reel's expense. I still owe you one for saving my life. A dagger is the least I can do. I'm busy at the moment, but if you stop by sometime near the end of the day, we can discuss the design you want. Reel practically bounces in place in excitement like a kid promised a sweat treat. I can't enchant it yet, but it should be able to hold a strong enough one in the future. Reel and I pause. Did you just say you couldn't enchant it yet? I ask. Aaliyah proudly puffs out her chest. She then reaches over to a shelf in the shed and pulls out an ugly-looking piece of scrap metal. She only needs to hold it for a second before luminescent lights ignite across its surface. No way, it's only been 3 months. Sandra and I are still working out some kinks, but we're hoping to be able to reliably enchant stuff by festival time. It eats up a lot of resources, though. It's no wonder she asked for more mithril and herbs. I can only imagine the gold she burnt through to advance at such a quick pace. Oh yeah, in my excitement, I forgot. Did you bring me the magic gem I asked for? I nod, it's in my safe. Awesome. Hey Sandra, your gem arrived. Aaliyah calls out to the girl who's meditating on the bench, and I realize it's Headman Down's daughter. Sandra. Aaliyah calls out again, but she doesn't stir. Normally, I'd hate disturbing her like this, but I know she would want to see it. Aaliyah justifies to herself before walking over to the statue of a girl. Hey Sandra. Aaliyah places her hand on her shoulder and her eyes snap open. Aaliyah, Down's daughter, snaps. You know how annoying it is when someone interrupts your meditation. I know, Aaliyah gestures for her to calm down, but I figured you'd like to know your magic gem arrived. Aaliyah motions over her shoulder at us, and when the headman's daughter sees us, her eyes go wide and she leaps up from her seat. Curvin's here. Aaliyah chuckles at her friend. You were in such a deep meditation you missed him entering the clearing. Sandra Downs blushes in embarrassment, but that doesn't stop her from moving past Aaliyah and jogging over to us. I haven't seen her in a while, not since the last letter I delivered to her over 6 months ago. I notice a few subtle differences between the woman walking towards me and the girl I last saw. She was glowing and not in the vitality sort of way. Her clothes were loose, but that didn't stop me from seeing her growing baby bump. Congratulations, Ms. Downs. I politely bow my head. It's been a while, Curvin. It seems everyone is saying that these days. I give her my best merchant smile. I wish someone told me sooner. I motioned to her stomach. I would have bought you a gift. I guess it's more obvious now. She affectionately places her hand over her lower abdomen. The gem you brought is enough. I can see the excitement in her eyes, so I move over to the safe built into my cart and open it, fetching the small case within. Aaliyah stands next to her friend as I carefully pass over the jewelry box. She slowly opens the small box, and the two of them stare at the small gem within. It's only slightly bigger than a grain of rice and is a bit cloudy, but I was reassured it was the best Giovanni could get his hands on with such short notice. It's perfect, Sandra says, and I feel a bit of tension leave my body. I cough into my hand and gather my nerve. The gem is 34 gold coins. Sandra Downs pales at the price, and Aaliyah looks like I just slapped her. 34, she repeats in an icy tone. I was told it was extremely hard to get a hold of on such short notice. Giovanni mentioned he had to go through some, less than reputable dealers, to find one. 34 gold coins is what Silver Herd paid for it. You're not being charged a single copper of markup, I stress. Aaliyah, I don't need, Sandra starts saying, and I immediately break out in sweats. Silver Herd paid a lot over the asking price to get that gem, and if Aaliyah says she doesn't want it, there isn't much we can do. No, it's fine, Aaliyah lets out a sigh, and I can breathe again. I ordered it, it's only right I buy it. I'll pay you back, Sandra promises. I know you will, we have a contract after all. Do the two of them have a contract together? I'm curious what it is, but I keep those thoughts to myself. However, I file that tidbit of information in the back of my mind. Over by the smelter is fine, the same place you put it last time. I wave my hand, signaling Lert and Reiba to get to work. While they do that, I should take inventory of everything I'm supposed to pick up. So which of these weapons are for the order? You hold on to the gem, Aaliyah tells Ms. Downs before focusing on me. Almost everything in this shed belongs to the order I promised Gray. I nod and start doing calculations in my head. Aaliyah's original contract stated she would be paid 70 of the market value for everything she made. Still now, the market is overinflated, and Silver Herd had already sold everything to Pacor at a lower price. Giovanni told me to pay 80 of what we sold them for, so that's 278 gold coins there, I mumble to myself. And the arrows, I ask Aaliyah. Over here, she says in a proud tone of voice. Aaliyah leads me over to a large flat box sitting next to her workbench. The wood has been sanded and applied with a varnish, the hinges shine in the sunlight, and I'm happy I won't need to procure my own box this time. You have the honors, she motions for me to open the container, so I do just that. As soon as I open the wooden case, I suck in a breath of air. The arrows inside look like works of art rather than weapons. The black arrowheads contrast with the tan arrow shafts and make the colorful fletching pop. Running my hand down one of the arrow shafts, I marvel at how smooth it feels to the touch. You can't even tell that it was formed by a hammer. Engraved just above the fletching on each of the arrows is Aaliyah's maker mark, and just like the arrow shafts, they are smooth to the touch. She must have used engraving ink to make them. Her maker's mark isn't a rune, so I don't think it will affect anything, and because it is flush with everything else, it won't affect the arrow's aerodynamics. Not that I'm an expert on either subject, but no matter how I look at it, these 9 arrows are a cut above the first one she sold me. What do you think? She asks me with a proud grin on her face. I think they are amazing. I give her my honest opinion. I don't, however, tell her I think Silver Herd lowballed Pacor on their price. It's our fault for underestimating the monster that is Aaliyah, but we could have easily gotten 10 more for arrows of this quality. Happy to hear it. So does all this cover what I owe Silver Herd? That and then some, I tell her. The goods here were enough to cover her debt to the company and then some. It even covers the price of the goods I brought her today. I was told you also had some metal for me. I do, she maintains her smile and leads me over to another shed. Inside this one are stacks of iron and steel ingots. I can't sell you all of it because we need to save some stock for everything we're building for the wall. That's what I was working on when you showed up. She motions to the steel rod she was working on. I understand. How much can you spare? 3/4 of our stock, roughly 220 steel and iron ingots, she tells me. Standard ingot size, I ask. Of course, she nods. That means each ingot weighs roughly 20 pounds. 440 ingots at 20 pounds, so that gives me almost 4.5 tons of metal. It isn't enough to supply all of our customers, but it will put a small dent in what's needed. At least we'll get some product out to our most valued clients. Steel is currently trading at 24 coppers a pound, nearly triple its original 9. Iron is even worse at 15 when it used to be traded for only 4 copper a pound. The market value of everything is 17 gold coins and 16 silver, an astronomical sum considering it's only iron and steel and not a magical metal. At 80, Aaliyah will get 13 gold, 72 silver and 8 large copper. Adding together what we owe her for the weapons and what she owes us for the second delivery, she went from owing us 450 gold coins to owing her 18 gold coins. Damn, I didn't bring that much with us. How'd we do? Aaliyah asks after she sees the gears in my head stop spinning. It pains me to say it, but it looks like I didn't bring enough gold with me. Walking over to my safe again, I fetch the bag of coins hidden there. Aaliyah's hands tremble as I offer her the bag. That is 15 gold and assorted coins. With this, Silver Herd owes you 3 more. Yes, I'm no longer in debt, she happily shouts. I stand there sharing in her enthusiasm. I may only get a small percentage of everything, but that still guarantees quite a bit of gold for myself. Shall we make it official? I hold out my hand after Aaliyah stops jumping for joy. With pleasure, she firmly takes my hand. Even with her barrier skill still activated, and our hands not actually touching each other, our skills still recognize the transaction as complete. I feel a warm glow in the pit of my stomach, signaling I just got a good deal of experience. I hold off on pulling up my status page, but I bet my merchant skill leveled just now. It may have taken months and an assassination attempt, but it was all worth it in the end. Maybe in the future I'll. My thoughts halt as Aaliyah squeezes my hand tighter than I would like. Her cheeks are red and she has a drunken expression on her face. Are you okay? I ask, to which Aaliyah just smiles at me. I seem to have forgotten how weird she could be. Do I even want to ask what just happened? Oh well, for the amount of coin I just made, I could put up with anything, and I'll continue to do so for as long as possible. A warm glow radiates out of my soul and travels throughout my body. My cheeks turn crimson as I try to remember the last time I felt something like this. Are you okay? Curvin gives me a concerned look that quickly turns to awkwardness as I respond with a goofy smile. I'm fine, I finally say after I compose myself a bit. My cheeks are still red, but that's mainly because I'm blushing now. I tried an experiment, and it worked out. You don't have to, he tries to say, but I feel the need to explain myself. You see, mentally, I've been telling myself the arrows wouldn't be complete until I gave them to you. I haven't gotten a single point of experience from working on them until this point. It worked as I wanted it to. That's what I tell Curvin, but that's only part of the truth. I tried this to see if I could replicate the same feeling I get from using Soul Devourer. I can understand that, Curvin forces a smile. Everyone likes that feeling, so I can see why you want to try and increase it. I knew it was just an empty platitude on Curvin's part, but I'll take it. I imagine you got a lot of experience for the arrows then. Wouldn't you like to know? I smirk, not falling into his trap and revealing my gains. Fair enough. Curvin takes a step back and glances at his cart, which is quickly being emptied of my ore. I'll leave you to go over your gains. I'm quite interested in my own, if you'll excuse me. I watch as Curvin turns around and walks over to his cart. He has a far-off look to him, so I'm guessing he just pulled up his status page. I quickly do the same. I've purposely waited to check my status until now, and I'm curious about how much I've grown. That is a lot of experience points, but not as much as I was expecting. Between Tabitha's increased training regimen and all the work I put into those arrows, over 20 of my skills saw some sort of growth. Compared to the last time I checked my status page, I gained fewer overall skill levels, but the experience I gained from them was still close to that of the last time. But that's just regarding the experience I gained from leveling up my skills. Most of the overall experience I gained was from a moment ago when I finally fulfilled my agreement with Silver Herd. I put hours of hard work into each of those arrows, even after I technically had them finished. I kept from considering the arrows completed instead. I examined each arrow almost every day, looking for any minor mistakes. If there were a slight bump, I'd smooth it out. If I thought I could sharpen the arrows further, I did. To compare these arrows to the one I made initially was like comparing day to night. And yet, subtracting what I thought I got from the other smiting I've been doing, I only gained roughly 180,000 experience from them. I don't remember the exact amount of experience I got for the first arrow, but I think it was around 130,000. That's only 50,000 more than the last arrow I made, but that's a lot less considering I made 9 arrows instead of the one this time. I figured I'd get at least 300,000 this time around, considering I didn't ask for Master's help like last time. My shoulders sag a bit. I want to be happy with all the skill levels I got, but I can't help but feel ripped off by whatever system distributes experience in this world. Maybe the arrows weren't that different from the first one. From what Master has told me, I know you get less experience the more times you craft the same item. I just didn't imagine it would drop off by such a large amount. But it makes sense. I didn't have nearly the same trouble I had forging the first arrow, and strife plays a big part in how much experience someone is rewarded. I spent longer making the 9, but there was never any thought that I'd fail. Now that I'm thinking about it, wouldn't crafting be overpowered if I got 130,000 experience for each arrow I made? No one would choose to be a warrior if crafting gave that much experience. That first arrow pushed me to my limits, but I've gained 10 levels since then, and I'm not the same person I was back then. and it isn't like the experience I got was small by any means. Of course, as people level, they need more experience, but as they do, they can also create better and better products, facilitating further growth. I'll need to remember that to not get my hopes up in the future. In the end, I ended up shooting myself in the foot by waiting to claim my experience. If I didn't wait, I would have noticed the diminishing return and wouldn't have got my hopes that high. When I make Reel's dagger, it will be interesting to see how much experience that gives me. Maybe then I'll be able to guess how much I got for that last arrow compared to the previous ones. Taking a deep breath, I settle my turbulent emotions. I should feel proud of what I've made, and just because I didn't get the experience I was expecting doesn't take away from what I did. Plus, my skills leveling was the real reward. I finally reached level 75 in blacksmithing, reaching its second bottleneck. It is also the level that Stonekin believed to be the starting point for a true smith. While blacksmithing hit level 75, mining and double strike passed their first tests. Double strike probably leveled while I was making the arrows, and I'm sure mining reached level 51 sometime over the past few days. Both Master and I have been working hard in the mine almost every day, so it's only natural mining would reach the next level. While I understood why most of my skills leveled, two gave me pause. The first was increase price. After completing such a huge transaction, I understood why trading would level but increase price. I didn't push for more money even though I could have, yet my skill still leveled. Was I given a higher price for my goods without me knowing? And if so, did that make my skill level? Tabitha told me Pakor bought my weapons from Giovanni as soon as he conquered Blayton, before inflation became as bad as it has. So if I were paid for what my weapons would be worth now, 28 gold would seem like chump change. The only thing I could think of was that Giovanni ordered Curvin to pay me more because of our relationship, even though they didn't have to. That might have been enough to push increased price up a level. Sometimes I wish there was a manual I could consult on what qualified as enough to raise a skill to its next level. But unfortunately, the requirements are more than a little vague, and nobody seems to level the same as the person next to them. Human error, maybe. And speaking of what it takes to raise a level, my eyes fall to my contract skill. It was the second skill that confused me because it leveling up also came out of nowhere. But I'm not sure if it leveled because I formed a contract with Sandra or because I fulfilled my agreement with Silver Herd. Technically, I terminated the contract between Gray and me, so did I receive experience for following through with it even though the person I first formed it with was dead and the contract was gone? If so, then contract is as scary as I thought it was. Even with the contract broken on some level, the world still rewarded me for my part, meaning specific skills had a more profound function than what I initially realized. Skills affect the soul, so I should be careful in the future. Excuse me, Aaliyah. Curvin calls out to me, so I dismiss my status page and leave pondering the nature of skills for later. Yes, my guys are finished emptying the cart. Is it okay if we load up the weapons? Ever the polite merchant, Curvin asks for permission before he grabs his goods from our sheds. Go ahead, I give him the all clear. They're yours anyways. Right then, Curvin nods with a smile. I stand back and watch his men start by loading up all the ingots he bought. One by one, they move the pile of metal from our materials shed to Curvin's cart. The merchant himself stands close by, out of his men's way, and mouths out numbers as they work, probably taking a mental inventory of everything. It doesn't take long for Lurt, Reba, and Reel to empty everything, even if they periodically stop to admire my work. That's everything. Curvin cheerfully remakes after watching the last spear be placed in his cart. While Curvin's men move to strap a tarp over everything, I look at our previously full sheds. The pile of steel and iron in the materials shed is half of what it was, and the shed I was using to store my completed works in was now empty. It took me 3 months to fill it up, but less than an hour to empty. I take it you also gained some experience. I grin at Curvin, who has a massive smile on his face. He chuckles. Wouldn't you like to know? Touché. Curvin and I share a small laugh, but that only lasts a minute. Before an awkward silence comes between us, I ask a few questions I have. I take it that was the last of the caggles. I motion to the pile of ore next to our smelter. Sadly, yes. I can see about maybe finding you a different magic mineral, but it won't be in large quantities like this. Like the samples you used to bring for me. Exactly, Curvin lets out a sigh. I would offer you to come back with us to Dre and see what we have, but things aren't exactly running smoothly at the moment. I could imagine, so the office building I visited in Dre was huge. I don't know how big the explosion was, but it should take a while to fix, even with the proper skills. There is some good news, Curvin tells me when he sees my frustration. Whatever you make with that Kagels will sell for even more next time. Oh yeah, about that. Did you give me more than 70? You noticed. Because the goods were sold before we got them, Giovanni knew we couldn't pay you what you deserve at the current market price, so he had me raise your cut to 80 of what he sold it to Pakor for. That's good, I remark, more than a little surprised. Mom told me that crafters usually only get around 50 of what their goods are worth. She drilled it into me that I should always barter with that in mind. If 80 covered all my debt and all the overpriced materials Kervin brought with him today, that probably means Giovanni sold all my stuff to Pacor for over 1,000 gold coins. Just how rich is the old man, or did he use Skal's money? I wonder, but more importantly, Kervin is right. The batch of ore I just got is already paid for, so whatever I make with it will be 100 profit. Did Giovanni have any requests for me? Anything specific he needs making? Nope, Kervin grins from ear to ear. Pacor has already agreed to buy anything you make. As long as it isn't farm tools, you can make whatever you want, and it will sell. Even if you make farm tools, I'll buy them from you, Kervin good naturally chuckles. Both Pacor and Giovanni must have a lot of faith in me if I'm being given this much freedom. A chunk of the ore will go to a new set of armor for myself, and a tiny bit is all that is needed for Kervin's knife, but the rest is up in the air. Do I stick to spears and swords, or do I mix things up with a different weapon? I don't have any more delinium, so more arrows are out of the question. Maybe I should try making a shield. I should ask Tabitha if anyone knows what Pacor might need. It was her. I take it you'll buy other stuff too, right? I ask just to make sure. If you make it, Silverherd can sell it, Kervin reassures me. Ingots, tools, weapons, building supplies. Kervin glances at my glowing forge and the steel rods lying next to it. Until there's a proper ceasefire between Skal and Olbert, and the trading routes are once again opened up, we'll buy anything you got. That's good, I happily remark. Everything is secured, boss. Reiba calls out to Kervin as he walks over to us, followed closely by Reel and Lurt. Good, Kervin smiles at his men before focusing back on me and bowing politely. I'll be back later in the day to watch Reel get his ass kicked by Pacor's student. Hey, Reel snaps. Kervin ignores Reel's protests. I have business with the future headman of this village, so I'll leave you to your work. See you later. I politely wave the four men off and watch them slowly leave Master's clearing. I too need to get back to work. I'll need to hustle if I want to get everything done before Kervin comes back. Brother said he needed roughly 100 steel rods before they started digging out the wall's foundation, so I better get to it. Never a moment's rest. For once I stood at the edge of the quarry and not inside it. I watched as Reel stretched just as I did before each of my sparring sessions with Tabitha. And for the first time I saw Tabitha do the same. She already had her weapons drawn and was lightly swinging them around to warm up. Tabitha must see Reel as a real threat or this is going to end really quickly. 3 copper says Tabitha is going to win. What? No way, Tabitha is going to crush him. I'm not giving you my money. Standing next to me, Frank and Lloyd were just as vocal as ever, giddily awaiting the fighting to start. By their excitement and how vocal they were, you would never guess they'd been working all day. When Lloyd doesn't rise to Frank's challenge, he turns to the others nearby. What about you, boss? You think the new guy can beat Tabitha? My brother hums in thought. I'm not sure. We've seen Aaliyah spar with Tabitha, but we've never seen this real person before. Is he any good? Brother directs his question towards me. He is, I simply state and leave it at that. If it were just Richard and me, I'd tell him Reel was around the same level I am or that Tabitha is in the 90s, but I don't want to give away their levels in front of Frank and Lloyd. But he is used to fighting. Master's tired voice enters our conversation. The sun was going down, and everyone should be retiring for the day, but here we all were, ready to watch the fight between Reel and Tabitha. Brother, Sandra, Master, Frank, and Lloyd stood near me while Kervin, Lurt, and Reiba made up their own group a few dozen feet away from us. It's starting, I point out to everyone when I see Reel and Tabitha take up their respective stances. First to bleed, I hear Reel ask the armored woman in front of him. Sounds fun. Tabitha responds with her signature savage grin. Frank and Lloyd go quiet as the air changes. Reel and Tabitha both release their bloodlust simultaneously, and every one of us is forced to swallow a nervous lump in our throats, even me. I thought I was used to the pressure Tabitha usually releases during our fights, but this was different. There was a quantitative difference between the Tabitha in front of me and the one I regularly sparred with. The Tabitha in front of me was out for blood. Reel wasn't as bad, but the pressure he released wasn't that far off from Tabitha's. Reel felt like a drawn dagger ready to pounce in the face of Tabitha's might. Holy shit, Frank mutters, and I see that he and most of our group were trembling. Only Master and I were fine, but I did notice how strongly Master was clenching his fists while my hand had reflexively moved up to grab my hammer. And then Reel vanished. There were gasps of surprise around me, but I kept my eyes on the battlefield. I wasn't going to miss a second of this fight. I might not be able to physically see Reel, but Sense Mana still let me track where he was, and he was just standing there. Reel hadn't taken a step since he became invisible, confusing me greatly. I'd figure he'd throw a dagger or creep up behind her, though the dagger probably wouldn't be that good of an idea. As soon as he releases his weapon, I doubt it would go very far before it lost its invisibility, and that would give away his position. He's invisible, come on. Frank loudly complains. I watch as Reel finally starts to make his move. He moves slowly back and forth, testing to see if Tabitha can track him as I can, but she just stands there, facing forward with a smile plastered across her face. Tabitha doesn't so much as twitch as Reel slowly positions himself to the left of her. She holds her shield on her left arm, but dealing with that is better than the sword in her right. 20 feet, 15 feet, Reel slowly closes in on his target, and Tabitha still hasn't moved from her initial position. Is Reel going to be able to successfully ambush her? At 10 feet, the void of mana that is Reel lunges at Tabitha. Part of me thinks that it might be all just as quick as it started, but the woman who's been training me all this time doesn't disappoint. Tabitha's feet blur at the last second, and she reorientates herself to face the still invisible Reel. I can't see his expression while he's cloaked, but I'm sure he must be surprised. Tabitha swings her sword at the empty air, and a loud clanging noise echoes throughout the quarry. Dirt is kicked up as Reel is sent flying by Tabitha's strike. Space appears to shatter around Reel as the effects of his magic item are broken, and he is revealed to my shocked companions. I should have known I couldn't sneak up on you. Reel grimaces and shakes out his arms. The blades of the two daggers in his hands were ruined from parring Tabitha's sudden strike. It wasn't a bad attempt, but better than you have tried and failed, she gloats. Then I guess I'll need to do better. Reel rises to his feet in defiance with a cocky grin. He tosses away his useless daggers and draws two new ones. Both serrated weapons are longer than the first pair he used and radiate a higher degree of magic. Reel rushes at Tabitha, who takes a step forward to meet him, and what happens next is a flurry of strikes between the two. Sparks fly all over the place as enchanted metal meets enchanted metal. Both are dexterity-based fighters, and yet they're both different from one another. Reel is like me and moves around a lot, while Tabitha prefers short, swift movements. Reel attacks from two angles with multiple weapons, while Tabitha guards with her shield and counterattacks with her sword. The new daggers Reel is using have to be enchanted for endurance because, unlike his first two, they hold up when he uses them to parry Tabitha's sword. Reel is forced to dance between a very thin line of attacking and defending due to the length of his weapons. He has to get in close, while Tabitha is more comfortable at mid-range. Amazing, I hear Sandra say. I take my eyes off the battle for a moment to sneak a peek at my friend. Her eyes were wide, but she didn't look as shocked as Frank and Lloyd. Both men are staring into the quarry speechless with their mouths hanging open. That's a first for them. I'm a little jealous that they've never looked at me like that when I was sparring Tabitha, but more than anyone else here, I can see that the fight between Reel and Tabitha is a step above anything I've done. The way the two anticipate each other's movements, the way they predict the other's strikes, the sheer number of feints they use. This is a true battle between high-leveled individuals. I can only watch and marvel at the spectacle in front of me like the rest of them. After trading countless blows in a matter of minutes, the two finally separate, with neither of them so much as scratching the other. Another hidden talent in this corner of the world, Tabitha offers her praise to Reel while ignoring the sweat dripping into her eyes. That means a lot coming from you, Reel pants. That's all the two say before they rush at each other again like frenzied animals. The two of them were the epitome of an anime fight come to life, which is incredible. My heart speeds up as time seems to come to a crawl. I had never seen either of them fight like this before, and it was eye-opening. I need to practice a lot harder if I'm ever going to press Tabitha as Reel is doing right now. Maybe I, too, could be like this if I never took up crafting and devoted all my time to practicing with my weapon, but that's just not me. Neither of them is slowing, even though both are starting to get winded, so it was only a matter of time until one of them messed up and allowed the other to tag them. Which would it be? I had a suspicion who it might be. Suddenly, Reel made his move. He uses Flash Step to appear behind Tabitha. She uses her stance-changing skill to reposition herself, but Reel had already Flash Stepped again and lunged at Tabitha by then. He aimed for the split-second cooldown before she could use her skill again. Reel thrusts his right dagger at her exposed side, but a flash of light halts it before it can pierce her skin. Tabitha has a manic look on her face as she looks down at a frozen Reel. Tabitha's shield was glowing and had wrapped her in a cloak of light. So that's what her shield does. It produces an effect similar to my mana skin, but seeing how it stopped Reel's enchanted dagger, it was probably a lot stronger. Tabitha stabs at Reel, and he's forced to duck away. But as he ducks, Tabitha steps forward, and shield bashes him, sending him stumbling. From there on, the fight turned incredibly one-sided. Tabitha kept the pressure on Reel, never letting him recover until she could slice him in between his armor. Reel didn't flinch when he was cut or groan in pain. He merely looked defeated. It's my loss, he admits, lowering his daggers. Truly, the rumors about you don't do you justice. The light slowly fades around Tabitha. You weren't so bad yourself, she genuinely smiles. She sheathes her sword and wipes the sweat from her face, signaling the fight to be over. That was amazing, Lloyd shouts while everyone else respectfully claps. Reel smiles under everyone's praises before dropping to his knees in exhaustion. I use airwalk to hop down into the quarry and offer him a hand. Well, you survived, I joke as I help him to his feet. Shut up, I'm sure you know how strong she is, Reel hisses at me. For a second, my smile collapses. I mumble under my breath. For all Tabitha's been pushing me, she's never fought like that. I finally saw what she's capable of, and it pains me to admit it, but I'm nowhere close to reaching that level yet. I'm the one who lost, how come you're the one who looks defeated? Tabitha walks over to us and stares down at a limping reel. Your talents are wasted here, why not come and work for my master? Skull would appreciate your talents. Hum pity. That's all Tabitha says before she turns around to face the others who were walking down into the quarry. Lady Tabitha, you were amazing, truly splendid. Frank and Lloyd fawn over the armored woman as Curvin walks over to us. You okay? He asks, raising an eyebrow at a battered reel. You don't have to worry about me. Reel groans as he straightens his back. After a good night's rest, I'll be good as new. You know it was stupid of you to challenge her, right? Curvin asks in a low voice so that others couldn't hear him. What if you offended her and she decided to kill you? Reel scoffs. Then I would have died, he matter-of-factly says. She went easy on me, Reel says with a bit of frustration in his voice. I couldn't tell while we were fighting, but seeing how she's nowhere near as tired as I am, I don't think I pushed her as hard as I thought I did. Curvin steals a glance over his shoulder at Tabitha, who is nodding along to the people congratulating her on her win. I had to try, Reel firmly states. I needed to see the gap between me and the next level. That's the only way I'll improve. Curvin sighs and shakes his head. You're crazy, you know that. Reel chuckles, it's the best way to live. You can let go of me now, he tells me. I slowly take my hands off Reel, but he seems okay to stand. Part of me wanted to agree with Reel about pushing yourself, but on the other hand, I understood Curvin not getting Reel's motivation. Some days I want nothing more than to stay in the village and craft my days away, while others, I want to adventure and see the world. Either way, I'll need strength if I want to decide for myself. There was a genuine possibility that I might die after leaving the village for Skull, so I have to be stronger. No, I will become stronger. I'll reach Tabitha's level, and beyond this, I swear to myself. The village seemed quieter than usual as I ran my morning laps. No one was in the fields, people weren't clearing trees, and our budding wall was left unattended, just for today, that is. There were still a couple of hunters patrolling the edge of the village, but they were the only people I encountered on my run. However, if you walked more than 10 feet into the village, you would see that the quiet facade was only skin deep. The village was full of excitement because today was the last day of the year, and everyone was preparing for the end-of-year festival. Usually, the end-of-year festival wasn't enough to warrant everybody taking the entire day off, but this year was particular. Not only had the village survived goblin attacks, magic beasts, and a change in leadership from Olbert to Skull, but we were also celebrating Richard and Sandra's union today, and almost the whole village was helping with the preparations. That's why I'm running alone right now. Mother was with Surette making some last-minute adjustments to the couple's wedding tassels. Dad was out with the hunters looking for fresh meat for the festivities later. Richard was having his builders fasten together a tiny stage in front of Camden's house for the ceremony, while Sandra was being fawned over by most of the village's women. I offered to help, but I was told I wasn't needed, which, not going to lie, I felt a little sad about. But then again, I wasn't good enough with sewing to help put the final touches on the tassel. There were plenty of people working on the stage, and I knew next to nothing about fashion. The only thing I could have helped with was the hunting, and even then I was told I was more of a hit things over the head kind of girl rather than the silent hunter type. So with nothing important to do, I figured I'd stick to my morning routine and take a few laps around the village. And without Mother with me, I don't need to hold back. Pumping my arms, I finished my 25th lap around the village in 10 minutes, my personal best. My stopping point put me directly in front of the village, where the first part of the wall was being constructed. I could get a good look at how far along everything was coming without getting in anybody's way with nobody around. Although, of course, there wasn't much to see at the moment other than a lot of upturned dirt. But that was because all of the progress made was underground. The day after Curvin left the village, Richard deemed he had enough material prepped to start laying the wall's foundation, and it was magical. Mostly because Sandra used magic to dig the hole. I'd seen her use magic to turn over the village's fields, but it wasn't exactly flashy like a fireball spell. The trench she dug for Richard, on the other hand, that was impressive. Sandra assured me her spell wasn't always that over-the-top, and that she was only able to do what she did because she incorporated her new inject mana skill into her spell. But it was still impressive. Sandra was able to peel back earth like a chef peeled an onion. She couldn't move all the dirt at once, so she did it in waves, basically turning the ground into a receding tide of dirt. Sandra did in 10 minutes what all of Richard's crew would have taken 2 days to accomplish, and that was with her limited mana pool. I tried to copy her spell by observing how her mana functioned, but I sadly failed. She used inject mana to force her spell deep into the earth where it activated, but with her quick casting skill combined with her chanting skill, I wasn't able to follow along with what she was mumbling under her breath. I had tried to mimic Sandra's spell by manually manipulating my mana as her spell did, but that went over as well as I expected. I'm not sure if my skills weren't high enough, or if there was some fundamental difference between casting magic with incantations and physical manipulation. Of course, the latter helps the former, but that's all I knew. Sandra and I love to bounce theories off of one another, but that's all we can do as we are. Plus, I can't prod Sandra for too many answers because even though she hides it well, I can tell she's disappointed by her lack of knowledge. This is understandable because Sandra's family paid good money for her to learn magic, and all she got in return was a half-ass lesson. If anything, the Downs paid more for the spells Sandra learned, with only a few tips and tricks thrown in for good measure, most of which she couldn't share. Part of me wants to pay off Sandra's debt so she can teach me the spells that she's learned. However, Sandra already feels like she owes me to the point she demanded we form a contract between us. I don't think she'd agree to me paying off her debt, no matter my motives. Sighing, I reach out and tap the stone wall sticking out of the ground. Since Curvin left the village, they've built about 200 feet of wall. At the moment, it only sticks a foot out of the ground, and anything in this forest could quickly get over it as it is now, but Richard claims from here on out, progress will be faster. According to him, the villagers who volunteered to help were gaining their first skills. They were only tier 1 and 2 max, but everything speeds up the process bit by bit. I was told the foundation was the most challenging part to build, and though they were about to start building up rather than down, part of their crew was going to remain dedicated to digging and laying down more foundation to expand the wall around the village. When completed, the wall will be 2 feet thick and should protect the village from most of the dangers of the forest. It might not protect against a strong magic beast, but it would certainly slow them down and give people time to react. And if magic beasts were that common, the village wouldn't be here right now. This last year was truly an exception among exceptions. Climbing onto the small wall, I test my footing by jumping in place. The stone under my feet doesn't budge a millimeter, and then when I'm positive the wall can take it, I launch myself into the air and activate airwalk. I climb higher and higher until I can see the entirety of the village before me, and it's a beautiful sight. The morning sun was shining brightly down onto our little patch of heaven. There was no morning chill in the air, seeing how this was the last day of spring. It was getting hotter out, and things would only heat up tomorrow with summer officially starting, and I wasn't just talking about the weather. Packer told me he would settle his business with Olbert as soon as possible, meaning I don't know how much longer I have here. It pained me to know that he could show up tomorrow, and I wouldn't have a say in my leaving. My going protects the village, but I still have things I want to do before leaving. I want to hold my future niece or nephew before I go and make sure that they will grow up in a safe environment. As safe as they could be out here in the forest anyways. The steadily growing wall below me helped with that second part, but I could still do more. I'm still designing my second set of armor, but in the meantime, I'm practicing by making various armor pieces for the village's armory. My goal is to fill up Richard's fancy building before Packor comes to drag me off to Skull. And then there was the third thing I wanted to do. It wasn't as important as my first 2 goals, but it was still something I've been working towards over the last year, ever since the goblin extermination. I wanted to see what was in the deeper reaches of the forest. I want to see where the chameleon spiders came from with my own eyes, and I want to see what else was possibly living there. My parents know I wanted to explore the depths of the endless forest, but I bet they thought I forgot about it with everything that's been going on recently. I've naturally had to put exploring on the back burner between my training with Tabitha and everything else I've been working on. But now, I flex my hands as I gaze off into the distance at the sea of trees beyond the edge of the village. I don't want to have any more regrets than I need to when I leave the village, so starting tomorrow, I'll start my preparations. I won't mention my plans until I have more things squared away, but I will see what's out there. With that promise, I slow down my use of airwalk and let myself drift back to the ground, where someone is waiting for me. I saw you in the sky, Tabitha notes as my feet once again touch down on the hard stone. Yeah, I wanted to see the village, I lightly reply. Tabitha nods in understanding but honestly looks bored. She knows I won't agree to train with her today, but I still thought she would ask. The fact that we're alone right now and she wasn't begging to train with me was honestly a little disconcerting. I take it you don't have much to do today either, I ask, trying to strike up a conversation. I've never been good with festivals, Tabitha tells me without a hint of emotion. I was required to attend them with my master, but I never enjoyed them. Too many people looking for weaknesses to exploit. Sounds fun, I note with a lot of sarcasm, but then smile at Tabitha. But you don't have to worry about that here. Tabitha's eyes widen just a bit, signaling she understands what I'm getting at. Tabitha is the strongest person in the village, and other than myself, no one here has any relationship with Skull. No one was stupid enough to anger the woman in armor, let alone try anything. So if she wanted to relax for a change, by all rights she could. Maybe you're right, Tabitha mumbles. If you think so, may I make a suggestion? You may. Tabitha permits me to speak my mind. Take off your armor for a change and leave your weapons in your room, I tell her. Enjoy the festival, I know I will. I've been waiting for this for years. Tabitha lightly shivers at the mere mention of disarming herself, but I can see that she's thinking it over. I'll think about it, Tabitha says, lacking her usual confident tone for a change. I'm going to patrol the village's perimeter again. All right, see you tonight. Don't be late for my brother's wedding ceremony. Tabitha pauses as she turns around to walk away. I'll be there. That's all she says before walking into the woods. I chuckle and shake my head. To think I would openly ask her to attend my brother's wedding. I can't help but feel we've become closer, even with all her torturous training. Even if I initially didn't like her because of her relationship to Pakor, I'd be blind if I didn't see how much she's putting into training me. Then there's what she's done to help the village. People gossip about how they've seen her patrolling the edge of the forest now and again. And everyone knows she's killed more than one Karhu that had wandered a bit too close to the village. To me, it always felt like she spent all her time watching me, but that obviously wasn't the case. I may not completely understand her devotion to Pakor, but she personally has done enough for me in the village that I don't despise her anymore. At least when she's not tearing up my armor with her sword, that is. Well, now what do? I ask out loud to no one. Maybe I should check up on Master and make sure he's coming to the festival. Not to bother him, certainly not. After all, it would be just like Master to not show up and blame it on not being invited. I was going to make sure Master would attend the celebrations, even if I had to drag him there myself. Most of my day was boring, and I spent most of it bugging Master until he promised to join in on the celebrations. The festivities didn't start until much later in the day, but with the sun dipping over the horizon, things were finally kicking off. There was a sense of excitement in the air. Everyone in the village watched as Camden made his up onto the newly built stage in front of his house. I was standing with my family to the left of the stage, periodically smirking at my brother, who looked both the happiest he's ever been as well as the most nervous. He wouldn't take his eyes off Camden's front door, which was where Sandra was supposed to emerge from at the beginning of the ceremony. We'll get to the end-of-year festivities in a moment, but we all know why we are here. Today my precious daughter is getting married, and it couldn't be to anyone better. Everyone erupts in applause. Camden waves his hands, gesturing for people to quiet down when people don't stop cheering. Usually I'd call up the bride's father to join me on stage, but seeing how I'm already here, that makes things easier. Camden's joke earned a few chuckles from the crowd. His joke is only funny because everyone knows what happens next. This was the part where the bride's father was supposed to give the groom a hard time. Richard, Camden gestures at my brother. Come up and state before me and everyone else what you have to offer my daughter. Good luck, I whisper to Richard as I affectionately pat his back. I use just enough force to make him take his first step towards the stage. Well, Camden asks with an air of superiority. Brother clears his throat and places his hand over his heart. I, Richard, do swear to you and everyone here that I will provide for Sandra to the best of my abilities and beyond. If she asks for it, I will build her a castle with my own 2 hands and treat her like the queen I know she is. To the end of my days, I will keep her safe and allow no harm to befall her. In the gods' names, I swear. Woo, I cheer like many others in the crowd. His speech was a little over the top, with the whole build a castle thing, but when you consider it was Richard who came up with the idea to build a wall around the village, you would realize he might be able to do it. Though I doubt Master would agree to supply him with the stone if he tried. Camden gives brother an approving nod. I wouldn't accept anything else, but let us see if your bride feels the same way. Sandra Downs, do you accept? Camden turns towards his front door. Slowly, the door swings open, revealing Sandra standing in the doorway wearing a beautiful blue dress. Unlike Earth, people don't wear white when they get married, at least not in Olbert where this ceremony originates. Her dress caught the last rays of the sunset and sparkled in the light. Sandra confidently walked out onto the stage, wearing the biggest smile I'd ever seen, even greater than brother's if that was possible. I accept. 1,000 times yes. I spot a tear in the corner of Camden's eye. I'm not sure if it was because he was happy for his daughter or because he was essentially giving her away. Either way, he was fighting to hold back his tears. Camden pauses to cough and wipe at his eyes, earning him a few heckles from the crowd. Too late to stop now. One person shouts, "Don't choke," another yells over everybody else. Camden straightens himself out and continues with the ceremony, ignoring the jokes at his expense. All right then, all we need is someone to act as a witness that isn't a part of the 2 families. Earlier, I asked Mother about why the witness had to be someone not related to the bride and groom, and she told me it was to make sure the 2 families weren't forcing the couple together. Having an outside party witness the matrimony might not be a foolproof way to stop a forced marriage, but it helped somewhat. I'll do it. I hear Frank's voice in the crowd, along with multiple other people volunteering. I already asked someone, Camden barks, silencing everyone. If our esteemed guest can join us up on stage. The crowd goes silent, and I hear someone sigh before people start parting and making way for the person to reach the stage. Whoever they are, they certainly don't sound very enthusiastic. From my position, I couldn't see much of the person stepping forward, however. I could see one thing, their hair. It was blue, and that was all I needed to see to know who Camden asked to stand witness to Richard and Sandra's wedding. But though I recognized her, others didn't. Who's that? I don't know. Idiots, it's her. Tabitha walked out of the crowd, and I immediately understood why some people didn't recognize her. She wasn't wearing her armor like I suggested this morning. She still has her sword at her hip, so she didn't take all my advice, but you could see that she was at least trying. You couldn't fault people for not recognizing her right away. I see her almost every other day, and even I've never seen her without her armor on. Tabitha rigidly makes her way on stage and stands next to Camden, wearing what had to be a military uniform. Her outfit wasn't over the top, but it stood out compared to people's everyday wear. And true to someone in a uniform, Tabitha didn't let her posture slip, standing straight as an arrow. Her hand is resting on her sword's handle while her eyes constantly scan the crowd. She looks like she's expecting a monster to pop out of nowhere. I didn't realize she would be this nervous without her armor on. If you can, please state your name. Camden politely asks Tabitha as she joins him up on stage. Lady Tabitha Lurs, 2nd Captain under Skull's 3rd Battalion, student of Pakor the Deathless. She's a noble, more than one person shouts. Many are surprised to hear Tabitha's full name and rank, and that includes me. I knew Tabitha was an important person, but a noble as well. Camden doesn't give us long to think about Tabitha's title before he calls us on stage. While Mom, Dad, and I enter from the left, Sandra's brothers and her mother climb on stage from the right. We then move next to the person we aren't related to. So we gather around Sandra while her family moves next to brother. The act is supposed to symbolize our two families coming together. Do both families have their tassels? Camden looks back and forth between mother and his wife, clearly seeing the vibrant blue and gold tassels each holds. We do, they both respond together, clearly happy to see their babies finally getting married. Present them, please. Camden holds out his hands. Mother and Surette offer up an end of their tassels, and Camden continues the ceremony. With these, he proclaims, grabbing the two tassels. We bind the lives of Sandra Downs and Richard together. Camden proceeds to tie the two tassels together with a marriage knot. Take each other's hands, he instructs the couple. Gingerly, brother reaches to his side and gently takes Sandra's hand into his own, all while sporting the most love-struck smile I've ever seen. Sandra has a similar smile, making the two look lost in their own world as Sandra's father continues the ceremony. With these tassels, we bind not only this couple, but their families as well. I can't help but chuckle to myself. Our families have been inseparable for years, making the ceremony just the icing on top of the proverbial cake. The village cheers as Camden wraps the tassels around Richard and Sandra's hands, binding them together both physically and metaphorically. Let the gods rejoice and bless this union. Camden shouts over the growing excitement of the crowd. I now pronounce you both Sandra and Richard Downs. Because our family didn't have a last name, Richard automatically adopted Sandra's now that they were officially married. Congratulations, you two. Camden lets his MC persona slip as he leans forward and hugs the two of them. I'm so happy for you. Mom gushes as she affectionately clings to Dad's side. As soon as Camden parts from the newlywed couple, they kiss to the joy of the crowd. And just like that, Sandra and brother's marriage ceremony was complete. For a relatively short spectacle, it was pretty beautiful. Personally, I think simplicity is best. Mom said the nobles and the rich like to turn their weddings into multi-day affairs, but those are a minority and sound like a pain to attend to. It was more practical to tack a marriage on to any event already scheduled in a village like ours. There could even be multiple weddings celebrated at once, but that was rare in a village of our size. Moreover, it made sense considering people will drink the same for one marriage or 5. Time to drink, a man in the crowd shouted, with others quickly joining in, ready to get the party started. Not quite yet. Camden cuts off the cheering crowd before they can move to crack open the kegs of ale. Camden shuffles around Richard and Sandra, who were still tightly embracing one another, taking center stage. We'll get to the drinking in a moment, but first we still have the end-of-year ceremony. Many in the audience groan but stop when Camden gives the crowd a somber look. We mustn't forget the people we lost this year, those who died of old age, and especially those who gave their lives to defend the village. Everyone in the crowd goes silent as Camden starts reciting names from memory. Just as he said, the first two were people who died of old age. That was where Camden would usually have to stop, but next came the names of those who died during the goblin attack. I didn't know most of them, but their deaths still weighed on my heart. Back then, if I was as strong as I am now, I probably could have saved them. May we all pray that they found peace and comfort in Goddess Aaliyah's gentle embrace. Camden prays aloud, and everyone repeats what he says verbatim. I mumble the words and lower my head in prayer like everybody else, but it isn't to show respect to the gods. My prayer is solely for the souls of the dearly departed in hopes that they safely made their way into the circle of reincarnation. There was no reason they should be subjected to meeting with those crass beings everybody calls gods. A peaceful afterlife is what they truly deserve. Everyone shares in the moment of silence. Camden waits a full 5 minutes before breaking the silence over the crowd. We will not forget those we lost, but we will not overlook the good either. This last year was the most trying our village has ever seen, and we came out stronger from it. My daughter and her husband returned home and brought with them waves of change. Our fields are bigger than they ever have been before, and many have leveled. You could argue our village was safer than ever, and with the wall, many of you are helping to build. Spotted Creek Village will be even safer in the years to come. New life is coming to our village. Camden glances at Sandra with a smile on his face. And we have a new adult joining us as well. There is confusion amongst the crowd, but that quickly fades when Camden gestures for me to stand next to him. Some of you might have forgotten with how much she has helped the village, but Aaliyah turned 15 this year. She is the pride of our village, and we all must celebrate this momentous occasion. Camden gestures to a few people standing next to the kegs in turn. They begin to crack open the alcohol and start pouring tankards of ale. People then start passing out the cups, but no one drinks yet. One woman brings multiple tankards up onto the stage and hands them to us, making sure to hand one filled with juice to Sandra. Camden waits for everyone present to have a drink before holding his up above his head. This is for the dead and for the living, to our past and to our future. May the next year be better than the last. Camden throws back his head and starts chugging his ale, and everyone does the same. Well, not everyone chugs their drink. Some sip their alcohol, but the point is everyone drinks at the same time. So I tentatively bring my tankard up to my mouth and give it a sniff before I take a swig. I wasn't that much of a drinker in my past life, and it had been so long since I've tasted alcohol that I couldn't remember what beer tasted like. So it indeed was like I was drinking for the first time. And it wasn't that good. The ale was warm and tasted like liquid bread. I didn't know what to expect from medieval alcohol, but it wasn't this. I didn't want to compare the ale to modern-day beer because it wasn't, but I had to guess they both served the same purpose. You didn't drink beer because it tasted good, you drank it because you wanted to get plastered. So despite the ale's lackluster taste, I copied Camden and threw my head back and chugged my beverage down to the last drop. Tonight the village was going to party, and I'd been sober for 15 years. I deserved a drink. Tonight I was going to get drunk, no two ways about it. Let the party begin, Camden happily proclaimed to the joy of the village. The official ceremony was complete, and now everyone was free to celebrate however they saw fit. Fires were started as people started to barbecue skewers while others crowded around the kegs. People broke off into groups and sat at benches and tables people had set up during the day. Many people came up to personally congratulate Sandra and Richard on their wedding, while others congratulated me on turning 15, even though technically my birthday was over half a year ago. Mom and Dad stood next to Camden and Sorette, content to watch their kids' first taste at marriage. Everyone focused on the married couple, and only I and a few others noticed Tabitha slink off to the side. Brave few tried to approach her to wish her a happy festival, but all turned away when she dismissed them with her eyes. Tabitha didn't exactly have an aura that said, "Come talk to me," and I'd already had enough attention for the day, so I decided to join her. When I walked up to her, I noticed that she was frowning down at the cup in her hands. She had barely drunk any of her ale. "Not up to your standards." I chuckle. "Did you like it?" she asks, raising a questioning eyebrow. "I don't have to like it to get drunk off of it." Tabitha snorts. "Good luck with that." "What do you mean?" "She means at your level this stuff might as well be bad tasting water." I turned to see Master walking over to us. I had seen him in the crowd during the ceremony, but I wasn't sure if he was going to stick around after the main part was over. But wait, what did he say about my level? Looking down at my empty cup, I was suddenly conscious of my buzz, or lack thereof. The ale wasn't that strong, but I was essentially a lightweight, or at least I was in my past life I was. I chugged almost 20 ounces of ale, and I don't feel so much as a thing. It isn't strong enough for me to get drunk. I say to myself more as stating a fact rather than asking for clarification from Master. Master chuckles. "Not unless you plan on drinking everything the village has. Here, let me give you a proper first drink." Master reaches to his side where his water skin is. He uncorks the stopper and pours a deep amber liquid into my empty mug. "Care for some?" Master offers Tabitha after he pours me the equivalent of a double. Tabitha hesitates for a moment, but she eventually takes the offered alcohol. She brings the container up to her nose and sniffs. Not as strong as Master's," she notes. "What the hell? Packer drinks something more potent than this." The fumes wafting up from my tankard stung my eyes. The stuff I was about to drink was probably closer to jet fuel than it was to alcohol, and Packer drinks something stronger. Master looked a little offended to hear his homebrew wasn't up to Packor's standards, but his sour expression was quickly replaced with a happy smirk after Tabitha pours a generous amount of his alcohol into her tankard of ale. Tabitha sipped her newly spiked drink, and I watched as her cheeks began to flush. "What about you?" Master asks me, seeing me watch Tabitha try her drink without touching my own. Scared. "Honestly, a little bit," I joke before finally trying the stuff Del always carries with him. I sip my drink and immediately regret my decision. Unlike Tabitha's, my drink wasn't diluted in ale, so when the warm liquid touches my tongue, it feels like it is melting. My brain told me to spit out whatever was in my mouth, but I fought against that impulse and forced down the amber poison. My throat burned as it went down, and when the alcohol finally made its way to my stomach, it felt like it would burn a hole through it. I reeled back and started coughing. My vision went blurry for a second as I felt the world start tilt under my feet. Whoa there, Master moves next to me and steadies me with a firm hand on my shoulder. That's some kick, I wheeze. Master laughs. You handled that better than I thought you would. Sure, we can do that. The three of us make our way over to a nearby vacant table, and once I'm sitting down, I take another sip of alcohol. I know I've seen you drinking this forever, but what's it made of? I ask. Master chuckles at me for some reason. I ferment jackberries. They're a small berry in the woods around here, mildly poisonous. It's hard to get them to keep their taste while still having them not lose their kick. Tastes good for poison, I chirp, taking a larger sip. The longer I drink it, the better it tastes and the easier it goes down. My body feels warm and my muscles untense for the first time in what feels like ages. Why is Tabitha smiling at me? We aren't sparring, are we? Mind if we join? A voice behind me asks. Craning my neck to the side, I see Frank and Lloyd. Sura, I shout, waving the two over to take a seat. Both men recoil from my voice, but that's because I'm awesome. I see Aaliyah is enjoying her first drink. Layad chuckles at me. And what does that mean? I challenge, ready to stand up and throw fists. Whoa there, Master forces me back to my seat before I could fully stand up. Why is he stopping me? I invited them to join us and Layad made fun of me. I shouted, kick his ass. I'm sure you could, but I think he just meant you look happy. Really? I turn to Layad, who has his hand over his mouth. Is he trying to hold back his laughter, or is he struggling to breathe? I finish off what was left in my cup as I ponder this. Care for more. Master offers me his water skin. Yes, Pee-wees, I hold out my cup. I finally realize why Master enjoys drinking so much I feel like I could take on the world. This was my first night being an adult again, and I was going to enjoy myself. And judging by everyone smiling around me, I won't be the only one. To the new year, I shout and throw back another shot. From then on, things got blurry. But who cares? I was having fun. Del Raisin's point of view, it took everything I had to hold back my laughter as I poured Aaliyah another cup of my homebrew. She underestimated the alcohol I drink regularly and was now drunk without even realizing it. I know I should have warned her before she tried it, but the blasted girl had been bothering me all day. I was already planning on attending the festival, yet she felt the need to interrupt my nap, to make me promise to something I already planned on doing. She deserves to be taken down a peg for a change. Besides, this will be a good lesson for her. You must always be wary of what someone else is drinking, no matter your build. The only thing that could have improved this moment was if I got Tabitha along with Aaliyah. However, she was smarter than my disciple. However, I am curious about what Pakor drinks. I craft my homebrew to combat my stone-kin vitality. I wonder what a person as ridiculous as Pakor needs to drink for it to affect him. Literal poison, perhaps. She's really gone, isn't she? Layad whispers to me from across the bench, motioning to Aaliyah, wobbling in her seat next to me. She has a smile on her face and is even more vocal than usual, which is saying something. She is, but it's fine. With her stats, she'll be good to go by tomorrow morning. But of course, I don't mention that even if her body can purge everything from her system, she'll probably still have a killer headache when she wakes up. Want to try some? I grin across the table at the two men sitting across from me. Frank and Layad take one look at my water skin, then at the rosy-faced Aaliyah before subconsciously inching back in their seats. I'm not sure about that. Frank turns me down with a forced grin. Both of us are strength vitality builds, but if it's too much for Aaliyah. He trails off, leaving the rest unsaid. The two of them aren't getting away from me that easy. I hadn't forgotten how they cheered for Tabitha when she forced me to spar with her last week. Just a little mixed into your ale then, like Tabitha. I hold out my water skin, not taking no for an answer. Frank gingerly takes my water skin and holds it away from him like it contains acid instead of alcohol. The two men debate over how much they should add to their drinks, bringing a mischievous smile to my face. Now is my best chance to get back at all the human brats who have been taking me for granted. How quickly they forget I'm the highest leveled individual in the village. Well, second strongest at the moment. I sneak a peek out of the corner of my eye at Tabitha. Lady Tabitha, as it turns out. I haven't interacted with human nobility since I left my home, but even I know she doesn't act like a noble. If I had to guess, it's just a title given to her, not that she's in charge of any land or anything like that. Of course, it's also possible she was born into a noble family, but if that were the case, I would think her mannerisms would be more regal than they are. Something wrong? Tabitha catches me eyeing her. Her cheeks are a little red, but other than that, my homebrew doesn't seem to have that much effect on her. Then again, she's still working on her first cup, while Aaliyah is almost done with her second. Just curious if you like it. I motion to the cup in her hands with my eyes. It's okay, she remarks without much fanfare. It still tastes like cheap ale, it just has a bit of a kick to it now. It reminds me of the stuff they would distribute after winning a battle. Master would always offer to share his with me, but I vowed never to touch the stuff again. I'm shocked the more Tabitha talks, the less tense she becomes and the more she opens up. Perhaps she's not as immune to my homebrew as I thought. Gods, Frank and Lloyd shout together. Both are clutching at their throats and wheezing. You didn't add that much, stop exaggerating. I admonish the two, moving to grab my water skin before they accidentally drop it. Once I have it, I take a drink before turning back to a looser-lipped Tabitha. So tell me, what's in store for my disciple once she leaves for Skull? I'm right here, you know. Aaliyah whines and obnoxiously throws herself against me. For the first time, I see Tabitha smile while not in a battle or talking about Pakor. She will be introduced as Master's newest student. And what does that mean? I press for a clearer answer. Tabitha sips her ale before answering. She'll be brought before the king and other pillars of Skull. They will have a chance to reject her position, but with her level and talent at such a young age, the other pillars are more likely to try and steal her from Master rather than anything else. And she'll be treated well. Tabitha pauses mid-sip and her smile slips. Are you questioning my Master's intentions? She challenges me with a glare. Did I say anything about Pakor? I meet her gaze. I just want to make sure Aaliyah isn't going to be tossed aside once she's in Skull. It isn't out of the realm of possibilities that Pakor only wants Aaliyah to keep her out of Olbert's reach. I've had these thoughts for a while now, and if the alcohol is opening Tabitha up, this is my best chance to ask. The table goes silent as Tabitha leaks just the smallest amount of killing intent. Master Pakor would never do that, she says in a cold voice that sends shivers up my spine. Master took her under his wing. Once she's in Skull, I'm sure he'll oversee her training personally, just as he did with all of us. I assume she's talking about her and Pakor's other disciples. I hope so. He will, Tabitha states with certainty. I don't see any deception in her eyes. Tabitha may be a higher level than me, but I've lived longer. Looking around the table, I see Frank and Lloyd have sunk in their seats while Aaliyah is confusingly looking between us. I can take care of myself, she drunkenly protests, to which I smile. I know you can. I pat my apprentice on the shoulder before apologizing to Tabitha. Sorry if I offended you, I just worry about what will happen to her. Tabitha's scowl softens. I'll forgive you this time. She turns her head to the side, breaking eye contact with me. That's good, we're all friends here. Frank tries to cut through some of the awkward tension. The festival around us was almost in full swing, with only those of us at this table not looking like they were having a good time. There was a bubble around our table that the other villagers avoided, almost like they could sense they shouldn't get closer. That's right, Lloyd agrees with his friend. Tonight is a night of celebration. We should all be as drunk as Aaliyah is. I'm not drunk, I'm fine, Aaliyah tries to protest, but it comes out in a garbled mess that I could barely understand. Aaliyah's drunken ramblings cut through the tension better than Frank and Lloyd ever could, but we still had an awkward silence. Everyone but Aaliyah sipped their drinks in silence. Eventually, the silence became too much for Frank, and Lloyd the two started elbowing one another, trying to get the other to break the heavy silence. Lloyd looks around for a conversation topic, and I see his eyes land on the feathers adorning Tabitha's hair. Your feathers are beautiful, Lady Tabitha. Lloyd, bless his heart, doesn't give up and tries to force a conversation. Frank and I have been wondering, is there a reason you always wear them? When that platoon of soldiers showed up at the village, a handful of them also had feathers. Do they mean anything? The old guy had the most of them. I snicker hearing Lloyd refer to Pakor as the old guy. Only a handful of people in the village know who he was, and everyone who did know agreed that it was best not to spread that knowledge around. Tabitha's eyes narrow, but Lloyd doesn't know he offended her. I thought she would snap at him, but Tabitha defies my expectations and ignores Lloyd's remark, instead choosing to take another sip of her ale. Frank and Lloyd are confused by her reaction, and I decide to take pity on them. It's a Skull thing, I tell them. The feathers signify a person's rank and how strong they are. Really, Frank's eyes widen, but that old guy had like a dozen of them in his beard. Did that mean he was stronger than Lady Tabitha? Now it was Tabitha's turn to chuckle. He is, she says, setting her tankard down and turning to the surprised duo. But that isn't what our feathers mean. She reaches up and pulls out the 3 feathers attached to her hair. Each one of them has clips on them to hold them in place, and though they aren't activated, I could see the lines inscribed on their surfaces, meaning that they were enchanted. It's a common misconception that our feathers represent our rank. Everyone at the table leans forward to get a better view of Tabitha's feathers. Beautiful, Aaliyah reaches over and picks up the gray one, bringing it close to her face. So much magic, she mumbles. Tabitha smiles with pride. The feathers are a tradition from back when Skull was first founded. Warriors would go out and hunt the dangerous beasts of the plains and claim trophies of their kills. Then why do you only have feathers? Frank curiously asks. That is because the strongest magical beasts all fly in Skull. Our nation is mostly a rocky wasteland where only the strongest survive. That goes double for beasts that inhabit it. Breeds of huge griffins, rocks large enough to lift a grown man into the air, and countless other beasts with wings are just a few magic beasts that hunt our skies. It is said that Skull's founder killed a grand rock and built his castle over its nest. Its feathers were so strong and so big that he crafted his armor out of them. We show our strength in the same way by adorning ourselves with the feathers of the beasts we hunt. Whoa, Frank, Lloyd, and Aaliyah were all mesmerized by Tabitha's story. I've heard of grand rocks myself, but have never seen one. They're said to be bigger than a house, with talons that could pierce enchanted steel. Depending on their age, their feathers are tier 4 or 5 materials. Does that mean you hunted one too? Lloyd asks Tabitha. Tabitha laughs at his ridiculous question, and I have to agree it is funny. Grand rocks might not be at the level of dragons, but they weren't just beasts regularly hunted. The last grand rock was hunted 63 years ago before I was born, Tabitha explains with a smile. My feathers are from weaker beasts. When a warrior is strong enough, they're expected to go out into the wilds and slay an appropriate beast, preferably one too close to a village or other settlement. Alone, Lloyd asks in disbelief. Most of the time, Tabitha clarifies with a smirk. Some beasts can't be hunted alone like this one. Tabitha holds up one of her 3 feathers, a large brown one with white highlights on its tips. This one is from a speckled griffin. They camouflage themselves next to rocks. They're considered too dangerous to hunt by yourself, so I and 2 others of Pacor's disciples worked together to slay it. We each took one of the feathers from its crest as a sign that we succeeded. So they're like medals of honor, I note. The stone kin equivalent, yes. Other nations think the colors of our feathers are the most important part, but that isn't true. Those in command may have similar feathers, but that's just because people hunt the same beasts at certain levels. What level do you have to be? Frank asks. Around 70 is the norm, Tabitha responds, and Frank and Lloyd's eyes go round. But it's possible to earn one at lower levels if a person is talented enough to slay an appropriate beast. Like me, Aaliyah goofily grins. You are already at the level where you could earn your own feathers. If I know Master well enough, which I do, then he'll probably have you hunt a suitable beast on your way to the capital. Aaliyah hums in thought, and I'm suddenly put on edge. Does it have to be a monster from Skull? I want to explore the deeper parts of the forest. What if I encounter something with feathers there? The forest, Frank and Lloyd shout. I doubt Aaliyah is referring to the regular part of the forest around the village. I don't understand. Tabitha asks for clarification, which Frank and Lloyd are all too happy to give. She's talking about the high magic area deep in the forest, Lloyd tells her. It's where the chameleon spiders came from, Frank adds. High magic area, interesting. Tabitha smiles in a way that I don't like. You plan on going into such an area? Tabitha asks, an inebriated Aaliyah. Sure am, Aaliyah responds instantly, but pauses when she looks like she remembered something. But don't tell anyone, I'm not ready just yet. And that's all Aaliyah had to say to get everyone at the table laughing, even Tabitha. It isn't funny, she yells, slamming her hands down onto the table. Luckily, she didn't use her full strength, or she might have splintered the wood. Even drunk, she still has decent control over her strength. When we all stop laughing, the mood surrounding the table is much better. Promise you won't say anything, Aaliyah demands Frank and Lloyd. We won't, Frank promises, wiping a fake tear from his eye. Lady Tabitha, I have a question. If all the feathers look alike, how do people tell them apart? Wouldn't everyone confuse them with each other? Lloyd poses a good question. Maybe to people like you, they all look the same, but high-level individuals can recognize the difference. Tabitha holds up the griffin feather and her 3rd, entirely black feather. Which of these are from the strongest beast? She asks the table. Frank and Lloyd are confused, but Aaliyah is interested in the challenge. Even in the state that she's in, Aaliyah carefully examines the 2 feathers Tabitha is holding up and compares them to the one in her hands. I don't have her talent with mana, but I have a good idea of how the feathers compare. That one, Aaliyah points to the black feather in Tabitha's right hand. Wrong choice. Close, Tabitha says what I already know. It's the griffin feather, she says, lowering the black one. Not Aaliyah disagrees. The black one has more mana than this one. That may be true, but this black feather is from a night raven. It wields more mana than most magic beasts at its level, but it was only around level 75. It was the first feather I earned. The speckled griffin we fought was almost 120. It sounds like it was of the earth element, I explained to confused Frank and Lloyd. They've supposedly have less mana than other magic beast affinities, but are much stronger physically. And if it came from a level 120 creature, that feather has to be worth at least half a gold coin by itself. That much, Frank and Lloyd exclaim. I ignore their shouts of surprise and focus on a pouting Aaliyah. You tricked me. I did, Tabitha chuckles. Mana isn't everything. Generally, the stronger a magic beast is, the more mana it has, but that isn't always the case. You can't let your guard down because someone doesn't have much mana. Tabitha uses this moment to teach Aaliyah a lesson. I don't use mana to gauge someone's level, Aaliyah scoffs. I look at a person's, hey. I reach over and cover Aaliyah's mouth before she says something she'll regret in the morning. I think you've had enough. I slide Aaliyah's cup out of her reach. Aaliyah puffs up her cheeks like a child as I slowly remove my hand from her mouth. I wasn't going to say anything, she complains. Obviously, I mock sarcastically. Tabitha watches our exchange, but she doesn't comment on what I kept Aaliyah from revealing. So someone can't just put a feather in their hair and call themselves a warrior, Lloyd asks, unconcerned by me covering Aaliyah's mouth. Some have tried, Tabitha explains. Every so often, a fool tries to claim to be stronger than they are with a random feather. Some even purchase a feather from a high-level beast and try to pass it off as their own. Then what happens? Frank asks. Tabitha coldly smiles at the two, making them cringe. Then they die, Frank and Lloyd grow pale. That or they're imprisoned. Tabitha continues after a long pause. It is illegal to wear a feather if you aren't strong-G enough. People are jailed for that. That's insane. Tabitha thoughtfully nods to Lloyd. Wearing a feather is a status symbol in Skull, but it doesn't just mean you're strong. Wearing a feather means you demand respect, but you have duties to uphold. If there is ever an incident, say a bandit attack or wild beast, and a feathered warrior is nearby, they're obligated to help. You can see how impersonating such a person could be dangerous. That's why not everyone chooses to wear a feather. A high-level farmer or merchant could technically meet the level requirement for one, but unless they can fight, they won't. Well, damn, now I sort of want a feather, Aaliyah grumbles. Tabitha turns towards my disciple with the same look she gets when they're about to spar. It makes me happy to hear that. I heard the villagers talking about how you volunteered to protect them. You're the kind of person who should have a feather. Aaliyah's already red face turns a dark crimson under Tabitha's praise. And how many of them does it take to fight a dragon? Frank asks, and the table goes silent again. A few people walking by heard Frank's question and stopped to listen in. Where did you hear about the dragon? Tabitha's eyes narrow. Frank waves his hands, trying to defuse the situation, but the more he talks, the deeper the hole he finds himself in. People gossip about it, that's all. Someone asked Curvin about what's happening in Dre, which led to him telling us there was a dragon wreaking havoc in Skull. That's why you guys invaded Olbert, isn't it? I was just curious why you feathered individuals chose war over slaying the beast. It sounds right up your alley. If I'd ever seen a man trying to commit suicide, it was at this moment. Tabitha's hands were balled into fists, and she looked ready to explode. Do you think we wanted this? Tabitha tries to hold back her anger, but it leaks out. Did you think we chose to invade on a whim? Tabitha demands an answer from Frank, but the man realizes that he could be killed if he says the wrong thing, so he doesn't say anything. The people watching nearby take a step back in fear, but don't leave. Answer me. Tabitha slams her fist down onto the table, almost splintering the wood. Unlike Aaliyah, she wasn't holding back. I'd never seen her lose her cool like this. Kind of Frank finally squeaks, nearly folding in onto himself, expecting to be struck by Tabitha. I prepared to throw myself forward to stop her from killing Frank if need be, but surprisingly, Tabitha didn't murder the man as I thought. She bit her lower lip until a trickle of blood dripped out of the corner of her mouth, but she didn't attack him. I watched as Tabitha tried to get a hold of her emotions, and for once I didn't see her as a battle-loving golem. We tried to kill it. Tabitha whispers we all only heard her because everyone around us was silent. We tried, she repeats, with obvious hurt in her voice. We didn't start this war lightly. It came from the ocean, Tabitha says after a long pause, looking up at the stars. 23 months ago, the dragon used the flooded tunnels under Skull to swim into Skull's heart, the largest freshwater source in our country. Skull's heart produces a significant part of our food, of course. We tried to kill the beast. 23 months, the dragon had been in Skull for over a year and a half. I had no idea it was that long. It took a month to gather the forces thought necessary to kill the creature, Tabitha explains in a somber voice, which betrayed her story's outcome. 50,000 soldiers were mustered in a month, an accomplishment even for Skull. But in that month, the dragon had already claimed its territory. It leveled each farming village around the lake, killing tens of thousands and destroying most of the crops. In 1 month, it wiped out over a century of infrastructure. That's insane. Lloyd gives voice to what we're all thinking. Tabitha just nods. With a flick of its tail, it could wipe out a village of this size. Everyone goes pale, picturing such a thing, while Tabitha takes a large gulp of her ale. We didn't realize just how big the dragon was until our army marched on it. Our generals were concerned how we would fight it, considering it was a water dragon and stayed in the lake most of the time. You lured it on land, Aaliyah drunkenly guesses. It came on the land itself. It slithered out of the water like the colossal snake that it is and met our army head-on. From head to tail, the beast was over 1,500 feet long. Everyone gasped, hearing the size of the dragon. A creature that big, I could hardly believe it. I know from stories that creatures that size exist, but hearing a first-hand account of one gives me goosebumps. Even after being the focus of an angry Tabitha, Frank can't help but ask a question. Did it breathe fire? It's a dragon, of course. It breathed fire, Lloyd elbowed his friend, proving just how little the average villager knew about dragons. It didn't, Tabitha corrects them. Not all dragons breath fire. In fact, the majority don't. Instead, water dragons shoot pressurized water from their mouths. That doesn't sound so bad, Lloyd comments, and I can see the pain in Tabitha's eyes intensify. It doesn't, does it? Tabitha shakes her head self-deprecatingly. The water a water dragon spits out can cut through stone and steel in seconds. It rips through flesh and disintegrates bones on contact. It was so strong that it tore through the army's barrier mages before we could react. So many died, thinking the same thing you did. That was the first time we failed to kill it. Our second attack was 4 months later, and our king didn't hold anything back after the first failure to subjugate the monster. So the second attack was the one I participated in. There were 4,000 of us. That's it, someone behind me gasps. Tabitha has a far-off look, and I think she hasn't even noticed the crowd she's drawn in. Everyone who participated in the second attack was at least level 70, and we were led by two of the strongest people in Skull Master Pack or the Deathless, who is my master, and Resenta the Unseen, who is a master war mage. Both led the attack on the dragon, and we still failed. A heavy silence permeated the air. This time we were able to hurt the beast, but it wasn't enough. Though everyone was at least level 70, only us who were closer to 100 could do any significant damage. Lady Resenta did the most damage while my master was at the forefront of the battle. He tried to keep the dragon focused on him, but even he couldn't hold out for long. After taking 7 direct attacks from the dragon, Master Packor passed out from the strain. We were able to rescue him before the dragon finished him off, but at the cost of many lives. I lost 2 of my fellow disciples that day. Tabitha's voice dipped, recounting the battle. Without Master aggroing the dragon, it started tearing through our lines, much like it did the first time. More survived on account of their higher levels, but Lady Resenta was forced to sound the retreat. The plan was to retreat and recuperate before trying again, but a few days later, we found the dragon completely healed from its injuries when we were ready to attack a second time. The vitality of a dragon was truly frightening. It was a mental blow to everyone, and though they were reluctant to, Master and Lady Resenta pulled us back. There was no point in rechallenging it with fewer troops than the first time. We had failed. Tabitha lets out a long sigh. She then grabs her mug and chugs the rest of her ale. People argued about the possibility of removing the dragon without killing it, but anything less than poisoning the entire lake was pointless. And if we did do that, it would cripple our country for centuries to come. Plus, there was no guarantee the dragon wouldn't just move its nest to one of the other lakes. With the Heart of Skull lost to us, it was only a matter of time until people started to starve. We needed food, so no, we didn't invade Olbert on a whim. I apologize. Frank lowers his head in shame. As you should, Tabitha huffs. My brothers and sisters died trying to save our country. I will not have their sacrifice be made light of. The dragon will pay, Tabitha growls. Skull is not a land of the weak. We will find a way to slay the dragon, we just need time. Tabitha holds her head and stares into her empty cup. This village reminds me of Skull. You all try so hard to improve yourselves. On my way here, the other villages I came across were stagnant. There was no fire in their eyes. No drive. Continue to grow. Become stronger. Expand your fields. Help save my people. A single tear falls to the table. You needn't ask that. Camden pushes his way through the crowd around us. At some point, the party paused, and everyone was listening in on Tabitha's story. We here at Spotted Creek Village know what it's like to be besieged by a monster. Camden raises his glass, and everyone else does the same in solidarity. We will do our part to save our people. We're a part of Skull now, aren't we? Camden grins down at a red-eyed Tabitha. Tabitha is shocked by Camden's declaration, but smiles when she sees the villagers around her nodding in agreement. Death to the dragon, Camden cheers. Death to the dragon, everyone shouts. The crowd slowly dissipates, but Camden remains. Lady Tabitha, would you like to join us up at the front? We have skewers prepared. I would like that. Tabitha surprisingly agrees, and we watch as she leaves, bringing the number at our table down to 4. I think we'll grab some food too. Frank and Lloyd get up from their seats and make their way towards the grills. Bring me back some, Aaliyah shouts after the departing two, earning her a wave from them, signaling they heard her. Once Aaliyah and I are all alone, she turns to me. Her face is still flushed red, but she has her usual determined look on. Master, I want to help them. Of course you do, I chuckle, pulling her in for a light hug. That's fine, but promise me you'll remember your limits. I won't be there to help you. I know, Aaliyah responds in a quiet voice. I would be if you'd let me. I try to change her mind about me joining her on her trip to Skull. I want to go with her to watch over her, but she made me promise to stay here and look after the village while she's gone. No, you're needed here, Aaliyah says with resolve. I knew she wouldn't go for it, but I had to try. How much have I changed since she became my apprentice? I was content to watch my life pass me by in seclusion, but then she came in and turned everything on its head. I'm interacting with others again, and I don't hate it. She made me realize I'm tired of being alone and how important it is to help others. God Taro, pleaser watch over Aaliyah. I don't know what I would do if something happened to her and I wasn't there. Please. Good morning, princess. I wasn't sure if you were going to show. Master immediately starts heckling me as I stumble into his clearing. Funny, I grumble, trying to ignore the pounding in my head. The sun overhead was blinding me, making everything worse. This was the weirdest hangover ever. I didn't even feel groggy in the slightest. There was no nausea, no light sensitivity, or any of the usual symptoms of a hangover, except for having a splitting headache. You planned this, didn't you? I send an accusing look at Master, who's oddly up and cheerful for a change. He's practically glowing like Sandra, and that's saying something. I haven't the faintest idea of what you mean. Master plays dumb, but he isn't hiding the smile on his face. Did you enjoy last night? You certainly seemed like you did. Remember anything? He snickers at me. I blush as I lower my head, so Master can't see the look of embarrassment on my face. I remember everything, I groan. Master sounds surprised by that, but then again, I am too. With how far gone I was yesterday, you would think everything would be a blurry haze. But nope, I could vividly remember everything I said and did last night, much to my growing shame. And to add insult to injury, if I pretended the headache wasn't there, I'd be feeling over the moon right now. Instead, last night was the best sleep I'd had in a long time. No training in my soul, no tossing and turning in my bed trying to fall asleep. I passed out as soon as my head hit my pillow. Must be your mental stats helping you, Master notes. I never invested in them, so I wouldn't know. So you're saying you're stupid, I snapped back. I wouldn't be throwing stones after last night, Master barks with laughter, clearly unhurt by my insult. I bite back another angry retort, knowing whatever I say would just be used against me. Last night was a mistake on my part, plain and simple. I thought I wanted to get drunk, but I severely underestimated Master's homebrew. I wanted a nice buzz, but what I got was shit-faced without even knowing it. At least I wasn't the only one. Master was particularly evil last night. Frank, Lloyd, most of the wall construction crew, Tabitha, anyone who stepped foot into Master's clearing over the last month probably felt worse than I did. Tabitha and I had our stats to fall back on, but everyone else. Master started only drinking with those at our table, but after Tabitha explained Skull's invasion and we ate a bit, he made his rounds around the party. Like a demon on everybody's shoulder, Master convinced many people to try his homebrew. Thankfully, he didn't let them drink as much as I did, but I remember that at some point, he had to go home for a few minutes to refill his water skin. After which he continued to share. The person who got it the worst was Dad. He found me halfway through the festival and asked what I was drinking. Unlike everyone else who diluted Master's alcohol in their ale, Dad tried to take a shot as I did. Unfortunately, he was still back home recovering. This was the first time in as long as I could remember that I left the house before he did. "Where's Tabitha?" Master asks, seeing how my shadow wasn't following me into the clearing for a change. "She's back at the village straightening up. She said she would be by in a bit. At least that's what Camden told me she said. I don't tell Master, but I didn't see Tabitha myself. According to Camden, who was also nursing a terrible headache back at his house, she enjoyed herself as much as I did last night, whatever that entailed. I vividly remember everyone offering Tabitha food and drink, and the party went on for a lot longer than it usually did. But unfortunately, I lost sight of her relatively early on, so I don't know what she got up to. I used cleaning magic as soon as Mom woke me up, but I don't know if Tabitha could do the same. She knows basic magic, so it stands to reason she would know such a practical tier 1 spell despite me never seeing her use it. Maybe she needed to wipe herself down or something. I do it every so often to relax, even though I don't have to. Master throws his head back and laughs hysterically. Yeah, he definitely knew what he was doing last night. What about your friend? Is she not coming today either? He wheezes through his teeth. Tabitha will be here in a little bit. I remind him again while resisting the urge to punch him. And Sandra, she got married last night. What do you think she's doing right now? On second thought, I don't want to think about it. I shake my head, trying not to imagine what Sandra and brother were doing during what was essentially their honeymoon. I wouldn't put too much thought into it. Master chuckles again. I had a drink with Richard too. That's got to suck for him. Hopefully Richard didn't drink as much as Dad did, or else even I'd feel bad for him. Well, primarily for Sandra. No bride wants to spend their first day married tending to their sick husband. Letting out a sigh, I ignore Master, who's close to falling over with laughter, and move over to my workbench where I grab a piece of parchment. My head was still pounding, but Master's alcohol did give me a few good ideas last night, even if I'm not sure if I could pull them off. And even if I don't have time to forge anything today, I could still get my ideas down on paper and prep for a busy week. What are you working on? Master asks out of breath after he stops giggling like a burly schoolgirl. He moves next to me and watches me sketch out a new dagger design with raised eyebrows. It's the dagger I want to try and make for real. Master's face scrunches in confusion as I draw, and it isn't until I have it nearly finished that he understands what I'm sketching. And what's wrong with a normal dagger? Why not make the one he asked for? I'm tired of normal, I tell him. Normal is the experience I got for those arrows I made. If I stick to normal, it will take me years to break past blacksmithing's third test. It will have the same dimensions as what he asked for, only this one will be better. Yeah, but this, Master points at my blueprint. You make one mistake and you'll ruin it, the dagger and the materials. I can't help you, either this is beyond what I can do. Ruin what? A sudden voice cuts into our conversation. Master and I turn to the clearing's entrance to see Tabitha walking toward us, once again donning her fancy armor. She shows no signs of being hungover, and if I didn't know she'd been drinking the night before, I'd say she was perfectly fine. Morning, Tabitha, I greet her as she approaches us. It is no longer morning, she responds in a monotone voice. Her eyes drift past me and laser in on Master, who looks away as not to meet her cold eyes. Still proud of what you did, I whisper to him. Quiet, Master growls under his breath as Tabitha draws closer to us. Master was just apologizing for ruining our night last night. Del pales, but Tabitha doesn't react to what I say. You're not helping, Master anxiously whispers. He did not ruin my night, Tabitha says matter-of-factly, strolling forward, taking measured steps. Master lets out a sigh of relief, but Tabitha wasn't finished speaking. That does not mean I will forget what you did. Tabitha's eyes drill into Master, who immediately starts to sweat visibly. She walks past him like he isn't there and moves next to me. What is this? She asks, scanning my new dagger design, shifting the conversation to a new topic. After last night, I'm all too happy to mess with Master, so I follow Tabitha's example and explain my work, pretending that Dell isn't standing a few feet away from us. I wanted to try and make real a unique dagger. For the assassin I sparred with, yes. You've turned an engraving pen into a dagger, she notes with just a hint of surprise. Real had asked me for a grooved dagger, saying he needed a new one meant for poisoning. He explained the grooves were meant to hold the bulk of the poison. A small amount would be slathered on its edge, but most of that could be scraped off in a scuffle during a battle. My new dagger design would solve that issue. Instead of having Real coat his blade in poison, I would make it ooze out from the inside itself. The handle would house most of the poison and would feed into a small channel that would run down the spine of the dagger, much like how a modern pen works. I would put needle-sized holes through the blade and connect them to the channel, relying on the viscosity of the poison to keep it from leaking out of such tiny holes. It would be tricky to get the poison out, but mana would solve the feeding issue like my engraving pen. If I enchant the handle with a basic mana-absorbing rune and direct it down towards those microscopic openings, whenever someone fed their mana into the dagger, it would try to escape through those openings and drag the poison along with it. A frightening dagger design, Tabitha speaks softly. A good blade for an assassin. Are you sure you can make it? I'm going to try. I just wanted your opinion if you think Real would like it, I ask. Tabitha nods her head. He would. But shouldn't you be working on other things if you wish to explore the magic-dense region in the forest? Of course, she would remember that. Eventually, I will, I tell her while avoiding eye contact. I don't need to see her face to know she's excited by the idea of exploring the nearby magic-dense region. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch Tabitha nodding in understanding with a faint smile on her face. When you are ready, let me know. You want to go too, I guess. I shouldn't be surprised that Tabitha wishes to join me. Tabitha grins at me like she does when we spar. Of course, I was sent here to watch over you. I couldn't let you go to such a place unsupervised. I take it you've been to one before. I have, Tabitha tells me, fondly looking off into the distance. Magic-dense regions are the ultimate challenge for hunters and adventurers alike. There are a few in Skull, but none of them are forest biomes. I'm curious what lies within. Tabitha and I share a rare moment of synergy. I, too, am curious about what lies within the forest, and knowing Tabitha had been to similar areas before, I had a million questions I wanted to ask her. It was stupid of me, but I originally wasn't planning on asking Tabitha to join me, but having someone with her experience with me is a good idea for a whole host of reasons. And if she wants to, why not let her come along? All right, but like I said last night, keep it a secret. I don't want my family worrying about it needlessly until I'm ready to go. I understand. When do you think you'll be ready? Tabitha's eyes are ablaze with excitement. Something tells me she'll want to go sooner rather than later. And if that's the case, I need to get my armor going. Not now, I sarcastically snort, brushing off her implication that we could leave right now. But first, while she is in a happy mood. Sister, Tabitha. Yes, Tabitha asks, raising a questioning eyebrow. She knows me by now that when I refer to her as sister or senior sister, I'm about to ask for something complicated. I want to explore the forest, you want to explore the forest. Help me help you. Get to the point. Tabitha warns me before I try activating any of my merchant skills. Let me see your armor, please, I bluntly ask. Tabitha's eyes turn into dinner plates and her hand drops to her sword instinctually. Why? She asks in a tone that sends a shiver up my spine. I can't back down now. Meeting her eyes, I explain why I want to see her armor. I'm going to be making a new set of armor soon, and I'm trying to decide if I want to risk enchanting it. I know a handful of enchantments, but nothing I would want to put on armor, so I was hoping you would let me see yours so I could study its enchantments. You can watch me the whole time, and I promise not to damage anything, I quickly add when I see her having difficulty agreeing with my request. And you're sure about that? Tabitha gives me a critical look. Positive, I reassure her. I just need to study it while the enchantments are activated, preferably when you aren't swinging a sword at me. I suppose I could let you look at them. Tabitha hesitantly agrees, and I have to hold back the desire to jump for joy. Examining Tabitha's armor will be a massive win for me. I know I probably won't be able to copy the higher tier runes, but it would be worth it if I could decipher one good one. Grabbing another piece of parchment, I start sketching out the armor designs I discussed with Mom the last couple of days. My fighting style has evolved since I made my first set of armor, and my newer set will reflect the slight changes in my fighting style. I'm confident I don't need as much plating in my second set. I talked it over with Master and Tabitha, and they recommended I instead wear a gambeson. They are cheaper and easier to make while still offering a decent amount of defense for the material used. Gambesons are made from layered linens and other fabrics, making them essentially thick jackets. They aren't the strongest armor pieces and are more something you wear underneath your heavier armor, but they offer great defense for what they are. The main thing is that gambesons are flexible and don't restrict the wearer's movements. I still plan to wear a chest piece, helmet, and other paddings, just not as much as I do now. Tabitha's training has pushed my movement skills to the next level, and it's time I play to my strengths. My fighting style revolves around striking hard and fast before retreating, not deflecting or tanking like Tabitha or Pakor. Some armor will always be needed, but the easier I can move, the better I can fight. My current armor is flexible enough, but it represents my prior fear of getting hit. The multiple metal plates are clunkier than I need and weigh me down. With mana threads, I don't need bulky armor to counterbalance my swings, rendering my current armor counterintuitive. Then there was my hammer. I needed to adjust it too before exploring the woods. It was wrong of me to shape it like a ball-peen hammer. I thought the rounded side would be suitable for blunt force damage, but it shows the level of ignorance I had when it came to combat when I first made it. It's a good thing I didn't try enchanting it, because I need to turn the rounded side of my hammer into a point for piercing. Such a change would have ruined any enchantment I had on it. So much to do and so little time. Regardless of my headache, it was time to get back to work. Hacker the deathless point of view, the sun overhead felt good against my invisible armor. I missed the wide open rocky terrain of Skull, and standing on the ramparts surrounded by stone reminded me of my homeland. The grass and trees were nice to look at for a while, but now the endless sea of green looked all the same to me. It was a new year, and I wasn't celebrating it in Skull with my disciples or His Majesty. Looking out from Illel's walls, I scanned Olbert's camp for what must be the 5th time today. Everything was quiet, agonizingly so. Olbert had all but given up trying to retake the city. Smart of them, but still. The cowards. I shouldn't be surprised this is where I found you. Happy New Year, Lord Bullock. I greet the young man as he walks towards me, flanked by 4 of his personal guard. I had received word that he was supposed to be arriving soon, but I wasn't expecting him until tomorrow. And to you as well, Master Packer the Deathless. He offers me a polite bow using my full title, to which I nod. He joins me on the edge of the wall with his hands behind his back in a relaxed stance, much to the displeasure of his guards. He's out in the open, and though he may be a decent warrior with a single feather of his own, he isn't as durable as I am. Few are. His letting his guard down could be a sign of trust towards me, but it's unneeded. Jason has been sending me reports of Bullock's movements while I've been stationed in Illel's. Initially, I wasn't sure where the young lord's allegiances lie, but he's yet to try and sabotage me or take control, so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt until he proves otherwise. I take it you're rushing here that negotiations are about to start. Indeed, Bullock confirms what I already suspected. When will they arrive, I ask. In a few days. They originally demanded I meet them outside T-Burn, but I wouldn't let them dictate where we hold our talks. Smart, and the fact that I'm here had nothing to do with it. I smirk at the young lord. Your presence might have played a factor in it. He doesn't give me a straight answer like a true politician, choosing to smile instead. I was hoping you could be there during the meetings. I hum thoughtfully, stroking my beard. I don't like dealing with politicians. I can resist their skills but not counter them. I am Skull's shield, not its voice. You won't have to do much, Bullock assures me. Just stand there menacingly. Oh, I fold my hands in front of me and look down on the lord. His bodyguards flinch under my pressure, but none take their eyes off me. They're decently trained then. Yes, like that. Bullock forces a smile, knees shaking. You worry they may try something. I make an educated guess as to why he'd want me there with him. Inviting me to help him could be seen as him joining His Majesty's camp and could make things difficult for him back home. The danger of having our kingdom starve has temporarily united the various fractions bidding for power. Still, with peace talks with Olbert commencing, it was only a matter of time until people started to move again. I'm sure they're scheming in the shadows, waiting for an opening of any kind. The Olbert nobles worry me, Bullock admits, his politician's mask cracking a bit. They gave up their sights far too easily and were slow to muster a proper defense. It's almost like they didn't care about their cities or people. They only agreed to negotiate after I wrote that we had genial pits. My father taught me how to fight just as much as he taught me how to negotiate, but these Olbert nobles, you understand, right, they aren't what I'm used to. I have to agree with the young man. Olbert has surprised me at each step of this invasion, and not in a good way. Other than the fort, Olbert's nobles practically rolled over for us and abandoned their holdings. They might just try something during the peace talks. They demanded the general be present, didn't they? Lord Bullock nods with a serious look. Well, that's not going to happen, I snort. So you'll be there. Young Lord Bullock pleads with his eyes. I suppose I'm not doing anything else, I reluctantly agree. How far out are they exactly? My people estimate 3 days. It was estimated to take them 8 to get around Red Dust Mountain, and they were sighted leaving T-Burn 5 days ago. They said they wanted to negotiate before the new year. Did you know the people here celebrate the night before rather than the day of? Hard not to notice. Last night, Illel's was the most active as I've ever seen it. I had to issue orders for my men not to go overboard partying with the locals. I'm sure they had fun. They're still having fun, I huff. With each day, they drop their guard a little more. Starting tomorrow, maybe I should start having them run drills, or maybe I should spar with a few of them that would put them in their place. I could critically injure 1 or 2 commanders that would set a strong precedent, though I'd have to make sure they have ties with the Phoenix faction. Taking a deep breath, I let out a tired sigh. The lull in battle is making me anxious. I could work off some of my pent-up aggression if Tabitha were with me, but she isn't. I left my other students in T-Burn to hold the city, but even they aren't as eager to spar with me as she always is. Thinking about my student, I'm reminded that it's been over a month since one of us has sent the other a letter. I sent her an update regarding Olbert's ceasefire, and she wrote me back telling me how much fun she had training Aaliyah. Poor girl, I didn't think she'd take up Tabitha's offer to train her. I told Tabitha Aaliyah would probably want to spar with her as a way to convince her to go to the village. I didn't think she'd actually agree with how much hostility she showed me, but it sounded like the two of them were getting along. I'm happy for Tabitha. She sticks out even among my students, and I'm happy to hear she's met someone she can interact with. After all, it's okay to crave battle, the best warriors do, but you need a reason to fight. Aaliyah has her friends and family, I have His Majesty, Tabitha has me. Only me. Tabitha's loyalty has always been more towards me rather than to Skull. It doesn't bother His Majesty, but I can't remain her fixation forever. I'm an old man and have no idea when the gods will see fit to take me. Tabitha needs a person she's willing to follow when that happens. If she can't find that person by the time I die, I shudder to think what could happen. Most likely, she would recklessly throw herself into battle until she died. That would be a true tragedy for someone of her talent. But if she's getting along with Aaliyah, there might just be some hope. Plus, it will cut down on what I'll need to teach my newest disciple myself. If she's made it this long practicing with Tabitha without giving up, she's just as strong as I hoped. Master Pakor, Bullock's voice pulls me out of my thoughts. Sorry, what was that? I was asking if it was okay to be letting your men party at a time like this. Ah yes, that. You do not need to worry, I assure the anxious-looking lord. They may be celebrating, but that's why I'm up here. We're rotating out the guard, so everyone has downtime while still keeping an eye on Olbert. Not that it matters. I don't understand, the young lord tilts his head, confused by my answer. I should expect as much, though he's probably fought monsters to raise his level. Most of his time must have been spent learning politics rather than battlefield awareness. There is a vast difference between fighting monsters and other humans. To someone like me, it's easy to tell what Olbert's forces are focusing on, but him. You see Olbert's camp? I motion to our opponents in the distance. He nods but still looks confused, so I spell out our situation for him. Their camp is a mess, tents everywhere, their command center easily visible, not a single soldier in formation. So they're undertrained, Lord Bullock guesses. It appears that way, doesn't it? But if you look closer, you see that everything isn't as it appears. They've been trying to secretly dig trenches behind their tents, using them for cover. Their soldiers aren't lined up to attack, they're in the trenches, yet the observation towers they've built are always mained. They're not preparing for a siege they're digging themselves in, wanting us to attack them. But the siege weapons, Bullock points at a catapult stationed in the middle of their camp. Too far away, I point out, and they aren't new. The ones they have are what's left from when they initially tried to retake the city. They're just for show, again meant to bait us into attacking them. They've given up on trying to retake the city, instead choosing to deploy defensive tactics. I'm sorry, but I still don't see what you mean. I'm lacking. Bullock lowers his head. I good naturally chuckle and pat the boy on his shoulder. It would be too costly for them to try and retake the city again. They've tried too many. That is unless we lost more of our troops. By, say, trying to attack a seemingly weak camp. Young Lord Bullock's eyes widen as he sees Olbert's defenses in a new light. They were banking on my ruthless reputation, thinking I would order my men to charge them as soon as they showed weakness. But their commander is 100 years too young to fool me, I boast. Then they won't make a move unless we do. Bullock smirks like he's heard his best news all day. I can see the wheels turning in Bullock's head. He'll use what I told him during the negotiations. Good, I want to return home. I wish to know how we're dealing with the dragon. News has been sparse out here. News of the dragon has spread, but not all the gory details are public knowledge. If Olbert or other nations learns how severely the beast crippled us, they may see it as an opportunity to attack, this time in force. I'm not naive enough to think this is all Olbert has to offer. General Pitts's existence is enough to prove Olbert also has high-leveled individuals they can field. While a significant part of me craves a real battle, my rational side recognizes that would spell doom for us. If Olbert can break past our defenses, they only need to torch the fields to kill us. Food is and always will be our goal. Our survival depends on Olbert overestimating us. We need a ceasefire. That's the only way we can save our people back home. The army in front of me is here to keep us from expanding our reach. Little do they know, we don't have the personnel available to expand any further. The dragon didn't just destroy our farms, it killed a lot of people, those who tilled the fields and those who gathered to slay it. Bringing my hand up, I rubbed my invisible chest plate, remembering how strong the dragon's breath was and how easily it killed our warriors. Once we have an official peace agreement, I can return home and focus on our true enemy. It will be nice to be home again, I whisper. Come again, Master Pakor. Bullock gives me a confused look. Just thinking about returning home, I tell him. What do you think, a week, maybe two? Till what? Young Bullock doesn't understand what I'm asking. Until I get to go home, I clarify. Bullock looks conflicted. Master Pakor, may I ask, have you ever brokered a peace agreement before? Of course I have. Do you know how many have surrendered to me? Yes, Bullock waves his hands, signaling he didn't mean to offend me. But I mean, have you ever had to negotiate with a force that didn't surrender to you? There is a long pause between us, and the longer it goes on, the more uncomfortable young Bullock looks. I can't afford to look weak in front of my subordinates, so I hide my embarrassment behind a mask of superiority. Something wrong? I ask, knowing I sound condescending. No, Master Pakor. Bullock lowers his head. I would imagine you don't have to deal with anything other than unconditional surrender. This time must be an exception. I wave for the boy to stop trying to stroke my ego. He's only hurting my pride as Pakor the Deathless. Never mind that. How long do you think negations will take? 3 weeks, not a month, I hope. Maybe 2, Bullock hesitantly answers. I smile, so I was right, 2 weeks. Sorry, no, Bullock cuts me off before I can celebrate. I meant 2 months. 2 months. Maybe 3, as things stand. Bullock sheepishly amends his statement. Peace talks take a long time. Grounding my teeth, I bite back my frustration. Just when I thought I would finally get to go home with my new apprentice. And now I'm being told I'll have to sit through months of peace talks. If Olbert doesn't try something during the negotiations, I will. Damn, I guess my boredom is only going to get worse. The fire in the forge looked brighter than usual compared to the first rays of sunshine finally washing over me. The forest around the clearing was quiet, making the blazing fire sound much louder than usual. The sun had only crested the horizon 20 minutes ago, and the world around me was still trying to shake off the shackles of night. Letting out a long yawn, I worked the bellows, supplying the fire with the much-needed oxygen it craved. I was alone at the moment, and honestly, the unusual silence of my surroundings was a bit nerve-wracking. I'd gotten used to always having someone in the clearing with me, and when I was alone, it always felt like I was on edge. It may be a bad habit, but I regularly lose myself in my work, and with no one else there to watch my back, I couldn't do that. Master had already greeted me when I arrived an hour ago to start my prepping, but he had already left for the day. He had walked out of the clearing with a frown, yet he still went to the mine. For me, the last 2 weeks had been hectic for both of us. You could say we were burning our candles at both ends, and it wouldn't surprise me if one of us got burned soon. A scary thought considering we work with fire, but hopefully it will be worth it in the end, so long as I don't screw up on what matters. I have so much to do and very little time to do it. Tabitha received a letter from Pakor 3 days after the New Year's festival, letting her know peace talks with Olbert were about to commence. It was good news for the village and would bring much-needed peace and stability to the region, but for me, it was like a countdown had begun to tick down in the back of my mind. For all I knew, Olbert could roll over for Pakor just as they did with Dre, and I'd be heading for Skal any day now. Though considering Tabitha hasn't received another letter saying as such, I'm working off the assumption that isn't happening just yet. That said, I only have a few months to half a year max before Pakor comes for me, and there was still so much to do. I didn't just feel the time crunch, and even Master has kicked it into high gear. He grumbles a lot, but I can't overstate how much he's helping me. Between sparring, runic research, forging, magic training, soul training, and taking 1 day off a week to rest and spend time with my family, I've had little to no time to help Master keep up with mining the stone and iron the village needs. Over the last 2 weeks, I've only helped him in the mine once, and it ruined my already tight schedule to the point Master insisted I didn't do it again. But the wall was still being built, and though Master may complain, he wouldn't go back on his word to help the village, hence these early days. Village life usually started at dawn, but that didn't cut it for us. Mother and father have been up with me every morning in solidarity. Mom makes sure I'm up on time by shaking me awake if I accidentally stay in my soul too long, while Dad brews a type of tea called Hunter's Mud. It's an evil, bitter drink with the consistency of watered-down syrup made from various forest roots and a type of crushed tree bark. The stuff tasted foul, but it kicked harder than a dozen cups of coffee, which I needed, considering I'm pretty sure normal coffee wouldn't be able to do much against my current stats. Mom still tries to run with me, but with how early we're up each morning and her much lower physical stats, she can't accompany me every day. But honestly, she's doing better than I expected. I mean, I've thought about giving up on my morning routine for more sleep, much less her, but I know if I compromise now, I'll do so again in the future, and that's a slippery slope to be on. Master would go to the mines as soon as I arrived in the clearing, and Tabitha wouldn't show up until she finished her morning routine. I wasn't aware of it, but much like I stretch and run every morning, Tabitha practiced in the quarry. I didn't know about her practicing because she'd always be finished by the time I was done with my morning exercises. Master never saw her because he'd never had a reason to go to the quarry that early, and Tabitha would cut through the forest to meet me, so they never saw one another. When I asked Tabitha how long she'd been practicing in the morning, she flatly told me she'd been doing it since she arrived at the village like it wasn't a big deal. She had initially been practicing in the forest, but after I started our sparring sessions, she's been using the quarry, which is much easier to practice in. I thought it was weird how quickly she became accustomed to sparring there, but now it all makes sense. Once again, I was humbled by Tabitha. I was always a little jealous of her fighting skills and told myself it was just because she's seen more action than me, but I was wrong. Tabitha is amazing as she is, not because she's gifted, but because she works hard and practices 4 hours a day, all before the sun even rises. And the rest of the time she spends watching over me and patrolling the surrounding forest. She never complains and never neglects her duties. I have to admit, Tabitha is an inspiration, now only if she were easier to talk to. If she weren't so silent and humble when not talking about Pakor and pointed out how hard she works from the start, I might have seen her in a different light sooner. Instead of initially thinking she was looking down on me for having what she would consider a peaceful life. Kervin will be back in a week, and I still need to make a few more weapons before he arrives. Initially, I planned to ration out my kagels, only using a bit of it every few days, but with the possibility of Pakor showing up whenever, I had to change my plans. So instead of focusing on making armor for the village, I've been solely working on the kagels weapons I planned on selling. When I'm done with those, I'll work on stuff for the armory. Unfortunately, I seriously doubt Kervin will be able to get me any more kagels, so I'll need something to do after I finish using the last of it. I still have a few more to make over the coming week, but I'm working on something else today. I'm still making a weapon, but it isn't one I'm selling. It's the one I'm giving away. Today I'm going to try making the special dagger for real finally. I've been putting it off, justifying myself by saying I wasn't ready yet, but I could only lie to myself for so long. I made the tools I think I'll need almost 7 days ago and have looked over my plans 100 times since then. The only good thing about my procrastination is that I did a lot of other work in the guise of preparation. I've made 12 spears, 8 short swords, 5 long swords, and 2 decently sized claymores. I mixed in slightly less kagels into this batch of weapons to stretch my limited supply, but they still came out only slightly inferior to their non-diluted counterparts. I had Tabitha inspect the first one I made, and she said it was fine, so everything should be okay. Even with me using slightly less kagels than usual, my weapons were still leagues ahead of other similar weapons. I'll be a nice person and warn Kervin about the slight quality drop so as not to cause him any problems, though I'm sure it won't matter with Pakor apparently claiming he would buy everything I made. Looking into the fire, I deem it hot enough to put my ingot in. With practiced movements, I use my tongs to place the ingot deep into the flames, next to where the air is pumped in from the bellows, careful not to let it touch the sides of the forge. The forge's walls were charred a deep black and were covered in small splotches of iron from yesterday. I haven't had time to clean the forge in a while, the last time being the day before the New Year's festival. Of course, 2.5 weeks isn't that long when you consider how long people usually go without cleaning their forges, but that further showed how much master, and I have been using it with it looking like it is after such a short amount of time. We've been running the forge daily to the point we briefly considered building another one so we could work on our projects simultaneously, but we decided against it. So on the days I'm forging master minds, while when I'm sparring or working on enchanting with Sandra, he uses it to forge the iron components brother needs for the wall. Master hasn't said anything about it, but I'm sure he works on my day off too. A second forge would be helpful in the short term, but it would quickly lose its effectiveness after I left for Skull. Plus, it isn't exactly easy to build a sound forge. We might be able to throw one up in a day, but it wouldn't be able to tolerate the flames I need to work on magic metals. Letting out another tired sigh, I work the bellows, shifting the metal every so often to make sure the ingot is evenly heated. I work in silence for 20 minutes until I feel a mana signature move into mana senses range. Looking up from the glowing metal, I smile and wave at Tabitha, who's walking into the clearing from the path that leads to the quarry. "Good morning," I call out. Morning, she politely nods to me before moving over to the bench master usually uses. She definitely knows a self-cleaning spell. She's been practicing for hours, yet there wasn't a bit of sweat on her. I haven't had a chance to see her practice regimen, but I doubt it's anything less than what she has me do. She should be drenched, not looking like she just freshened up. Oh well, with Tabitha here, I can better focus on my work. Turning my attention to the ingot, I continue to work the bellows. The Kagel's steel ingot is slow to heat up, and I need it close to a molten state if I'm going to forge Real's dagger. Sandra and I have spent a lot of time discussing how I'd pull off my crazy design. Initially, I thought about making both sides of the dagger separately before welding them together. If I did that, I could enchant the inside, which sounded like a good idea on paper. But after some quick testing using regular steel, I had to discard that idea. Welding the two sides worked, but it completely ruined the metal's internal mana structure, and I need the dagger's mana to flow correctly to make it work. If the mana didn't freely flow from the dagger's handle down towards the openings, not only would it weaken the bonded metal, it could cause it to disintegrate if overused. Sandra suggested I instead make the handle and blade separately, but it didn't work out when I tested it again. I tried welding the two pieces together and making a threaded removable handle, but both had the same problem. The seams again were put under considerable stress, and a lot of the mana channeled into the dagger would get bogged down in the handle. If I wanted my design to work, I would need to keep everything in one piece. Did I miss anything? Sandra's voice echoes from the clearing's entrance. Just in time to watch me fail, I joke self-deprecatingly as she walks over to me. She spares Tabitha a polite wave, but overall ignores her. Oh, stop. Sandra rolls her eyes just like my mother does when I say something stupid. You can make anything. Her confidence in me brings a smile to my face and takes some of the pressure of success off my shoulders. When I was thinking about how much my parents have been supporting me these last 2 weeks, I forgot about the rest of my family. My new family, my sister-in-law, Sandra. If my parents have been helping me emotionally, Sandra has been helping me physically. Even on days I say I'll study enchanting with her, I end up focusing on something else more often than not, whether that's practicing my mana manipulation or sharpening one of the many weapons I've made. While I've been doing that, Sandra has been tirelessly throwing herself into runic studies. She's effectively taken over my workbench, and now that she has an engraving pen of her own, practicing enchanting is all she wants to do. Where once it was me giving her pointers, now it was she who had to take time to explain what she's learned to me. My superior magic manipulation skills help me learn everything she teaches quickly, and I can still draw enchants better than her. Still, it's Sandra who's become the more knowledgeable one when it comes to enchanting, and it shows in our skill growth. That was the smallest amount of experience I've seen in a while. Sure, a few of my more important skills leveled up, but not in the way I expected after pushing myself so hard. The massive amount of experience I'm used to getting from my skills has started to plateau. Other than dancing, all the lower-tier skills that I use on a daily basis have reached the point that they don't quickly level, and my higher Tier 3 and above skills aren't any better. Every night over the past 2 weeks, I've been working non-stop in my soul, spending what felt like months in there, and all I have to show from it was 3 levels. Sure, mental resistance finally reached level 60 after what felt like forever, but I honestly have no idea how I'm supposed to push it or send soul past their bottlenecks. And it's not like I haven't noticed my other lesser-used skills falling further to the wayside. Seeing constant growth has always done wonders for my motivation, but what happens if that stops? Will I be able to continue as I am? I'm not sure. Shaking my head, I try to remember why I pulled up my status page in the first place. Then scanning my skills, I'm reminded of where my train of thought was when my eyes fall on enchanting. Enchanting only leveled twice and hasn't even reached level 10 yet, while Sandra celebrated her skill reaching level 14 the other day. And I don't doubt that she won't stop improving anytime soon. Glancing at my workbench, the multiple experiments she has scattered on it are proof enough of that. She has pieces of a clay pot, bits of cloth, and chunks of leather scattered all over the place, each with various runes doodled on them. While I focused mainly on seeing how runes hold up on wood and metal, Sandra has expanded her testing to other materials, a fact I'm still kicking myself over for forgetting about. Then there was our runic encyclopedia, a journal Sandra had me transcribe with my drawing skill to document the various runes we've discovered. A journal she was working on expanding. Good morning, Lady Tabitha. Sandra saunters to the worry-looking knight. No, I haven't even asked anything yet. Sandra playfully tilts her head to her side and plays innocent. I know what you're going to ask. Tabitha's eyes narrow. You're going to ask for my armor again. Sandra has the gal to look offended but doesn't back down, even when Tabitha releases a hint of killing intent. I was just wishing you a good morning. Sandra doesn't flinch under Tabitha's pressure, having become used to it the last couple of days. If Tabitha released her full killing intent, she would undoubtedly scare Sandra away or make her faint, but Tabitha would never chance that on the pregnant Sandra. But now that you mentioned it, Sandra grins down at Tabitha. I would appreciate seeing your armor one more time. Tabitha's face scrunches up like she'd just eaten something bitter, and she struggles for a response. Sandra, a girl less than half Tabitha's age and level, had her expertly backed into a corner. It was only a matter of time until she got what she wanted, just as she always did. Maybe I've been subconsciously looking down on my friend. I know I'm spreading myself thin, and it only makes sense someone with Sandra's drive would overtake me in a field they're dedicating most of their time to. Is this what she feels like? I don't like it. Bringing my hands up to my face, I lower Mana's skin for a moment and feel the full force of my forge. A brief slapping sound overtakes the roar of the fire, drawing both Tabitha and Sandra's attention. "You okay, Aaliyah?" my friend asks with concern in her eyes, seeing how I just slapped myself. My cheeks sting as I drop my hands and reactivate mana skin. "Never better," I answer with a fake sense of confidence. "Okay," Sandra hesitantly says before turning her attention back to Tabitha. It was time to stop moping and make a dagger. With a smile on my face, I watched as Tabitha reluctantly unclasped her shiny metal breastplate. Her fingers tightly gripped onto it, even as she offered it up to Sandra. Sandra grunted as she tried to pry the armor out of Tabitha's hands, but only after the hesitant knight finally decided to release her death grip could Sandra finally properly get her hands on it. Sandra's smile mirrored my own as she brought the armor over to my workbench, where she would study it closer. While Sandra looked like she was on cloud nine, Tabitha was the opposite. Tabitha, the ever-stoic picture of a knight in armor, looked like her heart was ripped out of her chest. She scanned the tree line as her hand dropped to her sword, but the invisible monsters she was picturing never attacked. My smile faltered seeing her like that. While it was funny for the first few seconds, I can't help but feel like an asshole smiling at the uncomfortable woman. Something had to have happened to her for Tabitha to react like that every time she takes off her armor. Something that went beyond feeling exposed, and it was wrong of me to laugh at her. Tabitha was an extremely dangerous woman, with or without her armor on, so imaging what it would take to give her such a complex sent a shiver up my spine. I'd ask her if I didn't think she would brush me off. It would be easier if she were more open. But of course, knowing Tabitha, she won't say anything unless I ask, but would that be right of me to step into her business like that? Sandra didn't notice the discomfort Tabitha was under. She only had eyes for the armor in her hands, and I could understand Tabitha's breastplate was amazing to look at. Whatever alloy it was made from was top-notch, and is probably just as challenging to work as delinium, maybe even more so. Tabitha's breastplate conducted mana almost as well as mithril did, but didn't have its weaknesses when it came to defense. But though I appreciate the metal and the craftsmanship that went into the armor, Sandra only cared about one part of it, the enchantments. Sandra can't sense mana as I can, but that hasn't stopped her from trying to unravel its mysteries all the same. For example, after Tabitha allowed us to see her breastplate for the first time, the first thing Sandra did was ask Master to craft her a simple magnifying glass. Master isn't a skilled glassblower by any means, so the magnifying glass came out tinted green due to the metals in it, but that surprisingly helped. The tinted glass helped with the glare cast on the metal from the glowing runes and made them easier to see. Of course, she could still only see the surface level of the enchantments, but we each have to start somewhere, and at the rate she was improving, I wouldn't put it past Sandra to figure out how to trace them with mana just like I do. Out of the corner of my eye, while working the bellows and was still able to, I dived a part of my attention to Sandra as she channeled her mana into Tabitha's armor. Of course, I'll have to put all my attention into the dagger once I start working the metal, but until then I can allow my focus to wander, to a small degree. Different colored lines ignite across the underside of Tabitha's armor, the exact spot where it would sit up against her chest as Sandra activates its 3 enchantments. One enchantment glows a soft blue, while the other 2 are light brown. The enchantments we make with our engraving ink resemble the brown ones, but ours are overall a darker shade. It could be because there is a difference in materials, or it's equally likely our engraving ink should be a lighter color, and we just don't know it yet. We would know this if the enchantments on Tabitha's armor matched our own, but sadly they don't. All 3 enchantments on Tabitha's armor were either tier 3 or above, meaning they're 3-dimensional and a significant step above anything we've worked with. But that isn't stopping Sandra from trying to document what each of the enchantments do, and any way we might be able to copy them. That first part was going well, not so much the second part. This was the 7th time Sandra's looked over Tabitha's armor, and by now, we both had a pretty comprehensive idea of what each of the enchantments did. For example, the blue one is a weight reduction enchantment. When activated, it decreased Tabitha's armor's weight by 40. It was impressive, but even more so when you factored in how much mana it took to keep the enchantment activated. The weight reduction runes only required the tiniest bit of magic to activate because it already had a power source to draw from. Like Pakor's armor, Tabitha's armor had a magic gem embedded in it, 3 of them actually, 1 for each enchantment. They weren't as big as the magic stone in Pakor's armor, but they were still the 2nd largest magic gems I'd ever seen. Each gem was about the size of a large grape, practically dwarfing the rice grain-sized ones Sandra and I used in our engraving pens. Sandra and I asked Tabitha how long each of her enchantments could stay active, and she told us it varied between them, but the weight reduction one lasted the longest at 11.5 hours if she drained it completely. The 2nd enchantment was a more advanced version of the hardening enchantment that we already knew and could stay activated for 4 hours. But there was the kicker: Tabitha only ever used her enchantments sparingly and seldom at the same time. I asked Tabitha if she used them when we spar, and to my surprise, she did. Recently, that is. Once I was able to put up a decent fight, Tabitha said she had started to use her enchantments during our sessions, but not in the way I expected. Tabitha toggles her enchantments on and off. If she's sitting or standing in place, she doesn't waste her mana activating them. Instead, Tabitha switches between her weight reduction and defensive rune depending on what she's doing during a fight. She briefly activates her weight reduction rune to move faster when she moves. When guarding, Tabitha deactivates the weight reduction rune and switches to the defensive one, restoring her armor to its original weight, thus centering her in place and ensuring her armor won't take too much damage. Against dexterity builds, she keeps them both activated to keep up with them and make sure any glancing blows don't damage her gear. Essentially, Tabitha judges her opponent and decides which enchantments she wants to keep activated and when. When we first learned about Tabitha's fighting style, Sandra and I thought it was impossible to trigger enchantments like Tabitha said she did freely, but that was because neither of us had seen an activation rune before. At least that's what we're calling them. On each of the enchantments after the mana-absorbing rune, an extra rune we'd never seen before was added into the structure. With my skills, I guessed what each of the runes did and was amazed by what the new rune type did. It acted as a light switch. You could channel your mana into the enchantment to activate it and continue to channel your mana to maintain it like any other magic tool I've seen. But it had the added effect of keeping the enchantment going, even after you stopped providing your mana, by drawing on the mana in the magic gem. To deactivate the rune and shut off the enchantment, all you had to do was supply it with mana again. With practice, anyone could turn the enchantments on or off in milliseconds. Your everyday magic items didn't need this feature, that's why I hadn't seen it before. Until this point, all the enchantments I've encountered only needed to be activated for short periods or ran full-time using magicite. Tabitha told us most life-saving enchantments were always activated and were designed to work once certain conditions were met, like the third enchantment on Tabitha's armor. While the first two enchantments on Tabitha's armor were meant to be turned on and off periodically, the third enchantment was never meant to do so. We had to ask Tabitha what the third one did because even being able to see the runes and pour our mana into them, neither of us could figure out what the enchantment was meant to do. Even though the third enchantment was always activated, there were no visual signs of it doing anything. When the weight reduction or defensive enchantments were activated, I could see their mana interacting with the metal they were inscribed on the third one, nothing. And once Tabitha told us, I understood why. The third enchantment on Tabitha's armor was a full body shield. It would only activate once a certain amount of damage was done to her and her life was at stake. For a high cost, the enchantment would cover her from head to toe in a magic barrier. When Tabitha told us what it did, I joked that it was overpowered until she told us what it would take to activate. She could lose an arm, a leg, and still the enchantment wouldn't activate. Only once she was on the cusp of death would it help her. I thought it would conjure something like my mana skin to shield her, but my skill would be the equivalent of wearing a piece of paper compared to what Tabitha's third enchantment covers her in. The enchantment draws out the properties of her breastplate and uses it to create a full body shield, one so tight she wouldn't be able to move yet strong enough it would be almost impossible to harm her. And that was what it was, a life-saving measure meant only for the final blow. A genuinely frightening enchantment. Sandra had asked Tabitha how long it would hold once activated, but she didn't know. An hour, maybe two. She had never had it activate before. Tabitha said it would have activated against the dragon if she had been hit by it, but she was lucky that it never did. Once activated, the enchantment would destroy the armor once it ran out of mana. The enchantment would suck up all that it could to keep running, even the mana in the material it was engraved on. It would stay activated until her armor literally turned to dust. That was why similar enchantments were usually placed on bracelets or other jewelry pieces. Of course, they weren't as strong as the one engraved on Tabitha's armor, but the wearer didn't need to worry as much about it activating and being destroyed. Tabitha wasn't sure, but Sandra and I speculated that the third enchantment was Tier 5. It was made up of over 24 runes, all of which were incredibly complicated. Then again, we could be wrong. Neither of us has that much experience with higher tier runes yet, so we can only base things on what we currently know. But even if we learn in the future that it is only a Tier 4 rune, it wouldn't change its usefulness in our eyes. If I could, I would replicate it no matter the cost. It would be worth it, guaranteeing my family's safety. I think Sandra understands this too, and that was why she couldn't keep herself from studying it more. It was like a fruit dangling over the edge of a cliff just out of arm's reach. Well, maybe not that close, but that was how we saw it. It was right there, taunting us, daring us to grab it. We still had Tabitha's other magic items to look at, but they were just as challenging to study. Other than her shield, which was only enchanted to produce a force shield of mana once activated, Tabitha's other magic items were all jewelry, which were small and hard for Sandra to study. We were surprised to learn that out of all of Tabitha's armor, only Tabitha's shield and breastplate were enchanted, but she made an excellent point neither of us thought of. Tabitha wasn't a mage. She didn't have a large mana pool as we did and couldn't afford to be covered head to toe in magic gear. Her current items were already at the cusp of what she could handle, without needing to have other people charge her stuff for her. The mana gems did their part, keeping her life-saving treasures activated, but they still burnt through small amounts of mana doing so. Tabitha told us she topped off all her enchantments every night, ensuring they were always at 100. Besides her shield and breastplate, she had 3 pieces of enchanted jewelry. First, an amulet that was designed to help her if she was poisoned. She had a ring on her right hand that could protect her from severe temperatures like from a giant fireball or frost spell. And on her left arm, she had a bracelet that was similar to the gloves Anastasia used, only slightly less powerful and more meant for general fatigue. Each had a condition programmed in to keep them from activating willy-nilly. Like her breastplate, low-tier spells and poisons wouldn't trigger her magic items, which from a design standpoint was a good thing. If her ring activated every time someone threw a small fireball at her, Tabitha's gear would be rendered useless way too quickly. Besides, it would take more than something like that to hurt someone with Tabitha's level. Shaking my head, I clear my thoughts as my ingot was almost ready. It was exciting thinking about everything we've learned regarding enchanting, but it was time to focus, and I couldn't divide my attention any longer. I could help Sandra decipher the runes once I'm done with my work, as soon as I have everything ready for Curvin and my trip into the forest. Then I could take a small break before I go. With that decided, I grab my tongs and reach into the forge to remove my glowing ingot. It wasn't that far off from its melting point, but that's how I needed it. Switching over to my anvil, I had to be careful as I juggled my tools. First, I checked the ingot's internal mana structure to see if it shifted during the heating process. It did, but only by a little. Next, I flip the bar over and give it a few test strokes to see how it moves. I've gotten used to working with Kaggl's alloys, but you can never be too sure. Forging is difficult as it is, and even more so for me because I need to do it in a way that doesn't ruin the material's mana conductivity. I spend what feels like hours shifting the ingot to and from my forge, working it so everything lines up perfectly. Then the real fun begins. I draw out the part of the ingot that will be the blade, but only a little bit. Then I grab one of the tools I specifically made for this job, a long, thin steel cone, even smaller than a pencil. Using my hammer, I carefully drive it into the block of metal, creating the small cavity I need in the spine of the dagger. The dagger I'm making is thicker than what I'd usually make, but that's because I need it to stay strong despite the void in the spine. I have to make sure there isn't a single flaw in my metal if there is. It would only take one lousy strike for the blade to shatter. But unfortunately, I spot 2 such imperfections that I have to take care of before moving on, doing just that. The world around me drifts away as I sink deeper and deeper into my work. While using sense mana on my budding dagger, I sense Tabitha and Sandra standing next to one another by my workbench, but I don't let their conversation distract me from what I'm doing. The forge's fire reaches through mana skin and makes me sweat as I continually use precise strike. This dagger will be all precision, so my other 2 skills were worthless here. I work the dagger's blade until it's perfect it must be before moving on. In the end, I couldn't make the dagger in 2 parts as Sandra suggested. That said, making the dagger in stages did end up being the best way to go about this. I would forge the blade of the dagger first, then remove the cone currently in its spine and let the dagger's blade cool a bit. I wouldn't quench it yet, but I didn't want the blade to move as easily as it currently was. Then, once the blade was completed, I would use the second form I made to create the dagger's handle. Unlike the blade where I could drive my mold into the metal, I had to be more careful with the handle. If I moved too quickly or brought my hammer down in the wrong spot, I could cut off the handle from the shaft running down the dagger's spine. Doing so would almost certainly ruin the dagger, and I'd have to melt it down and start all over. So I slowly mold the handle into what I need, taking my time. Hours later, after a lot of hard work, I finally had something to be proud of. But I wasn't done yet. I examine it for any flaws and go over my mostly completed work with a fine-tooth comb. I still needed to make the cap that would screw into the dagger's pommel, wrap the handle, and most importantly, do the enchanting part. Once I was sure there wasn't anything structurally wrong with it, I placed my dagger back into the forge, just long enough for me to grab my enchanting pen and heat it back up again. Pulling my dagger out of the fire, I take a deep breath and settle my emotions. The next part was arguably the hardest. I practiced what I was about to do multiple times and it worked most of them, but that didn't stop me from second-guessing myself. Picking up my engraving pen, I start channeling my mana into it. The tip of my pen glows, but no ink comes out of the reservoir, it is empty. I bring my pen down to the still glowing metal of the dagger and stop just before I touch its surface. If I wasn't channeling mana into my pen, the heat radiating off it might melt my pen being made out of pure mithril. Using my pen to focus my mana, I activate magic threads. A tiny hair-like thread of mana snakes its way from the tip of my pen and into the glowing dagger. I push my mana through the metal, forcing it to part like a tiny drill. I came up with this while Sandra, Master, and I were discussing ways I could put small holes in my blade without compromising its structure. We bounced around a few ideas, but Master shot them all down, saying any tool we would use would make too big a hole and ruin the blade itself. I thought about my magic thread's skill in a stroke of genius, and remembered how I would use them to burrow into the earth below me and anchor me in place. It works by having my mana snake into the ground and fuse with the mana naturally there, but what if I didn't let it fuse? What would happen if I focused on keeping my mana together and not spreading it out? What I got from my experiments were magic threads that could physically bury through the dirt. The new threads weren't as stable as my other ones and took a long time to push through the harder stuff, but with sense mana, I could see that they were tunneling through the ground and left a void when I retracted them. Using my engraving pen without ink was Sandra's idea. She thought it would help me focus my mana into a small but powerful thread capable of digging into hot metal. It wasn't easy forcing my mana into the dagger. My mana naturally wanted to break up and spread, but I couldn't let that happen. Slowly, less than a millimeter at a time, I pushed my mana into the metal. I didn't take my eyes off my mana as it pushed forward, not even blinking. I pushed until I felt it pierce into the chamber in the dagger's spine. I wanted to celebrate my success, but I wasn't done yet. That was only one opening. I needed to make 11 more, 6 on each side of the double-bladed dagger. This was going to take a while. Kervin's point of view, sitting in the seat of my cart, I gazed up at the wall in front of me. Of course, it wasn't the same scale as the walls surrounding Dre and the other cities, but that didn't take away from its splendor. The wall in front of me was still being constructed, but it had something more than those other walls did. It was new. I know, shocker. A new wall looked new, but that was the thing. I'd never seen one before. Sure, I'd seen new buildings made with stone, but I've never seen a newly erected wall like this. The most recent wall in this corner of the world was Dre's, and it was built over 100 years ago before my parents were even born. A wall was a sign that a city was safe and thriving. Any merchant worth their salt could tell a lot about a city by its defenses. T-Burn had decrepit walls due to their financial problems. Dre made regular patches but never fixed their walls' underlying problems, telling how the previous lord once ran things. Illel's renovated its western entrance regularly because it mainly catered to merchants and the wealthy but neglected its other entrances. I could go on, but one thing they all had in common was that all of them were one step away from crumbling. The war made that abundantly clear, even to the average person. Skal has been trying to fix what they could while the war was stalled, but you could only do so much with what you have. But they were more interested in agriculture and didn't have many hands to spare on architecture. The wall in front of me might not stretch up into the sky, but it looked sturdier than the ones I was used to passing through. The last time we were here, there wasn't much to look at, but they had already built maybe 100 feet of wall in only a month. They still had a long way to go before it looped around the entire village, yet not one of the workers looked put off by that idea. I couldn't spot a single person with a frown on their face. The people constructing the wall were putting their all into the project, and it showed in their work. While last time the village's entrance looked like a chaotic mess, this time, everything looked streamlined. The workers looked more confident in what they were doing and radiated pride, while the foreman was able to stand back and watch his people do their jobs without constantly having to bark orders at them. Looking up at the growing wall, I realized this village will never be the same. Even after Aaliyah leaves, it won't stop growing. It was past that point, and once word gets out, they're able to spare the resources to construct such a thing and do it. I shake my head. I wouldn't be surprised if people from the surrounding villages flocked her by the droves. It was only a matter of time. Are we going in, or will you have us stand here all day? Real complains, bringing me out of my thoughts. Quit your complaining, I snap back. You can't tell me you aren't impressed by this even a little. Real rolls his eyes and scans the village's progress with a judgmental look. It looks like they're only going 10 feet high. I could scale that in 2 seconds. Yes, because they're building it to stop you, I respond sarcastically. Cracking my reins, I usher my cart forward towards the gap in the wall where the front gate had yet to be built. Just saying, Real grumbles, walking alongside the cart. I just figured with Aaliyah involved it would be something crazy like 100 feet tall or something. Lert and Reba chuckle at Real's joke, and I find myself smiling along with them. I know Real was exaggerating, but I have to admit, he had a point. That girl goes above and beyond with everything she does, to the point that I wouldn't question it if I were told the wall would eventually be that high. Though a 100-foot wall would be impressive, it would be overkill for such a small village. Gods, the current wall was overkill for a village this size. But then again, it wasn't like she was the one building the thing by herself. There were dozens of villagers helping out, not just Aaliyah. She was the most talented person in the village, but she was far from the only one. Spotted Creek Village indeed was an outlier in that regard. At the moment, other villages, the same size as this one, were struggling. Skull offering tax benefits for food helped things, but inflation took its toll on people. Before we left Dre, I had a chat with my fellow silver herd traders, and they went on and on about how they were having trouble getting everything people asked for. And when they did get what they needed, they had to charge 5 times what it was worth. Most considered themselves lucky if they made a 5 return on their trips. To a merchant, that was a horrible return. But while most villages were struggling, Spotted Creek was thriving, expanding even. And I think I knew their secret. It was their younger generation pushing this growth, and the fact that they could source most of what they needed nearby was just the icing on the proverbial cake. While farming villages were struggling to get replacement tools, Spotted Creek had a nearby mine with 2 talented smiths that could make anything the village could need. The headman's daughter learned magic in Dre, and I heard her fiancé was the one to propose the wall in the first place. Oh yeah, I suppose they're married now. Damn, I forgot to bring them a congratulatory gift. I need to maintain good relations with them, not only because they are Aaliyah's family, but because the headman's daughter was learning enchanting. An unaffiliated enchanter, that was a gold mine if I'd ever heard of one. Between Dre, T-Burn, Blayton, and Illels, there were maybe 10 enchanters total, and they all kept in contact with each other. They regulated the prices between them and could demand whatever they wanted for their services. I've been supplying Aaliyah with the materials she needs, so I know better than most that they're overcharging for what Aaliyah called simple, enchanted items. Then there was the headman's son, Nicholas. It seemed his old man was considering stepping down soon if I've been reading the situation correctly. Speaking of which, greetings, young master. I call out to him as we pull up next to the headman's house. Hello, Curvin. He returns my greeting with a smile and a polite nod. It's nice to be getting regular deliveries again. Do you have a manifest for me? I do. I reach to my side and hand him the piece of parchment I had tucked there. I got you everything we discussed last month. Nicholas scans the list of goods I brought with me, and I notice a slight slip in his smile when he gets to the total for everything. It's quite a bit more than last month. He gives me a wary look, probably thinking I'm trying to take advantage of him. I assure you that's the best I can do. Salt prices are going up by the day. The future headman sighs while I keep my face neutral. He doesn't know that I'm selling him everything at a slight loss, and the only way I'm able to do that is because my business with Aaliyah more than covers what I lose helping out the village. So while I might be able to make a few silver off the various odds and ends I sell each month if I charged higher prices, it was more worth it to keep in good standing with the village. Nicholas doesn't know it yet, but he owes me one. You must be loving this, Nicholas notes cynically. Hardly, I scoff. You think Silver Herd is making piles of gold with goods at what they are. Well, it sort of is, but not like what it was doing before the war broke out. I don't mention that, though. Nicholas is surprised. Are things that horrible in the city? It doesn't look like he can imagine what life outside his village is like. Well, it's certainly not like here. I gesture to the village as a whole. This place is practically a paradise compared to what's going on outside. I had no idea, Nicholas exclaims. I nod my head. Your village is doing exceedingly well. You must be doing a great job. I throw a few compliments his way, making him feel better about spending more money than he was expecting. A simple but effective merchant tactic. I'll have my men offload everything so that you can inspect it, and collect my money later, but that was implied. Going to see Aaliyah then. Nicholas correctly guesses my plans. Got to see what the Golden Rock is up to, I joke. Surprisingly, Nicholas doesn't laugh and instead gives me a concerned look. What has something happened to Aaliyah? She isn't hurt, is she? I exclaim, sweat forming down my back. Nothing like that. Nicholas reassures me before I start having a panic attack. It's just he hesitates to finish his sentence. Spit it out already. Real growls behind me, making me cringe. I didn't hear him approach, and apparently, neither did Nicholas, seeing how he was caught off guard too. Nicholas flinches under Real's powerful gaze, and I'm about to intervene before he ruins our relationship with the future headman when Nicholas finally finds his voice again. She's been overworking herself. He spits out in a rapid mess. Real and I raise an eyebrow, not understanding what Nicholas was getting at. The people hauling stone from the quarry have been talking. Some people think she's preparing for war. A war? What do you mean? I press him for further details. Nicholas leans in. You didn't hear it from me, but apparently she's been crafting weapons or sparring with Lady Tabitha almost every day for over a week now. What about the stone for the wall? Real asks, fully invested in anything regarding Aaliyah. Nicholas shakes his head. Apparently, it's all Master Dell's doing. He's been working just as hard as she has, which is out of character for him. Of course, it all started after Lady Tabitha got a letter a few weeks ago. Has anything happened between Skull and Olbert? Is that why prices are so high? Nicholas continued to bombard me with questions I had no answer to, raising many red flags. What does Aaliyah know that I don't? And worst of all, judging by Real's expression, he has no clue either. I'm sorry, I cut Nicholas off, but I don't know anything. If you'll excuse me, I wave for Lert and Reiba to hurry up and finish unloading the goods. They rush to follow my orders, and soon we're heading towards Del Raisin's clearing at a much quicker pace than usual. When we do make it to the clearing, I let out a sigh of relief seeing Aaliyah standing next to Camden's daughter, looking over something on their workbench. Lady Tabitha is the first to notice our approach, but Aaliyah is a quick second. "Curve in your back," Aaliyah cheerfully shouts, and for a second I think my worries were baseless. That is until she walks over to us and I get a better look at her. "What's that look for?" She frowns at me, but I think her friend says everything I need to. "He probably thinks you look terrible," Headman Down's daughter Sandra says with an "I told you so" look directed at her friend. I have to agree with her. Aaliyah looked positively worn out. She had a smile on her face, but it had to be fake because I didn't know anyone who could smile while looking like they were about to pass out on their feet. Aaliyah had bags underneath her eyes, and her tan skin looked paler than it should. "I don't look that bad, do I?" Aaliyah looks around, hoping someone would agree with her, but no one says a word. "No one but Real, that is. You look like shit," he bluntly tells her. Aaliyah's mouth drops open, and I have to suppress the urge to punch Real in the face. If he said that to anyone else, they'd probably vow to never do business with us again. "I look that bad, huh?" Aaliyah surprisingly doesn't get angry at Real's blunt words and rubs underneath her eyes. "That's what we've been trying to tell you." Sandra throws her arms up in exasperation. "You've been working nonstop for the last week. You need to take some time off." "Maybe you're right," Aaliyah sighs. "I'll take 2 days off, starting tomorrow." Sandra shakes her head like she was disappointed in her friend's decision, but didn't say anything else. "Is there some reason you're working so hard?" I ask. "What you haven't heard?" Aaliyah gives me a look that says she would think I should already know. "No, could you enlighten me?" "Peace talks have begun between Olbert and Skull. I don't know how much longer I have in the village." Of all the things she could have told me, that was not something I was considering. "Are you sure?" I ask. "There hasn't been any news of such a thing." "Really? I wonder why. I thought it would be big news." "It is likely Lord Bullock's doing." Lady Tabitha steps forward and gives us her insight into the situation. "He probably wants to keep things quiet until the talks are over." "Why would he want to do that?" Aaliyah asks the armor-clad woman. "To combat uncertainty," she answers matter-of-factly, drawing blank looks from all of us. Luckily, Lady Tabitha sees we don't understand her and thankfully clarifies for us. "If the merchant hasn't heard anything after so long, the negotiations will likely be drawn out. But wouldn't people benefit from knowing there will be peace?" Aaliyah asks the same question I had, but seeing Tabitha's blank reaction, I realize I'm being short-sighted. "And what if there isn't peace? What if the war is forced to continue?" Tabitha reminds us of the very dark possibility that Olbert and Skull might not come to terms with each other's demands. What would happen if Lord Bullock guaranteed people peace, only to have to tell the people the war had to continue? How do you think people would react? It is better to keep people in the dark until things are resolved. I see if a treaty is signed, Bullock can proudly claim the war is over. If it isn't, the war continues, and people wouldn't have had their hopes up in the first place. Sounds smart to me. Real gives his 2 coppers on the situation. "I guess," Aaliyah yawns. "But you see my problem, I only have so long to take care of the things I need to do before then. So you should be happy I got a lot of stuff for you." She tiredly grins at me and motions for us to follow her. Aaliyah leads us over to the shed we emptied last time we were here and flings the door open. My jaw threatens to hit the clearing's floor when I see the numerous Kagels weapons inside. They aren't as pure as the last ones. I needed to stretch my supply of Kagels. "I don't suppose you were able to bring me any more." "What? No," I glare at the girl dumbfoundedly. "You used all of it in a month." "Sure, the last batch was smaller than the first one, but I expected it to last her months, not a month." "How many weapons are here?" Aaliyah brings her hand up to her chin and hums. "Honestly, I'm not sure. I lost track a while ago." This child. I want to sigh, but I keep up my professional demeanor. "Does this mean you already finished my dagger?" Real asks, grinning ear to ear. "Dagger? What dagger?" Aaliyah looks confused, and I watch as all the joy washes from Real's face. "Ha, now who looks like shit?" Aaliyah playfully punches Real in the arm, surprisingly catching him off guard and sends him stumbling back. "So you didn't forget?" Real anxiously asks, catching himself before toppling over and rubbing his shoulder where she hit him. "Of course I didn't forget. Who do you take me for? Wait here and let me grab it." I don't know where Aaliyah was summoning all this energy from, but she scurried into the shed faster than any of us expected. Now, I didn't have time to have Mom make a sheath for it, so you'll have to get one made on your own, but I don't think you'll mind when you see this baby. I watch as Aaliyah walks out of the shed holding a dagger-shaped object wrapped in a piece of leather. "Tada," she shouts, removing the covering, revealing an oddly shaped dagger underneath. The blade looked more prominent than it needed to be compared to its handle. "This is the dagger you made me," Real asks with a complicated expression. "It doesn't look like what we discussed." Translation: "Why are you giving me this?" Aaliyah doesn't look surprised by Real's reaction and instead grins like a street side vendor trying to hawk a potion of immortality. "What? You said you wanted a dagger to poison people." "I never said people," Real points out. "We both knew what you meant." Aaliyah giggles in a way a girl her age shouldn't. "But I suppose if you don't want a magic poisoning dagger," Aaliyah stresses each word, "then you don't have to take it." She moved to wrap it back up, but Real was already rushing to her side. Wait, 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 you said it's a magic dagger. Real's attitude does a 180. I did, Aaliyah cockily grins, knowing she had him where she wanted. Observe. Aaliyah shows us the dagger's pummel, where a fancy-looking 4 was inscribed. She grabs it with her hand and twists it, and to all our amazement, it unscrews to reveal a compartment inside the handle of the weapon. Now, does anyone have some water? She asks. She then screws the pommel back on and holds the dagger out for Real to take. He gently takes the offered weapon and inspects it closely. What do I do now? Rub your finger against the blade. He does and frowns. I don't feel anything. Exactly, Aaliyah shouts. I'm about to recommend she take a nap and collect herself, but she cuts me off before I can say anything. Now pour a bit of mana into it, she instructs and stresses just a bit. Real does as he's told, and we all see blue lines erupt from underneath the binding, acting as the grip. The lines snake towards the area where the pommel screws onto the handle, and 12 small blue dots appear on the dagger's blade. That's enough, Aaliyah instructs, and Real stops channeling his mana and the blade goes dark again. Now touch the blade again. Real gently rubs his fingers across the shiny metal, and his eyes immediately widen with surprise. It's wet now, how? He looks to Aaliyah for answers, and she's standing there smiling with a huge shit-eating grin on her face. She holds out her hand, and Real reluctantly hands the dagger back to her. You have no idea how much trouble making this was, she stresses, holding the dagger up for us to see. There is a small compartment running down the blade's spine. It connects to the handle where you can store any liquid you want. I glance at Real and see the wheels turning in his head. There's a mana-absorbing rune underneath the grip. Aaliyah continues to explain, pointing as she goes. I engraved a single line between the handle and down into the blade. Then with my engraving skills, I poked 12 small holes into the blade's surface and connected them to the internal reservoir. When you pour your mana into the dagger, it escapes those holes and drags out a bit of the liquid. Aaliyah rubs the back of her head. Sandra, and I needed to come up with a whole new way to engrave stuff to pull it off. What do you think? I think it's amazing. Real holds out his hands in a pleading motion to have the dagger back. Aaliyah hands it to him with a satisfied smile on her face and gives him a bit of warning. Remember, it's made out of kagels, so it's sturdy enough, but its spine is still hollow. So be careful how you use it in battle. Also, you can sharpen it like any other dagger without fear of damaging the enchantment, but make sure you channel some mana through it afterward, so you don't accidentally clog the openings. Understand? Real absently nods his head while staring at his new toy. I didn't know you could make your own unique enchantments already. Congratulations. Aaliyah blushes at my compliment but shakes her head. It's actually not an enchantment, she tells me. I just used the same principles engraving pens work off of. There's only one rune, so you can't exactly call it an enchantment. I see. Will you make another one? Aaliyah snorts mirthlessly. Not unless someone orders one. I meant it when I said it was difficult to make. In the same time it took me to make that dagger, I could have made 10 other weapons. I did this for a friend, that's all. I watched Aaliyah as she turned her attention to a happy-looking Real. Again, she went overboard. I know I thought the village would continue to grow after she left, but I can't imagine this place without her here. And if she's right, she will be leaving soon. What happens then? Will I be reassigned, or will I go back to my old route? What about Real? If Aaliyah leaves, would he still be assigned to me? She wasn't in danger anymore, and I'm sure he's only still with me because Giovanni wanted someone close to him to keep an eye on her. I've been putting off thinking about it, but what happens to me after Aaliyah is gone? It was scary to admit, but I had no idea. Where do I go from here? The thought frightened me. Lights of different colors flickered around me, shifting, changing shape. To follow them indefinitely was impossible, and yet I tried. But mana wasn't bound by the same laws other forms of energy followed. Instead, it shifted through some matter while getting briefly stuck in others, and only by forcefully trapping it, either by absorbing it into the body or a rune, could mortals hope to control it. All around me, there were countless threads of mana, currents if you will, and the world was an ocean full of them. Here I was, trying to focus on one water molecule. Even with my skills, I've only been able to see the general currents of the mana around me. I could see the mana flowing through both living and inanimate objects, but only as a general outline of what was contained within. Regarding my mana skills, I've grown a lot since I was a baby, but I've reached the point that if I want to continue to improve, I'll have to go beyond my innate mana sensing skills. Making Real's dagger was an eye-opener. I ended up combining multiple techniques to finish it, and in the end, Sandra and I found a path forward. Focusing my mana into my hands, I try to replicate what I did with my engraving pen. Without a focus, it's harder to do, but I've had plenty of experience shaping my mana into root-like structures before. I watch as my mana snakes its way out of my fingertip and burrows into the mana currents swirling around me. Keeping it small without having it dissipate is challenging, but that's the focus of my training. My mana disrupts the calm sea around me and starts muddying the natural flow of magic. That's the opposite of what I wanted to happen. My goal is to have my mana threads pierce the mana around me, not fuse with it, but cleanly cut through it, and do so without damaging the flow of mana around me, or at least as little as possible. Heck, I'd take any progress at this point. If I'm to try to engrave higher tier runes, I'll need to have at least that level of control. I figured if I could sense smaller clusters of mana, it would help, but it was like I was trying to look at something microscopic without a microscope. I might even say it was impossible if I hadn't seen what this world was capable of. No, I shake my head, it wasn't impossible. Sense mana was on the cusp of leveling, I could feel it, if only I could. I lose my focus as I sense Mom walking down the hallway towards my room. A small sigh escapes my lips as she reaches my door. Come in, I call out. Must you do that? Mom scolds me as she pushes open my bedroom door and enters the room. You can at least pretend you can't see me through the walls, and you couldn't have waited 2 more seconds for me to knock. I force a smile while Mom leers at me with her hands on her hips. Sorry, I sheepishly reply. Never mind, get up, dinner is ready. Already. But I look out my window and see the sun has already long dripped below the horizon. Oh, yeah, oh, Mom rolls her eyes. Well, come on, your brother and Sandra are already here, unless you want to sit on your bed all night. I squash any desire I have to sarcastically reply to her as I swing my legs out from underneath me and stand up for the first time in what was probably hours. My legs complain about the quick movement and lock up on me, but mana threads in my superhuman body work together to keep me upright. Thankfully, it only takes me a few seconds to regain my posture, my high stats driving out any sense of soreness I had from sitting in one position for so long. Luckily, Mother didn't see my slight stumble. She had left my room as soon as she saw me start to get up. If Sandra was here, she was probably eager to get back and fawn over her pregnant daughter-in-law. Sandra was entering her 3rd trimester and was more than showing a tiny baby bump at this point. And like any future grandmother-to-be, Mom couldn't keep her hands off Sandra if she tried, which she didn't. Nice of you to join us. Brother smirks at me as I enter our kitchen dining room. I search for a comeback in my mind, but come up empty. I was still preoccupied with the possibility of gaining further insights into the very fabric of mana. Shut up, I hiss as I move to take my seat. Not very elegant or thoughtful, but it works all the same. Leave Aaliyah alone, Sandra gently scolds her husband, giving me a sidelong look that says she understood what I was going through. Sandra meditates more than I do these days. If anyone knows what it's like to come out of an extended meditative state, it is her. I'm the one who suggested we didn't bother you until dinner was ready. My friend gives me a supportive smile. Now none of that, Mom tells me as she drags a large pot of stew over to the table. Sandra, you first. Mom leans over and serves my friend first. So, who's your favorite child, Mom? I jokingly ask. Mom doesn't miss a beat, Sandra. She quickly answers without a hint of humor in her voice. Ow, I bring my hand up to my chest as if she stabbed me in my heart. Give me a grandbaby and we'll talk. I'm 15 and all you do is work all day, Mom points out to me. If not that, you spend all your time in your room. I come out to see you. Sometimes I blushingly answer. When you need me to help with your armor, Mother corrects me and again I don't have a comeback. Now, honey, thank the shitty gods, Dad came to my defense. Our girl's an adult now, of course. She doesn't want to spend time with us anymore. Or not, you too, Dad. May they hold true, the rest of us repeat after Dad finishes reciting the short prayer. After that, a heavy silence falls over the table. Well, this is awkward. We hadn't had a get-together like this in almost a month, and it felt like we were eating at a funeral. In a bid to lighten the mood, I try to strike up a conversation with Sandra. So how did your recent experiments go? What? My sudden question catches Sandra off guard, but she quickly catches on. Oh, good. Fabric mother-in-law made for me held up really well when I tried enchanting it. Any weaknesses? I ask in between taking sips of my stew. The same as last time. Fabric can be enchanted, but it runs the possibility of breaking if the threads around it split or come undone. What about you? Any luck controlling engraving ink with your mana? Sadly, no, I sigh. It had been 3 weeks since I made real his dagger, and I was no closer to making a tier 3 rune than when I first started trying. Is that what's been taking up all your time? Dad joins in on our conversation, and I'm more than happy to oblige him. It's part of it, I tell him. The last 2 weeks I've been making armor for the village, and fixing your gear. Dad's eyes drift to my war hammer sitting next to our front door. Yesterday, I forged the rounded end into a proper spike for piercing because of that. It looked newer than usual. Why the change now? I flounder for an answer that isn't. I plan to fight magic beasts in the forest. Tabitha recommended I change it, technically not a lie. But I've mostly been practicing my magic skills. I try to change the topic, to make better enchantments. I'm surprised Dad was aware of what I was working on. He smiles, seeing my surprised expression. Sandra was telling us earlier that you guys had a big breakthrough, and that was why you've been so distant. Dad looks confused, so I try to relate what we're doing to something he knows. That's it, woodworking. Okay, Dad, you know how when you want to carve something, you have to do it layer by layer, working from the outside in. Of course, Dad nods along. Well, we have to find a way to do the opposite, I tell him. We need to carve a design inside a material without damaging the outside. Sounds tricky, Dad notes before shoving a massive chunk of palm into his mouth. It is, Sandra adds in. But we think we found a way for Aaliyah to do it with her mana skills. Really? Dad exclaims. That's my girl, he says proudly, making me blush. It's not that big of a deal, I still haven't worked out how to do it yet. Staring down into my bowl, I use my spoon to play with my food. She's making little of what she's doing. Sandra continues to talk when I won't elaborate further. She's trying to make her mana physical. Doesn't she already do that with her spells? Dad is confused by Sandra's explanation. Yes, exactly. We use mana in our spells to create physical changes to our world. Making fire, moving earth, purifying water, no matter the spell, we have to use mana to do these things. But it isn't raw mana that we're using. Raw mana is unruly and hard to control. Aaliyah is the only person I know who can manipulate it as she does. Okay, but I still don't see what you're getting at. Dad is still confused, and Sandra has gone full on teacher mode at this point. If she can make her mana strong enough and control it well enough, she can have it dig into whatever she is enchanting, and we can fill it with engraving ink. Sandra spells out the method we came up with to those present. What she fails to tell everyone is how difficult our plan is to pull off. I could have my mana bore into Real's knife, but it took everything I had to do it, and I was only able to keep it straight. And runes were anything but straight. Tier 3 runes were a mess of shapes, symbols, and lines, all intertwining and linking together. Even if I knew what I had to do, my skills just weren't enough to pull it off. And how do these runes factor into what you're planning? Mom finally joins the conversation, but I almost wish she didn't. Come again, I feign ignorance. Do you think your father and I are fools? Mom's eyes narrow menacingly. We told ourselves you were an adult now and that you would tell us when you are ready, but enough is enough. Don't pretend like you aren't up to something. We've been supporting you these last 6 weeks, no questions asked, but you've been running yourself ragged and you're obviously preparing for something. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but don't sit there and act like you don't have something planned. The table goes silent again, and Dad lets out a long sigh. He doesn't look surprised by Mom's outburst, so she's probably been holding it in for a while. I suppose it was naive to think my parents weren't aware something was up. I guess now was as good as any time to tell them my plans to enter the forest. I'm sorry, I hang my head and apologize to my parents. I didn't want you guys to worry, but it looks like I did the opposite. Just tell us what's going on. Dad reaches over and takes one of my hands into his own. Does it have something to do with you leaving with Pakor? Mom ventures a guess as to why I didn't tell them. A little bit, but it's more selfish than that, I admit. I want to explore the forest, the deeper parts of the forest. Why would you want to go there? Dad asks, having seen the same things I did when we initially scouted out the chameleon spiders. I muster up all my courage and decide to tell my parents how I feel. Because it's exciting, I want to see what's in there because I want to test myself. I can feel myself trembling with excitement. I should have known. Surprisingly, Mom is less surprised by my answer than Dad is. I take it that's why you've been focusing so much on your armor. I nod. Mother sighs for what must be the 100th time tonight. And you too knew of this. She turns her attention to the couple sitting across from me, who were both watching this little play work itself out. Aaliyah asked me not to say anything. Sandra doesn't flinch under Mom's gaze. Of course, I told my best friend of my plans. She's been helping me almost as much as Master. But I thought I told you not to say anything to Richard. I glower at my partner in crime. He's my husband, of course, I told him. Then, to accentuate her point, Sandra leans over and kisses him. Barf. And you wonder why your mother is worried about you meeting people. Sandra coyly smirks at me. Are you going alone? Mom continues her questions after Sandra, and I stop childishly sticking our tongs out at each other. No, Tabitha is going with me, I inform her. I see Mother nods. She's surprisingly taking this all really well. When are you leaving? My eyes go round. That's all you're asking. If I said anything else, would it change your plans? Mother sends me a challenging look. No, I slink back into my seat. Exactly, so tell me when you plan to go on this little adventure of yours. I take a moment to think before I answer. My weapon and gambeson were ready. I still needed to make a few adjustments to the pieces of armor I'm wearing over it, but besides that and packing a bag, I'm pretty much ready. I was hoping I could figure out how to enchant my gear before I left, but if I've learned anything these past few weeks, is it will take a lot of practice before I could use my mana like I needed to pull it off. And with no practical enchantments for my armor, it was better to leave it unenchanted. 6 days, I say with certainty. What, so soon? Everyone, even Sandra, is surprised by my answer. I nod. I was going to wait longer to keep my plans a secret, but if everyone knows, there isn't much point in putting things off any further. Tomorrow, during my practice with Tabitha, I'll let her know when we're leaving. Holding up my hands, I count off what my days will look like. Sparring tomorrow, then I'll make my final preparations the day after. And the other 3 days, Mom asks. Time with my family, I smile at her. No sparring, no mana practice, just you, me, and Dad. And Sandra. Hey, Richard complains. And maybe Richard, I say it like an afterthought. You were right, I haven't been spending as much time with all of you as I should. I'm sorry. I not only bow my head not only to my parents, but to Sandra and Richard as well. At least we'll finally get to spend some time together before you leave on an adventure, Mom lamentates. We all share smiles, but I notice Mother and Father's are more forced than the rest of ours, so I won't ask them not to worry. All I can do is be strong and enjoy my time with them. Because I am going on an adventure, my first true one. These next 6 days are going to fly by. Like a specter, I moved through the shadows. I made sure to use airwalk to cover my tracks and make as little noise as possible. As a result, no one could see me as I skulked through the village. I didn't have long before the sun rose over the village, and it came to life. I needed to be gone by then. When I reached the edge of the village proper, I dropped my skills and released the breath that I was holding. All I had left was to pass the fields, enter the forest, and I was in the clear. My goal was to leave the village without being noticed by anyone, not because I needed to or anything like that, but because I didn't want to be sent off by a cheering crowd of well-wishers. There was no way I'd ever be able to live down that kind of embarrassment. I've become somewhat of a local celebrity at this point, even though I don't interact with most of the village. For a while now, people knew I was willing to put my life on the line to defend the village, and it was pretty much an open secret that my level was ridiculously high for my age. Of course, people liked to guess what it was, and it was only due to my acting skill that I was able to keep a straight face. Some thought I had already crossed level 100, but others' guesses were a lot closer to the truth. The news would eventually get out that Tabitha and I had left the village. It was even possible it might spread by the end of the day, but that was all the more reason to leave now. As I walked past the fields of blood maze, I once again took mental stock of my gear. Mana threads anchoring my war hammer to my back, check. Rations in case of the off chance we couldn't hunt anything, double check. My waterproof poncho for unexpected weather, my waterskin, and my utility knife, check, check, and check. I had everything Tabitha said I should bring with me, all tucked away in a simple bag that I could easily unclasp in an emergency. With my supplies accounted for, I feel over my armor and make sure everything was buckled up tightly. My new armor didn't cover as much as my old set, but what it lacked in size, it more than made up for with its flexibility. My Kaggl's breastplate covered the most, but it only guarded my front, leaving my sides and back exposed. I still had pads on my forearms and legs, but again, they only covered a fraction of my limbs. Everything was designed for ease of movement. My new fighting strategy was centered around striking fast and hard. I wasn't a glass cannon by any standards, but what little armor I was wearing was more for a worst-case scenario than for me to block with. I wasn't a genius at deflecting like Tabitha or untouchable like Pakor, but what I was good at was using my movement skills to evade my enemies' attacks. Or at least that's what Tabitha said. Unlike her and Pakor, I didn't try to bleed my enemies dry with multiple attacks slowly, no. My strategy was to wait for an opening and crush my opponent with a single hammer blow. If my first strike weren't enough, I would disengage and wait for another opening. It was the opposite of how I used to fight, always rushing in and getting cut up, but I've been able to spar with Tabitha for extended periods since I refined my fighting style. I'm still no match for her, experience-wise, but now I am much more confident dealing with people at a higher level than myself. I might not be able to win, but at least now it wouldn't be a one-sided slaughter. You're here. As I was thinking about Tabitha, she appeared out of the shadow of a tree in front of me. I'm starting to think she knows when I'm thinking about her. Her timing is too perfect, and I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities that such a skill could exist. Sorry I'm late, I keep my voice low as I approach her. My mom refused to stop hugging me. Last night I said most of my goodbyes to the people I was close with. Brother, Sandra, her family, master, everyone who knew that I was leaving today threw me an informal going-away party, minus the party part. And while mother and father were there with me, they waited to say their goodbyes until right before I left the house this morning. Dad had me recite all the woodsman knowledge he's drilled into me over the years, while mother demanded I didn't do anything too reckless, a promise I'm not sure I'll be able to keep. I'm not going to lie, saying goodbye was harder than I thought it would be, and that was knowing I would be back in a few weeks. I can't imagine what it will be like when Pakor comes for me. Ready? Tabitha asks me with a smile, unaware that I wasn't precisely sharing her excitement at this exact moment. No, that wasn't true. Even though my heart was heavy thinking about my family, I couldn't squash my growing sense of excitement. This was it, I was going on a real adventure. I wasn't marching to save the village or hunt invisible monsters. I was going to see the world, and maybe hunt 1 or 2 monsters. Knowing Tabitha, it might end up being more than 2, but I was okay with that. I reply with a growing sense of confidence. Then lead the way. Tabitha stepped aside so I could take point. I was to lead us to the magic-dense region, and from there she would take over. Tabitha had the most experience dealing with magic-dense regions, and it was only wise that I followed her lead once we got there. The 2 of us left the village, and I fought the urge to look back, but there was no time for hesitation, only adventure. I didn't know what lay before me, but I sure as hell would find out. Tabitha and I ran through the forest, only stopping periodically to check our position using the sun above us. The forest terrain kept us from taking a straight path, but I kept us going in the right direction with only a few detours along the way. Neither of us spoke to the other, focusing solely on our footwork and not tripping over the thousands of roots threatening to do so. We covered miles in minutes, dancing around trees with the greatest ease. We spent the whole day running like that, and in doing so I learned something. Tabitha didn't have the same stamina I initially thought she did. The woman who barely sweats during our sparring sessions was now perspiring like she was in a sauna. Multiple times I had to slow down to let her catch up to me. That first day we covered over half the distance we needed to and stopped when we found a decent camping spot. While I checked the surrounding forest for something to eat, Tabitha stayed at the campsite to build a fire pit and catch a much-needed breather. She wasn't a greenhorn when it came to survival skills, so by the time I caught a horned rabbit in its burrow and made it back to camp, she already had a fire going. "So who cooks?" I asked, holding up my sizable prize. Tabitha glanced back and forth between the rabbit in my hands and the fire in front of her. She didn't have to say it, but I knew cooking was going to be my job. Fetching my utility knife out of my bag, I skin and disembowel the hare, rigging it over the fire with a few decently sized sticks. The horned rabbit was massive compared to wild rabbits back on Earth and gave enough meat for the two of us to have a decently sized meal. I seasoned my catch with a few herbs I gathered while hunting it. It wasn't anything as good as what Mother makes, but it kept us from having to dig into our rations on the first day. There was an awkward silence between us as we sat eating, and I could only stand it so long before I tried to get Tabitha to talk. So I tried to think of a conversation topic. What should I expect when we reach the magic dense region? Tabitha shrugs off my question and continues to nibble at her rabbit skewer. What was that? I exaggerate, rolling my shoulders. You don't have any tips for me? Not one. Tabitha pauses mid-bite and looks me in the eyes. She must realize I wouldn't stop asking questions, so she lowered her skewer and finally answered me. I do not, she tells me in her monotone voice. Really, I say skeptically. You don't know anything about what we might encounter, plants, animals, hell, do you have any idea what the weather might be like? Tabitha shakes her head and looks in the direction we are heading. I do not. I don't know what I expected Tabitha to tell me, but it wasn't that. Sure, she explained to me earlier that each magic-dense region is different, but there had to be some similarities between them. Like, what did the mana in them feel like? Was it like at the bottom of our mind where the magicite was, or was it different? You can't make any assumptions. I raise a questioning eyebrow. That would be unwise, Tabitha tells me. All I can tell you is you should be ready for anything. It isn't an exaggeration to say that anything is possible in a magic-dense region. Like what? I smirk. Could it rain fire? I joke, but Tabitha doesn't smile. Wait, it can't really rain fire, can it? Anything is possible, Tabitha ominously reiterates. For all we know, the trees could give way to a volcanic hellscape a few miles into the zone, where fire rains down from the sky, and everything there has grown to survive such an environment. It isn't that I don't want to give you any ideas on what we might run into, it's that I don't want you entering your first magic-dense region with preconceived notions. That's how virgin explorers die. I swallow a nervous lump in my throat. Tabitha's warning was more than enough to shake my confidence a bit. Do you know how magic-dense regions form? I stammer, trying to change the subject. I asked Camden what he knew about them, but he told me he wasn't very knowledgeable and hadn't interacted with any explorers of the region since he was a child. Apparently, during his father's time running the village, it was common to have explorers stop by the village on their way there. Tabitha hums in thought. Hunters and explorers probably stopped coming to your village when the mountains stopped producing iron. My master has told me that the endless forest borders more of Olbert than just this part. Without a reason to draw in traders, it would only make sense hunters would enter closer to a more populated area, where they could trade in their spoils for better prices. I see what Tabitha means. If anyone tried to sell magic materials in Dre, the only people who would buy them were those who would probably want to transport them to Olbert's capital, where they would make a more significant profit. And the only way they could do so was by buying the materials at a lower margin. No one would want to come out here and risk their lives only to be underpaid. As to how magic-dense regions form, there is a lot of speculation. Tabitha tries to answer my initial question. Some believe magic-dense zones are the culmination of multiple mana veins converging at one point. Veins like our magicite mine. I ask for clarification. Yes, Tabitha nods. Some scholars believe it takes hundreds of these veins over a long period of time to create a magic-dense region. What are the other theories? Tabitha pauses for a second to consider her words. Some believe regions, like the one we are headed to, are a byproduct of great battles from ages past, battles that shaped the world today. Is there any proof to that theory? I ask on the edge of my seat. To influence an area hundreds of years later, what kind of magic could do such a thing? I'm not sure about all magic-dense zones, but one particular zone in Skal known as the Blood Flats does. Our kingdom has records detailing a battle that happened there. It isn't clear if the battle was over possession of the Blood Flats or if it caused its creation, but what we do know is that the fighting took place back in the Warring period, before the declining ages, back when humanity was at its strongest, unlike today. Wow, I exclaim in awe. I'm surprised you know so much. I wouldn't peg you a history buff. Tabitha's eyes narrow menacingly, but I'm not afraid and smirk at her. You forget that I'm nobility. Tabitha continues to leer at me. I have had an extensive upbringing where I learned many things. Tabitha pauses for a solid minute, most of which I didn't bother to memorize, but I'm not a simpleton. Tabitha's scowl falls away, and I let out a small sigh. Is it just me, or is she a little on edge? We haven't run into anything dangerous all day, not even a four-armed Karhu, so I can only guess where we're heading has her on edge. Another sign that I need to take things seriously from here on out. All right, so you can't give me any specific hints on what I need to watch out for, but can you give me a general idea, please, senior sister? The two of us stare each other down until Tabitha finally gives in. Fine. You still need to expect the unexpected, but I guess I can tell you about the main things you need to look out for. Of course, you already know anything can happen with the plants and animals, but equally something you need to pay attention to is your surroundings. Like the terrain, Tabitha nods but elaborates further. Yes, the terrain, but not just your footing, or if we're on a hill or not, I mean in regards to the mana. The mana in a magic-dense region can fluctuate greatly. You can go from a dead zone where the mana is thinner than outside the region to walking into a culvert with a higher mana level than in a magicite mine. You're strong enough that you won't suffer from mana poisoning easily, but the changes in your surrounding mana will play havoc on your mana-based skills as well as my gear. Okay, what else? Tabitha brings her hand up to her chin and thinks. We need to be on the lookout for people. You mean like other explorers? I ask. Exactly, Tabitha tells me with a serious expression. I don't know how popular this region is to Olbert, but there is a genuine possibility that we might run into other hunters and explorers. And that's a bad thing, I make an educated guess. Tabitha nods. There is an unspoken rule when it comes to magic-dense regions, might makes right. I don't like the sound of that. Then I'm assuming you understand what I mean. Tabitha waits for me to nod affirmative, ensuring she gets her point across. If we do run into others, you aren't to say anything and immediately get behind me, she stresses. Anything else I should be aware of? I nervously ask. By my count, I had to watch out for the weather, plants, animals, the terrain, and other people if that didn't cover everything. I was afraid to find out what else I was missing. Just one more thing, she tells me. Of course there is, I sigh, throwing my hands up in exasperation, waiting for Tabitha to tell me her final piece of bad news. This isn't regarding the magic-dense region, Tabitha tells me, drawing my full attention. Then what is it? I ask. I may be here to watch over you, but this is a test you must overcome, Tabitha proudly proclaims. I'll step in if need be, but you will have to make your own decisions once we enter the magic-dense region. If a magic beast attacks, I won't step in unless you're about to be critically injured. The same goes for any magic beasts you decide to fight. I know you rushed to come here because you fear Master Pakor will come any day now, and he may, but that means I'm running out of time to train you. I want you to show me you can survive on your own. Show me you are qualified to call me senior sister. Can you do that? My heart was threatening to beat out of my chest, but surprisingly it wasn't from fear, it was from excitement. I'll show you what I can do, I proudly proclaim. You better, Tabitha smirks at me like she does when we're sparring. Hopefully you'll have earned your first feather by the time we make it back to your village. I wasn't looking forward to always having to incorporate a feather into my wardrobe, but I was excited to earn one, which meant slaying a strong beast and claiming one as a trophy. I had no idea what I would encounter in the magic-dense region, but I did know this. I would prove myself to Tabitha and show her how much I've grown. No matter what challenges I came across, I'd overcome them. This I swore. Tabitha and I stopped in the middle of a large clearing, an oddity considering how deep in the forest we were. All around me, ferns and other bushes had grown to cover what used to be barren soil. Tree saplings dotted the edge of the clearing, slowly encroaching in on the open space. Inevitably, the trees would once again take over, and any passing hunter wouldn't be able to tell there was a clearing here in the first place. Only those like myself, who knew what once stood here and who called it home, would remember the battle that took place here. Looking to my side, I meet Tabitha's eyes. She's been watching me since we stepped into the clearing, not saying a word, but that was hardly new. This was where we fought the goblins, I inform her in a somber voice. Almost a year ago, our village marched on the goblin village, and so much had changed since then. Yet standing amongst the last remnants of what was the goblins' camp, I can't help but imagine what it would have been like if I was as strong as I am now. Would I have been able to take on the goblins by myself? I kick a burnt piece of wood hidden underneath a patch of vines. No, that's a stupid idea. Even if I were as strong as Tabitha, I wouldn't have been able to solo an entire goblin horde by myself. Then again, I glance at my armored companion, and I could imagine her pulling it off. Maybe it's just me putting her up on a pedestal, but I couldn't see her losing to a bunch of level 50 goblins, no matter how many there were. I figured as much, Tabitha responds, eyes darting to various spots around the clearing. I don't know how she did it, but she perfectly picked out the pits we dug to cremate the goblin corpses. Does your village deal with goblins often? Yes, but nothing like this. Ever since I was a baby, there have always been small bands of goblins roaming the forest. However, it was only last year that a horde came out of the magic-dense region. Have you seen a lot of them on your patrols? I've heard the hunters mention that they've started to see small bands of goblins again, but not at the frequency they once did. A few, Tabitha tells me, but by her tone of voice, I could tell she doesn't consider them worth mentioning further. Are we close to the magic dense region? We are, I point north. At the speed we're going, we'll reach it in 2 hours. Do we stop here for the night, or do you want to get closer before we break for camp? Here we'll be fine, Tabitha says, setting her bag down. It will be better to camp now and travel 2 hours tomorrow rather than risk camping on the edge of the magic dense region. So enjoy it because tonight will be the last peaceful rest you'll get until we leave. I take Tabitha up on her advice and settle in for the night. We get a small fire going, but I don't have anything to cook, unlike last night. It was surprising, but for some reason, we've encountered fewer and fewer animals the closer we got to the magic dense region. Grabbing some jerky and a biscuit out of my bag, I sit down next to the fire and nibble on my rations, though it didn't take long to finish them. It was still too early to try and sleep, and Tabitha didn't look like she was in a talkative mood, so I started to meditate. Sitting there, illuminated by the firelight, I tried practicing my mana skills. Only. I couldn't focus enough. The mana around me was far too distracting. I didn't notice it when we walked into the clearing, but now that meditation was amplifying sense mana, I could sense the pockets of dark mana twisting underground, and all of it centered around the cremation pits. The mana was as dark as the void that surrounded my soul. When I looked at it, the mana sent shivers up my spine and reminded me of when I met the goddesses Aaliyah and Ebion, be it to a much lesser degree. This was the first time I'd seen so much death mana in one place, and that was the only thing it could be, mana that personified death. Although it was spine-chilling to watch, the dark mana was fascinating to observe. It was the slowest type of mana I'd ever seen, churning and shifting even slower than the water mana in snow and ice. I thought the mana form of death would be corrosive or clash with the other forms of mana around us, but it didn't. Instead, the death mana seemed to follow the path of least resistance, acting like slime placed in sand. It mingled with other forms of mana but didn't mesh with it. I spent the next couple of hours watching it, even as the sun went down. From fiction back on Earth, I thought death mana would be more sinister and try to devour everything around it, like a virus in a zombie movie, but that didn't happen. In fact, when I focused on the borders of the mass of death mana, where it interacted with the mana around it, I saw an interesting thing happen. The other types of mana were feeding on the death mana and growing more vibrant in return. It was a slow process, but it was happening nonetheless. I guess it makes sense when organisms die. They break down and become nourishment for the living. It only made sense the same was true with mana. If it wasn't for the possibility of undead spawning, I'm sure death mana wouldn't be as feared as it is. While making a few hypotheses on the nature of death mana, I watched a small bubble of it break off from the hole and squirm its way up to the surface. I was expecting to see it disperse into the air, but instead, it started to inflate like a horrific balloon animal as soon as it broke ground, and it wasn't the only one. Multiple spheres of death mana emerged from the ground around us, and I watched in horror as they took on the shape of goblins. Tabitha, my voice cracked as I tried to get her attention. I see them, don't worry, she assured me as I drew my hammer and stood up. Would a hammer even work against a ghost? 10 feet away from me, a spectral horned hob wielding a wooden club formed and started to float towards me. I wasn't going to wait for some ghost to get the drop on me, so I flash-stepped next to it and swing my hammer at its head. My hammer passed right through the ghost, obliterating its head into thousands of mana wisps. I smile as the air pressure from my swing is enough to disperse the rest of it. I guess ghosts aren't as dangerous as I thought. My smile quickly falters when with sense mana, I watch horrified as the ghost slowly starts to reform. Nearly 20 ghosts had appeared around the clearing, and I was about to start panicking. Aaliyah, stop it. Tabitha's voice cuts through my anxious thoughts as I am about to swing my hammer where the ghost would reform. I pause mid-swing and turn to look at Tabitha, who is still calmly sitting in her seat next to the fire. Leave them be and come sit back down, she ordered me in a way that left no room for argument. But I anxiously look at the specters around us, then back to Tabitha. She points at the seat across from her. Sit. Lowering my weapon, I nervously make my way back to our campsite, eyeing the multiple specters around us. They can't hurt us, I ask tensely. They cannot, Tabitha reassures me, going so far as reaching over and shoving her arm into another ghost goblin that was floating close to her. The specter doesn't so much as flinch as she waves her hand around to make a point, even as her movements disperse half the ghost. The ghost's eyes are empty, and it never even glances at us as it slowly reforms and continues to float in the direction it was initially heading. Are they ghosts? I nervously ask. Remnants, Tabitha tells me like her one-word description would answer all my questions. Are remnants ghosts? I push for further answers while nervously looking around us, trying to track each remnant's movements. I thought we burned corpses so things like this wouldn't happen. In energy, are you talking about the death mana underneath us? Tabitha smirks at me. I suppose you would be able to sense it with your skills. She eyes the ground underneath us. Do you sense any bodies? But before I can answer her question, she starts second-guessing herself. No, if there were any here, they'd have already crawled out by now. Can you not sound so relaxed? I hiss, to which Tabitha only smiles wider. I take it this is your first time seeing the undead. No, I see ghosts walking around the village every day. I snap sarcastically. Tabitha shrugs. I don't know everything you've experienced. In any army, it's a commonplace to learn about the undead and what to look out for. What you see around us are remnants, fragments of the souls of the goblins who died here, empowered by the death energy underneath our feet. They can't interact with anything in our world, and nothing would happen even if you walked through one. So really, you don't know any of this. Tabitha gives me a questioning look. No, I scowl, cursing my lack of knowledge. I've been to the area the village scatters people's ashes. How come I've never seen one of these remnants before? Probably not enough fresh ashes, Tabitha explains to me. Remnants need death energy to exist once it dissipates, so do they. It takes dozens of freshly dead to summon one of them. Do they know that we're here? I ask in a quiet voice. Who knows? Tabitha remarks. I don't think they do. Even though I'm afraid to ask, I know I need to. So I gather my courage and ask Tabitha, what about other undead? What about ghosts? Ghosts are a step above remnants, Tabitha tells me. Unlike remnants, ghosts can interact with our world, and like other types of undead, they are drawn to living creatures, especially those with high levels. Why is that? I ask, having a decently high level myself. The higher someone's level is, the more death energy they release when they die. Ghosts and other undead need that energy to live. That's why they are violent to anything living. But you don't have to worry much about astral undead. They need a specific environment to move about. You can starve an astral undead by simply avoiding its territory. Eventually, they'll disperse. It's zombies and ghouls, and to a lesser extent, skeletons, that you need to be wary of. Dead flesh and bones trap and even produce a small amount of death energy, allowing undead with a body the ability to roam. That's why cremation is considered a must. What about Dre? They have to have enough regular deaths to produce remnants. Now that I think about it, what about after large-scale battles? What would it be like if remnants formed then? Wouldn't they look like your comrades? A shiver runs up my spine. Priests with specific skills watch over graveyards. They help the death energy disperse faster, so remnants don't spawn, Tabitha explains to me. Then they probably have priests travel with the army to keep the dead from rising. I knew there were priests in this world, but I never thought about what they did. They have to use magic to disperse the death mana, but is it the same type of magic everyone else uses, or is it based around faith? I'll have to ask to speak to one when I leave the village. Though if they worship those shitty gods, I'll have to watch my heathen tongue around them. Tabitha has told me a lot, but she still hasn't answered my biggest question. So what are they? I watch as a remnant floats between us and through the fire. Weren't you listening? Tabitha looks a little exasperated. I told you they're called remnants. Do I have to explain everything again? No, I got that part, but what are they? What are they made out of? Tabitha shakes her head. Why must you always ask me philosophical questions? Do you think I know how the world spins or what the gods have planned? I resist the urge to explain gravity and magnetic fields to Tabitha as to what the gods are planning. I'd rather not know. I was just curious, I smirk. You're always curious, Tabitha tells me with a deadpan look. So you shouldn't be surprised, I snicker. The back and forth with Tabitha did wonders to settle my nerves. The eerie specters were still unsettling to look at, but now my curiosity outweighed my trepidation. I saw the remnants form out of death mana, or death energy as Tabitha refers to it. Death energy does roll off the lips a little easier. Regardless, I know they're made out of mana, but Tabitha said they were soul fragments, didn't she? If I use sense soul, I should be able to see if that is true or not. I activate my skill and struggle not to let my surprise show on my face. I've come to trust Tabitha a lot, but that didn't mean I was comfortable disclosing my tier 5 skills with her. In my eyes, the remnants weren't soul fragments, they were moving chunks of experience, and not in the if I kill them, I'll earn experience kind of way. No, the remnants were experience points shaped and animated by death energy. Using my skill on the remnants didn't cause any feedback as living people did, so I could stare at them indefinably, meaning there wasn't truly a soul in any form there. I wasn't 100% sure, but I'd wager these remnants were composed of the experience that naturally dissipates after something dies. Somehow the death energy must have gathered them and made the specter before me. They were the outer part of a goblin's soul, that's why they take on their appearance. And if that was true, I could devour these ghosts without fear of repercussion. They weren't alive by any definition, so it should be okay. So holding my hand out, I start to activate Soul Devourer. They won't bother us while we sleep, if anything. They'll keep any local wildlife away. You okay? Tabitha's voice brings me back to the present. I swallow a lump in my throat. What the hell was that? I almost activated my tier 6 skill even though Tabitha is right there. It was like as soon as I justified absorbing them, I didn't think about anything else. I'm fine, I force a smile. Just getting used to their presence, I add when Tabitha doesn't appear to be convinced by my lie. Tabitha's eyes narrow, but she doesn't push me more than she already has. All right then, you took first watch last night, so I'll go first tonight. Sounds good. I quickly wrap my rain poncho around me and use it to cover my face so Tabitha can't see my panicked expression. I roll on my side, facing away from her, and question why I almost did something so stupid. And perhaps worst of all, why a part of me still wanted to devour the remnants. Consequences be damned. Since the gray thing, I haven't used Soul Devourer. I thought I was above being affected by the skill, especially since mental resistance recently hit level 60, but I guess I was wrong. This was not something I wanted to deal with right before I entered the most dangerous place I'd ever been in both my lives, and that included the mine I lost my life in. I try to bury my feelings of unease, but my usual tactic of hiding my emotions deep down wasn't helping me this time. Tonight was going to suck. This is it. I reach out and try to touch the invisible barrier that separated the endless forest from its magic-dense region counterpart. There wasn't a physical barrier there, so my hand effortlessly passed through it, but I could immediately feel the difference in mana density on the other side. Standing right outside the magic-dense region, I'd say the ambient mana was already 2.4–2.6 times higher than usual, while on the other side, I'd estimate it to be around 3.3 if what I was feeling on my hand was accurate. That was a considerable jump in ambient mana when you consider that my hand was only a few feet in front of me. But if the change in mana wasn't enough of a clue that things were different on the other side, you could just look at the plants around us. There were the standard trees and bushes I've grown up working around with my dad on this side of the barrier, and on the other side stood their bigger mana-infused cousins. The average tree size ballooned by almost 40 in a matter of feet. Not to mention, their colors looked more vibrant and healthier than anything I've ever seen before. Only other trees that came close to the ones in front of me were the few magic trees I've encountered. Are you ready? Tabitha asks beside me. As ready as I'll ever be, I smile at her. Tabitha looks me up and down and pauses on my face. I'm sure my eyes were a bit baggy from my lack of sleep last night, but I was ready. My adrenaline was pumping and I didn't need to feign excitement. I reassure her. So be it. Be on your guard. And remember, anything could happen from here on out. If I give you an order, I expect you to follow it. I already said I would. I roll my eyes. Tabitha places her armored hand on my shoulder and makes sure I look her in the eyes. I mean it. If I tell you to run, you run, even if it means leaving me behind. Even if you're about to die, I nervously ask. Especially if I'm about to die, Tabitha stresses. Can you do that? I silently nod my head. I need to hear you say it, without any sarcasm. I promise to follow your orders. I pause, not wanting to agree to the second part. Even she pushes me to finish. Even if you're about to die, I reluctantly promise. But what Tabitha doesn't know is that I have my fingers crossed behind my back. The gesture might not mean anything in this world, but it did to me. The two of us were going to survive together, no exceptions. Good. Tabitha's shoulders relaxed like a weight was lifted from her shoulders. With me then. Side by side, the two of us step into the magic-dense region, but we don't even take 2 steps inside before my right hand reflexing finds its way up to my hammer's handle as I scan our surroundings. I can't help but feel a little bit jumpy after what Tabitha just made me promise. I'm not sure which of us is better at detecting hidden enemies, but we were a team and I wouldn't let her down. You see anything? Tabitha asks me, seeing my hand resting on my weapon. No, you. Nothing, but that's to be expected. If there were anything dangerous nearby, it wouldn't have waited for us to enter in the first place, she tells me matter-of-factly. Besides, the strongest magic beasts prefer environments with the highest mana, so unless they have a good reason to leave, we won't see any of them until we move much deeper into the forest. You could have told me that sooner, I growl. With the way you were just talking, I figured we would be attacked as soon as we entered. We could have been, Tabitha points out to me. Yeah, but we weren't. Tabitha shrugs at me as steam threatens to burst out of my ears. But you were ready in case we were, weren't you? Yeah, but I stumble for something to say but come up blank. Throwing my hands up, I suddenly had the desire to turn around and go home. My emotions were already stressed from last night. I know Tabitha was only doing it to mess with me, and I probably deserved it, but I wasn't in the mood for it. Last night I felt like someone going through detox, only my substance of choice was lazily floating a few feet from me. I almost wish we were attacked as soon as we entered, at least that way. I would have had an excuse to work off some of this pent-up frustration. Shaking my head, I cast away those thoughts. It was better not to tempt fate, even if I had it on a goddess's authority that they didn't interfere with the world. So, we're here, what do we do now? I ask after taking a deep, calming breath. I was expecting Tabitha to make another dry remark, but she surprised me by giving me a serious answer. We have 2 options. 1, we wander aimlessly. That's an actual option. I raise a questioning eyebrow. It is, Tabitha tells me. Neither of us has been here before. We don't know where anything is, and we're just as likely to run into rare materials as we are at finding nothing. Option 1 all depends on our luck, but is safer than option 2. And what is option 2? Option 2 is to head for the center of the magic-dense region, where the strongest monsters live and the mana density is highest. It will be more dangerous than option 1, but we're pretty much guaranteed to find rare materials on our way there. Of course, that is what you're looking for, isn't it? Tabitha smirks at me, hinting at which option she prefers. I guess we're going to the center of the magic dense region then, I chuckle. I didn't come here for safe and easy. Master told me how rare minerals could be found anywhere here and that they could be relatively close to the surface. I'm sure with sense mana, I would be able to find a few such deposits if we stick to the outer areas of the magic dense region, but they would be at most tier 3 at best. I wanted to get my hands on something better, so in we go. All right then, can you point us in the right way? Tabitha asks me for our heading, leaving me confused. Didn't you say you were leading? And what makes you think I know the way to the center of this place? You can sense mana, can't you? Tabitha gives me a look that says the answer is obvious. We need to head to where the mana is thickest, so which way is that? Oh, I finally get what she's implying. Blushing, I focus on the mana around us. If all the mana originates from one point or multiple points close together, I should be able to see which direction it's originating from. As soon as I activate my skills, it becomes obvious which way we have to go. There, I point towards the northeast. We were standing in a sea of mana currents and they were all coming from that direction. Good, let me know if we need to change direction. Other than that, stay a few steps behind me at all times. And don't hesitate to point out anything you find fishy around us. I'm no scout, she reminds me. I can do that. I agree with Tabitha's strategy and take up a position behind her, off to the side a bit that way. I could still see in front of us. Tabitha nods approvingly and starts moving in the direction I indicated. It might have started a bit rocky, but we were finally starting the real adventure. I couldn't wait to see what we encountered first. 2 hours? For 2 hours, we walked through an endless expanse of towering trees. They stretched into the heavens as if reaching for the gods themselves. There was magic in them, so much so that they practically oozed it. Surprisingly, no beasts attacked us. They were there, of course, scurrying just out of sight, but nevertheless, I could see their mana signatures plain as day. There were giant squirrels the size of cats shimming up and down the trees, looking for fruit and nuts that contained more mana than a small magic gem. They were cautiously keeping their distance from us, watching our every move from the safety of their trees. The squirrels weren't the only things silently moving around us either. There were bugs larger than any bug had any right to be. Flies the size of ping-pong balls buzzed around us, dripping acid out of their horrific-looking mouths. After the first one landed on my shielded shoulder, I refused to let a single one touch me again. Tabitha wasn't exaggerating when she said anything was possible. The flies were drawn to me, not because I smelled bad or any of the usual reasons flies were drawn to people. No, these flies were drawn towards my mana skin. I had watched, horrified, as that first fly landed on my shoulder and expelled a clump of acid onto my barrier of mana that protected me from the outside world. The fly's acid was designed to eat through magic. The small wad of green goop it expelled tore through mana skin quickly. It absorbed my mana and thickened it into a paste that the fly then greedily consumed. I crushed the insect before it could escape, only to have it pop like an overfilled water balloon when my hand connected with it. Its guts, much like its acid, ate through my mana. From that point on, I had to use a nearby stick as a makeshift weapon to defend myself, because I sure as hell wasn't going to test how my hammer would hold out against the disgusting creatures. Tabitha was lucky we were taking our time moving through the forest, so she didn't need to activate her armor's enchantments. Hence, none of the flies were attracted to her. There were other bugs too, but they weren't as annoying as the flies. I picked out various spiders hidden in the underbrush. They ranged in size, with the smallest of them being coin-sized, while the largest one was the size of a medium-sized dog. The dog one was some sort of magic trapdoor spider. We avoided its burrow, but we still saw it pop out for a moment when a 2-foot-long centipede moved past its hidden opening. I was on the lookout for its larger siblings, the chameleon spiders, but we'd yet to run into anything bigger than your average pet. So for my first big adventure, it was a little lackluster, all things considered, but I didn't care. I was still enamored with my surroundings. I was picking up various sticks, not only for defense against the annoying flies, but also to examine them for their magical properties. Unfortunately, most were similar to their non-magical counterparts and had only grown used to holding more mana. The stick currently in my hands was one such variant, and it was from a tree I was familiar with, a blacksmithing tree. The stick was only a few feet long and wasn't that thick, and yet it held the same amount of mana as the logs I usually used to power the forge. I had mentally memorized where the tree this stick originated from was located, so even if we didn't find anything else, which was highly unlikely, I could bring back some quality firewood. And who knew, depending on how this trip went, I might come back again later just for that tree. If the supercharged blacksmithing logs worked like their standard counterpart, they would be hard to light, but the heat they would give off would be tremendous once it was. Since I started working with magic materials, I've required stronger and stronger flames. These better blacksmithing logs could be a big help for me. If I could find trees this helpful only 2 hours into our journey, what would the trees in the deeper parts be like? Everything around me was new, and that's what was exciting. The trees weren't the only things changed by the mana. Each animal and insect we've passed by has had its own unique mana signature. For example, the annoying flies were a bright blue, showcasing their water affinity. The trapdoor spider had a deep brown mana signature and manipulated the earth around it to the point its burrow was indistinguishable from its surroundings. Hell, even the giant ass squirrels radiated wind mana, even though I've yet to see what they can do with it. The point was, if the squirrels started to shoot laser beams out of their eyes, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Everything around us was magical, from the plants to the smallest of insects. The one thing I had trouble understanding was why was it so bright. Mana explained why the trees and animals were bigger than usual and had unique properties, but how was it possible that we could see the forest around us? The trees around us were massive, towering hundreds of feet. It was the middle of the day, but almost none of the sun's rays could pierce the dense forest canopy above us. So by logic, the forest should be dark and hard to see, but that simply wasn't true. There was a small amount of light seeping through the branches, but the forest still glowed, almost like it was caught in an eternal sunset. My first thought was that the trees were giving off small amounts of light in some form of bioluminescence, but if that were the case, the forest would be brighter than it was, so it had to be something else. It had to have something to do with mana. The cause of anything weird in this world almost always traced back to mana somehow. Using sense mana, I tried to see if I could spot a difference in the surrounding mana. A daunting task, considering our environment. I was still getting used to the higher ambient mana that was constantly flowing past me. The veil of mana slightly reduced the range of my skill, and other than stationary targets and animals, it was almost impossible to sense the specifics of the mana flowing past me. Even if the mana was doing something to the light, I had no hope of seeing it. While I was trying to unravel the mana around me, I saw it. A break in the trees, I point out a hole in the canopy to Tabitha, and luckily, it didn't look to be that far of a detour. I see it. Tabitha nods in understanding and changes direction. The forest became brighter the closer we got to the break in the tree line, but what I thought was a slight detour turned out to be a longer trek than I expected. We walked for over 30 minutes, and the hole in the sky leaking sunshine only got bigger and bigger. What I thought was a small hole in the canopy turned out to be a massive opening, and it didn't take long for us to see why. Laying on its side was one of the massive trees. It was covered in moss, vines, and other plants, all of which were slowly devouring it, turning the slowly rotting skyscraper into nourishment. Tabitha and I followed the downed tree to a clearing in the forest, where we could find the rotting remains of the tree's stump, and it was massive. Measurement put it at a massive 42 feet and 7 inches in diameter. The downed tree had left a gaping hole overhead, but one look around the clearing, and it was apparent it wouldn't stay open for long. Dozens of smaller trees had already sprung up around the stump and were racing each other to reach the top. Even with all this mana around them, the trees weren't immortal. How long would it take these new trees to reach the same height as the one that previously stood here? 100 years, 200, who knew? Would I live long enough to see it? Time would only tell, but it was better to focus on the present. I'm going to look for any interesting plants nearby. Care to join me? I asked Tabitha. No, I'll rest a moment. Tabitha sat down on the massive stump. Be mindful of your surroundings. Will do, I tell her as I start exploring the wide open area. With the tree gone, plants that usually had to fight for the sunlight were growing rapidly. I wasn't a herbologist by any means, and I was just looking for anything that had a higher than usual mana signature. The most eye-catching plants in the clearing were some nearby ferns, the tips of which were purple. Rubbing the leaves left my fingers covered in tiny spores. Luckily, Mana's skin kept any of it from touching my actual skin. Judging by how tightly they clung to my mana, I'd say the spores were covered in microscopic hooks. Whether the spores were poisons or not didn't matter to me. I was interested in the plant for another reason. I grab a small trowel out of my bag and use it to dig at the base of the fern, where I uncover its red roots, the part of the plant that contained the most mana. I didn't care what properties they had, all I knew was that I could probably sell them to Curvin for some extra money. Smiling to myself, I cycle Mana's skin to remove any spores attached to me and pocket the cluster of roots in my bag. That was when I heard it, rustling in the distance. I moved to draw my hammer and turned to warn Tabitha, but it turns out I didn't need to because she was already moving next to me with her sword drawn. Don't take your eyes off your target, she quietly berates me. By this point, the rustling had turned into rumbling. Whatever was approaching was a lot bigger than a dog or cat. And here I thought we would go the whole day without fighting anything. Luckily, I was wrong. What do? I hastily asked Tabitha. Tabitha gives me a reproaching look. That is up to you. Remember, I said this was your challenge to overcome. You need to decide, do you fight or do we flee? Tabitha grins sadistically, appearing to be enjoying the situation we were in. Better decide quickly, she reminds me, pointing her unsheathed sword in the direction the noise was coming from. I stared wide-eyed at the woman in armor. She was doing this now. The rumbling was getting louder, and I could feel vibrations through the ground. Whatever was approaching us was big. I looked to Tabitha for guidance, but all her attention was on the tree line. Glancing around the clearing, I rushed to try to develop some semblance of a plan. I had no idea what was coming and whether or not we would need to run. For all I knew, the monster approaching us was speed-oriented, or excelled at tracking running might not even be an option. A million possibilities flooded my mind, making it even harder to concentrate. What was the right move? As I started to stress visibly, Tabitha called out to me, pulling me out of the rabbit hole I was falling into. Calm down, what did I teach you? Memories of my training sessions with Tabitha come to mind. There was no use trying to come up with a strategy for an enemy you knew nothing about. Any detailed plan I would likely come up with would need to be changed. Simplicity was the only way to go. My eyes land on the large stump in the middle of the clearing, and a simple yet effective strategy comes to mind. Hide, I yell, rushing for cover. Time to see if I made the right decision or if I screwed up already. Tabitha said we wouldn't run into anything too strong this early, so I doubt we were in any real danger, but you never know. Peeking around the tree stump, I try to see what entered the clearing without giving us away. And when I do, I get my first look at an impressive magic beast. Technically, my first encounter with magic beasts was the chameleon spiders, but I wasn't counting those because I fought them before we entered the magic-dense region. And though I've seen plenty of magical animals and insects since we entered, they didn't elicit the same wonder as the beasts in front of me. Standing 13 feet tall, maybe 200 feet away from me, was a living, breathing dinosaur. Rhino thing. It was as tall as I would imagine a triceratops to be, but instead of having a shield-shaped head, it looked closer to a rhinoceros with a lot more horns. There were 7 of them, running up its face with the most prominent horns on its snout. The creature's ebony horns stood out against its light brown hide and naturally drew my attention. There was a lot of mana in those horns, a type of mana I've only seen once before in a tree. And just like an arc tree, I watch as a bolt of electricity jolts from the creature's biggest horn to its other smaller ones. I wanted those horns, but I was reluctant to rush the massive creature, mainly because it wasn't alone. 3 other beasts followed the first into the clearing. One was slightly smaller than the first, but it had more horns running up its face, only these were even in size, and a lot smaller overall compared to the first. The other 2 were smaller versions of the bigger ones, a family group. My target was the first one. The bull, I knew it was male because it was the biggest of the 4. That, and it was pretty hard to miss the rather sizable fleshy appendage dangling between its hind legs. Tabitha, can you distract the other 3 while I fight the big one? I ask in a whisper. Tabitha sneaks a quick glance at the situation before turning to me, shaking her head no. What, why not? I frown. How many times must I tell you? She rolls her eyes. This is your fight. If you want to take them on, you have to do it yourself. They aren't that strong, she tells me with confidence. I'll step in if something goes wrong, but you should act as if I'm not here. Now, what will you do? They don't look like they would follow us if we ran. Though Tabitha suggested the possibility of running, her eyes say differently. She expects me to rise to the challenge, and quickly scanning the group with sense soul reveals that she's right, they aren't that strong. Level-wise, that is. The bull is around level 65, while the female is in the low 60s. I don't even bother trying to calculate the 2 little ones' levels due to how small their souls are. The 4 beasts were inching their way further into the clearing. They looked to be foraging for food, hooving the ground with their massive feet, looking for gods know what. I watch interested as one of the little ones stumbles over to the blue-tipped fern I partially dug up. In one bite, the dinosaur-looking thing swallows the plant whole, not caring in the slightest that it was covered in spiked spores. While the first baby eats, the second moves over towards its sibling, probably noticing that it had already found a source of food. I expect the 2 to start fighting over the surrounding plants, but the one who first stumbled onto the magic plant was surprisingly gentle regarding its sibling joining it. While it chewed the fern in its mouth, it moved aside so its sibling could better access the area. I watch as the second baby digs up the ground and starts snacking on the parts of the fern's roots I didn't dig up. It was amazing to be so close to such giant beasts. I had to fight back the urge to get closer and try my hand at petting one of them. However, I'd already seen that movie and knew how doing something like that would end, and needlessly pissing off their parents wasn't something I wanted to do. Or was it? If I wanted to fight the bull, I'd need to figure out how to split them up. While the 2 littler ones were eagerly foraging around the clearing without a care in the world, the bigger 2 were keeping an eye on their surroundings. They took turns foraging for food, with one of them constantly scanning the area around their children. It was only a matter of time until one of us was spotted, and I lost my chance at a sneak attack. The dino rhinos were bulky and probably hit like a runaway truck. I'd have to keep on my toes, but that was normally how I fought the problem was their lightning horns. I had no idea if they acted like tasers or if they could discharge stored electricity at will. I could dodge a stampeding beast, however, couldn't dodge lightning, no matter how fast I was. As I was trying to form a quick strategy, I saw the bull and his lady's nostrils start to flare up. Then both of their heads snapped to attention, and they let out a low growl that sounded like a foghorn, signaling for their young to regroup with them. They must have realized we were hiding nearby, but how? I glanced at Tabitha to see if she was perhaps spotted, but she was still entirely hidden behind the stump. Then how did they? Out of the corner of my eye, I see the trees in the clearing rustle. I scan them to make sure nothing in them spooked the dino rhinos, but when my search comes up with nothing, it's then that I realize what gave us away. The wind had changed direction. I couldn't feel the breeze with Mana's skin up, so I rarely thought about it and didn't notice when it shifted. Unfortunately, it was currently blowing at our backs, and though Mana's skin should theoretically help with masking my scent, Tabitha had no such thing. The dino rhino smelt Tabitha and knew they weren't alone. It was now or never. Throwing my bag next to Tabitha and leaping out of my hiding spot, I use airwalk to quickly close the distance between myself and the bull before he could try and escape. The big boy sees me coming and lets out a threatening growl and doesn't hesitate to start charging me. Luckily, the other three don't follow in the big one's charge and instead turn to flee. I couldn't have asked for a better outcome with the other three gone. I only need to focus on the one. Holy shit, I curse and kick the air, dodging out of range of the dino rhino's horns. While I was looking at the other three escaping, I almost missed the bull speeding up. His horns were mere inches from turning me into a pincushion. I didn't expect such a big boy to move so fast. I draw my hammer mid-dodge and prepare to swing at the beast's exposed flank. Its hide looked thick enough to stop most blades, but unfortunately for him, I specialized in a different form of damage. My opponent was wide open, and I wasn't going to waste my chance. Let's see how you handle this, I yell. Exhaling during my swing gives it a little more kick, much like how martial artists exhale during their strikes. My hammer cuts through the air like a wrecking ball, but I feel something wash over Mana's skin just as I'm about to connect with the dino rhino's side. As a result, I'm again forced to use airwalk to change my trajectory. However, I was already mid-swing, so I have to wrap my hammer in mana threads to leverage it better and keep it from pulling me closer to the beast. I retreat a few feet from the dino rhino before I turn and see what I was hit with, already pretty sure I knew what the culprit was. And just as I expected, when I look at the magic beast, I see electricity discharging from its horns. There wasn't any control behind the electricity, thank God. The dino rhino was simply discharging it in every which direction. If I didn't have mana skin activated, I probably would have been subjected to a powerful zap, but luckily, it didn't do too much damage to my skill, and I only needed to pour some more mana into it before it was good as new. I would have been in trouble if the dino rhino had better control of the electricity and hit me with it all at once rather than blanketing the area with it. I need to be wary of such attacks in the future. Dropping airwalk, I land on the forest floor and ready myself for another attack. The dino rhino isn't done either. It skids to a stop, nimbly changing direction, and charges me again. From there, the two of us play a deadly game of cat and mouse, one where the dino rhino charges me and I dodge to the best of my abilities. But it was strange. No matter how close the magic beast came at times to skewering me, I couldn't bring myself to muster any fear. I recognized that there was a genuine possibility that I could be hurt, but I was calm, exceedingly so for some reason. As I danced around the charging bull, dodging its horns and the occasional electrical discharge, I couldn't help but draw parallels to my training with Tabitha. The bull wasn't parrying my strikes, and there was never a point I felt overwhelmed by it. Swinging my hammer, I land a hit on the dino rhino's neck, sending it stumbling into the dirt. But he doesn't stay down for long and quickly shakes off my attack before getting up and charging me again. No matter how I dodged it or counterattacked, the bull didn't change its attack strategy. Another difference between it and Tabitha. Again, my hammer finds purchase on the dino rhino's neck, and again it gets back up after my strike, albeit a little slower than last time. Then, on shaky legs, the bull continued its mad charge. It was then that I realized the outcome of our fight had already been decided. I wasn't looking down on the beast or anything like that. It was just that I realized it couldn't challenge me as I wanted. I was used to being pushed to my limits by Tabitha, and now that I was fighting something easier than her, it felt hollow and unfulfilling. A third strike to the dino rhino's neck puts it on the ground, and this time it doesn't get back to its feet. The giant beast whimpers in pain while trying to stand up, striking a chord in my heart. Despite a growing sense of unease, I raise my hammer again and deliver a swift blow to the side of the beast's head. Its eyes roll up into its skull, and it passes out. The creature's vitality and defense were no joke. Even with multiple strikes near its spine and a blow to the head, it wasn't dead, only unconscious. I didn't understand what its goals were. After the first few hits, it should have tried to flee, but it didn't. Why was that? Looking behind the comatose dino rhino, I see the hole its family made during their earlier escape. During all our fighting, during all my dodging, I hadn't taken a single step in that direction. Damn it, I'm the bad guy here, aren't I? I ask myself, replaying the fight in my head. The dino rhino charged me while its family escaped, and it did everything to keep me from going after them. That's why it didn't stop charging me, even after I hit it so many times. Well done, Tabitha tells me as she steps up behind me. You barely took any damage at all, but I wouldn't expect anything less from someone I've personally trained. Are you going to finish it? Tabitha asks, looking at the beast's side and seeing that it is still breathing. I should, shouldn't I? I ask with little confidence. I mean, I did win. You did. Tabitha tells me like that was obvious. There's a silence between us. My prize was right in front of me. Naturally, I wanted the dino rhino's horns, so much so that I didn't even hesitate to rush the beast when I thought it was about to run. Reaching to my side, I pull out the all-purpose knife I had brought with me and channel my mana into it. The sharpening rune engraved on its blade lights up as I move next to the unconscious beast's massive head. Looking over the defeated creature, I make my decision. What are you doing? Tabitha asks me as I carefully start sawing off its middle horn. With sense mana, I make sure to cut high enough that I won't nick any of its underlying nerves. If it was anything like rhinoceroses back on Earth, its horn should eventually grow back. Taking the horn I want, I reply as I work. The ebony horn is stronger than I expected, but my enchanted knife can still slowly cut through it. Do you think it will be able to recover? I ask while looking at the dino rhino's bruised neck. It should be able to, Tabitha tells me as I finish removing the horn I wanted. I chose to take the middle one because it wasn't one of its three major ones, but it wasn't one of the smaller ones either. The horn I picked was 1.5 feet long and was more than enough to craft something with. You aren't taking the others, Tabitha notes as I resheath my knife and pick up my prize. No, it will need its other horns to protect its family, I say as I walk back to the stump where my bag was located. After stashing the horn and grabbing my pack, I turn to Tabitha. Are you disappointed in me? Tabitha looks at me, then at the still unconscious magic beast across the clearing before turning back to me. And why would I be disappointed? I'm surprised by her response. Because I didn't kill it, I point out to my battle-loving teacher. Tabitha folds her arms, and that is your decision. As the victor, you have the right to decide if you wish to finish it or not. Just beware, you won't always have this luxury, understand? I do, I respond with a smile. Knowing Tabitha stood by my decision and wasn't looking down on me for it made me feel better. Do you mind if we wait here for it to wake up? We can do that, Tabitha agrees, throwing down her pack and hopping back onto the stump and taking a seat. While we're waiting, let us discuss your battle. You did good, but I'm sure you realized you made a few mistakes. She scolds me with a grin. Tabitha starts laying into me about how that first lightning discharge shouldn't have hit me. I nod along to what she's saying, but my mind is elsewhere. I was too excited at the prospect of a fight. The dino rhino didn't attack me, I attacked it. That went against everything I thought I believed in. Kill the aggressive monsters I run into and spare those who try to flee. That was the motto I set for myself, and I came this close to breaking it. Coupled with my trouble with the remnants last night, I couldn't help but wonder if I was walking down the wrong path, and it scared me. I've seen what a person could turn into when they become consumed with the desire to grow stronger. I refuse to turn into the next soul devourer. Becoming stronger doesn't require I kill everything in sight. What a day, I let out a long sigh. Are you listening to me? Tabitha narrows her eyes accusingly and asks in an icy voice. Yes, I lie. And it looks like my day isn't over yet. Tabitha and I waited 3 hours for the dino rhino to wake up, the two of us having stood guard over the beast until it started to show signs of waking up. Once we saw that it was starting to come around, we grabbed our gear and hid in one of the tallest trees surrounding the clearing, making sure we chose one downwind from the beast. There was no way we were going to repeat the same mistake twice. Finally, Tabitha remarked as we watched the massive beast struggle to its feet. It looked a little shaky, but that was expected after taking multiple strikes from my hammer. It wasn't like I could leave you, she dryly notes, watching the beast in the clearing shaking off its drowsiness and what was most likely a concussion. I wonder if I could do the same. At what point did mortal injuries stop being a threat? Maybe Packer would know. You aren't going to do this with every animal we come across, are you? Tabitha casts me a nervous glance. I was tempted to mess with her by saying yes, but I didn't want to ruin the mood. No, this was a special occasion. I shouldn't have charged it, as I did. I was hasty and didn't see that it was only trying to protect its family. You know, you still could have killed it regardless, Tabitha points out to me. I could have, I nod in agreement, but I don't want to kill needlessly. Sure, but you know you would have gotten its other horns and hide if you finished it off. And then what? I snarkily ask. You saw how large its horns were. Were you going to help me carry them around? We entered the forest with relatively little gear, but that was because the more we brought with us, the more it would slow our advance. I could grab everything around us that had a slightly elevated mana level if I wanted to, but if I did that, I'd have no way of carrying it all. The same thing would happen if I had killed the dino rhino. I only would have been able to carry a fraction of the materials I could have harvested from it, and I wasn't going to be wasteful. Plus, now that I was thinking about it, the dino rhinos reminded me of rhinoceroses back on Earth. As an animal lover, it didn't feel right to kill something that reminded me of an endangered animal. I'm not a porter. Tabitha's eyes narrow ominously. I thought so, I chuckle. Tabitha made it abundantly clear that she wasn't going to help me unless I needed it, and it made sense that she wouldn't want to carry anything for me. Tabitha's movement speed could be the life or death of us, so weighing her down is a no-go. Turning away from Tabitha, I watched as the dino rhino stumbled out of the clearing. It was heading the same way its family had run off in. I hoped with all my being that it would find them at least then. I might be absolved of some of the guilt I was still feeling over recklessly attacking it. In the future, I had to be better for what was strength without morals. If I only wanted power, I could easily give in to the desires of my Tier 6 skill. But as soon as I did that, I would cease being Aaliyah and would only be a monster in its truest definition. And I would never let that happen. I was blessed with a second chance at life, and I wasn't going to taint it by becoming a being of endless hunger. Time to go, I asked Tabitha for her opinion. The dino rhino had been out of sight for a few minutes now, and I was ready to return to my adventure. If you're ready, she asks back. Let's head out then, I joyfully shout, propelling myself off the sturdy tree branch we were perched on. The bark of the strong tree easily withstood the full force of my jump, allowing me to launch myself dozens of feet into the air before I started to freefall towards the ground. I glanced over my shoulder and watched Tabitha take a less direct route down. Just as she had climbed up the massive tree, Tabitha hopped from one branch to another to get down. Each of her steps was meticulously calculated and made what she was doing look easy. I could do the same thing, but not as fast as she was. It was like she already had a path laid out in her head, so she was already jumping to the next branch as soon as she landed. As a result, she was descending at almost the same rate I was, and I was in a freefall. Not wanting to be outdone, I shifted my body downwards and used airwalk behind me, propelling myself faster toward the ground. It isn't until I'm 20 or so feet from the forest floor that I flip mid-air and use airwalk again to stop my descent. Beat you, I twirl around and grin at Tabitha as my feet touch the soil. I thought I told you to stay close to me. Tabitha berates me as she gracefully hops down from the last branch. You were only a few seconds behind me, I'd call that pretty close, wouldn't you? Tabitha wasn't mad at me for leaving her side, she was mad because I beat her down. She may appear stone-faced most of the time, but if I learned one thing training with her, it was that she was a sore loser. Don't do it again, Tabitha brushes off my comment with her head held high. I giggle to myself as I take up position next to her. I was ready to get out of the clearing. The sun was starting to get on my nerves. While the rest of the forest was decently lit, standing in the clearing made me feel like an ant under a microscope. The sun was surprisingly intense. I didn't notice it when we first entered the clearing because I thought the brightness was due to our time in the forest, but after waiting around for so long, I learned that wasn't the case. I was becoming more and more convinced that the forest's mana was doing something to the light, not just reflecting it as I initially thought, but amplifying it. You would think such intense light would leave everything a scorched barren of a landscape, but that wasn't true. All the plants in the clearing were eagerly absorbing as much light as possible, but light wasn't the only thing plants needed to survive. Everything around us was green, but it wasn't humid. We weren't in a rainforest, yet everything looked like it was getting enough water. Kicking the ground with my boot, I test to see if the ground had any moisture at all. Maybe there was a water source just under the topsoil. Sadly, my hypothesis is quickly proven wrong when my boot only kicks up dust. What was with this place? Were all the plants surviving solely on sunshine? If they were, that isn't a good thing for us. We only brought so much water, and though our high stats may decrease the amount we needed, that didn't mean we could go indefinably without it. We filled our canteens 2 days ago outside the magic-dense region. Depending on how active we are, we could stretch our current water supply to 3 days. Max. Hey, Tabitha, I call for my partner's attention as we exit the clearing. As soon as we pass the tree line, the temperature noticeably drops by a few degrees. What is it? Tabitha briefly looked over her shoulder to ensure I was still following her. Was the sun this bright in the magic-dense regions you've been to? I motioned behind us at the clearing. No, Tabitha pauses briefly to shake her head. The weather has varied in each magic-dense region I've been to, but this weather is a first for me. Be happy it isn't as hot as the Inferno Sands. I take it the Inferno Sands is another magic-dense region in Skull. Does everything in your country have such an ominous name, Inferno Sands? Blood Lowlands, I mean, come on. Tabitha doesn't smile at my joke, but I do get a raised eyebrow, so I'll take that as a win. It's the Blood Flats, not the Blood Lowlands. That's an entirely different place. Tabitha corrects me with a straight face. That's a real place. I purposely pretended to forget the name of the magic-dense region Tabitha told me about, but I didn't think my made-up name would actually exist. Tabitha stares me in the eyes, and a grin slowly spreads across her stony face. Wait, was that a joke? Maybe. Tabitha coolly turns around so I can't see her face and continues to lead me deeper into the forest. Who knew Tabitha had a sense of humor, because I sure didn't. Funny, I let out a fake chuckle. So tell me about the Inferno Sands. I take it by the name it's pretty hot there. That would be an understatement. Tabitha answers my question but doesn't look back at me this time. Instead, her head was on a swivel, on the lookout for hidden threats. I, too, kept my eyes peeled for any enemies or rare materials, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to ask Tabitha about another magic-dense region. Cool, cool. How hot are we talking? I press for more details. Extremely hot, the Inferno Sands is a desert and acts as Skull's western border. It's miles of scorching sand filled with magic beasts specializing in camouflage and sneak attacks. It's a fun place to train. I could practically hear Tabitha smiling. Sounds like it, I respond sarcastically. But if she's trained in a desert before, then hopefully what did you guys do for water? Did you drink cactus juice or something? I was curious not only because of our current situation, but because I had a feeling one day I, too, might be taking a trip to said magic-dense region. Cactus juice just makes you thirstier, Tabitha explains, reminding me that not everything I'd learned from movies was true. She then went on to tell me how you find water in place there appears to be none. One way you can find water is by looking for animal trails. Unless they're golems or the undead, everything needs water to survive. It would be best if you also kept an eye out for crevasses and lowlands where water can collect. There are also magic tools that help gather water from the air. Really, do you have one? I ask excitedly. I would love to get my hands on another magic tool, and was a little peeved that Tabitha didn't mention such a device earlier. Not on me, Tabitha quickly bursts my bubble. I didn't think I would need it while staying in a village. If Master told me I'd have the opportunity to explore a new magic-dense region, I might have come more prepared. It was rare to hear Tabitha complain about anything related to pack, or I wonder what he would think about where we were. So I take it you're keeping an eye out for water then. Of course, Tabitha tells me like that was obvious. There's an animal trail to our right, we can follow it until we find water. But more importantly, we need to start looking for a place to shelter for the night. But it's not even getting dark yet. I glance up at the canopy towering over us. Though few and far between, plenty of spots leaked the sun's rays down into the forest. We had hours before the sun started to set, and I would think finding a water source would be more important. But then again, it gets dark in a forest fast. We can find water tomorrow, Tabitha tells me. Our main priority should be finding shelter for the night and some food in that order. We don't know what this forest will be like when the sun goes down, so we need a defendable position before then. She makes it sound like everything will transform once the sun goes down, but I suppose it could. There are a lot of animals that only come out at night, and I'm sure it's the same with magic beasts. We need a cave then, I note. Precisely, so keep your eyes open, Tabitha instructs me. So while the two of us followed the beast trail, we kept an eye out for suitable shelter. Once we started looking, it wasn't hard to find spots that would make a decent temporary shelter, nothing game-changing, but decent nonetheless. The roots of the nearby trees were massive, and it was pretty common to find cavities one could hide in near the base of them. A few were even big enough for the two of us, but each appeared to have a tenant already. One particular crevice housed a lizard the size of a cow. It hissed at us as we approached, but I convinced Tabitha to leave it alone since it didn't do anything other than that. It wasn't like the forest was lacking in hiding spots, and it was only a minor inconvenience for us to keep looking. And if the sun started to go down without us finding a spot, we could always double back and evict the lizard, with extreme prejudice, as Tabitha put it. At least while we were looking for a place to stay, Tabitha's advice about game trails was accurate, and we came across a small pond as we cut through the forest. It was closer to a large puddle than anything else, but it gave us a chance to fill up our canteens. With one less thing to worry about, we continued to look for shelter, but it wasn't long until Tabitha started to become irritable. We should go back. Tabitha wasn't frowning yet, but I could see a crease forming on her forehead. It's only been like an hour, I remind her. We still have plenty of time. We should have killed the lizard. Tabitha's voice drops an octave, and I start praying for the lizard. Yeah, or we might find a better spot. I never had this much trouble in the Blood Flats, Tabitha grumbles. Sensing a chance to distract my companion, I ask her to elaborate. What was there like a bunch of camping spots everywhere? I make sure to use an extra sarcastic voice that I'm sure she'll respond to. Sounds like you had it easy. That last part is what gets me a response. It was not easy, I merely stated that it was easier to find a defensive shelter. The Blood Flats is nothing but rocks and caves. You couldn't go more than a few feet before running into one. We've walked past a few large burrows. What about one of those? Would that make you comfy? I suggested to her and immediately regretted my decision. Are you not thinking? Tabitha goes into full-on lecture mode. Any number of beasts could dig in or overturn one of those, or did you not notice they were empty? We need someplace strong, out of the way, has a good line of sight. She continued to lay out everything we needed, and the more I listened, the more I thought such a place didn't exist. The lizard's nest checked many of the boxes, but not all of them. Was Tabitha overacting, or was I underestimating the night that was about to come? Maybe she should pray to the gods for help. Looking up, I chuckle to myself, and in doing so, I see a flash of color for a brief second up in the trees. Tabitha, hold on. Before I even finish calling out to her, Tabitha is next to me with her hand on her sword. It didn't matter if we were bickering a moment ago. As soon as she heard the change in my voice, she closed the distance between us and went on high alert. "What is it?" she whispers in a calm voice. "3 trees to our left, up high." It was red. I only saw it for a second, I tell her. We were still far away from whatever it was, but if I could see it at this distance, it was big. Not to mention anything with bright colors was certainly strong enough that it didn't need to hide. We move slowly. Tabitha directs me to follow her. Silently, we circle the tree I pointed to until we arrive at a better vantage spot. And that's where I see it, the most enormous bird I've ever seen in my life. It only took a glance at its soul to see that its level was in the high 70s, a strong beast. "Tabitha, I think we should." I was about to suggest we leave it alone, but stopped when I saw the manic look on her face. "Oh no." "Yes." Tabitha grins at me. "Do you see what I see?" "A big ass bird," I answer bluntly. "That too, but look where it is." Tabitha points at the colorful monster, and I see what she meant. The bird's nest was in a large hollow in the tree. It had a great vantage point. The tree's bark was as strong as metal, and it was definitely out of the way, the perfect place for us to spend the night. Now if only there weren't a giant bird guarding it. "All right, go get it." Tabitha slaps my back, gesturing me forward. By myself, I looked at the armored woman like she was crazy. "This beast is perfect for you." She ignores my pleading eyes. "Not only will we gain a place to sleep, but you'll earn your first feather too. Lucky you." "Yeah, lucky me." I roll my eyes. Then, craning my neck up, I size up the bird and let out a sigh before making up my mind. Turning back to Tabitha, I quickly lay down some grown rules instead of rushing in like earlier today. If it's protecting babies, I'm not going to fight it the same thing if it flees. Tabitha rolls her eyes, but surprisingly agrees to my terms. "Fine, but hurry, I want to be up in the tree by the time the sun starts to fade." "No pressure then." I roll my shoulders and crack my neck. Then, drawing my hammer, I prepared to fight the large, colorful bird. Well, I did say I wanted to fight something stronger. How the hell am I going to do this? I mean, I highly doubt I can just walk over to the colorful chicken and bonk it over the head. There was almost zero chance I would be able to sneak up on it. The bird had an almost 180-degree view of its surroundings from its nest, and there wasn't a single branch close to it that I could stand on. So no matter how I thought about it, I would need to use airwalk to get close to it unless I wanted to scale the tree like a cliff face and leave myself exposed. Taking the long way around, I loop around the tree the bird is nested in and sneakily approach it from the other side. Then I get to climbing. I could use airwalk to get to the top of the tree faster, but I didn't want to accidentally catch the bird's attention. Plus, I needed to save my mana for the fight to come. I had already used a bit of it during my scuffle with the dino rhino, and I was going to need the rest of it if I wanted to match a bird in the air. Climbing the tree takes time and is shittier than I imagined, mainly because of all the bird crap all over the place. The lowest branches on the tree are practically dyed white due to all the bird excrement strewn across them. I also catch sight of bones scattered inside and outside the bird droppings and wedged in branches. Whatever type of bird I was closing in on, one thing was sure: it wasn't a vegetarian. It took me 20 minutes to climb up the tree, making sure I did everything to stay directly behind the bird's nest and out of sight. But now that I was up here, I was again reminded that I lacked any semblance of a plan. I didn't want to rush in as I did with the dino rhino, but I couldn't think of any other way. Now that I was using it in a real-world situation, I realized my fitting style wasn't one for subtlety. I needed to hit hard and fast, with no room for hesitation. However, that didn't mean I couldn't include a bit of stealth here and there. Peeking around the tree, I glance at where approximately the bird's nest is. I can't see the opening from this angle, but that's not what I'm looking for. There aren't any branches around the opening leading to the bird's nest, but there is one that sticks out far above it. If I go higher and walk along that branch, I could drop down to the bird's nest below. Smiling and patting myself on the back, I congratulate myself for thinking ahead for a change. I climb higher and higher until the ferns and other foliage on the ground look like grass by comparison. I'm really high up, I mumble to myself as I look down below at the distant ground. I had to be at least 350 feet in the air. I'm not sure how that equates to the tallest trees on Earth, but I'm guessing it's close, and I'm not even at the top of the tree. Just eyeballing it, the tree went up another 150 feet or so. Marvel at the trees later, Aaliyah, I tell myself, realizing I was getting distracted by my surroundings. The tree limb I spotted above the bird's nest was stretching out in front of me. It was over 2 feet wide and thicker than some of the trees around our village. Yet despite its size, I carefully inch myself onto the branch and walk out maybe 40 feet. From my new position, I could peek over the side below me and directly see into the magic beast's lair and the creature within it. Now that I was closer, I could see the red bird in all its glory. It looked like a bird of paradise, like the actual birds, not the plants that share the same name. It had red feathers on most of its body, except on its wings, where black feathers clashed with the red and gave the illusion its wings were catching fire. The magic beast bird had long tail feathers stretching behind its body, but its talons and beak were what grabbed my attention. Its beak stretched out into a point that looked sharper than any rapier I've seen, and its talons looked capable of cutting through steel. All that would have been manageable to deal with if the bird was smaller, but the monster in front of me wasn't the size of an owl or hawk. It was the size of a horse. It stood almost 9 feet tall, perched on the edge of its nest, and probably had a wingspan many times that size. Swallowing a nervous lump in my throat, I tried to look behind the large avian to see if it had any eggs or babies with it. To my luck, or maybe unluckily, the humongous bird was alone. So there went my only excuse for leaving it alone. But who knows, maybe it'll be like the dino rhinos and will want to escape when it sees me coming. Pulling back from the edge of the branch, I stopped watching the colossal bird and take a deep breath. Then swinging my hammer off my back, I was ready to make my move. Fast and hard, I repeat to myself, trying to physic myself up. Ha, that's what she said. One terrible joke later, and I feel my nerves begin to settle. I switch my stance and ready myself to jump off the branch I was perched on. I was going to freefall down to the bird's nest and hopefully catch it off guard. Leaning over the side again, I confirm my target's position only. Where is it? The bird was gone. Just then, directly behind me, I feel a mass of mana enter my perceivable range. It was coming in fast, and I had no time to look behind me, let alone react, so I tucked and rolled off the branch. As I'm somersaulting through the air, I see 2 sets of talons cut through the space I was just occupying. My heart threatened to burst out of my chest as the bird I was secretly targeting soared over me, utterly silent. I could see it flapping its wings and feel the wind pressure it created by doing so, but even though I was less than 10 feet away from it, the bird didn't make a sound as it flew through the air. Everything seemed to move in slow motion as I made eye contact with the silent bird. Its eyes were the size of dinner plates and were a deep amber, with a circular pupil as black as the void. There was surprise there. It hadn't expected me to dodge its sneak attack. At that moment, I threw out all notions of retreating or escaping. This wasn't an animal defending its home or family. It was a predator, and it saw me as prey. Ignoring the fact that I let my target get the drop on me, something I'm sure Tabitha is going to give me hell about later, I ready myself for a fight to the death. Using airwalk, I stabilize myself mid-roll and take a proper stance, never taking my eyes off the silent beast circling me in the air. It was frightening to watch the bird as it flew around me. The bird's wings were even bigger than I expected, each one clocking in at 27 feet, giving the beast an absolutely ridiculous 54-foot wingspan. I'd be admiring its majesty if it currently wasn't trying to eat me. Launching myself forward, I try to close the distance between us, testing to see how it reacts. But rather than fleeing when seeing me rushing it, the bird angles towards me rather than trying to keep its distance. I'm ready to swing my hammer in case the beast gives me an opening, but it does something I didn't expect as it nears striking distance. The giant bird of paradise folds in its wings and does a half-barrel roll. Then it shoots at me like a silent rocket with its talons stretched out. I try to flash step out of the way of the bird's outstretched claws, but the bird was hiding a pair of long legs under its plumage and had a surprisingly long reach. It only needed to outstretch its talons to nick my armor. The foot-long razor blades on its feet easily shred through Mana's skin. Thankfully, my skill does its job and buys me a fraction of a second to angle myself, so the attack brushes up against my breastplate and not my gambeson. My new armor eats the attack, with only a few sparks and a line across my front to show for it. I didn't have time to swing my hammer in a counterattack fully, but I wasn't going to waste an opportunity when the bird was this close to me. So I drive the butt of my hammer into the bird's side with both hands. It might not be the same as an attack with my hammer's head, but it still does the trick. The bird's beak opens and it lets out a silent scream. Then with a single flap of its wings, it knocks me back and retreats. I worry it might be trying to flee for a second, but my worries are quickly proven unfounded when the colossal bird continues to circle me. This thing is faster than me. At least judging by its reaction to getting hit, it doesn't have the same defenses as the dino rhino. If I could get off one good hit, I might be able to bring it down. But I need to hurry, though maneuvering in the air eats up a lot of mana, and at this rate, I'll only be able to stay airborne for 10 more minutes or so. Thankfully, the bird doesn't look like it intends to wait around. Using airwalk again, I dodge another dive bomb attack, only this time I'm aware of the bird's range. I'm still on the defensive, but that's fine. I'm used to fighting Tabitha, who attacks consecutively, meaning if I want to win, I'll need to do what I usually do, dodge as best I can and wait for an opening. The bird continues to try and pluck me out of the air, but after its previous 2 strikes, I better understand how it moves. And as soon as the bird tucks in its wings, I'm already flash stepping away. Stupid bird, this will be easy if you keep using the same attack. I grin as I track the bird's trajectory as it dives at me. But then, before I have time to use flash step again, a wall of feathers slams into me. Mana threads isn't strong enough to anchor me in place, and I'm sent spiraling into the trunk of a nearby tree. As the bird was diving past me, it opened its massive wings and swatted me with them. My lungs are on fire, screaming at me to stop and take a breath, but I don't have time for that. Pushing off the tree, I launch myself up and over the bird's outstretched claws. I narrowly avoid being impaled, but the bird isn't finished with its attack. Like a spear, the bird thrusts its beak at me. I swing my hammer on pure instinct as the bird's razor-thin beak tip is about to puncture my neck. The bird sees my attack aiming at its head and thankfully pulls back at the last second. If it hadn't, it would have killed me and I him. It would have been mutual destruction for both of us, and I think the bird realized that. Maybe this bird was more like Tabitha than I previously thought. They might not share the same stat spread or physique, but there was one thing Tabitha and the bird had in common. They both acted like they were untouchable. The bird has been on the offensive ever since it snuck up on me, and I only get a second to gather my wits before it's charging me yet again. Again and again, I'm forced to dance through the air as the ginormous bird does everything it can to pluck me out of the sky. Twice I think I have an opening to attack, and twice, the bird peels off at the last possible second. The only good thing about all my dodging is that I get a close-up look at the magic beast, and I think I see why it isn't making any sound. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to get a deep scan of the bird with sense mana, but with it being so close, I eventually noticed the thin layer of mana wrapped around it. The barrier wasn't like my mana skin skill, it was thinner than that, and it didn't impede my strike when I connected earlier. It could be what's helping the bird fly, but my money was on it having to do with sound dampening. That was an exciting discovery, but it didn't exactly help with my current situation. Judging by how much mana I had left, I was down to 40. I thought it would have made a mistake by now with how aggressive it is, but I'd yet to land a decent blow on it. It was too fast, and combined with my inexperience in fighting in the air, I spent all my time trying to dodge it as it attacked from every conceivable angle. I needed to get close and stay close. What if a crazy idea pops into my head? It would be dangerous, but the bird wouldn't stand a chance if I pulled it off. I reholster my hammer to my back using magic threads as I continue to dodge its attacks. I was going to need both hands for this. Strikes rain down on me from all directions, but I keep my cool, looking for the opening I need to execute my plan. And then it happens. After dodging for what felt like hours, I evade a particularly close strike from my opponent. Its talons came so close to grabbing me that there was less than an inch between us, but that was what I needed. Instead of trying to gain some distance as I have been, I jump closer to the bird while it's so close to me. Arms outstretched, I channel a good deal of my remaining mana into my hands and form hundreds of threads of mana. I then dig my mana into the bird's mana barrier. My arms are nearly pulled out of their sockets as I latch onto the bird like a tick. The bird immediately starts to freak out and tries to shake me off. Sadly for it, my mana threads had already glued me to its side, and with each second I was anchoring more of myself to the bird. The bird's mana was actively fighting against me doing so, but the bird didn't have the same mana manipulation skills to combat my own. I also grabbed the bird's feathers with both of my hands for good measure, further keeping me in place. Wait for it. The bird quickly realized it wasn't going to be able to knock me off by doing what it was doing, so it took a more direct approach and tried to grab me with its beak. Now was my chance. The bird needed to slow down to turn its head and peck at me. In doing so, I no longer feared being thrown off. Most of my body was connected to the bird's mana with mana threads, so holding on using only my left hand, my right grabbed my hammer. As the bird went to pluck me, I one-handedly swung my hammer and clocked it upside its beak. I couldn't kill it with a single blow, but my hit staggered the creature, and I wasn't letting up. Activating double strike, my hammer blurs and delivers a second blow to the creature's exposed head. The mana barrier surrounding the bird pops like a bubble, and I hear the sickening crunch as my hammer pulverizes the magic beast's skull. And the next moment, I'm falling. I was falling, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I had won, and the corpse of the giant bird falling with me was proof of that. Besides, I had time before either of us hit the ground. We were hundreds of feet up in the air, after all. I watched below me as the last remaining bits of the bird's soul left its body. And once the leading soul was gone, the experience once cradling the soul started to dissipate into the surroundings. For a brief second, I hesitate to activate Soul Devourer. I was still wary of using my skill after running into the remnants the other day, and wanted to make sure I was activating my skill on my own accord, and not just being manipulated into doing so. It hurt to see my hard-earned experience fading into nothing, but I had to be sure. Better safe than sorry. I don't know what I expected to happen. Maybe I'd have a nearly uncontrollable urge like with the remnants, or hear a sinister voice in my head, perhaps. But after a second, I'm surprised to feel nothing. There was no urge to devour the world or Sith-like voices telling me to follow my instincts. So was there something different about the remnants, or was it because I was expecting something and overcame the urges without realizing it? I had no idea, but what I did know was that I was in control at this moment, and that meant I could use my skill. Of course, I would still be careful, but that was no reason to hesitate. 3 ghostly hands spring from my body as I activate Soul Devourer and greedily begin plucking strands of experience points out of the air. The hands couldn't grab all of it, but I was still absorbing many times the amount of experience I would have initially gotten for the kill. The hands were manifestations of my soul, so Tabitha wouldn't see them even if she was watching me. I couldn't use it on the remnants because Tabitha would have noticed them disappearing. There is, however, still one conscience of using my skill. I'm forced to grit my teeth to keep myself from audibly moaning. I could feel myself blushing as the pleasure of absorbing tens of thousands of experience points washes over me. Momentarily, I want to devour all that I can, but mental resistance quickly helps me squash those feelings before they can grow and fester. I would absorb what I could and nothing more. This internal dispute only lasts a few seconds, and it isn't long before I've either absorbed all the bird's experience or the rest has dissipated completely. Perfect timing, too, because I see the ground growing closer past the bird's corpse. I'd fallen almost 300 feet in 4 seconds, and it was time for me to activate Airwalk. I could use this moment to test how I'd fare against fall damage, but something told me doing that when I'm falling at roughly 150 feet a second wasn't the best idea. Using my mana threads still deployed from holding onto the bird, I spread them out to catch the mana in the air around me to slow my descent. Then when my velocity had dropped to something less strenuous on my legs, I pushed off the air with Airwalk, reducing my falling speed to almost nothing. Below me, the bird's corpse crashes into the forest floor with all the momentum of a runaway truck. I expected it to turn into paste, but I saw it was primarily intact as I dropped down next to it. Its wings were now crooked, but the body was in one piece other than them and its skull. So even if it didn't have the same defense as the Dino Rhino, it seems that it could still take quite a beating. Too bad for it, my hammer did more damage than the crash landing. Still feeling the glow of absorbing experience, I stand next to the dead bird, clasping my hands and offering a short prayer. It isn't to the gods I just asked the universe to peacefully guide its soul to its next life. It may have chosen to fight rather than flee, but that's life. It made its decision and I made mine. Now, where is Tabitha? I ask myself after delivering the bird its last rites. I glanced around where we landed, but my guardian was nowhere in sight. I stare at the spot we were initially hiding, expecting to see her pop out of hiding at any moment, but she never appears. Where in the hell, looking for me? Startled, I try to pinpoint Tabitha's location by following her voice, but I don't see her. Up here, Tabitha calls out, giving me a clue where she is. What are you doing up there? I finally spot Tabitha making her way down the nearest tree. I don't know why she was up there, but I don't particularly care at the moment. As soon as her feet touch the ground, I fall backward onto my ass. The total weight of my fight with the bird had finally caught up to me. Once I knew Tabitha was close by and I could safely catch my breath, my legs went out on me. Seeing me fall, Tabitha rushes over to my side with a worried expression. Are you okay? She asks me, her stone-faced expression nowhere to be found. Where was all this concern while I was fighting? I'm fine, by the way. Did almost die at one point, I sarcastically snap at her. I know I was there. Tabitha smiles down at me. You asked why I was up in the tree. Obviously, I was up there watching your fight. I started to rush in when you were flung against the tree, but you reacted better than I expected, and I decided you could handle yourself at the last second. It was a wise choice to counterattack when you did rather than try to flee. If you had tried to dodge in your position, I would have needed to step in and help you, but you got it to back off by yourself. Tabitha, revealing that she was close to me the entire time, left me speechless. I could only guess that I didn't see her because my vision was blurry during that part of the fight. Apparently, she doesn't realize my counterattacking was completely improvised and was in no way planned. But hey, I wasn't going to correct her. Hearing Tabitha praise my battle decisions was bittersweet. After absorbing all that experience, the pain in my head had started to fade, but my back was still killing me. I know I won, but I knew more than she did about how bad I messed up. You followed me. Tabitha rolls her eyes at me. Did you expect me to send you up against your first real opponent by yourself? Kind of, I admit. I mean, that sounded like something Tabitha would do. Tabitha's smile slips and she frowns. Don't be getting a big head just because you won. You may have done a few things right, but don't think I didn't notice you making multiple mistakes. You were creative in your approach, yet let your target get the drop on you. How was I supposed to know it didn't produce any sound? I grumbled, trying to come up with at least some semblance of an excuse, not wanting to admit I took my eyes off my target. All right, fine. Tabitha's readiness to change subjects doesn't bode well for me. What about after you dodged the bird's initial attack? You rushed it without evaluating properly. Didn't you tell me your new armor would last longer than your old set? Tabitha points at my breastplate and makes an excellent point. 3 large scratches were marring the surface of my new armor. They weren't deep, but they starched from one side of my armor to the other. I told you to expect anything. How did you interpret that to mean rush in? Tabitha berates my decisions one after another, but I can see the concern she's trying to hide behind her lecturing. Even if she thinks I counterattacked when I needed to, she probably realizes that things could have turned out differently. I almost died, I whisper under my breath. Tabitha must have heard me because she stopped pointing out everything I did wrong and lets out a tired sigh. You could have, but you didn't, and if I didn't swing when I did, I ask in a hollow voice. then I would have had to save you, Tabitha confidently tells me. Save someone with a hole in their neck, I raise an inquisitive eyebrow. It would have never come to that. I had a skill ready if you dodged or froze. You would have been heavily injured, but you wouldn't have died. You're sure about that? I ask skeptically. Tabitha and I locked eyes, and I note there wasn't a hint of deceit there. And stifle your first big hunt, not a chance, Tabitha responds, sounding proud of herself. No matter how much I was trying to appear annoyed at her for not telling me her plans, I understood why she did it, and I couldn't help but smile at how happy she looked that her plan had worked out for the better. Tabitha may be a little crazy, but then again, I just rushed a giant magical bird, and for what, a place to sleep. I'm pretty sure that makes me just as crazy, arguably more so. So what happens now? I ask after stumbling to my feet, now knowing how that dino rhino felt earlier today. My mana's down to 20 and I need to rest. You can rest in a moment, Tabitha tells me before turning to the massive bird corpse. First, the important part. I watched Tabitha examine the corpse, and I admit, it took me a minute to realize what she was doing. She plucked out multiple feathers, examining them for some hidden quality I didn't understand. In doing so, I got to see the various types of feathers, from the wedge-tipped flight feathers that made up the bird's wings to its long, rounded tail feathers. Tabitha even pulled out a few downy feathers, which kept the bird insulated. Tabitha examined and discarded one feather after another until eventually, she found her prize, or should I say my prize. Finally, she settles on a single feather from the very tip of the bird's right wing, where the red and black colors meet each other. Thankfully, the feather Tabitha picked out for me was one of the smaller ones. The more giant feathers are impressive to look at, but most of them were over a foot long. Heck, one of the tail feathers Tabitha examined was over 3 feet in length. To say it would have been challenging to wear a feather that size was putting it mildly. Something that size would stick out too much, so I'm happy about Tabitha's decision on a relatively smaller feather. Here, Tabitha offered me the beautiful quill, which I gratefully accepted. Half the feather was black while the other side was red. The feather radiated wind mana, and it was so good at catching the breeze. Just holding it allowed me to see which way it was blowing. The large trees around us acted as giant wind barriers. Though it was quite windy up in the canopy, there was minimal airflow down here on the ground. So the fact that the feather can catch an almost non-existent gust was impressive, to say the least. Do I have to wear this now? I hesitantly ask while memorizing every inch of my prize. Ideas of what I would do with it flooded my mind. I could turn it into a hair ornament like Tabitha had, or maybe have Mom sew it to my sleeve. From what Tabitha told me, as long as I displayed it, I was free to do with it as I liked. If you want, Tabitha shrugs, though I don't recommend it. That's surprising. I thought you want me to wear it immediately. I'm not saying you can't, Tabitha clarifies. I'm just saying if you wear it now, you're likely to drop it, or worse. Think of the feather as a new piece of armor. Sure, you can throw it on and it'll do its job, but I won't be able to use it properly without practice. I finished Tabitha's sentence, demonstrating I understand what she was getting at. Exactly. For now, I suggest you put it in your bag. You can start wearing it during our sparring session when we get back to the village. Once you're used to it, you can wear it all the time. For once, I followed Tabitha's instructions to the letter, stashing my feather in my pack by wrapping it in the material I brought with me should I need to make a tent. Of course, it wasn't as fragile as a regular feather, but that didn't mean I would chance bending it. Once my feather was secure, I turned my attention to the rest of the bird. There were a few bald spots from where Tabitha ripped feathers out, but there were still thousands more. Tabitha may have looked through the feathers for a trophy to claim, but I saw something more: crafting materials. I had never worked with wind-attributed materials before, but it didn't take a genius to realize the bird's tail feathers would make great fletching for arrows. While the feathers on the wings caught the slightest breeze, the tail feathers were utterly still. Reaching down and picking one up, I smile at how easily I can wave it through the air. Yeah, I can work with these. Now the only question was, how many do I take? I could stuff my bag full of them and it wouldn't weigh me down that much, but then I won't have room for anything else. Maybe. Hey Tabitha, if I stash some feathers for later, what do you think the chances are they'll be here when we get back? If I could tie a bundle of tail feathers together and stash them somewhere, like up in the tree where we'll be staying tonight, I could retrieve them on our way out of the forest. Even if I have a full bag by then, carrying a bundle of feathers wouldn't be that much of a stretch. Anything is possible, she shrugs. By her expression, I'm guessing she doesn't think they'll be here when we get back, but it doesn't hurt to try. I'll bring 10 feathers with me, so I'll still have some to play with later if she's right. While I start collecting feathers, Tabitha uses her sword to butcher the bird. I was looking forward to dinner tonight, and since magic beast meat lasts longer than its non-magical counterpart, we can take some extra with us and not worry about it spoiling right away. We both work together to get everything done, and it isn't long until we're both sitting by a small makeshift fire, and I'm grilling us skewers with a bundle of feathers sitting next to me. I tied them together by weaving together some tree fibers. All in all, I had maybe 20 pounds of feathers, more than enough to make some quality arrows. Soon, we were going to climb up to the nest. After we were finished eating, that was where I decided I was going to stash my feathers. Then, hopefully, if another beast comes across them, they won't seem out of place in a nest that smelled exactly like them. You could hardly notice it, but the light in the forest was growing dimmer. So before we set out, I secretly pull up my status page while flipping the skewers around and pretending to focus on cooking. And there was a lot to unpack, LV 74. When I pulled up my status page, the first thing I noticed was my missing health points. That one strike from the bird that sent me spiraling into the tree cost me nearly 300 health points. Of course, I was still able to move during the fight, but that was still over 10 of my health gone in one hit. Luckily, I was already starting to heal and would probably be back to full health by the end of tomorrow, but that's only because I was hit once. The more damage a person suffers, the slower they are to heal. I shudder to think about what would have happened if someone of Sandra's level and build were hit the same way. Her physical skills were nothing compared to mine, and she would have lost a lot more than 300 health. Shaking my head, I cast away those thoughts. It did me no good to imagine everything that could go wrong in the world, so I focused on the here and now and continued to look over my status. My stamina and mana were practically empty, but I already knew that. At this point, I'm used to feeling tired after my sparring sessions with Tabitha, and this wasn't much different. My stamina would refill on its own, albeit with some soreness, and I only need to absorb the mana around me and wait for my body to convert it before it's fully recharged. The skewers were helping in that regard. The bird meat was practically jam-packed to the brim with mana. It tasted like the best chicken I'd ever had and had the benefit of helping me recover faster. What else could I ask for in a meal? The answer to that was skill levels, and the bird offered me those too. After a long time, my cooking skill finally leveled again while roasting the skewers, and after we started eating, I felt gourmet level as well, and those two skills weren't the only ones that improved after my fight with the magic bird. It had been 2 weeks since the last time I checked my status page, and a handful of my skills had already leveled in that time, but my desperate fight with the bird seemed to fuel the growth of my skills even more. Dancing, double step, double strike, flash step, mana skin, and airwalk all leveled during my fight at some point. Then there was Soul Devourer. My tier 6 skill gained 3 levels after sucking up as much of the bird's experience as possible. I only naturally absorbed around 40,000 experience for killing the bird. That was a lot for other people, but it was not worth risking my life over at my level. If I hadn't used Soul Devourer, I'm not sure it would have been worth the fight, even with the increase to my skill levels. In the end, I did use my skill, and because I did, I got an extra 180,000 experience points. That kind of payoff was worth risking my life, if only slightly. But the amount of experience I got was interesting. The bird was around my level, which meant it had over 14 million experience shielding its soul. I only managed to get 220 of that, so even if I factored in hesitating to activate my skill, that means I only absorbed 1.5 of the bird's overall experience. That was absolutely nothing. Something wrong. Tabitha suddenly asks me, making me flinch. You were making a pained face. Sorry, just a little sore. I rubbed my shoulders and arms in a massaging motion, pretending like that was the reason why my expression was the way that it is. Are you still able to climb? She asks, probably wondering if she would need to drag me up into the tree. As fun as that would be to see, I had no desire to be manhandled by Tabitha. I'll manage, I flatly tell her. Tabitha sighs in relief. Good, we should get climbing. We've been on the ground long enough. It will soon get dark, and the bird's corpse will surely attract scavengers. Closing my status page, I groan as I climb to my feet. I was already tired, and now I had a stomach full of magic beast meat. All I wanted to do was close my eyes and fall asleep. Tabitha and I gathered our belongings. I grabbed my bundle of feathers, while she grabbed some of the magic bird meat wrapped in some large leaves for storage. We kicked dirt onto the fire and made sure to stomp out any embers that remained. Neither of us wanted to start a forest fire, especially when we would be sleeping in a tree. For the second time today, I climbed a large tree whose bottom layers were covered in bird feces. Of all the times to be low on mana, it had to be when I desperately wanted to clean myself. It took longer to scale the tree than my first time, and while I was climbing, I thought about the last bit of experience my status page said I had gained. I got a tidy sum of experience points for making Real's dagger. Unfortunately, my creation wasn't enough to push blacksmithing to level 76, but that would have been too easy. I did, however, finally get enchanting to level 10, so that was a bonus. But again, I worked hard on my crafting, and it showed in how much experience I was rewarded for going above and beyond with my designs. While I climbed the tree, I thought about what I would make going forward. And by the time we climbed up to the bird's nest, only the faintest of light was seeping through the canopy. It was getting dark fast, so Tabitha and I rushed to inspect the hole in the tree while we still had the chance. Thankfully, unlike regular birds, there wasn't any crap mixed into the bird's nest. Instead, the hovel in the tree was lined with sticks, stones, and surprisingly, dried-out pieces of various animal hides. It smelt like a chicken coop, but at this point I could sleep on a pile of trash if I had to. I fished out the small piece of canvas I brought with me, careful to take my feather out first, and laid it on the ground. I then placed my bundle of feathers under the tarp on one end, making an impromptu pillow. Last night I was the first to take watch, so that meant I got to sleep first tonight. Lucky for me, because if something did approach us while I was in my current state, I'm not entirely sure what I could do about it. Even if I was only going to get 5 or 6 hours to rest, that should be enough to get me back to a state where I can defend myself if need be. The last thing I saw as my head hit my pillow was Tabitha chuckling at how dead I looked. And with that, my tiring first day in the magic-dense region came to a close. 5 more minutes, Mom, I grumble when I feel Mother trying to shake me awake. She should know how tired I am after forging all day yesterday. My arms, back, head, everything hurts at the moment. All I'm asking for is a little more time to rest. Is that too much to ask for? I am not your mother, a cold voice whispers next to me. My eyes snap open and I bolt upright. My tired muscles complain about the sudden movement, but I now have a bigger problem. I accidentally confused Tabitha with my mom, and the sad thing was, I was stuck wondering if it was ruder to compare Mom to Tabitha or vice versa. Sorry, I quickly apologized in the direction I heard Tabitha's voice come from, unsure if she would take offense to my slip-up. Rubbing at my eyes, I tried to spot Tabitha's silhouette in the darkness, but I struggled to do so and only managed to see her outline and nothing else. The forest that held a surprising amount of light during the day was veritably pitch black. Feeling around the darkness, my hand lands on my hammer resting at my side, and I'm reminded where I am. If Tabitha was waking me up, it must be my turn to take over the watch. I'm sorry for mistaking you for. I don't see Tabitha's hand as she covers my mouth, cutting me off. SHHHH, I hear Tabitha hiss close to my ear. You're too loud. You'll draw unnecessary attention towards us. A small wave of panic washes over me when I realize there is a second possibility as to why Tabitha could be waking me up. Are we in danger? I ask in a hushed voice after she lowers her hand. Were we under attack? Calm yourself, Tabitha quietly reassures me. We aren't in any danger, for the moment. That was unnecessarily cryptic. Could Tabitha see me frowning right now? What does that mean? I make my confusion known through the tone of my voice. But instead of answering my question, I feel Tabitha grab my wrist. She gently pulls me to my feet, and I have just enough time to grab my hammer before she pulls me to the front of the tree hollow. And the world that greets me when I get there isn't the one I remember from before I fell asleep. It was still incredibly dark, but that only served to make the flickering motes of lights around us stand out that much more. For a brief second, I forget that I'm looking at a forest and question if we've been teleported to outer space, for millions of little stars surround us, twinkling in the darkness. But they weren't stars. Instead, one of the lights drifts mere feet from the opening of our hollow, and I see what is producing the soft glow. It was a dragonfly that was 8 inches long and had 6 wings instead of the usual 4. The insect was producing light from its long abdomen, just like a deep-sea fish would. This was the first time I'd seen bioluminescence in person, and it was breathtakingly spectacular to witness. I wanted to hold out my hand and see if one of the insects would land on it so I could get a better look at them, but I only needed to remember my encounter with the bird earlier to remind me that probably wasn't the wisest idea. Most likely, they were harmless, but then again, for all I knew, they could explode when touched. I lean closer to Tabitha, standing next to me, and whisper, "Are they dangerous?" My eyes were slowly adjusting to the level of darkness, but I still couldn't make out Tabitha's facial features, so I had to wait for her to respond verbally. "It's not the bugs you need to be wary of," Tabitha ominously points out. "Look below us," she instructs me. Glancing down, I don't understand what Tabitha is getting at. I could barely see her standing right next to me. How was I supposed to see anything on the forest floor? Staring down into the abyss, I strained my eyes, trying to pick out whatever hidden foe Tabitha was warning me about. Then I saw it. Well, I didn't exactly see it, more like I saw its outline shifting below us. And once I saw the first one, I began to pick out the others looming in the darkness. Parts of the forest floor appeared to be moving below us. A shiver runs down my spine, and my hair stands on end as I struggle to keep track of the ever-changing masses. At this height, I couldn't make out any of the beast's features, so naturally, my overactive imagination started to conjure images of eldritch horrors prowling the base of the tree. "They're feeding on the bird you killed," Tabitha explains. She was right, as usual. While there were plenty of figures moving below, most of them seemed to be drawn to where we left the bird carcass. "If you stay quiet, they should continue as if we aren't here and leave us alone," Tabitha notes before turning around and moving to get comfortable. "Wake me in a few hours when the sun rises." A few hours, that's it. My eyes widen in surprise. How long was I asleep for? 8 hours or so, Tabitha lazily tells me as she positions herself and tries to find a comfortable spot. As expected, she doesn't take off any of her armor, choosing to sleep in her gear rather than put herself into a vulnerable position. What happened to switching places halfway through the night? I ask. Tabitha tilts her head in my direction and looks up at me. You needed more rest than I did. A few hours will be enough for me. Of course, she would once again. I was reminded Tabitha was more compassionate and considerate than she let on. Then it occurred to me that Tabitha was sacrificing her sleep for me, and it was my fault she couldn't trust me with an entire shift. Hold on, I tell her as she settles down. Sleep on my tarp, it will be more comfortable for you. My makeshift pillow might not do much while she's wearing a helmet, but at least she could use it to help with her posture. Admittedly, it wasn't much, but it was all I could offer her in our present situation. Tabitha's head moves in the dark, and I interpret it as her nodding in appreciation. While she grabs my sleeping gear and changes positions, I too make myself comfortable near the hollow's entrance. It is challenging to find a spot that lets me see our surroundings while mainly remaining hidden, but I eventually settle in for my half shift. Last night I learned Tabitha could fall asleep almost at will, so by the time I truly got comfortable, I was sure she had already fallen asleep. I was on my own now, and if something were to attack us, it was my job to protect Tabitha. That thought honestly made me a little nervous. I could barely handle the bird yesterday. Would I be able to protect Tabitha if it came down to it? Pulling up a smaller section of my status page, I checked to see how much I have recovered since my battle. LV 74. Experience 914,440. 1,004,619. Health 2,356.17. 2,450. Stamina 1,580. 1.64. 1,666. Mana 784.93. 1,030. Not bad. I knew I wouldn't be back to full strength immediately, but my recovery was progressing faster than I thought. My mana was recharging quickly. I absorbed a great deal of mana from my surroundings and all the magic beast meat we ate for dinner. While I was sleeping, my body processed all that excess mana and was again drawing in a normal amount of ambient mana to fuel my regain. To get things progressing faster again, I activate extract mana and pull in more ambient mana. Again, I carefully absorb just enough to push the limits of what my body can handle without overly straining my mana network. If I keep up this pace, my mana should be fully charged in another 8 hours or so. Until then, the only magic skill I would use is Mana Skin. It may hinder my regeneration rate, but there was no way I was going to drop it while I was guarding Tabitha. I kept it activated after my fight when my mana levels were dangerously low, only finally dropping it after I passed out, so it wasn't that taxing. Speaking of which, I reactivate my skill, seeing how I forgot to activate it in the spur of the moment when Tabitha woke me up. A sigh of relief escapes my lips after my skill flickers to life. It's calming to feel my mana wrapping around me. It's like I've surrounded myself in a weighted blanket. Only this blanket could save my life in a pinch. I'm like Tabitha in that way. She doesn't like taking off her armor, and I don't particularly appreciate dropping Mana Skin unless I'm safely home. Maybe without realizing it, I've developed a phobia of exposure. It's not to the same degree as Tabitha's, but if I'm not careful, it might eventually evolve into something like Tabitha's anxiety. I sit pondering this possibility while constantly scanning our surroundings. The mana signatures of some more large bugs show up in Sense Mana, but thankfully nothing truly perilous makes itself known. Everything of significant threat is below and well out of my skills range, and I plan to keep it that way. With nothing to do other than watch the dragonflies dance about, I enter a semi-meditative state. Of course, I can't focus everything inward because I need to keep my eyes open, but activating mediation helps boost Sense Mana's efficiency, and I get a clearer picture of our surroundings. I wasn't about to let anything sneak up on us, not again. The veil of darkness cast over the forest was slowly lifting. One by one, I watched the glow of the dragonflies drifting through the trees slowly putter out and disappear completely. The forest would return to how I knew in a few minutes, meaning it was time to wake Tabitha up, which was arguably the most dangerous part of my job. With the light increasing, I could better see Tabitha asleep on my tarp, and I didn't miss how her hand was resting on the pommel of her sword. Even with her eyes closed, she looked ready to leap into action at the slightest hint of danger. How should I go about this? I quietly mumbled to myself. I had the first watch last night, meaning I'd already woken her up once, but that was before we entered the magic dense region. She wasn't nearly as tense back then. In fact, according to her, the creepy remnants guaranteed we could get a peaceful night's rest before we entered the magic dense region without worrying we would be ambushed. Of course, even though she said that her guard wasn't entirely lowered, and when I went to rouse her from her sleep, she still drew her blade halfway from its sheath before she recognized it was me doing the waking. Unwilling to get within stabbing distance again, I did the only thing I could and started to call out to her. Tabitha. Hey, Tabitha. Though I was calling her name, I wasn't exactly being loud about it. Instead, I sounded like I was trying to get someone's attention in a library. Tabitha. I call out in my normal voice when she doesn't so much as twitch, still not wanting to get any louder than that. After all, who knew if any of those mysterious beasts were still hanging around? And as if the universe wanted to prove my point, I hear a roar outside. That sounded like it originated from the base of our tree. Oh yeah, if the sun was rising, I might be able to see whatever beasts were still nearby. Of course, I might only see one or two new species, but even then, it might give me an idea of what we might encounter going forward. So I choose to let Tabitha sleep for another few minutes. Then, using my left hand, I grip the edge of the hollow with all my strength before leaning out. But first, I quickly scan our surroundings. Before looking down, I had to ensure nothing wasn't hiding in the nearby tree branches. I spot a few birds stretching their wings, preparing for the new day, and one decently sized snake slithering in the distance, but neither looks to be of the giant, murderous variety. I mean, come on, the snake didn't even look 20 feet long for heaven's snake. Compared to the massive creatures I saw yesterday, the snake looked tiny by comparison. When I don't spot anything hazardous close by and directing sense mana outwards doesn't reveal any hidden enemies, I am free to turn my attention below me. That was where the actual monsters resided. Sadly, I didn't see much on my initial scan. While we were getting a lot of sunlight up here in the branches, it had yet to entirely filter down to the forest floor below. Instead, the light struck the large tree trunks, casting a maze of deep shadows across the forest floor. It was one such shadow that obscured the base of our tree. I could still see creatures shifting in the darkness, so I knew they weren't all gone yet, but I still couldn't get a clear view of them. All I could do was wait, hoping the creatures wouldn't flee before the sun revealed them. I thought I told you to wake me when the sun rises. Ah! I yelp and reflexively let go of the tree after Tabitha successfully sneaks up behind me. Thankfully, Tabitha doesn't let me fall out of the hollow by grabbing the back of my gambeson. If I had fallen, I could have used airwalk, but that would have forced me to tap more into my mana than I wanted. You let your guard down. Again, Tabitha pulls me back into the hollow with a look of disappointment. Shit, I only stopped watching her a second ago. You just got lucky. I hyperventilate, holding my hand to my pounding chest. I was focusing on outside the tree. Aha, Tabitha rolls her eyes, not impressed by my excuse. I grip my teeth in frustration, not because Tabitha scared me. I was okay with that. Instead, I was frustrated because I messed up again. I was focusing all my senses outward, and because of that, I failed to notice Tabitha waking up and sneaking up on me. Not all threats are external, Tabitha warns me. I understand. I hang my head in defeat. Tabitha steps forward and places her gauntleted hand on my shoulder. You're young, you'll learn. That's the point of this little trip of ours. I'm pretty sure this trip was supposed to be about me exploring, I sarcastically remind Tabitha. A certain armored woman turned it into field practice. I joke to try and hide my negative feelings, but it doesn't take away from the disgrace I feel from messing up again so soon. Then you should thank her. Tabitha grins at me with a predatory smile. I'd say you're learning a lot. She nudges me in a way I assume is her trying to say stop pouting. I was learning a lot, mainly how much I was out of my depth, but I wasn't going to give Tabitha the satisfaction of admitting that. Maybe my teacher isn't doing enough. I snarkily snap and regret my comment as soon as it leaves my mouth. Is that so? Tabitha's eyes narrow and she stops talking in third person. Maybe you're right, maybe I haven't been pushing you as much as I should. But don't worry, Tabitha steps in close to me. That will all change going forward. Once again, I've successfully shoved my foot into my mouth. Now, what were you looking at? Tabitha steps beside me and peers over the edge. I was trying to see the beasts below us, I grumble, following her example, being careful not to lose my grip again. Oh, they haven't left yet, Tabitha asks curiously. I don't think so. I was waiting for it to get brighter, I point out, and it was slowly getting brighter. By now, most of the shadows had receded, and I could more clearly see the forest floor below us for the first time since yesterday. My eyes scan for and zero in on the spot we briefly camped yesterday evening, and I catch my first glimpse of what remained of my defeated foe. Once in my past life, I saw my father accidentally run over a dead bird with our lawnmower. The scene below us was eerily similar. Feathers were scattered all over the place, some still connected to chunks of bird flesh. Most of the bones were picked clean, minus the head, which was missing. If I didn't know what the bird initially looked like, I wouldn't be able to distinguish it from any other pile of bones in the forest. I could hardly believe the bird's corpse had been reduced to such a state in only one night. The only meat left on the carcass looked to be part of one of the bird's wings, and it was that wing that was casing the commotion I heard earlier. Standing over its feathered prize stood a lion. The oversized feline put Earth's lions to shame, standing taller than me at almost 7 feet and was at least double that from head to tail. Instead of sporting a golden mane around its head, the fur around its neck was a brilliant silver, while the rest of its coat was a more washed-out gray. It was baring its teeth, trying to scare off its challengers. Surrounding the oversized cat with clicking mandibles were 7 ginormous beetles who wanted what the lion had. The beetles were half the size of the tiger and were varying shades of green and brown, blending into the forest floor. I could hear their angry hisses and clicking mandibles from all the way up here. Tabitha and I watch as one of the beetles charge the gray lion, challenging it for its food. Unfortunately, that was not smart on the bug's part. The forest lion easily sends it flying with one swipe of the cat's paw. The beetle hits the ground hard and flips a few times before landing on its back. Its legs claw at the air while it struggles to right itself, but one of its buddies comes to its rescue. The nearest beetle rams its overturned ally, flipping it upright as turtles do. After the beetle was flipped back over, I could see scratch marks on its carapace from where the lion hit it, but other than that, the bug looked utterly unharmed by the attack. Sense Soul clues me in on the levels of the beasts Tabitha and I were watching. All of the beetles were between levels 50 and 60. While the gray lion was level 96, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Tabitha, it's around you." I turned to gauge Tabitha's reaction to the beast, only to pause when I see her staring at the lion with hungry eyes. Tabitha's hand trembles around her sword's hilt with what I suspect is yearning. "You aren't going to try and fight it, are you?" I nervously ask. I still wasn't back up to 100 yet, and if Tabitha wasn't absolutely sure she could handle it by herself, I might need to step in if things got dicey. And unlike the beetles, who seemed willing to push their luck due to their numbers, I had no intention of fighting the cat who had 22 levels on me. I start to get worried when Tabitha doesn't answer me. "Tabitha," I lean in, speaking directly in her ear. Tabitha jolts at my voice and seems to realize what she is about to do. Her hand slides off the handle of her sword, and she lets out a small sigh. "No, you're right," Tabitha reluctantly agrees with me. "It just looked like it would make a good opponent," she remarks just as the lion sends another beetle soaring through the air with a well-placed swipe of its paw. Those beetles must be defense-oriented to survive such powerful strikes, meaning it would only take a single hit for the lion to knock someone like me out. A small part of me wanted to see Tabitha go all out for the first time, but my rational side outweighed those thoughts by far. Just as well, the gray lion seems to have decided it was overstaying its welcome. Before other beetles can charge it, it bends down and grabs the bird's wing in its razor-like jaws. The bugs let out a screeching noise like nails on a chalkboard and rush the cat as one, seeing their prize about to be taken away from them. But made for speed, the beetles were not. With food in hand, the gray lion leaps over the angry insects and rushes deeper into the magic-dense region. The beetles didn't even come close to stopping it. Tabitha and I watch the disappointed beetles scour the area for any scraps left behind. A few of them find a bit of food, which is funny because as soon as one of them did, it would immediately try and flee before any of the others realize it. It doesn't take long before the last of the bugs scuttles out of sight, and almost as if they timed it perfectly, the rays of sunlight peeking down from the canopy returned to what they were yesterday. Finally, the sun was fully up, which meant it was a new daytime to get ready. "Is this good enough if I put this there, and that there?" I mumble to myself, circling the pile of branches in front of me. I can't seem to make up my mind if I did a good enough job hiding my feathers or not. "Are you done yet? We're losing daylight," Tabitha asks, standing slightly behind me with her hands on her hips, judging me with her eyes and radiating impatience. "What do you think?" I turn away from my work and ask the frowning woman for her honest opinion, wishing she'll put my worries to rest. "It looks like a pile of sticks," Tabitha dryly remarks. I don't know why I expected anything different. I know that. I roll my eyes. "I mean, can you see the feathers at all? I want them to be out of sight in case another beast moves in after we leave." I used the various sticks and stones that were already a part of the bird's nest to build my own little hidden cache. Weaving the branches was tricky, but something possible. I could even lean my total weight against the cache without it moving, so I was 90 sure it wouldn't cave in under normal circumstances. But then again, that wasn't what I was fussing over. I was worried about how well I blended my cache in with the rest of the nest. I think I did a good enough job, but the more I questioned myself, the more I doubted my handiwork. I wanted to ensure everything ran smoothly after the bird yesterday and Tabitha a few minutes ago. If I just piled a bunch of crap in a corner, that would be suspicious. I knew little to nothing about magic beasts in general, and though most weren't known for their intelligence, that didn't mean I was going to underestimate them a second time. The bird whose nest we commandeered showed a frightening level of intelligence during our fight, even managing to catch me off guard during our scuffle, a fact I was still kicking myself over. If I treated magic beasts like any old animal, it would bite me in the ass later. "I don't see anything," Tabitha hums in thought, "but it does look a little too unnatural," she tells me after a brief pause. "Unnatural how?" I ask, scanning my work for the 100th time. "It looks too perfect," Tabitha points out to me. "It doesn't look like the rest of the nest." See what I mean? I didn't, and I could only shake my head disappointingly. To me, it looked like any other pile of sticks. Was Tabitha just messing with me, or could she really see a difference? It should be more like this. To my horror, Tabitha kicks the stack of twigs concealing my feathers. She doesn't hold back either, and I scream internally as my well-constructed pile collapses in on itself. "There, like that," she smiles at the mess she caused. "You ruined it," I complain, as now you can see a few feathers sticking out of the side. No, I improved it, Tabitha confidently states with her hands on her hips, sporting her sadistic smile. And how is that? I roll my eyes, more than a bit angry that I would need to fix it again. Tabitha gestures around us. Where are we? Up in a tree. I flatly reply to her, not in the mood to play 20 questions. We're in a bird's nest, Tabitha corrects me, waging her finger like she was disciplining a stubborn child while taking no responsibility for messing up my hard work. And what do you find in birds' nests? She looks past me at the feathers sticking out of the pile. Feathers, I dryly reply, falling into her rhythm despite my reluctance too. But unfortunately, Tabitha has a frightening way of sucking others into her rhythm, a fact I should be more aware of after our hours of sparring together and generally hanging out with one another. Exactly. Tabitha's smile shifts from one of boasting to the one she gives when I answer a question correctly, unperturbed by my sour expression. From an outside perspective, her new smile would still look like she was gloating over me, but I've since quid into the subtle shifts in her demeanor. I could tell she was about to give me a lesson, whether I was ready for it or not. If it's one thing I know about bird-type magic beasts, they love to use their feathers as building materials. How many feathers do you see mixed in with everything? Now that she mentioned it, I glance around the nest, comparing my cache to its surroundings. She was correct, there were feathers crammed all over the place. Old and newer looking ones were visible everywhere you looked. Having a few feathers showing wouldn't look out of place in the slightest. I loathe to admit it, but the pile looks a tad more natural, knowingly a tad though. I'm still trying to figure out if kicking it was the most helpful response, but it wouldn't be the first time Tabitha's proven me wrong with brute force. She may be unorthodox sometimes, but I'm not vain enough to pretend she hasn't been insightful on multiple occasions. Letting out a sigh, I decide just to count this as a learning experience and move on, not wanting to dwell on the subject any longer. Of course, I could spend the better part of the day stressing out whether my feathers were hidden well enough, but in the end, they were just that, feathers. Sure, I wanted the feathers to be here when we came back, but they weren't the reason we came to the forest in the first place. And if they were still here by the time we made it back this way, all the better. But now that I was thinking about it, I shouldn't waste my time overly stressing about them. I had many more important things to stress about, like making sure I didn't screw up during my next fight, and there would be many more fights shortly that was almost guaranteed. Ready to go now? Tabitha asks me as I reach down and grab my bag with an exaggerated huff. As ready as I'll ever be, I respond with only a fraction of my usual energy. I still hadn't had enough time to recharge my mana pool fully, and my health was recovering even slower, but both were slowly getting there. Tabitha pauses, hearing my lackluster response, and scans me with a critical eye, leaving me feeling exposed under her gaze, almost as if she could see my status page even though I knew she couldn't. She was probably making sure I was okay to set out, though I don't know why I wouldn't be. I may have gotten knocked around and had my ass handed to me yesterday, but I wasn't that injured after all. To show I was okay and ready to continue our journey, I puff out my chest and square my shoulders, trying to convey confidence even though it was something I was sorely lacking at the moment. I can tell Tabitha is evaluating my physical condition, and I let out a sigh of relief when she gives me a simple nod before motioning for me to follow her. Tabitha only spares me a slight glance over her shoulder before leaping out of the tree hollow. I take one last moment to ensure all my gear is appropriately secured, and then I jump out right behind her. The wind rushes past my face as I enter a freefall, but I only bask in the feeling for less than half a second before I reach out with my hands to grab the nearby tree trunk. The bark feels more like stone than wood against my gloved fingers and is as strong as iron. Against the rough surface, my fingers easily find purchase almost immediately. My arm muscles tense, and suddenly I'm no longer falling. It would be faster to let myself drop and use airwalk when I get closer to the forest floor, however. I was still in mana-saving mode, so I follow Tabitha's example and take the long way down for a change. Like a couple of spiders, the two of us scurry down the massive tree in no time at all. Of course, Tabitha was more graceful than I was, but by mimicking her movements, I was only ever a few steps behind her. Tabitha reaches the bottom first, and surprisingly, she pauses and turns to watch me take my last few steps before I land behind her. She always kept to her own pace yesterday, so seeing her stop and wait for me seemed odd and out of character. Is there something wrong? I ask, scanning our surroundings with sense mana. I still couldn't sense anything other than some larger than normal insects nearby. They were big, but nothing close to the size of the ones we saw devouring the bird, and I didn't see anything while we were descending the tree, so I wasn't exactly sure why we hadn't immediately set out. Are you ready? For a second time, Tabitha asks if I'm good to go in as many minutes, and now I'm starting to worry that I missed something crucial. Did I walk into some trap? Would Tabitha knowingly lead me into something dangerous to make a point? Who am I kidding? Of course, she would. We weren't surrounded, not unless the enemies were really far away. Am I caught in some illusion, a genjutsu perhaps? A quick scan of my soul shows nothing amiss and I'm not picking up anything magical. at least not more than anything we've already seen in the magic-dense region. Well, except for one thing. That could be what Tabitha wanted me to notice. Yeah, I hesitantly respond to Tabitha. Just give me a second to grab it. Maybe she knew I forgot about them last night. Tabitha raises an eyebrow, which might mean I made the wrong assumption, but now that I noticed them, I wasn't going to leave them behind. She doesn't say anything as I walk over to the pile of bones that once made up the magic bird. The bones themselves had a decent amount of mana contained in them, but sadly they were hollow like a typical bird's. I wouldn't want to use them in my weapons or armor, and I couldn't think of anything else off the top of my head that would justify my taking the time to hide them for later. However, while the bones didn't interest me, that didn't mean there weren't a few gems hidden amongst the rubbish for gems, to be precise. Close to what used to be one of the bird's legs were 4 claws that shined like obsidian under the newly risen forest light. Each claw contained a degree more mana than the bones they once connected to, which was what drew my attention to them. While the difference in mana was slim, which was probably why I missed them last night, there was a huge difference in durability. Every single bone in sight, from the largest wing bone to the smallest vertebra, had bite marks or cracks from where flesh was ripped from the bone. Everywhere except the claws, that is. Each claw was the size of my hand, and examining the tips revealed that they were quite sharp despite no longer having a source of magic to pull from. I knew from dealing with the chameleon spiders that magic beast materials always lost some potency after their host died, yet the claws looked the same as when they were coming at me during our fight. Scanning our surroundings, I try to find the other 4 claws from the bird's other leg, but sense mana turns up nothing. It would be pointless to search for them, considering they could have been dragged away hours ago, and I knew Tabitha was more than ready to go by now. Tabitha only shares this new look for a few seconds before her face shifts to one of stony resolve, the same as yesterday. Tabitha waves her hand, reminding me I'm supposed to lead us deeper into the forest. I thought she was going to tell me something, but it looks like I was wrong again. Silently, with the weight of what is to come resting on my shoulders, I take my position and start following the denser mana streams in the air. Finally, we were leaving our first camp in the endless forest behind. Tabitha and I walk in silence with our heads on a swivel, each step taking us deeper into the endless forest. We had been walking for hours and had progressed less than I thought we would. To the naked eye, everything looked the same with large trees as far as the eye could see, but sense mana revealed an entirely different world to me. The mana around us was increasing at a visible rate, and as the ambient mana grew denser, it was easier for me to see where it was coming from. Also, where it was converging. My job was to guide us down the path of least resistance, lest we disturb something we shouldn't in those mana-heavy areas. At least, that's how we started. I have often compared currents of mana to ocean currents. Some were small, some were big, and sometimes those currents clashed with each other and swirled together, trapping the mana in a single region. The resulting areas were filled with significantly more mana than the rest of their surroundings, forming pockets of highly dense mana that looked oddly like a whirlpool to my eyes. I ensured we didn't accidentally wander into one of those areas without knowing it. The problem is that the deeper we made it into the forest, the more frequent and more extensive these areas became. We came across the first mana whirlpool roughly an hour after we set out this morning. The area was only 100 feet across, meaning it was small enough to see from one side to the other, so we could tell there weren't any strong magic beasts around, and other than some overgrown berry bushes, the chunk of woodland looked the same as any other, so we didn't have to divert for that particular whirlpool. That first whirlpool actually helped me. The denser levels of mana were perfect for trying to recover my mana as fast as possible. However, I couldn't stop and absorb too much mana, because our goal was to leave the area as soon as possible. We might not have seen anything dangerous, but one look at the ground and the hundreds of crisscrossing tracks littering it, even a child could tell the area was frequented by many beasts, and some of those tracks were quite big, so we made sure to hustle through the area. Now, if all the mana whirlpools we came across were the same as the first one, everything would be grand, but sadly they weren't. 20 minutes after we left the first whirlpool, Tabitha and I ran into our second one, which wasn't nearly as small. The second whirlpool stretched far into the distance, and the mana density was near twice that of the smaller one. We had to stop and discuss what we were going to do. Tabitha wanted to push into the whirlpool and circle its core, saying it could be fun. On the other hand, I reminded her I wasn't fully recovered yet, and that chances were good that multiple strong magic beasts might be living near or around the center of the whirlpool. Many of the trees we passed on our way to the whirlpool had deep scratch marks around their bases. I wasn't an expert on lions, but I was willing to bet the gray cat we saw this morning lived somewhere close by or something even stronger. Thankfully, I was able to get Tabitha to come to my side, albeit by promising we would enter another similar whirlpool after we got used to the forest, and I fully recovered. So instead of risking life and limb so soon, I led us around the whirlpool by following the most potent current of mana feeding into it. It took us 2 hours to circumvent it, but we eventually made it to the other side, unmolested by a single magical beast. I wish that were the end of our problems, but that would just be me lying to myself. From then on, we ran into one mana whirlpool after another and were left following the currents between them like we were in some labyrinth. It's hard to quantify, but because of all the roundabout paths, we factored in that we're only moving at a rate of around 40 of what we were yesterday, which led us to where we are now. We must change course, Tabitha states in a commanding tone. Are you planning on spending months in the forest? Because that will happen if we keep doing what we are doing and stay on the path we are on now. Biting my lower lip in frustration, I listen as Tabitha makes her point. Honestly, I'm surprised she waited this long to air her grievances. She hasn't said anything since I got her to agree with me on initially avoiding the mana whirlpools. You've fully recovered your mana, haven't you? Tabitha's eyes cut deep into my soul, daring me to lie. My mana levels fully recharged 30 minutes ago, more than 2 hours faster than I thought they would, mainly because I didn't think to factor in the increased ambient mana around us. But I didn't want to say that, so I only nod my head in confirmation. Tabitha's lips slowly curl up into a slight smile. Good, what about your health? I have to summon part of my status page to answer that question, but doing so reveals some positive news. Health 2,390, 4.39, 2,450. Stamina 1,317.24, 1,666. Mana 1,001.72, 1,030. I had regained almost half of my missing health already. Of course, my stamina was depleted from all the hiking we'd been doing, but as long as it stayed above 1,200, I wouldn't feel that much of a difference. I'm doing surprisingly well. I glance up from my status page with the first genuine smile I've had since yesterday. And I'm not sure if it's all in my head, but since seeing part of my health recover, the little aches and pains I thought I'd been feeling all day start to fade. I'm not back to 100 yet, but I feel better. Are you prepared to fight? Tabitha asks me seriously. I don't want to let Tabitha down, so I want to say yes immediately, but I hesitate before I muster up the syllables. And that single pause speaks volumes to Tabitha. Can you run? Tabitha changes her question to one she knows I'll respond positively to. I can, I state with confidence. If it's one thing I'm good at, it's running, and Tabitha knows that. Then you have nothing to fear, Tabitha smiles at me. I won't force you to fight anything dangerous like I did yesterday, and if we run into anything above your level, I'll handle it for the two of us. But we can't continue as this isn't exploring, this is hiding. And a student of Masterpack or the Deathless never hides. Ouch, Tabitha can cut deep when she wants to. I let out a reluctant sigh, I understand. I know I've been letting my fear get the better of me, and I know I have an extremely talented guardian by my side, but it's hard to move past what happened with the bird yesterday. Tabitha nods at me with a pleased smile, unaware I still have doubts. Good, then pick which way we are to go. She motions left and right. We are smack dab in the middle of two giant mana whirlpools and have been so for the last 30 minutes. I can't see mana as you can, so you still need to guide us. With how insightful Tabitha can be, I sometimes forget she can't see mana as I can. To her, it must look like I've been leading us down some imaginary path that makes no sense. And yet she followed me this long and hadn't complained once. Now again, it was my job to pick which way we were going. I glance at Tabitha to see if she has a preference, only to see her focusing most of her attention on me. She had her usual stony look plastered on her face, which left little to read, but I knew that was her just being confident in my decision. She trusted me to lead us, or at least trusted her ability to kill anything we might encounter. So with no help from Tabitha, I take a second look at our surroundings. The whirlpool on the right roughly contained 17 more mana than the one to our left, but the terrain spoke of a different story. The forest floor was flat to our right, while the left whirlpool was situated over a series of small hills and valleys. Did I pick the side with rougher terrain, banking on the fact the stronger magic beasts were to our right, or did I go with the opposite? I mull over the question for a minute before making up my mind. Let's go right, I tell Tabitha. The mana density is higher, but the terrain offers us a better field of view. I know I don't have to, but I feel the need to justify my decision. Sounds good, Tabitha lazily replies. Shall we? I can only grin at the noticeable pep in Tabitha's step and nod. Let's pick up the pace. Shit, they got us, I curse our luck as I flash step to the side of an arrow coming at me from above. Why didn't I pick left? It appears so. Tabitha casually agrees with me. It isn't like they're much of a threat though, she says, swinging her sword, shattering 2 more arrows with a single swing. I don't see how 13 horned hobgoblins aren't a threat. I growl in annoyance. I was pissed that they got the drop on us, but also oddly a little impressed. Tabitha and I never let our guard down, so that went to show how clever our adversaries were to get the drop on us. The goblins had been hiding in the treetops well outside Sense Mana's range, wearing homemade ghillie suits of all things. Once we got close enough to the specific trees they were hiding in, they rappelled down on ropes made from tree vines like in a goddamn Mission Impossible movie. 3 of the hobs were archers who tried to catch us off guard on their descent, but Tabitha and I could easily avoid getting hit in our own ways. The goblins shriek in displeasure seeing us dodge and deflect their attacks, however. They don't seem deterred by our evident skill and choose to form up rather than run as soon as their ugly feet touch the ground. I will hand it to them. They had a decent formation going, but they needed more goblins to box us in completely. The forest is too large, and even if the trees look close together on a map, there was still a great distance between them. So do we run? I asked Tabitha without looking back. From my position, I could see all the goblins, and I wasn't going to take my eyes off any one of them for even a second. No, I don't think that will be necessary. As I said, none of them are that strong, I hear Tabitha tell me in a light voice from behind me. What about not making me fight? I grumble. I said I would fight anything dangerous or above your level, she clarifies. None of these goblins are even close to your level. And of course, Tabitha was right. A quick scan of all 13 goblins reveals the highest is only level 63, putting them 11 levels lower than me. The rest of them were in the mid to latter 50s, making them only a tad stronger than the horned hob I faced during the goblin subjugation. Though these goblins appear to have much better gear than the one I previously fought. Well, here we go again, I sigh. You take the 7 up front, and I'll handle the 6 coming in from the sides. Tabitha instructs me, taking a few steps back before taunting the ones she said she would by making a come here motion with her arms and shouting. I'm curious if the goblins are stupid or overconfident, but either way, Tabitha's taunting works, and the goblins break up exactly how she intended. Does she have a crowd control skill? Shaking my head, I clear all outside distractions and prepare myself for battle. There was just enough space between Tabitha and me that we could react if something went wrong, yet we still had enough distance to fight our own battles. Technically, there were now 6 goblins behind me, but I wholeheartedly trusted Tabitha to handle her part, so I focused on the goblins closing in from the front of me and my sides. The only hobgoblin who didn't move was the level 63 one. Instead, he stayed at the base of the tree he repelled from, choosing to bark orders rather than engage me. At least I think he's barking orders. It sounded like the large goblin was hissing and growling at his comrades, but seeing them subtly shift their positions after each noise he made was more than enough proof that they were communicating on some level. These weren't 7 screaming goblins charging me, I was facing a team. Why do I always end up in these kinds of situations? Is my luck truly that bad? These are the thoughts buzzing around my head as I use flash step to dodge an arrow that nearly stuck my unprotected neck. I was going to have to focus on the archer first. Currently, I was facing down 6 of the 7 hobgoblins Tabitha left to me. 2 goblins were rushing me from the front, 2 from my left, and 1 from the right. The 6th hob was also to my right, but it stayed a ways back, taking potshots at me with its bow. Only 3 of the 13 goblins had bows. Thankfully, I only had to deal with 1, while Tabitha handled the other 2. Ducking, I dodged another arrow, surprisingly well-placed arrow. This asshole was getting old fast. It wasn't like I was afraid that he'd hit me. The goblin's bow had a bit of mana in it, but it looked more like a tree branch with a string tied to either end than a real bow. The arrows weren't anything better. They were more sharpened sticks than anything else and not the most aerodynamic things, so they weren't reaching the speeds they could be if they were adequately fletched. All I had to do was keep him in sight, and with my superb reflexes, I could easily dodge every arrow he shot at me. The fight would be over in seconds if this were a one-on-one situation. But sadly, the group I faced were not your typical garden variety goblins. Instead, these were a hunting party of hobgoblins that lived in a magic-dense region. A level 50 goblin would spell doom for a small village, but out here, they were some of the weakest things around, so it only made sense that they would have developed better coordination if they managed to survive here. The hobs were moving in formation, and I only had a split second before the closest one was on me, so I tried to glean any tidbit of information before that happened. The first thing I notice is their armor. We saw the ghillie suits as they repelled from the trees, but now that the goblins were close, I could see that wasn't the only thing they were wearing. Obscured by their camouflaged suits, but still somewhat visible, each goblin wore some form of fur or leather armor underneath. I didn't need to use sense mana to know they were wearing magic beast hide. Again, the materials didn't look processed correctly to bring out their best properties, but that didn't mean it wouldn't allow the goblins to take a glancing hit. I need to land a solid hit to take them out. Good thing I specialized in blunt force trauma. Dishing out solid hits was kind of my thing. I grin as the first goblin reaches me, waving a crudely made spear tipped with a bone of some kind. I raise my hammer like I'm going to meet the goblin's strike head-on. Sorry, buddy, but you're not the one I'm after, I chuckle to myself. At the last second, I pivot my feet and rush towards my right. The 4 goblins behind me screech when they realize I've duped them, but are slow to react to my change of course. The goblin archer is just as surprised as its friends to see me change direction so suddenly, but despite the look of surprise on his face, the hob doesn't hesitate to draw and knock another arrow. There were roughly 50 feet between us, and I was closing the distance fast. The archer tries to deter me by firing another arrow at me. Instead of dodging like I did the others, I use my hammer to deflect the arrow, so I could continue sprinting toward my target and judge just how much force was behind the arrow. The wooden arrow practically shatters into 1,000 pieces on impact against my delinium hammer, confirming that I would take no damage if I were hit anywhere covered by my armor. There was enough force behind the arrow that it would be able to punch through Mana's skin, but like hell I was going to let that happen. I was now within 20 feet of the archer. I planned to use Flash Step again and finish it off quickly, but the other goblins didn't seem to want that to happen. Ducking quickly, a large wooden club passes right over my head, the hob that repelled from the same tree, as the archer wasn't going to let me approach its friend without a fight. Swinging my hammer, I try to get the goblin to take a step back, but instead, the veins in its arms bulge, and it matches my swing with its own. Club and hammer meet, and now it's my turn to look surprised when the chunk of wood doesn't immediately disintegrate upon contact. He must have a strength increase skill of some kind. I want to kick myself for not considering the goblin's skills earlier, but I was preoccupied at the moment. I can push the goblin back, but at the cost of shifting stances, bringing me to a halt. Nevertheless, the move was enough to buy the goblin a few seconds, and allowed its friends the chance to catch up and join the fight. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch the archer make a hasty retreat as his comrades quickly surround me. I'm forced to use my dancing skills to their fullest, as all the goblins try their best to tag me with their various weapons. The spear user was trying to stab me from the left. Two of the other goblins were wielding swords made out of 3-foot-long serrated fangs and were constantly trying to circle to my blind spot. But the fourth was the worst. He used a primitive axe constructed from a sharpened stone embedded in a tree branch to attack me from the front and kept me focusing on him. While those 4 goblins were working together to stop me, the 5th club-wielding goblin positioned himself between the archer and me to make sure I couldn't suddenly break off and charge him again. They were covering all their bases, and it was starting to make me worry. Whenever I think I have an opening to hit one of them, I flounder at the last second, thinking one of them is about to activate some killer skill if I'm not careful. What are you doing? Why are you hesitating like that? The goblins and I freeze as Tabitha's angry shout echoes amongst the trees. I couldn't turn around to face her luckily. She was barely within Sense Mana's range, giving me a cloudy but full-bodied view of her. Still, I could see the outline of her facing me with her hands on her hips, surrounded by 6 bodies. Tabitha's sword was already sheathed, and judging by the corpses by her feet, I'd say she beheaded all 6 of them simultaneously. I'm only reassured of this because, during the brief lull in the battle, I could snag a glance at the head goblin who was scowling and baring his teeth threateningly at Tabitha. And he wasn't the only one. The other hobs were too busy dealing with me to notice Tabitha cutting down their friends, but now that they did, all their attention was on her for the moment. Not to let my chance go to waste, I flash step behind the goblin with the spear and swing my hammer with everything I have. There was a sickening crunch as my weapon connected squarely in the middle of the goblin's back. Neither the branches that made up his ghillie suit nor his armor underneath were enough to keep me from shattering the goblin's spine in one blow. My sudden attack reminded the rest of the goblins that I was still here and still a threat. The battle continued, but I could still hear Tabitha behind me. "That's how you do it." I could hear the approval in her voice. "You need to get out of your own head. You're used to sparring with me, how can a few goblins possibly match up to you?" Tabitha's motivating words give me a sense of resolve and push me to do better. So instead of trying to escape my opponents and worrying about everything that could happen, I go on the attack. Using Precise Strike, I swing my hammer at the nearest sword-wielding hob. He tried to move out of the way in time, but I was faster and more agile. When he finally realizes he can't doge me, he no longer has the chance to counterattack and raises his sword to try to defend himself the best he can. My hammer is an unstoppable wrecking ball at this point and can't be blocked by a meager weapon such as his. So the second goblin goes down and doesn't get back up. Leaning my head to the right, an arrow soars past my cheek. It was time I finished what I had started. Jumping in the air, I activate Airwalk, to the surprise of the remaining goblins. I said I was going to take out that annoying archer, and I meant it. Running through the air, I quickly reach the hobgoblin holding the bow. He looks up at me in fear as I twist in the air, pointing my feet above my head and kicking off my footholds, rocketing myself toward the ground and my foe with my hammer raised. And just for good measure, I even use Intimidating Shout, paralyzing my target with fear. I was coming in at the force of a ballistic missile. Okay, maybe not that fast, but I certainly wasn't holding back. I was going to pulverize this goblin. Or that was the plan at least, but even though I desperately wanted to take out the archer, I hadn't let my guard during my reckless charge. Not ever again. That was how I noticed a goblin rushing towards me in patchwork metal armor holding a broadsword. Damn, and I was so close too. I swing my hammer downward early without anchoring myself with my skills. The force of my swing drags me off target, but helps me dodge the incoming goblin's swing. It seems the head hobgoblin had decided it was time to get in on the action. I was tumbling through the air, but using airwalk again helped me regain my balance, though the maneuver inadvertently increased the distance between myself and the goblins, giving them time to regroup. The leader of this little band of goblins was barking orders as I landed about 100 feet away from them, and he did not look happy. I could see the gears turning in his head as he looked between me and Tabitha, who had moved slightly closer to our battle. She still looked like she intended on having me finish things by myself, but the goblins didn't know that. From the original 13, only 5 goblins remained. The 4 I was fighting looked ready to run at the drop of a hat, and no matter how much their leader hissed and howled at them, their fear-ridden faces stayed the same. I debated the pros and cons of immediately attacking, but before I could decide, the goblin leader locked eyes with me before spitting in my direction. He growled once more to his men, and the 5 of them slowly retreated as one. "Are you sure it's wise to let them go?" Tabitha asks, walking towards me, sporting a sly grin. Together the 2 of us watched the goblins disappear behind one of the massive trees. You know I don't slaughter needlessly. I rolled my eyes in exasperation after being sure the goblins were gone. "Yeah, I know." Tabitha reaches over and puts her hand on my shoulder. "You did well, only because you called out to me. I'm sorry for being such a disappointment lately." I frown and lower my gaze. I'm about to apologize for all my recent failures and for taking too long, but Tabitha stops me before I can even begin. "Stop, none of that," she shakes her head. "You have nothing to apologize for, I do." It takes a whole 3 seconds for me to digest Tabitha's words. "What could you possibly have to apologize for? It was my fault you were injured against the bird." I open my mouth to refute Tabitha's claim, but one pointed look from her has me swallowing my words before I can vocalize them. "It's true," she repeats. "I did not properly prepare you to face magic beasts, and for that I apologize." Shockingly, Tabitha bows her head to me in remorse. "You've trained me plenty." I wave my hands, trying to get her to raise her head. Tabitha shakes her head again. "I've trained you to fight other people, not magic beasts. There's a difference." I stupidly ask without thinking. Of course, there was a difference between fighting someone like Tabitha and a magic beast like the bird yesterday. Despite my stupid question, Tabitha raises her head and gives me a proper answer. "There is. I've been training you to observe humanoid opponents, judge their armor and weapons, and predict their fighting styles." Yeah, I nod along to show that I am listening. "You can use the same skills to identify how a magic beast will attack, but I forgot to impose upon you the fundamental differences between fighting other humans and humanoid monsters compared to magic beasts. You see," Tabitha leans in. "Though every living being can grow and gain levels, they don't develop the same way. Take humans and stone kin, for example. We level, distribute our status points, and gain skills. And magic beasts don't, I guess. Not in the way we do," Tabitha educates me. "Magic beasts, and to a lesser effect, animals, level as we do, but it's theorized their status points are distributed automatically into the categories that best fit the creature. And when it comes to skills, animals and magic beasts are usually born with them. Of course, they can still unlock some skills as they grow, but nothing like humans do. Your basic villager might have a dozen skills, a magic beast might only have upwards of 3. That might make them sound weak by comparison, but it's actually the opposite. Because magic beasts only focus on a few skills, they're comparable to ours when they reach level 100. "What?" I exclaim. Tabitha nods thoughtfully. "Combine those skills with a body and stats designed to complement them, and you can see how magic beasts are so deadly." Tabitha's gaze softens and she sighs. "I was teaching you to expect a variety of skills and different fighting styles, not to face someone who's only spent time maximizing a single skill set. And for that, I'm truly sorry. I've failed you as a teacher, and because of that, you were hurt and started to doubt yourself." For what feels like a long time, Tabitha and I stand facing each other, letting everything sink in. I don't think I've ever had Tabitha apologize to me like this before. While I understand why she feels responsible, and knowing more about magic beasts would have been nice to know before she put me up against a random one, I also feel like she's taking on more of the blame than she deserves. Tabitha may have forgot to teach me about magic beasts, but it isn't like I ever considered asking her about them either. Again, it was simply knowledge I didn't know I was missing. I think we're both to blame. You can't know everything I'm ignorant about, and I can't know every question I'm supposed to ask you. At the end of the day, in the short time I've known you, you've taught me almost as much as my master has, and I want to keep learning from you, I tell Tabitha with a smile. "Can you keep teaching me even if I mess up sometimes?" For the first time, Tabitha smiles fondly at me like she does when talking about Pakor. "I would like that very much." Tabitha holds out her hand. Reaching out, I firmly shake Tabitha's hand. I know I didn't come to the forest with the intention of this being a training trip, but I recognize that's still what I need: more training. I've been improving, but you can only do so much with nothing but sparring. I'm still not going to go around looking for trouble, but I'm not going to shy away from it either. I'm going to meet it head on and learn from it. This is where our adventure truly begins. Breath in, breath out. With each breath, I draw in more mana from my surroundings, pushing my mana network to its limits. I feel like a balloon about to pop, but progress is never easy. I hold the extra mana within me for 30 seconds before channeling it into my right hand with part of my own mana pool. Then, slamming my hand down against the large log I'm meditating on, I release all the stored mana in one quick burst. Pushing so much mana into the long dead branch tears apart its inner structure, causing fractures to radiate from where my fingers meet wood. Having fun? Tabitha asks, jumping 15 feet up next to me. So much fun, I mirthlessly chuckle. Since deciding to treat this excursion as an adventurer and a training exercise, I've started to work small bouts of magic practice into my daily schedule whenever possible. Every time we stop for our midday break, I try to work through my mana exercises, like just now when I was testing how much mana my body could hold. It's hard because I don't have much time to practice, but that only means I need to get creative. I've found one of the best ways I can practice using mana manipulation is while we walk by trying to divert the mana currents in the air without touching them or letting them brush up against mana skin. Unfortunately, I can only cause small ripples a few feet around me, but one day I hope to be able to control the mana around me like the magic tool reel used to spy on me. They still watching us? Tabitha asks, offering me a drink from her water skin. I take the water and take a sip. Probably I tell her before handing the water back. Tabitha and I both look south. Closing my eyes, I stretch my mana senses as far as they will go in one direction, while Tabitha keeps watch. It takes a lot of concentration, but I filter through the abnormal ambient mana and search for mana signatures related to animals. I can't sense anything below a specific size, but even then the forest lights up like a Christmas tree. Focusing southward, I scan for anything hazardous, but in the end, I land on 7 signatures roughly 1,400 feet away, near the edge of my perceivable range in this state. The 7 goblins were huddled closely together, roughly a quarter of a mile away from us, just as they had been for the last few days. We've been dealing with them nonstop since we ran into that group of goblins a week ago. They've tried to ambush us 4 times since we first sent them packing, and it was only recently that we learned that this small group has been tailing us. The group of goblins watching us made sure to stay well behind us the entire time, so it wasn't until I tried to quantify Sense Mana's range with Tabitha's help that we realized we were being shadowed. With Sense Mana at level 79, I've long known its effectiveness at certain ranges, but after missing the goblins in the trees, I decided I needed to know exactly how far I could sense things and to what clarity, and thankfully, Tabitha seemed keen to help me. She was instrumental in helping me judge distances by acting as a human beacon, and with her help, I learned the base range I can sense things is 94 feet in every direction. However, I can only sense minute things like an item's internal mana structure if it's within 12 feet of me, and once she moved outside of 95 feet, things started to get fuzzy. I can still trace large mana currents and find hidden life signs of medium-sized creatures up to 237 feet, but things only get vaguer after that. Once Tabitha moved 238 feet away from me, it became clear I could only sense her because of her mana pool and all of the enchanted gear she was wearing, which is why I couldn't sense the goblins when they first attacked us. Despite living in such a mana-rich environment, all the goblins I've seen so far have had little to no mana, but I digress. I could follow Tabitha's movements up to 582 feet, upon which I lost her and could no longer pinpoint where she was. That was the extent of Sense Mana's capabilities when not boosted by meditation. Though when I did use them together, my output was stretched by a whopping 280, and I could track Tabitha all the way up to 1,630 feet, or something like that. We had to guesstimate the exact distance, but we were confident we were close. To no one's surprise, my skills worked best in combination with each other. However, there was one big drawback I had to be aware of. To reach those far distances, I had to limit which direction I was focusing on rather than covering a radius, leaving me open to attacks. Therefore, Tabitha and I had to take great care of our surroundings while testing my limits, and the only reason I could do that in this environment was that I trusted her with my life. It was a good thing that I did because while tracking Tabitha with my skill, she stumbled upon the evidence that we were being followed. The goblins had already fled, so she didn't see them herself, but once we suspected they were there, we only had to wait for me to use my newly quantified skill to determine that, indeed, we were being trailed by a goblin scouting unit. Tabitha and I have tried to take them out multiple times since we discovered them, but each time we move to do so, they scatter like roaches, and we only end up killing 2 or 3 of them. Then the goblins would reform, seemingly with more scouts. Finally, it became apparent that we were wasting our time backtracking, so it was my job to check in regularly on their positioning. Any more of them? Tabitha asks me while I'm still in a meditative state. Her voice messes with my concentration, but I would have needed to divert my focus anyway to let her know they were still maintaining their distance. Nope, still 7 of them, I tell her. Though, what is it? Tabitha shoots me a curious look. I can't be sure, but I think two goblins are different from this morning. It's hard to tell at this distance, but I think they've switched guards since last I checked. Makes sense, Tabitha doesn't seem all that surprised by the news. They have to switch guards at some point, or how else will the village know where we are? Village, my eyes widen. Tabitha nods to me before glancing again in the goblin's direction. There has to be one nearby. She makes sense, the groups attacking us have been increasing in number. The first 4 times we were attacked, the goblins numbered between 10 to 15 at most, but yesterday they numbered 24. Tabitha handled the majority of them, but needless to say, I've been getting a lot of chances to redeem myself lately. They have yet to try attacking us today, but it was only a matter of time before we ran into another group. Check the other direction, see if any more are set up nearby, Tabitha instructs me. Closing my eyes, I re-enter my meditative state and start scanning. Starting from where I know the goblin scouting party is, I slowly start sweeping the area around them. It's challenging to do. The best I can describe it is like I'm looking through binoculars, but instead of seeing a clear image, it's nothing but shapes and colors, much like looking into a kaleidoscope. I also need to focus on a much smaller area to see that far, so it isn't like I can scan quickly either. Plus, it takes time for me to decode what I'm seeing. The trees are my biggest hurdle. They're practically pillars of dense mana, and are good at obscuring anything hiding in their branches, forcing me to take my time. No extra goblins. I bring my hand up to my head and massage my temples after 20 minutes. Scanning that much area for that long leaves me with a severe headache. If I didn't have mental resistance, there was no way I'd be able to hold out for as long as I do. But at least once I stop, my skill helps me recover quicker than I would otherwise. Nothing of significance. Tabitha questions me. I wouldn't say that I spotted a few things, I tell her while holding out my hand. Tabitha takes my hand and helps me up. The first thing I do is shake out my legs. I had been sitting for almost 40 minutes cross-legged without moving, and while my stats keep my legs from falling asleep, doing some light stretching after sitting still for so long is still beneficial. Once I feel lessened enough, I start pointing out everything major I saw in a 1,600-foot radius. The goblins are 1,400 feet south of us. There's a pair of forest lions in a den 1,050 feet southwest of us. They appear to have 3 cubs with them, so best to avoid them. Then, there's a flock of blood bats sleeping in a tree to the east and another silent falcon in another tree to the west. Tabitha follows along as I point out the exact location of everything, using the code names I've come up with to identify the various animals we've encountered so far. Admittedly, my code names were a little on the nose, but that ensured we wouldn't accidentally confuse anything if we were to run into a similar but different animal in the future. The forest lions were the same as the one we ran into a week ago, the morning after my fight with the silent falcon. I decided to name the bird as such. After all, it was silent and well because it looked sort of like a falcon. But hey, I never claimed to be good at naming things. The blood bat swarm was honestly the most concerning thing I saw, even when compared to the goblins, but not for reasons one would think. The average blood bat was the size of a fox and had a 10-foot wingspan. I call them blood bats because the red fur on their chest makes them look like they've been dripping blood on themselves. Funnily enough, blood bats don't actually drink blood, or at least we've never seen them. Instead, like most bats, blood bats feed on insects, and their favorite food is star dragonflies, which are the bioluminescent dragonflies that come out each night. So the bats were harmless to Tabitha and me, however. It wasn't their physical attacks that were worrying. Blood bats were similar to regular bats in many ways, but also magic beasts. Like the silent falcon, the blood bat's abilities were sound-related, but while the silent falcon concealed itself with its abilities, the blood bats used theirs as an attack. Blood bats release a sound wave in the form of an ear-piercing screech. The sound stuns their prey, allowing the bats to swoop in and pluck up their meal with little hassle. Tabitha and I could deal with a handful of them hunting around us, but hundreds, thousands. There was no way we could get any sleep with a colony of blood bats nearby. The bats sound like a pain, Tabitha frowns. I wait a moment, trying to read Tabitha's face to see if she made the pun on purpose, but her poker face skill is too high. Coughing awkwardly into my hand, I decide now would be a good time to tell her the only good news I have. Yeah, we need to watch out for a lot of stuff, but I think I spotted a water source to the northwest, away from the bats. Finding water was essential. We had found a small stream early on in our journey and followed it for 2 days, but then the goblins started to attack us, and eventually the stream led straight into a highly dense mana region. We were forced to pick our battles, and the amount of mana even gave Tabitha pause, so we changed directions at the cost of leaving our source of water behind. It was time to make a much-needed supply run in the deadly jungle. What will we find? Anything dangerous I should be made aware of? Tabitha asks me as we run through the forest. Not that I could pick up. Nothing in the area up ahead had any significant amount of mana. But that doesn't mean there isn't anything there, I remind her. Glad to see you're not letting your guard down anymore. Tabitha smiles in approval at me. Not if I can help it, I lightly joke back. The two of us were running quite fast, but even then we could converse while still moving in unison. As usual, I was in the lead, with Tabitha trailing just a few feet behind me to my right. Glancing over my shoulder, I try to sneak a look at Tabitha without her noticing. I wanted to compare my footwork to hers, but my plan immediately goes awry when I don't see her, and I hear Tabitha's mocking voice from my left. Maybe I spoke too soon. Tabitha really was amazing. If I didn't see what she did through sense mana, I might have thought she teleported into my blind spot. But that wasn't what happened. In truth, as soon as I thought to look over my shoulder to steal a quick glance, Tabitha sensed my intent and shifted to my left. It happened so quickly I was already looking over my shoulder before I could react to what I was sensing. And when I turned my head, it formed the perfect blind spot for Tabitha to take advantage of. Fine, if she wants to play, I can play. So huffing superiorly, I springboard off a boulder in front of me and twist in the air upside down like a gymnast while Tabitha runs around the large rock. Of course, I'm only in the air for a second, but for people like Tabitha and me, it's more than enough time for us to lock eyes with one another. For your information, I finish my twist front flip and land gracefully on the other side without losing momentum. I saw how you did that. Then maybe next time you'll be able to react, Tabitha taunts, to which I only chuckle. If it was a week ago, I might have gotten angry at a comment like that, but now I smile, having long acknowledged Tabitha's superior skill. At least for now, I'd reach her level one day, and then we'll see who has the upper hand. Of course, I say that with no malice in my heart. The two of us have grown closer this past week, after all. This wasn't the first time we've tried to one-up each other in a friendly manner, and it won't be the last. Tabitha pushes me to do better, and I like to think I keep her on her toes. Sadly, our tomfoolery has to come to an end. I sense the small body of water on the other side of this hill, I inform Tabitha, but the water isn't the only thing I sensed. As we get closer, I can pick out dozens of life forms in and around the water using sense mana. Of course, the signatures have little mana, but it's better to tread carefully until we know what we're dealing with. As we near the top of the hill, I raise a fist to indicate we need to stop and that we should move silently from here on out. Tabitha reads me loud and clear. She silently moves next to me, and we crest the hill side by side to get our first look at the pond below us. Whatever was down there, we could handle it. I take that back. No, I hiss disappointingly through my teeth, seeing the state of the water below us. Tabitha wrinkles her nose in disgust, proving we were of one mind. You couldn't call the cesspool in front of us a pond. The entire area was one immense spawning ground for an army of toads. The amphibians were a mix of shades of green and brown, much like most animals we've come across in the forest, and ranged in size from a single foot to one massive bastard that was the size of a wild boar. And the sound. I wanted to raise my hands to my ears so badly that my training with Tabitha was the only thing that kept my hands at the ready should we suddenly be attacked. The sheer amount of croaking produced by the colony could give blood bats a run for their money. Worst of all was the water. The only thing I could see that was close to liquid was located at the center of the mud pit, where a giant pile of toad eggs was being guarded by the most prominent members present. Well, fuck, I curse with all of the elegance of a sailor. What do we do now? It depends, Tabitha tells me, staring intently at the army of toads in front of us. On what? I ask curiously. Tabitha has improved since our heart-to-heart, but I've learned that I should just ask if I want to know something. On whether or not they're poisonous, she explains. If they're not, we could collect some water along with their eggs. I visibly recoil at the thought. I was open to trying a lot of things, but the idea of eating toad eggs sounded disgusting. Have you ever tried them? I ask, wondering if I even want an answer. To my horror, Tabitha nods. They aren't my favorite, but I've tried them before. They're quite slimy on the tongue, I pantomime barfing. They aren't a delicacy in Skull, are they? Tabitha rolls her eyes as if I asked her a stupid question, but as always, she diligently answers my question anyways. No, they aren't. I've only had them once, and it was during survival training under Master Pakor. Besides, we need the water, she reminds me. My hand slides down to my waterskin hanging off my belt. A few taps reveal that I'm almost out, and if I remember correctly, when Tabitha gave me some of her water, she wasn't much better. Letting out a reluctant sigh, I steel myself for what's to come. So how do we tell if they're poisonous? I only know to look out for brightly colored animals. What do we do in this case? Most toads are poisonous to some degree. Tabitha educates me. The trick is how poisonous, it's hard to tell. If there were dead animals around the clearing, that would be a good indication, but I can't see any. So I think there's only one thing we can do. I'm not going to like this, am I? Tabitha ignores my question, which isn't a good sign, and points down the hill. Your mana skin can stop liquids, so you won't be affected if they cover themselves in poison. I need you to run down there and grab one of the smaller toads without killing it. Is that all? I reply sarcastically. It is, Tabitha counters dryly. Fine, I agree to do Tabitha's bidding, knowing I'm faster than she is. Taking off my bag, I think about how I should best go about this. I want to avoid approaching from this side and giving away our position. Instead, I should circle them and approach them from another side before I make my move. But first, give me a minute to scan the area, I tell Tabitha. I don't wait for a reply before entering a meditative state, having asked her the same question a dozen times over the last few days. First, I check for goblins. A quick scan of the greater area reveals nothing. The scouting group wasn't even in range yet. They probably couldn't keep up with Tabitha and me, but they would eventually catch up. They always do. Once I can rule out goblin attacks, I look for other dangerous animals. With how deep we are in the forest, I always get a few hits, but thankfully nothing in our immediate surroundings. That leaves the last thing. I drop meditation and sense mana, and instead activate sense soul to get an idea of the toad's levels. 47, 39, 42, 33, nothing too dangerous, I mumble. Any tips? I ask Tabitha right before I leave. Tabitha takes a second to hum in thought. They're probably more agile than you think, so stay away from them, she cautions. Also, watch out for their tongues. I've never run into this species before, but amphibious magic beasts have been known to shoot out their tongues at speeds that can rival an arrow in flight. I circle the mud pit and climb to the opposite peak. It isn't as tall as the other one, but I can still see Tabitha from my new position. Scanning the muddy valley below me, I search for a toad close enough for me to grab quickly and not in a group, a task that is harder than one would think. I stay perched atop the hill for a few minutes watching the toads hop around, and in that time I get to see how aggressive they are. The little toads fight in front of the larger ones by slamming and biting into their opponents. I don't know which god gave these little slime balls teeth, but it was a mistake. I was curious as to why they were fighting so violently until I watched one of the little winners hop onto the back of the enormous toad and proceed to fertilize her. I'm cool with nature, but it loses some of its magic when you realize you're watching a frog fight pit orgy. Thankfully, I don't have to wait that long until I see my opening. Two of the smaller male frogs were squaring up to fight it out near the edge of the mud pit closest to me. Oddly enough, watching the toads throw down is exhilarating, and I find myself rooting for the little guy. Well, the smaller little guy. Too bad for him, though the larger toad wins, and once the battle is decided, I just have to wait for the winner and female to hop away before I make my move. While the little toad is still disoriented from losing its fight, I book it down the hill and grab the amphibian with both hands before it even lets out a croak of surprise. I move so fast that it isn't until I'm halfway out of the valley that the other toads realize one of their own was taken. The croaking of the toads rises in pitch, and I consider the possibility that an army of toads might chase after me. As funny as that sounds, I wasn't interested in being hunted down by an army of angry Kermits. I use double step to flee the valley faster, and within seconds I'm on top of one of the neighboring hills. Glancing over my shoulder, I'm prepared to see a wave of toads hopping after me, only to pause when I don't see a single one behind me. Almost all the toads were staring angrily at me at this point, especially the larger females, but not a single one was chasing after me. Well, that was easy, I smiled to myself. The toad in my hands was struggling to break free from my grasp, but the little guy didn't have the strength to pull off a daring escape. I moved to start heading back to where Tabitha is when I see movement out of my peripheral vision. Glancing back at the mud pit one more time, my eyes widen seeing the alpha female of the group nearly 3 times larger than she was. She was gathering mana in her mouth for an attack too bad for her. It gave away what she was doing. I could flash step out of sight at this point, but I wanted to see what the level 47 toad could do. She doesn't make me wait long. The giant toad opens her mouth and launches a ball of brown water at me. There's enough mana in the water to keep it together as it rockets towards me, but not enough to be life-threatening. It's child's play to dodge the water missile, and I watch as it impacts where I originally stood. That was some pretty good aiming for her part. The magic attack tears up the ground a bit, but that's all. Even if I were to take her attack head-on, Mana's skin would block most of the damage. Seeing all that I needed to, I start my trek back to Tabitha, who I know is patiently waiting for me. On my way back, I think about how easily I handled my task. Since Tabitha started instructing me on how to deal with magic beasts, I'm not as worried as I once was when confronted with something new. As Tabitha explained it to me, magic beasts were their most dangerous when encountering them for the first time. However, once you know their physical capabilities and what skills they possess, dealing with them could be almost trivial. Take the chameleon spiders as an example. They were scary ambush predators, but once you knew how they acted and could spot them, it was easy for Dell, Ronald, and I to hunt them to extinction. Of course, you still had to be careful of outliers, but those were rare and far between. If this toad isn't that poisonous, then collecting those eggs will be a breeze. Yep, I watched the toad croak threateningly up at Tabitha. I thought you would grab a bigger one. Tabitha remakes at the angry toad in my hands. You told me to grab one of the smaller ones. I remind her with a hint of frustration. Yeah, but I didn't say grab the smallest one possible. Tabitha tries to poke the toad in between its beady eyes. The toad doesn't take kindly to Tabitha's attempt and tries to bite her gauntleted finger, but she quickly pulls it back before it has a chance to catch her, much to the toad's displeasure. There's no need to torture it. I pull the toad away from Tabitha. The poor thing was already struggling to free itself from my grasp. There was no need to add to its fears. It's a toad, Tabitha remarks with a stony expression, seeing me try to shield the amphibian from her. A toad who just had his heart broken. I puff out my lower lip and make a sad face at Tabitha. In my past life, I knew what it was like for a man to give his all to attract a woman only to watch her choose another guy. You'll get your second chance. I affectionately pet the back of the toad. I don't know if the toad sensed that I wasn't hostile to it, or if it just gave up on struggling at this point, but it calmed down hearing my reassuring voice. Of course, I wasn't going to loosen my grip or put my hands anywhere near its mouth, but at least now I could easily hold the 10-inch toad in only one of my hands. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it won't. Tabitha interrupts my inner musings. What do you mean? I ask, not liking where this is going. How did you think we would determine if it's poisonous? Tabitha asks me, drawing her dagger while looking at the toad in my hands. I don't know. I hug the toad closer to me. I thought maybe you'd examine its skin, something non-invasive like that. No, Tabitha flatly tells me. The best way to tell how poisonous it is to dissect it. Those lumps on either side of its head are most likely where it produces its brand of toxin, so I'll cut it open and extract the glands. We can use those for our tests. Tabitha reaches for the toad, and I can physically feel it start trembling in fear. Hold on, can't we do this another way? I plead. The toads were no danger to us, and we were already considering stealing some of their eggs. Did we have to add mutilation on top of it? Tabitha looks at me like she didn't understand why I was going to such lengths for a single toad. I'd hunted plenty of innocent magic beasts for food until this point, so why was this one any different? I knew it was only a single toad, but what did its species have to do with anything? Needless killing was wrong, and though it would make our lives slightly easier to just fillet the amphibian and move on, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Please, I try to give Tabitha the largest puppy dog look I can manage. Tabitha considers my plea for a second before audibly sighing reluctantly. Fine, she relents. I can't stand here all day convincing you anyways. I'm glad you know me so well, I quip. So how do we do this without hurting him? I again hold up the toad so that Tabitha can get better access to him. Simple, I'll simply ingest what I need. Tabitha tells me in the blandest tone of voice possible, as my brain fails to comprehend what she is saying. You're going to eat him, I yell in disbelief. Tabitha rolls her eyes and begins taking off her right glove. Just hold him still, she orders me. The toad begins thrashing again as Tabitha reaches out toward him, but I let her place her hands on him this time. She agreed she wouldn't harm him, so even if I didn't know what she was going to do, I trusted her. Like a snake, Tabitha's left hand lashes out and grips the toad's head in a vice-like grip. My heart starts to break when the toad starts whimpering like an injured puppy, a sound I didn't know they could make. The poor thing was probably assuming it was about to die. I try to pat the toad on the back to reassure it everything will be all right, but nothing stops the whimpering. While my heart is shattering to 1,000 pieces, Tabitha doesn't second-guess her actions for a minute, and with her right hand, she starts pinching the sides of the toad's head like an overly affectionate grandparent. Is this necessary? I frown as Tabitha tries to pop the lumps on the toad's heads like they were zits. He's fine, Tabitha remarks. I need him to be afraid. The more scared he is, the more toxins he'll release. Is that really how it works? I ask nervously. Tabitha shrugs and continues her work. I'm about to suggest she take a break when I don't see anything different with the toad, but just as quickly as she starts torturing the animal, she stops. That should be enough. Tabitha holds up her hand for me to see. It wasn't much, but there was a clear brown mucus covering her fingers, and then I realized what she was planning on doing. Tabitha did say she would ingest part of the toad, didn't she? You aren't going to. I start to ask, but Tabitha does the unthinkable and starts licking her slimy digits. I don't need to fake being sick this time because I gag for real. The toad and I watch in horrid silence as Tabitha licks her fingers clean. Why did you do that? I finally find my voice after she finishes. Tabitha tries to play it cool, like what she did wasn't the most disgusting thing I've ever seen, but I can spot the crack in her normally stony face. Her eyes turn misty, and I can see her throat convulsing like she's trying her best to keep it down. It's fine, Tabitha lies through her teeth. I have the poison resistance skill, and if it is truly too strong for me, I have a strong detoxifying potion in my emergency satchel. There's no way a bit of water was worth that. Now Tabitha scowls at me. I wouldn't have had to do it like this if someone would have let me dissect the toad like I wanted to. I could have used its glands on another small animal and seen how it reacted, but someone insisted otherwise. We can find other water sources, I remind her, and Tabitha fixes me with a serious look. This isn't about the water, Tabitha starts to tell me, but pauses and brings her ungloved hand up to her face and starts slowly flexing her fingers. You okay, I ask. Fine, Tabitha answers slowly. The toad's toxins are kicking in. It seems to be a mix between a psychedelic and a paralyzing agent. My limbs feel heavy, and the colors of things are subtly shifting. Did Tabitha just tell me she's tripping balls on toad slime? Are you sure you're okay? I felt the need to ask again to ensure she was okay. Tabitha snorts and grins like what she's experiencing is no big deal, but I can't help but notice that she's started leaning to the left a bit. My poison resistance skill is already nullifying the symptoms. I'll be back to normal without any side effects in a minute. Well, at least she's coherent enough to see the worry on my face and reassure me that she's okay. but I still need clarification on what she said earlier if we weren't doing this for the water. Why were we going to all this trouble to rob a couple of toads? Why put yourself through this? I step next to Tabitha and place a hand on her shoulder to steady her, carefully keeping the toad as far away as possible. Tabitha shakes her head and I can see some of the fog clear from her eyes. I thought it was obvious, she drolls on. As soon as I saw the toads, I knew what you needed. I'm not following, I admit, earning another sigh from Tabitha. For a girl with such a variety of skills, I would think you would have figured it out by now. I want to collect the toad eggs because I think they'll help you earn the poison resistance skill. The eggs should contain a weaker version of what the toads have, which will be perfect for you. The effects will be minimal for someone at your level, and it's even better because it's a toxin meant to incapacitate, not outright kill. I can watch over you like I do when you meditate, and before you say you don't need it, every warrior worth their stuff has at least a few levels in poison resistance. I thought we'd run into a creature that used poison earlier, but we only saw those giant centipedes, and I couldn't chance them having too strong of a venom that you couldn't handle. So all this is for a skill. Tabitha nods and straightens herself out. True to her word, it appears that the toxin had almost entirely run its course. One of the most important, Tabitha stresses, don't mistake poison resistance for its stronger variant, poison immunity. Getting the skill doesn't mean you can shrug off poison with no effects. You saw with me that I still experienced what the toxin was meant to do. Poison resistance just reduced the effects and helped me purge it from my system faster than I would have otherwise. I'm sure I don't need to tell you why that's important. She didn't. Even if poison resistance didn't give me immunity to anything, having it would be vital against opponents like real or magic beasts that use poison. Still, I wasn't looking forward to how I was going to unlock the skill. I already have mental resistance, and I vividly remember the pain I had to endure to unlock it. Tabitha made it sound like obtaining the skill was relatively easy, but if I want to level it, I'll likely need to subject myself to more robust and potent toxins. Fuck, I groan. It's your choice, Tabitha tells me. I give her a look that says we both know that isn't true. Even if we left the forest at this very moment, I'd eventually come across someone or something that uses poisons. Whether that was now or a few months when I was in Skull, it didn't matter, I needed to be prepared. All right, let's get this over with quickly, I grumble. I'm happy you see it my way, Tabitha grins. Yeah, I sigh. I'm still not letting you kill the toads. Tabitha's smile falters for a split second before it returns as an evil smirk. Fine, then you can distract the toads while I gather their eggs. After that, we'll see how well you stick to your own words. Fine, I try to sound confident in front of Tabitha, but on the inside I'm panicking. I've learned a lot about fighting magic beasts this last week, but enough to keep an army of toads away without killing any of them. Good, this should be fun. Tabitha's remark feels like salt in my wounds, but you know what they say, no pain, no gain. And I had a lot to gain at the end of the day. Look out, toads, Aaliyah is coming back for round 2, so please don't be too angry. The toads were in fact not happy to see me again. I wasn't expecting the warmest of welcomes, but I definitely didn't expect to be swarmed as soon as I entered the valley. They must have been on high alert after I stole their buddy. That, or they just assumed I would return. I could barely find time to drop my captive off at the edge of the mud pit before I had to flash step away to avoid the first wave of oncoming water missiles directed at me by the smaller females. Individually, the mana-infused water couldn't hurt me, but that didn't mean I could stand there and let them hit me. Each bolt of water that touches me eats away from mana skin. If I get hit too many times, I'll run out of mana, and then the water could do some real damage at that point. Back off, I yell, kicking a male toad jumping at me and trying to bite my leg. I made sure not to use all my strength in hopes that I wouldn't accidentally kill the thing. Tabitha threw my challenge back at me, and I would do my best to pull it off. And that meant I couldn't kill a single toad, a challenge the toads were making extremely difficult. Thankfully, I held back just enough to send my attacker flying, but not hard enough that when it landed, it could get back up, albeit a little wobbly on its feet. For the first time in forever, I make use of pugilist skills. Unfortunately, I can't use my hammer for fear of killing the squishy amphibians, so instead, I use my hands and feet to defend myself. I quickly find myself falling back into old stances, a kick here, a chop there. The only difference is the amount of fighting experience I've had since the last time I fought with my bare hands. It's almost effortless to switch between attacking and defending to suit my needs, and soon a tiny mound of toads is croaking in pain around me. Their attacks may be pointless, but I'll give the toads one thing: they did not quit. No matter how many of them I knock down or how many I send flying, there's always another wave hopping toward me. The males were throwing themselves at me with no regard for their own lives. It was interesting to see the clear dynamic between the two sexes. While the males were essentially living cannonballs with teeth, the females stood back, continuing to try and hit me with their pressurized water blasts with no regard for their smaller mates. More than once, I'm forced to sidestep a blast of water, and a male toad is hit by a female's attack in my place and is blasted away. The little guys are still twitching afterward, so I'm assuming they're all right, but I don't exactly have time to worry about them. I already had all the toads focused on me, but that was only the first part of Tabitha's in my plan. While the male toads were charging me, the females were still clustered around their eggs. I needed to get them to move from their position so Tabitha, who was hiding just over the ridge, could sneak down and grab the eggs. Tabitha made it clear that if I couldn't get the females to move, she'd resort to Plan B, eradicating the females and any other toad in her way, meaning I was on the clock. I was going to need to approach the females and fast. I would rush them as it is, but I was only on the outer rim of the mud pit, and my feet were already getting caught in the slop. With each step I took, I needed to dislodge my feet from the muck, kicking up a lot of mud and releasing a god-awful smell that seemed to stick to the inside of my nose. The water blasts from the females weren't helping the situation either. With each salvo, they were making the already soft ground even mushier. So reluctantly, I activate Airwalk, as it's the only way to get out of my predicament. With each step, I burn through precious mana as I rush the large females at the center of the mud pit. Crap, sadly, I only get to take 2 steps before being forced to flash step away in a mid-air maneuver. That one almost got me. I frown at the alpha female. So even toads can have tricks up their sleeves. I was aware that she was charging up her attack again, but instead of shooting a ball of water the size of a beach ball at me like she did last time, the alpha female shot a projectile half that size at a much faster speed. It's a good thing I didn't drop my guard, though knowing she could attack quicker was a massive disadvantage for me. I needed to hurry, and depending on how fast she could recharge, I might waste too much time dodging. My mana was already trickling away, and once I used half my mana pool, I would need to cut my losses and be forced to kill rather than injure. This is different from back home, where I can use up all my mana and safely recharge in my room. This was just a single part of my day, and I needed to have enough mana for later. I have a split-second decision to make: did I stay in the air where I have better maneuverability at the cost of my mana? Or did I drop Dawn where I'll be exposed to both the males and females' attacks to save mana for later? I choose mana. I physic myself up as I turn off Airwalk and drop to the ground. But then again, I'm not actually turning my skill off all the way. Instead, as the alpha female did, I'm changing how I use my skill so it doesn't use as much mana. As my feet are about to touch mud, I form a thin mana barrier under my boots. The barrier doesn't need to be as thick as when I run through the air to stand on mud, so I'm not using as much mana as I usually do. To further lower my mana usage, I deploy my magic threads. I might not be in the air anymore, but I was maintaining my mobility with a fraction of the mana I'd be burning if I was. Dodging a handful of male frogs leaping at me, I run across the top of the mud pit like it's solid ground. The females croak louder as I approach them, and as soon as I reach the first one, I lash out with a swift kick. The females are higher leveled than the males and were easily quadruple their size, so I don't need to hold back as much either. My boot connects right under the toad's open mouth, and as it soars through the air, it makes a sound akin to a squealing pig. Now I could finally get on to the next phase of our plan. I want to celebrate, but that would be premature. Because no sooner than the female toad I kicked crashes down into the mud, the rest of the toads surrounding me change. All the croaking around me stops at once, and suddenly I feel like I'm in danger. The noise started small, a gentle humming in the ears. Then it began to grow. The noise became louder until the combined humming of all the toads was deafening. Then the noise stopped, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I have just enough time to flash step away before every toad around me dove at me at once in a frenzied rage. A few minutes ago, they were jumping at me in packs of 4 or 5, but now dozens of toads were flinging themselves at me with mouths open, not caring that they were mostly slamming into one another rather than me. Even the females who were once content to stay back were now bounding after me, shooting water at me as soon as they could gather it in their mouths. I grimaced. I might have gotten their attention a bit too much. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Tabitha taking the chance to sprint toward the unguarded eggs, but I can't watch her long before I must entirely turn my attention to the attacking toad army. At this point, I'm forced to punch and kick at my full strength. Too many toads were getting close to me and trying to bite through Mana's skin, and I needed to make sure they wouldn't get back up when I knocked them down. I feel a few wisps of experience waft up from my feet, signaling that I did indeed kill a few, but I didn't have time to dwell on the fact. To my left, the alpha female was gathering her mana in her mouth again, and this time there were so many toads around me, I didn't have a safe space to escape to. Reaching behind me, I'm finally forced to draw my hammer. I have just enough time to ready my weapon before another condensed water bolt is shot at my head. I use my superior reflexes to cover my hammer in mana and swing for the bleachers. Water missile meets hammer, and the resulting explosion of water sends reverberations through my bones. The toads around me were less prepared for the clash, and the water explosion actually helps me by scattering the amphibians around me. I got it. I hear Tabitha call out. I don't hesitate after that and immediately activate airwalk and jump straight up. A few toads were now turning their attention to the second human in their valley, but most were still locked on me. Dodging multiple smaller water missiles, I brake in the opposite direction Tabitha was fleeing. No matter how much leg strength they have, none of the toads can keep up with me when I can run unimpeded, and soon I'm outside the valley. I'm not in the air long, and I appreciate the solid ground I land on, but I only stop running once I take a curving route to the base of a tree 600 feet away from the mud pit where my bag is waiting for me. Leaning against the tree, I try to catch my breath. Tabitha and I picked this tree to stash our bags because there wasn't anything dangerous nearby. Still, I only allow myself to relax once I see Tabitha jogging up from the opposite direction, holding both mine and her waterskins in her hands. Good job, Tabitha congratulates me with a smile. Taking a few deep breaths, I stand up straight and give Tabitha a half-hearted grin. I couldn't avoid killing a few, I freely admit my defeat. I expect Tabitha to gloat, but surprisingly she walks over to me and gives me a reassuring pat on the back. Yeah, but only a few. It was impressive how well you did when they went berserk. I didn't think you'd last as long as you did. I don't know how to feel about that, but it's nice to have Tabitha acknowledge me in her own way. In the end, I decide it's better to focus on the good, and I'm able to give Tabitha a proper smile in return. So you got them. I motion to our waterskins. Sure did. Tabitha holds them up and gives them a light shake, where a sickening sloshing noise comes from inside. Enough eggs to get you the poison resistance skill, I think. Goody, I cheer sarcastically, not bringing up how she didn't sound very sure at that last part. Leaning up against the tree, I take a few more shallow breaths to even out my breathing. Need a moment? Tabitha asks concerningly. She looks me up and down for any signs of injury, but in the end, the toads were unable to break through Mana's skin with any of their attacks. Just a sec, I reply, taking a seat on the soft forest floor. Tabitha nods in understanding before turning around to watch our surroundings. Knowing she would guard me, I take a second to enter a meditative state again and draw in as much raw mana as possible to speed up my regain. Sunset was still 5 hours away, and we still had ground to cover before we looked for a new campsite. After meditating for a few minutes, I'm about to deactivate my skill when I remember I should check up on the goblin scouting party. The whole toad egg thing took us roughly an hour, so they should be back in range by now. I scan in the direction they would be in if they were following our tracks, and I go pale. We need to go now. I yell, springing to my feet. I reach over and grab Tabitha's backpack next to mine and throw it at her as she turns around, hearing the fear in my voice. What's wrong? She asks as I stumble to secure my bag while trying to run simultaneously. Goblins, lots and lots of goblins, I tell her as she catches up next to me. How many? Tabitha gave me a look that said she was ready for battle and wanted a more concrete number. I don't know, I tell her. I lost track after I counted 100. A whole goddamn horde was after us and they weren't far behind. Run, I have to run faster. Aaliyah, if we slow down they'll catch up to us. Hey Aaliyah, the goblins chasing after us were nothing like the group the village had to deal with, and now there were only 2 of us. Stop. A hand reaches out, grasping my shoulder with enough force to pull me off my feet. Skidding to a stop, I reach for my hammer, only to come face to face with an annoyed-looking Tabitha who's sweating from all our running. Good, are you finally listening to me? Tabitha's eyes narrow questioningly at me as she tries to catch her breath. But we need to keep moving, I stress, urging her to keep running despite her troubles. Tabitha didn't see what I saw. This wasn't a small hunting party after us anymore. When I scanned the group of goblins, I pinged multiple strong responses in multiple groups. Even more reason you need to calm down. Tabitha orders me in a strong yet reassuring voice. Collect yourself. We've been running like mad for the last half hour. We have a minute to catch our breaths. Are you sure? I ask nervously. I can't help but scan our surroundings for any hidden foes, even though I had sensed mana stretched to its limits. See, this is why you need to collect yourself, Tabitha tells me in a firm voice. You would know better than I if there were any goblins nearby. So catch your breath and use your skills to scan back the way we came. I'll make sure nothing gets close to you, she reassures me with an oddly caring smile. Collapsing to the ground, I'm forced to follow Tabitha's advice, as I couldn't enter a meditative state in my current mindset. Like Tabitha, I was having trouble breathing. It's hard to do, but by regulating my breathing, I force my body to relax. It takes twice as long as usual, but I eventually get my skills to work as they should, and I can start scanning our new surroundings. Even while being chased, I had led us deeper into the forest by following a current of dense mana. The ambient mana was now many times what it was outside the endless forest, meaning there were an increasing amount of powerful magic beasts around. And not just from all sides of us either. I was picking an increasing amount of flying magic beasts near the tops of the trees, and even a pack of what I suspect are magical mole rats nearly 100 feet below us. Thankfully, my initial scan doesn't pick up anything, but I make sure to go over everything twice before I'm confident enough to tell Tabitha the goblins were no longer in my range. I don't sense them anymore. My eyes flutter open to see Tabitha standing guard over me. I was worried she might be taking the goblins too lightly, but I scrapped those thoughts seeing she had her hand on her sword's hilt and looked ready to jump into motion at any second. Tabitha doesn't visibly react much to the good news. She still retains her combat-ready stance, but she does nod once like she's confirming something to herself. That's good. It would have been annoying if they managed to keep up with us. If they did, I ask. If a group that size could keep pace with us while we were running at max speed, it would mean they most likely out-leveled us. Instead, we bought some time to think. That's why I needed you to stop running. We're in a precarious situation. Can't we just outrun them? I throw the idea out there, hoping Tabitha would agree, but her headshake says it all. If it were humans chasing after us, I'd say yes. But goblins, Tabitha pauses dramatically. Goblins are vicious scavengers. They also have excellent night vision. We may be able to outrun them now, but once the sun sets, Tabitha leaves the rest unsaid. And for a change, Tabitha doesn't need to spell it out for me. I could only imagine what would happen if we were surrounded in the middle of the night. Damn it, why are they even chasing us? I curse and kick at the ground. I mean, why are they so dead set on us? It can't be easy for them to keep tracking us. Unless, of course, their village was nearby. I look to Tabitha for guidance, but she's reluctant to answer that question. Tabitha and I stare at one another until she lets out a tired sigh. I can think of 2 reasons they'd track us this far, she tells me somberly. They're most likely after our gear, she starts. What? That wasn't the explanation I was expecting. Tabitha sees my confused expression and elaborates. You remember the goblin leading the hunting party we ran into our second day in the forest? I nod along and Tabitha continues. Then I'm sure you remember it was wearing actual armor, not something crafted here in the forest. As I said, goblins are scavengers, the most ruthless in the world. Normally they're food-driven, but in places like these where food is abundant when you're strong, it's only natural their needs shift to what they can't acquire naturally. I look down at my armor and over my shoulder at my delinium hammer. They would risk their lives for some armor. They have to know a lot of them will die. They're counting on it, Tabitha says darkly. I'm sure you know how quickly goblins can reproduce. The one thing they aren't lacking is bodies. So to them, death is just weeding out undesirables. Even if it takes them a few years to grow strong enough, I ask, remembering the lesson Dell gave me on goblins. Young goblins are weaker than the average villager but start growing exponentially after they reach 2 years of age. We call goblins that live that long hobgoblins, and they are comparable to an adult at level 30. And if a goblin makes it to 5 years old, they start growing horns, like the hobgoblins attacking us who were around level 55. The point is goblins need to survive long enough to reach their higher forms. Is Tabitha telling me there are so many of them that they don't care if horned hobs die? Goblins, like humans, mature faster in a high-stress environment like the endless forest, Tabitha explains. They still need to survive a few years, but that's not hard for a thriving village. Wait, I interrupt Tabitha because I need an important question answered. If the goblin tribe can pump out so many horned hobgoblins, why did a horde attack our village? Is there a second tribe nearby? I don't think there would be another tribe so close to one so large. They were probably expelling the weaker members of the tribe, the goblins that weren't improving as fast as the others. Tabitha gives me her best educated guess. Again, it's all about resources for them. They don't care if 100 goblins die so long as one of the strongest members gets better gear out of it. And the second reason, if they were willing to field a small army just for some gear, I hesitate to ask what the other reason could be. I'm only surer of this when Tabitha visibly frowns and tightens her grip on her sword. The second reason they may be hunting us so rigorously may be because we're both women. And like that, I'm suddenly reminded why people hate goblins as much as they do. Oh, I can barely squeak out. Yes, Tabitha sneers in disgust, but she quickly gets a hold of her emotions and goes back to speaking to me in her usual emotionless voice. They wouldn't care that we killed a handful of goblins, so we have to assume they're either after us or our gear. Maybe both. Either way, if they've come this far, it's safe to say they aren't going to give up. Tabitha pauses to allow me to ask any more questions, but I was still digesting everything, so there was just an awkward silence between us. Realizing I wasn't going to say anything, Tabitha informs me what we must do. The goblins aren't going to stop hunting us, and we can't chance them finding us after sundown, so the only thing we can do is fight back. Tabitha, I don't think. I start, but Tabitha holds up her hand to stop me. I'm not suggesting we take them head on, she immediately clarifies. I couldn't guarantee your safety, and I promised you I wouldn't put you in another situation like that. She was talking about how I almost died fighting that bird. Tabitha had been pushing me this last week, but she's been much more careful in what challenges she sets for me. If anything seemed too out of my league, Tabitha would immediately step in. But if we were to attack a group of goblins of this size, there was no insurance that she could save me if things got complicated. There may be a lot of goblins, but we're both strong individuals. Tabitha tries to reassure me. I've been in worse situations and came out on top, she boldly proclaims. Really you have. I perk up hearing Tabitha tell me she's been in this kind of situation before. Well, not with this many enemies, she backpedals a bit, but then I see her eyes light up, and I'm not surprised by what she says next. But Master has told me many stories of overcoming such challenges, so I'm sure the two of us working together can do the same, she confidently states with her hands on her hips in a heroic pose. We're doomed. I hang my head in fake despair to hide the smile threatening to creep up on my face. I was still scared, but damn it, if Tabitha's positivity wasn't making me feel better. You should be more positive. Tabitha huffs and folds her arms in front of her chest. After all, you're our ace in the hole. Huh, I crane my head back up in confusion. How was I more influential than Tabitha? She could probably kill most of the goblins by herself. The goblins may have numbers, but you have the most important skill of all. Which is, I raise an eyebrow in confusion. Tabitha rolls her eyes at me. Your ability to sense them at long range. She scolds me like the answer was apparent, and if I weren't nervous about the future, I might have figured it out for myself. In time. Ghost tactics. Don't you mean guerrilla tactics? Gorillas aren't sneaky. Tabitha looks at me like I knew nothing about animals. To be fair, she wasn't exactly wrong. But it didn't matter because she was happy to correct me. No, we swoop in like ghosts, reap as many lives as possible, and disappear before they know what hit them. What do you think? I think you're crazy. I let out a long sigh. But you're right. We need to do something about the goblins. Tabitha grins manically, hearing that we are finally on the same page. Crazy battle junkie. So how do we do this? I have a few ideas. Tabitha motions for me to move in closer as if someone was going to overhear us in the middle of the forest. Well, here we go again. They're in range again. I slowly open my eyes and inform Tabitha. All right, Tabitha nods thoughtfully. What are we looking at? Well, there's more than 100, I inform her, trying hard not to let my nervousness show. How many exactly? Tabitha either didn't notice the twinge in my voice or she was being considerate and chose not to bring it up. Either way, I'm thankful. 147. Just saying the number is enough to make me break out in goosebumps. But I have a job to do, and I wasn't going to let Tabitha down, so I push on with the debriefing. They're divided amongst 13 groups, following the exact same path we took to get here. Any sort of formation? Tabitha questions. Sort of, I tell her. Then, using my dagger, I start carving X's into the tree branch we're standing on to give her a better idea of how they were marching. As I can tell, they're all clustered around this central group. I point at the largest X I carved in the middle of all the others. Anything special about that group? That would be putting it mildly. I snort and wipe a bit of sweat threatening to fall into my eye. I take it that's where their leader is. Tabitha's guess is more right on the money than she knows. It's where the biggest mana signature is. I give her a worried look. I've never sensed anything like it. When I use my skill to scry goblins, they look almost empty to me. Their gear gives them shape. But this guy, I point at the center X, which I deliberately made bigger than all the others. This guy is on a whole other level. I try to stress. How so? Tabitha's face hardens, like a hunter asking about their prey. Well, for starters, he's taller than me. Standing up straight, I raise my hand over my head to show that the goblin towered over me by almost half a foot. I was a tall girl. This was the first time I'd ever seen a goblin taller than myself. Any distinctive markings, specifically around its head? Tabitha asks me as if she already knew what was chasing us. Yeah, how did you know? I cock my head to the side in confusion. The goblin had more mana in its body than any I've seen before, but most of it was contained in its horns. It looked like they were sprouting around its entire head, almost like it was wearing a spiky crown. I watch as Tabitha takes a deep breath as if she is trying to collect herself, but anyone can see she is excited for some reason. She absolutely knew what we were up against. From our high vantage point up in the trees, Tabitha glances down at the forest floor in the direction the goblins were approaching. I beefily consider asking her to educate me on what was heading toward us, but she starts explaining all on her own. An arch-goblin. Fascinating. Tabitha grins like a feral cat. I've never had the chance to face one. Tabitha stares longingly into the distance for a full minute before she turns and addresses me directly. Knowing my limited knowledge, Tabitha thankfully starts explaining what an arch-goblin is. Arch-goblins are the next evolutionary line in goblin biology after hobgoblins. You can tell the difference between the two by their horns. What makes them different than any other horned hobgoblin? I've never heard of goblins having a fourth form before. Horned hobs are merely what we call hobgoblins in the middle of becoming an arch-goblin. Tabitha educates me. Hobgoblins continue to grow horns until they form a crown, at which point they're considered a new subcategory. And I take it arch-goblins are extremely dangerous. I grimace. Bigger, meaner, and rarer. Tabitha almost giggles in excitement. They only start appearing when a goblin tribe is left to grow unchecked for decades. There hasn't been one reported in Skull in over 200 years. I will have to apologize to Master when I see him again. I'm fortunate he chose me to oversee your training. I'm glad you're happy, I respond sarcastically. Tabitha isn't perturbed by my sour expression in the slightest, leaving me to sigh in resignation. If hobgoblins start sprouting horns at level 50, what level would an arch-goblin be at? I'm not sure. Tabitha shrugs her arms to my disbelief. I've only ever heard stories about them. Some say they're equivalent to a warrior around level 80, others say even higher. There just aren't enough examples to pull from. Sorry, that means chances are it's a higher level than I am. Nervously, I rubbed the back of my neck. We were outnumbered, and there was also a goblin, possibly as strong as Tabitha, leading the attack. Anything else you can tell me about it? Was it wearing enchanted gear? What weapon was it carrying? Tabitha bombards me with questions as if I was setting her up with my best friend. I wish I could say I didn't know, but the arch-goblin's gear was part of the reason why his presence showed up so clearly to me despite the range. He has a claymore, a decent one too, I point out. Tabitha glances at my hammer, and I immediately know what she's about to ask, so I beat her to the punch. It's hard to compare the two because they're so different, but I know the sword is at least tier 3, possibly tier 4 like my hammer. The same goes for its armor, I add. Any enchantments, not that I can tell from this range. Once they get closer, I can better scan their gear, but I don't think I'll have time once they're that close. Tabitha hums in thought before nodding in understanding. Now that I could sense the goblins, it meant they were within 1,600 feet of us and our time was limited. Anything else I should know? Tabitha prods for more information. Their leader was my biggest concern, but there was something else that might pose a problem to our plan, I tell her. While most goblins are on the ground, 4 goblin cells are moving through the trees. Scouts then, Tabitha has the same idea as me. I think we'll need to take out at least one of the teams if we're to pull off our plan, I remind her. Tabitha nods in agreement before turning her undivided attention toward me. Speaking of which, do you think you can pull it off? Tabitha's gaze pierces me as she questions if I can follow her crazy plan. Don't worry, I got this. I reassure her with a fiery look. For all that I worry about, I refuse to be a burden to Tabitha. Tabitha smiles at my confidence and offers me a reassuring pat on my shoulder. You really are something. You'd give that old hag, Untouchable, a run for her coin. Who? I asked Tabitha to elaborate. I was curious if Tabitha was trying to praise me or badmouth somebody else. Doesn't matter. Tabitha shakes off my question. What matters is if you are ready. Did you recover from the toads? I recovered as much mana as possible while strategizing, but I'm not back to 100. But you have enough for the plan? Tabitha questions again. We'll see, won't we? I try to joke, but Tabitha doesn't laugh. Instead, she fixes me with a gaze that has me coughing awkwardly into my hand. That was a joke. I have enough mana. Tabitha must be on edge, or else she would have ignored my joke rather than gotten angry at me. I know you're nervous, but now isn't the time for jokes, Tabitha warns me. For a brief second, I consider pointing out how she shouldn't be looking forward to battling the arch-goblin, but decide against it. Tabitha may be looking forward to this fight, but she certainly wasn't taking it lightly. The amount of planning she came up with was proof of that. Tabitha had been so thorough in covering how we should deal with different situations that our strategy would only need to be altered slightly now that we know about the scouts and arch-goblin in the mix. Sorry, I understand. I looked down, feeling bad for my moment of childishness. There was a time and place for everything, and this wasn't it. As long as you understand, Tabitha lightly says, as if she's already put it behind her. Can you check where they are? Sure, I nod. Then, sitting and throwing my legs over the side of the thick tree branch to let them dangle, I close my eyes and enter a meditative state while Tabitha keeps watch and starts stretching. I'd never seen her stretch before our other magic beast encounters, further cementing the danger we were up against. I wish I could say it took me a while to find the army of goblins, but they were closer than I expected. They were only 700 feet out, and if it weren't for all the massive trees around us, we'd be able to see them already. In another 120 feet or so, I'll be able to passively sense them. I open my eyes and inform Tabitha. They're moving fast then, Tabitha blandly states while rolling her shoulders. I flinch as she abruptly takes a fighting stance and draws her sword in one quick motion. Tabitha then sheathes her weapon and repeats the exercise 3 times, preparing for what comes next. While Tabitha is making her preparations, I complete my own. Focusing on my mana, I strengthen my mana skin to the best of my abilities. Tabitha made it abundantly clear I was to leave the dangerous stuff to her, and I was only supposed to play a supporting role in this battle. And I'll quote, be in a world of trouble if I take any significant damage. I'm halfway through my own stretching routine when I feel it. The first scouts just entered my range, 580 feet that way and closing steadily. I point east of us. Still following our trail, Tabitha turns to me with a look of stony resolve. Give me a sec, I tell her as I wait to see if the other goblins are following behind the scouts. They are, I inform her as more and more signals enter Sense Mana's range. They haven't noticed us yet. Remember, Tabitha walks next to me, facing our targets. Goblins have an amazing sense of smell. We only have a minute to pull off our first sneak attack before they become aware we're there. Ready, I parrot. Then let's go, Tabitha calmly states. Together, Tabitha and I push off the tree branch we're standing on and start parkouring through the canopy. As we were leaping from tree branch to tree branch, I couldn't help but wonder if our surprise attack would go as planned. We circled back the way we came without retracing our steps on Tabitha's suggestion. As far as the goblins were concerned, we were long gone, but in fact, we were off to the side, waiting for them to pass us. Goblins thought they were sneaking up on us when in reality, we were using them following us to our advantage. We were quickly approaching our targets, and I was already locked onto the closest scouting duo to us. Tabitha was right as usual, my skill was going to give us the upper hand. Silently, I moved next to Tabitha, hold my hand, and slowly start lowering my fingers without us exchanging a single word. At 4 fingers, I lead us around the trunk of a tree so we remain out of sight. On 3, Tabitha's hand shifts down to her sword. When I'm down to 2 fingers, I slowly pull back to give Tabitha room to work. When I count in my head as we round the tree and come face to face with 2 horned goblins. The 2 goblins freeze in place, utterly baffled by our sudden appearance. Tabitha was not. A flash of steel separates the goblins' heads from their bodies. Tabitha acts fast, and before the goblin torsos start falling, she grabs them. But with her hands full, she can't do anything about the severed heads already in freefall. So that's where I come in using airwalk. I dash forward and grab the heads before they can draw any attention toward us. Tabitha and I have just enough time to stash the bodies higher in the tree before the procession of goblins starts to pass directly under us. Phase 1 is complete. Now on to Stage 2, murdering as many goblins as possible. Damn, there were a lot of goblins below us. Of course, there weren't as many as the group that came to attack the village, but every goblin below me was at least a hobgoblin, most of whom were horned hobs. The level difference between the 2 groups was night and day, and the arch-goblin. Looking to my right, I see Tabitha struggling to hold back her killing intent. She was focusing on the arch-goblin in the center of the group, and if she let out even a sliver of her intent, I'm sure he would sense us and give away our position. I nervously swallow a lump in my throat. Utilizing Sense Soul had given me a clear picture of what we were dealing with, and it wasn't what I was hoping for. Before I saw him, I was praying that the arch-goblin was only in the high 70s, maybe low 80s like Tabitha told me, but this. I grimace as my skill estimates the arch-goblin's level to be in the low 90s, 10 levels higher than I expected, meaning only a few crucial levels were separating him and Tabitha. Facing something on the same level as Tabitha sends shivers down my spine. Get a hold of yourself, you have a job to do, I remind myself. We were on the clock, and every second counted. One last time, I turn to Tabitha, and she turns to me. The 2 of us don't say a word and only nod to one another. Tabitha leaps out of sight to move into position, while I turn back to the goblins below. My job was to cause the biggest distraction possible while incapacitating as many goblins as possible. Once there was sufficient panic amongst their ranks, Tabitha would swoop in like death incarnate. However, her main goal was to be the arch-goblin. We needed to teach these pests that it wasn't worth it to hunt us, and to do so we'd need to take out their leader, or else he might come back with a second group. Holding out my hands, I start to focus my mana, 1 hour earlier. Will ambushing be enough? I nervously ask Tabitha after she finishes explaining her plan to me. If executed properly, then yes, Tabitha tells me. We won't have exact numbers until they're back within your skill's range, but our goal remains the same even if there are thousands of them. We need to kill their leader, she stresses, and if we can't identify him, I point out. Tabitha knew I didn't get a good chance to scan them before we started fleeing. What if their leader is hiding? And how am I supposed to do that? I frustratingly complained, not because Tabitha asked too much of me, but because I couldn't help her as she needed. That's what we need to figure out. Tabitha supportingly places a hand on my shoulder, something she's been doing a lot more as of late. What about dropping a tree branch on them? I suggest. The trees around us were ginormous, and their branches weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds. Imagine the chaos it would cause if we managed to drop one into the center of their group. At worst, we would be able to split them up. It would be difficult. Tabitha shuts down my idea before it can fully take root. It would take a while to cut through a branch of that size, and we would need to be too close to them to set it off reliably. They'd smell us and know something was up. This sucks. I slam my fist into the tree we were strategizing under. If only I knew a siege spell. Again, Tabitha shakes her head. Siege magic takes more mana than you currently have, so even if you could somehow cast it, I'd leave you with nothing to defend yourself. Then any attack magic, I grumble, unhappy that even my hypothetical plan was turned down. And how would that help us? Tabitha rolls her eyes. You are unused to casting anything other than basic magic. Even if you knew an attack spell, it wouldn't be a big enough distraction. I could use empowered spell, I jokingly throw out, more to prove I wasn't useless than actually suggesting anything. You have such a skill. Tabitha's eyes widen in surprise. That's right, Tabitha knew about all my physical and defensive skills, but I have yet to tell her about my lesser-used ones like chanting and empowered spell, which I rarely use. Tabitha knew I only had 3 Tier 1 spells available to me and primarily focused on freeform magic, so we never talked about my other magic skills at length. I tell her. I use it on occasion to boost my weaker magics. It's how I make my self-cleaning spell work on my surroundings. I can also empower my little flame spell to cause an explosion, but it requires me to be at the center of it. That is unacceptable, Tabitha flatly tells me before I get any funny ideas. I figured I hang my head. Even if I poured all my magic into it, I doubt I could make an explosion strong enough to kill over 100 goblins and survive. While sulking, I hear Tabitha hum in thought, causing me to look up. Tabitha was looking at me like a puzzle that needed solving. Suppose I could tell you the incantation for an attack spell. Is it possible you could learn it before the goblins arrive? You know, a spell, I exclaim. Why hadn't you taught it to me sooner? Tabitha scoffs as if I said something offensive. Do I look like a magic teacher to you? I only know cantrips like yourself and have no experience in teaching magic. So why would I waste my time when I could improve your fighting technique? But you just said, I start, but Tabitha holds up her hand. I said I could give you the incantation, not teach you how to use the spell. I only know the words because I've heard them used so many times. I must stress that you'd need to learn how to cast it by yourself, with no help from me. Do you think that's possible? Tabitha fixes me with an intense look. What's the spell? I lick my lips in anticipation. Fire javelin, Tabitha answers, and I have to hold myself back from leaping into the air and shouting. I can do it, you can count on me, I assure her without even thinking. If you can't, you'll just be wasting precious time. Tabitha looks at me like she wasn't sure. Let me help you, I'm practically begging at this point. As excited as I was to learn a real fireball spell, I was still aware of why it was so important in the first place. If I couldn't decipher how to use the spell correctly all on my own, I'd be extremely limited in helping Tabitha, so I needed to make this spell work to help her. Fine, Tabitha sighs, seeing my determined expression. But if you aren't making progress in 30 minutes, I need you to tell me so we can think up another plan. I promise, I nod in agreement. All right, listen closely. She waves me closer as I struggle to hold back a manic smile. Now, gathering nearly 200 points of mana into my hands, I start my chant. Hinsung Gab Baz Raihi Dimton, O Sylph War Yemki Feast. After I say the first line, a growing sphere of fire forms in front of my hands. Unlike my other spells, Fire Javelin was a Tier 3 spell, so it had multiple parts to its incantation, and I had to be extremely careful as I correctly recited each. Metbels Beneat Ephraim M. Mame, Easweth Firmus Nu Mal Akos. As I finish reciting the second verse, the sphere starts to compact and elongate. At this point, the goblins below had already noticed me. It would be hard for them not to, considering my spell was excessively flashy. Dozens of goblins were already crawling up the nearby tree trunk, so I needed to hurry. Dat Rungtul Fies Tri, Eit Nerb. I finished reciting the spell, but I wasn't done just yet. Before the bolt of fire can leave my hands, I activate Empower Spell and forcibly cram another 200 mana into it. I have very little time to adjust the spell how I want, and most of the mana just goes into making it bigger and more deadly, but my skill does its job. The bolt of fire launches from my hands with the force of a ballista aimed straight at the arch-goblin. Hundreds of feet may separate us, but I can see it grinning at my oncoming attack. The arch-goblin readies its claymore, I'm assuming to block it with some sort of skill, but now it's my turn to grin. 100 feet from the ground, my fire javelin spells suddenly, and to the shock of all the goblins, breaks apart into hundreds of smaller fire arrows. The goblins have almost no time to react as I literally rain fire down upon them. I wish I could watch my spell's effect on the horde, but the first wave of goblins climbing toward me was almost here. The only thing that told me my spell did its job was the hundreds of goblins screaming below me and the smoke wafting up into the canopy. I sense a few wisps of experience points drifting up toward me, so I know I killed at least a few, but that wasn't what my spell was meant for, though I'm happy for the results. Tabitha would emerge and start slaughtering any second now, but I had other things to worry about. I count 43 goblins climbing up after me, including the other 6 scouts rushing through the treetops toward my position. I had completed my main objective, but still had more to do. To help Tabitha, I needed to keep as many goblins focused on me as possible, so though scary, it was a good thing a third of them were converging on me. She said I only needed to keep their attention, but I wasn't only going to settle for being a distraction. Each goblin I killed was one less Tabitha needed to worry about, so instead of Flash stepping away as the first goblins reach my position, I draw my hammer and stand my ground. I'll kill all of you, I growl and raise my hammer threateningly. I didn't bother to check the level of the goblins rushing me because it didn't matter, I was going to turn them into meat paste anyway. The goblins snarl at my challenge, holding their weapons at the ready. They move to rush me, but I'm faster. I double step and close, dodging a spear thrust to my face and initiate my counterattack. My hammer slams into the first goblin's chest before it can react. I can feel its chest cave in under my strike, but I don't let up. Activating double strike, I add a second blow to the already dying goblin, sending him flying into his teammate standing behind him, catching him off guard and knocking him off the tree branch. 2 down, another 47 to go. Tabitha's point of view, what was this feeling in my chest? Was it doubt or fear of what was about to happen next? No, Master taught me there was no place for doubt during a battle. A warrior always needed a healthy sense of fear. Not all battles were glorious after all, and whenever a person stopped fearing death, it usually meant they were soon to be embraced by it. But doubt, never. Maybe I was worrying about Aaliyah. I had just enough time to look over my shoulder and get one last look at her before I disappeared out of sight. She wasn't facing me, already preparing to start her chant, so I could no longer see her expression, but I was sure it was one of resolve. I would be a horrible mentor if I didn't notice she was using her mask of resolve to hide her fear. But again, fear was needed in a situation like this, and I wasn't going to fault her for trying to hide it. No one wanted to appear weak. We were up against a force with superior numbers, and I dare say the goblins below us were higher leveled than a human battalion of their size would typically be. If she were an average person, she'd be running for the hills, and with her skills, that was a valid tactic. And I could not help but think that this situation might be more manageable if I was by myself, and I didn't need to worry about Aaliyah's safety. Then I could. I almost missed my footing as I realized what was eating at my nerves. I wasn't worried for myself if I died here. It would be a glorious death that would make Master proud. But when I think of something happening to Aaliyah, I feel a pain in my chest, one I'm not used to feeling. I didn't want anything bad to happen to her, not because Master ordered me to watch over her or because she was my junior, but because I genuinely cared about her. At some point, I'd grown attached to her as if she were my little sibling. No, that was a bad comparison. I had siblings, and none of them elicited the same feelings. On the contrary, my family was always distant towards me, especially after I pledged myself to Pakor rather than return home after my initial service to the kingdom was up. Every person born to a noble family in Skal was expected to serve a few years in the military to level and learn how the world worked. But I was different. I was the black stain of my family. I never enjoyed politics and always felt detached from others. But when I crossed swords with Master for the first time, I knew exactly where I needed to be. That same day I had pledged myself to Master Pakor the Deathless and written home to my family that I'd be staying in the military indefinitely. In the end, it has been years since I last saw a family member outside a formal setting, and it didn't bother me in the slightest. But here and now I was nervous, not for myself, but for another. At what point did I start caring more about Aaliyah than I did about my family? How did she work her way into my heart the way only Master has done before? Was it because I wanted her to succeed for the sake of Skal, for Master, for myself? As I swiftly descend the tree we were hiding in, these questions fill my head. But just because I was experiencing emotions I wasn't familiar with, it didn't mean I'd forgotten our plan. Stealthily, I take up position away from the tree Aaliyah was still hiding in. Fire Javelin was a flashy spell, usually only used when a mage had sufficient cover. The fire would draw in the goblins like flies are drawn to shit. And on cue, almost as soon as I find a decent hiding spot, I spot a sphere of fire forming in the treetops. As planned, the goblins immediately notice Aaliyah, and part of them break from the group to charge the tree she's hiding in. It was time to see if she could pull the spell off. All I gave her were the words, but if anyone could learn a tier 3 spell in under an hour, it would be Aaliyah. The kid had more talent than Master and I combined, so much so that I often have to remind myself she's only 15. The sphere of fire in Aaliyah's hands elongates, signaling she is almost finished with the spell, so I draw my sword in anticipation. Roughly a third of the goblin horde was climbing up into the trees while the rest were closing ranks, which was good for us. Fire Javelin wasn't an area of effect spell, meaning depending on where she launched it, she'd only take out 1 or 2 goblins max, but I was okay with that. She was already drawing more away than I was comfortable with, but with her movement skills, it shouldn't be hard for her to avoid them. Originally, Aaliyah suggested she take a more hands-on approach in creating a distraction, but I wasn't going to allow her to put herself in that much danger. Even if I fall here, Aaliyah is more than capable of leaving the forest alone, so I'm sure she's okay. She's shown great promise this last week, making me proud to call her my student. Though I would never say that to her face, the kid already had a big head when I first met her, the same problem many high-level people suffer from. Reaching a high level requires a lot of success, so a person over level 50 can often be arrogant. Honestly, it's a miracle that Aaliyah is as grounded as she is, reaching her level at such a young age. It must be why Master favors her as he does. Part of me was happy she had a hard time against that first bird we ran into. It reminded her she wasn't invincible, a lesson we all have to be reminded of sometimes. I grit my teeth, remembering the water dragon and the crushing defeat we suffered that day. Shaking my head, I cleared those thoughts from my mind. They had no place here. Losses build character, but we weren't losing today. I was ready to rush in, knowing Aaliyah should be firing her spell any second now. But my pulse races when instead of launching the spell, it rapidly grows in size and magnitude. Damn it, I curse and mash my teeth. She's using more mana than she's supposed to. I'm thankful for her wanting to help, but now she'll have less to draw on while defending herself. I want to shout at her to hurry up and launch it, but that would ruin everything we've prepared for, so I'm forced to silently watch as Aaliyah pushes her limits while dozens of goblins converge on her. Finally, she launches her magic at the arch-goblin, a good choice on her part. He looks like he'll try and deflect it, but doing so will harm those immediately around him, making targeting him more manageable in the long run. Once again, I prepare to sprint toward my target, and once again, I'm forced to stop as my danger sense skill warns me against it. I trust my skill, and it's a good thing too, because no sooner than my skill goes off does Aaliyah's fire javelin spell explode midair into a hail of smaller attacks. Gods help me, I almost wanted to complain that the girl was too talented. She should have been born in the past when things were greater, and not in this waning age. To augment any spell is challenging. To augment a spell learned less than an hour ago is impossible. My mouth drops in surprise as pandemonium breaks out amongst the unprepared goblins. I counted 4 dead from the initial barrage, but that wasn't where the modified fire javelin spell excelled. The fire arrows pelted every group but the one containing the arch-goblin. Some goblins were running around on fire, while others were trying to regain order. The arch-goblin was looking up at the tree that Aaliyah was fighting in with a scowl of unbound rage. I watch as she sends 2 goblins flying over the edge with a single beautiful swing empowered with one of her skills. Instead of fleeing as I told her to, she's standing her ground, leaving me both proud and frustrated simultaneously. When this is over, I'll have to remind her who's in charge and that she promised to follow my orders to the letter, not bend them how she likes. I should have seen this coming, but I can do nothing now. What am I thinking? Of course there is. I can kill all these foolish goblins, and we can continue with our journey. Like Aaliyah, I wanted to see what the endless forest offered. There hasn't been a danger zone such as this in Skull for a long time, the nobility having long turned them into training grounds. There were still dangers to be had, but nothing unexpected such as a goblin tribe of this magnitude. But that didn't matter as usual. Aaliyah went beyond my expectations and produced the best distraction possible, and I wasn't going to let it go to waste. Not needing to conceal myself any further, I rushed at the closet group of goblins who were busy trying to put out their comrade who was on fire. Immediately, a handful of goblins in the greater group turned towards me despite not looking in my direction. I note each of them, as they most likely have a form of danger sense. But though they can sense my approach, they can't act fast enough to keep me from beheading 2 hobgoblins and stabbing a third through their chest. The fourth I leave on fire. Goblins with spears level them at me to keep me from rushing in, while goblins with handmade and human-made weapons flank them. Swinging my sword, I easily deflect 7 arrows aimed at my chest, then sidestep a goblin's overhead swing with a human's axe. Then, with a flick of my blade, I disarm the goblin, literally. He howls in pain as his 2 arms fall to the forest floor. Not one for letting a creature suffer. I stab the goblin in its throat, silencing its screams of agony and taking its life in a single movement. Unfortunately, I only have time to count 7 before I dance backward to avoid a revenge swing from another hob. The goblins do their best to try and pin me down, but a few minutes later, the count in my head reaches 23. By this point, all the goblins still on the forest floor were focusing on me, including the arch-goblin, who was staring at me while hungrily licking its lips. The regular hobs were doing a good job keeping me away from him, but I was slowly closing the distance, waiting for my chance to strike. While moving around, I could sneak a few glances up at Aaliyah, who's valiantly fighting in the treetops. She was being swarmed but still holding her own. Though the best sign she was still holding her own were the thumping noises of goblin corpses as they crashed into the ground. Using Flash Step, I circle the group of goblins in front of me, but instead of attacking from the back, I shift my attention to the goblins beyond them, the ones flanking the arch-goblin. Besides the arch-goblin, there were 4 other hobs wearing armor that were probably looted from human adventurers. I single in on the one holding a halberd of all things. I try to disguise my attack as me targeting the hob next to him, but the halberd-wielding goblin still takes a defensive stance rather than an attacking one. Pesky danger sense skills. Tied with poison resistance, danger sense was the most versatile skill. I had hoped I could help Aaliyah obtain it, or one of its offshoots, by playing with her sneak attacks and retaliating suddenly, but that was a bust. The problem was the girl was too vigilant for her own good. The halberd-wielding hob stabs at my exposed neck. I guess I killed enough of them at this point that they aren't going to try and take me alive for fun later. I dodge to the left and move to cut off his predominate arm, but surprisingly he guards against my strike by twirling his weapon. For a brief moment we're locked together, and now that I'm close enough to look at the hob in his beady red eyes, I can see the horns on his head. They hadn't yet sprouted in a full circle, but they weren't far off. A glance over my shoulder lets me spot one of the other 4 rushing at me from my blind spot, and again I see that its horns, too, are close to forming a full crown. All 4 armor-wearing hobs were coming up on level 80, close to becoming arch-goblins of their own. And the real deal, he was standing off to the side grinning at me, content to let his men test the waters, examining me. There was a dark intelligence behind those red eyes that I did not like. Well, I wanted a battle, and it looks like I got it. I grinned back at the arch-goblin, causing his smile to slip. He won't be grinning in a second when I show him what I'm capable of. Tabitha's point of view, raising my shield in front of my face, I blocked the halberd-wielding hob from stabbing me in the chest. At the same time, I used my sword to parry a strike from my right. A second hob with a curved longsword was trying to catch me off guard during my scuffle with the halberd wielder, but he would need to do better than that if he wanted to score a hit on me. Dancing backward, I twirl around and stab a third goblin who was also trying to sneak up on me in her right shoulder. Unlike the two hobs I was just facing, the third hob was only a typical hobgoblin that wasn't close to becoming an arch-goblin. She was just one of the many goblins watching my duel with their leaders, looking for an opening to attack. She wasn't the first to try, but I knew how to deal with her kind. The goblin tries to backpedal while holding her shoulder with her good arm, but at this point, they should know I wasn't going to let that happen. Instead, I slashed the goblin across the chest, cutting deep into her flesh and exposing her insides for all her pals to see. The surrounding goblins hiss, seeing me slaughter yet another goblin, but not a single one of them turns to flee, nor do any of them try to check on their fallen comrades, even if it is futile. Unfortunately, I don't have time to contemplate the peon's actions before the two Quay's arch-hobs are on me again. This time the longsword hob takes the lead. Again, I move to raise my shield, aware that the second one will attack as soon as I show an opening when my danger sense goes off. So without hesitating, I use instant parry. Just in time, too, because the goblin's long sword curves around my shield like it was alive, and if I didn't use my sword to block it, I might have been hit. The goblin sneers, seeing me block his strike. I maliciously grin back and kick him in his armored stomach. The force of my kick made the goblin stumble back a few steps, but that wasn't why I did it. Using the force of my kick, I leap back and avoid another would be hit by the halberd-wielding goblin. I'm impressed with how well these goblins are using their weapons. I doubt they just happened to come across their weapon of choice, yet they're wielding them better than most trained warriors would. It just went to show a goblin's frightening capacity for growth in any situation. I switch targets and try to close the distance between me and the halberd hob, but he uses a footwork skill to keep his distance. He maintains the exact distance needed to stab at me with his longer weapon, while I can't touch him with my sword, all while the longsword hob circles the both of us, looking for an opening. At least the other three weren't joining in. The arch-goblin and the other two Quasi arches were standing close by watching me, but not close enough that I could shift to them without giving them time to react. I would need to finish these two before engaging the other three, but how did I do that? Their teamwork is astounding, and they handle their weapons like it's second nature. We were going skill for skill at this point, and though I'd outlast them in the long run, it would leave me vulnerable when I took on the others. As I thought, if I want to end this fast, I'll need to be extra creative like Master would be. First, let's get some distance from the three hobs' content to sit out. It was counterintuitive to my original plan of rushing the goblin leader, but that plan changed as soon as I realized the levels of his underlings. I may be good, but I couldn't take on an arch-goblin as long as he had the backup of 4 goblins stronger than Aaliyah. So to ensure the other 3 don't interfere when I make my move, I slowly inch backward while dodging and parrying the 2 hobs in front of me. If the 3 goblins watching noticed the distance between us growing, they didn't show it. I cut down a few normal hobs to make it appear they were my target, but I keep most of my senses on the longsword and halberd hobs. Again, I need to use instant parry to block another weird slash from the longsword hob. This time he swung his sword downwards, and when I went for what I thought was an opening, his sword curved upward at the last second and came inches from stabbing me in the chest. Aaliyah told me their weapons were of decent quality, so there was a possibility that they might be able to cut through my armor, leaving me to treat every attack as if it could be fatal. Sure, my armor would activate if I'm at death's door, but doing so would be a death sentence for myself and Aaliyah, and I couldn't let that happen. With her personality, she would undoubtedly try and save me, at which point she would die to the arch-goblin and his gang. My armor would be able to protect me for a time, but we were too deep in the forest and too far away from my comrades to do me any good. My armor would only keep me alive until it ran out of mana, at which point I'd die an excruciating death at the hands of whatever was close by. I want to think Master would charge towards my location, should my armor activate, but I knew better than anyone that he couldn't leave the front while negotiating the ceasefire. Doing so would doom Skull further, and despite my loyalty and Aaliyah's potential, it simply wasn't worth it. Clearing those negative thoughts, I decapitated another regular hob who drifted too close to our fight. With its death, that was 31 goblins I've killed so far. I couldn't count all the thuds from the goblins falling from the treetops, but I'd estimate Aaliyah and I had killed roughly 50 goblins by this point. But it wasn't enough, not yet. Time to really make these goblins bleed. I grin in excitement. I've mainly used defensive skills until now. Let's go on the offensive first, the annoying halberd's hob. Analyzing both the hob's movement patterns, I wait for my opening. Then finally, the opportunity presents itself after I dodge a combo attack from the two, and in the brief moment they need to collect themselves after their skills fail to find purchase, I make my move. Sheathing my sword, I jump into the air and grab my shield with both hands. Then, combining the basic throwing skill with a modified power slash attack, I throw my shield with incredible force while activating the enchantment that covers it in mana. I don't watch my shield decapitate the hob instead. I land with a flourish and run at the hobgoblin with the curved longsword. The goblin's face cycles through a wide range of emotions in quick succession. Disbelief that I killed his ally, anger towards me, shock that I was charging him barehanded, so many emotions, all visible as he raises his sword to cut me down. Sorry, you were a decent opponent, but it's time I move on. Using Flash Step in conjunction with Quick Draw, I appear to the side of the enraged goblin, my sword already drawn. On instinct, the hob tried to turn towards me to defend himself, but my attack was already complete. The goblin's eyes start dimming as he collapses to the ground, bisected cleanly in two at his waist. His vitality keeps him from dying immediately, so I raise my sword to pierce his skull to finish it. I'm about to follow through when my danger sense screams at me like a wailing banshee. I flash step to the side as a dagger soars past where my neck just was, while a second dagger implants itself into the head of the top half of the dying hob. Turning, I make eye contact with one of the Quays arch-hobs who was snickering while flipping another dagger in her hands. Stupid creature. I doubt she killed her friend to end his suffering instead. She was probably hoping to steal some of my experience points by landing the final hidden offensive gesture if there ever was one. Though it's rare to see so many female goblins participating in a hunt, especially one of this level. Usually, female goblins stayed in their village, tending to the numerous young. If this many females were allowed in the hunting party, then there had to be countless more back at the village. When we eventually leave the forest, I'll need to contact Master and inform him of the danger. Even if they're likely to stay in the mana-rich environment, it was never a good idea to leave such a group alone for long. Especially if they periodically cast out the weaker ones. If they did, it would be a considerable danger to Spotted Creek Village, and culling would need to be carried out. You're next, I mouth to the cocky goblin. She immediately scowls at me, but while she's distracted, I can sneak a quick glance at my surroundings. The regular hobs look to finally be afraid of me now that I have killed two of their strongest warriors. Of course, they won't flee with the arch-goblin standing there, but now they'll think twice before trying to stab me in the back. Speaking of stabbing, I lean my head to the side as another dagger zips past my face. That's right, throw all your toys while you can. Seeing that she couldn't get me with her daggers, the female hob moves to draw the short sword at her side. I purposely smile wider, hoping to draw her in and make my life easier, but the arch-goblin growls, causing the female hob to freeze. She lowers her hand from her weapon and takes a step back. The last of the four Quays arch-hobs does the same as the arch-goblin takes a step forward. It looks like he's seen all that he needed to. And lucky me, he's having his subordinate step back, cocky bastard. Good, his horns will make excellent gifts for Master. The arch-goblin casually starts walking toward me with his large claymore balanced on his shoulder, and I him. He doesn't try to stop me from picking up my shield, though I had a plan to recover it if he did. We stopped 30 feet from one another, both sizing each other up. He was tall, much taller than me. Goblins were typically spindly creatures, but the arch-goblin in front of me was built like a warrior who spent countless hours honing their body. He looked like he had more muscle than brains, but I knew for him to reach this level, that wasn't the case. With sword in hand, I take up my stance with my shield out in front of me, ready to dance with death. The arch-goblin takes up his own stance. At first, he wields his large sword single-handedly, showing off his massive strength before slowly bringing up his second hand, properly gripping his sword. Much like I taught Aaliyah, there was no signal for us to start. Only a tense silence until one of us made the first move, which turned out to be him, and what a swift attack it was. Too bad for him, I was a dexterity fighter, and was more than capable of dealing with raw speed. It feels like I'm trying to deflect a mountain when his claymore smashes into my shield, confirming he was your classic strength build. With how much force is behind his swing, I can tell his strength stat easily eclipsed Aaliyah's. Of course, if he were using a hammer as she does, then I wouldn't be able to deflect his attacks, but with his current weapon, it was still possible, albeit difficult to execute. His sword slowly slips off my shield and crashes into the ground in front of me, and I'm forced to steady my legs as a small shockwave is released from the impact. The arch-goblin's eyes widen in surprise, seeing me brush off what he must have thought was a surefire one-hit kill. It's too early to be surprised. I shout in excitement as I aim my sword at his exposed face. Because of their many horns, arch-goblins can't wear helmets looted from adventures, giving me a large opening I wasn't afraid to exploit. I try to use my shield to guard my midriff, but without the proper stance, I can't contend with the force of his attack. His claymore forces its way past my shield and slams into my armor like a rampaging beast. Stumbling back for the first time since we entered the endless forest, I taste blood in my mouth. A glance down shows that his sword couldn't pierce my armor, but that didn't mean much when he could cause internal injuries through force alone. However, the arch-goblin didn't come out of our clash unscathed, either. On the arch-goblin's left cheek, an inch under his eye, there was a large bleeding gash from where my sword almost took his head. We both drew blood, but this was merely the opening act, two warriors still sizing each other up. Things would only get more intense from here on out. Aaliyah's point of view, damn, Tabitha was going all out, was what I wanted to say if the noises below me were anything to go off of. With all the goblins recklessly charging me from all angles, I had little time to look down. But it sounded like a war was going on down there, and here I was, missing it. I couldn't even direct sense mana that way because it is the only reason one of these horned bastards hasn't caught me unawares yet. In all the chaos, I lost count of how many I'd killed at this point, but I'd put it close to a couple of dozen. Using airwalk, I flip over a hob charging me with his spear. Then, while I'm directly over him, I momentarily fix myself in place using magic threads and swing my hammer, catching the goblin in the back of his unguarded head, splattering blood and other chunks of gore against Mana's skin. The goblin's lifeless body starts to slide off the tree branch, but before it can, I land and stop it from tumbling over the edge with my boot. Unfortunately, I only have a short time before the next goblin reaches my side, so I work fast and use Soul Devourer. A jolt of ecstasy shoots up my spine, but the feeling is short-lived as I need to stop using my skill as a hob wielding two swords made out of bone screams and jumps at me. Not enough yet, I growl as I dodge the goblin's Hail Mary attack. I needed a considerable amount of experience points to reach level 76, and I wasn't going to get it while constantly being interrupted. I had just leveled up to 75 a few days ago during my week of training with Tabitha and had initially planned on saving my skill points for an emergency. This was that emergency. I had already distributed 8 points into vitality and split the other 2 between strength and dexterity. My goal was to jumpstart my healing factor, having already taken a few blows since the fighting started. It helped enormously, and though Tabitha might call it cheating to use a one-time boost as I did, I was already prepared to get an earful from her when this was all over for not following her plans and running like I was told to. The boost did its job and gave me a slight second wind, and it was the only reason I was still in the fight in the first place. Sadly, the effects I was feeling were dwindling fast, hence my being reckless and trying to absorb as many experience points as I could, consequences be damned. The only thing that mattered was keeping this group of goblins focused on me. If they didn't then, suddenly I feel a spike of mana below me, followed by an unnerving silence. The chorus of goblin cries and hisses below me had gone silent, and I feared the worst, but I still couldn't look down. The first thing I spot is the many dead goblins littering the forest floor. Some were from me, but most of them had sword wounds. So that's where the small wisps of experience I've been randomly getting came from. Hitting them with that spell at the beginning of the battle must have entitled me to part of the rewards for their death. You won't catch me complaining. I needed everything I could get. All these horned hobs were relatively high level. Still, I could only absorb a fraction of their total experience, and it would take a lot to level up again so soon. Ignoring the many bodies, I scan for Tabitha and spot her standing between 2 dead hobs, one cut in half Darth Maul style, while the other looked like he had his head removed with Tabitha's shield. I didn't know she could use it like that. Judging by the massive amount of experience points diffusing into the surroundings, they weren't weak hobs and were significantly stronger than the ones I was fighting with. They must have been a big deal because most of the hobs were slowly backing away from her and looking at Tabitha like she were a monster. I'm too far up to see everything going on below, but I nearly scream a warning when one of the hobs standing next to the arch-goblin tries throwing something at Tabitha. She quickly dodges, to my relief, but that doesn't stop my anxiety from rising afterward when Tabitha picks up her shield and starts walking toward the arch-goblin. He does the same, and I can practically feel the tension in the air rise when the two stand in front of each other. The only good thing about the situation was that the other strong hobs were backing away from the pair. It looks like the arch-goblin wanted Tabitha all to himself, something I imagine she's smiling about right now. The tense standoff between the two doesn't last for long, and the battle starts in the blink of an eye. The arch-goblin's first attack is so fast I almost miss it, and yet Tabitha expertly deflects it with her shield. I struggle to keep up with their movements as the two shift at inhuman speeds and immediately launch another wave of attacks. I wish I were closer, as they again separate so I can see who came out on top after their initial clash, but that would be unwise. Touching down on a different branch, I duck under an arrow aimed at my face. Noting the goblin who shot at me, I steal one last look at Tabitha's and the arch-goblin's fight before I'm forced to look away. The battle was so fierce it sounded like they were clashing a few feet below me, when in fact I was over 500 feet above them. Unfortunately, however, that's all the information I could gather at this time. Flipping my hammer around in my hands, I jump up and swing the pike side of my weapon into a pile of leaves nestled on a branch directly over me. There was a high-pitched squeal as my hammer punctured the chest of the hidden goblin within, nailing him to the tree trunk behind him. With his death, there was only a single scout goblin remaining. Since the battle began, this particular goblin only moved when he thought he was in my blind spot, but I'd been keeping an eye on him with sense mana from the very beginning. Tough luck for him, I was an assassin's worst nightmare. Several ethereal hands extend from my back and greedily start scooping up as much experience as they can. Even though it felt great to absorb experience points rapidly, I was gritting my teeth in frustration because the twin bone sword hob was again rapidly closing in on my position. I swing my hammer at the spot I know he'll appear, but the bastard somehow predicts my attack and ducks under my swing. I barely have enough time to pull back my weapon and block his first strike aimed at my face. The cocky hob grins as his second sword finds purchase between my arm guards. Mana skin helps minimize the damage, but his sword still draws a lot of blood. Fucker, I shout and try to kick him away, but again, he somehow predicts my exact movements and narrowly twists away from me. He was close to my level at 69, but even if he was a pure dexterity build, he shouldn't be able to read me like this. I raise my hammer, planning to bulldoze my way through him, but he disengages and lets a second goblin come between us just as I do. When I raised my hammer for a brief second, his eyes flashed brighter. Did he see the future? I question as I slam my hammer into the side of the new hob. Again, I try to absorb extra experience points, but my new best friend comes back and again cuts me off. No, that would be too overpowered, I think, as I use my weapon as a makeshift shield to block a series of quick jabs. I watch his eyes as he attacks, but they don't light up until I decide to try and counterattack. It's then that the glow of his eyes intensifies, and he starts positioning himself to best dodge my swing. Halfway through my swing, I halt my attack and watch as his eyes dim back to normal. He stumbles in surprise, but I decide to stay in place rather than recklessly charge him. This guy has either a high level in danger sense or a stronger variant of it. Either way, it only activates when I commit to an attack. How annoying. How was I supposed to attack without meaning to? I try to clear my mind and wildly swing at the goblin, hoping that wouldn't trigger his skill, but that doesn't work. His eyes still lit up because I was consciously swinging wildly, and while he looked like he had a more challenging time dodging my nonsensical attacks, I couldn't touch him in the end, though seeing him struggle did give me another idea. Breathing deeply, I ready my stance. The goblin cockily grins at me as his eyes start to light up, but his joyful look quickly falters and he turns pale green. What, didn't you like what you saw? I shout while activating several skills at once. Flash step, weighted strike, double strike, precise strike, intimidating shout. My stamina plummets as I put everything I can into a single attack. Who cares if he can see where I'm going to strike? I just have to be fast enough that he can't react. He manages to dodge my initial swing, but my second one, layered on top of the first, catches him before he can reorientate himself. I wanted to celebrate, but I wasn't done yet. I may have tagged him, but not hard enough to kill. Pushing past my limits, I manifest a third swing right after the initial two. I feel a rush of excitement as a familiar skill forms in my soul, the Tier 4 skill multi-strike. My third hit lands clearly against the sword-wielding goblin's chest, and I watch the light fade from his eyes with an uncomprehending look on his face. I expect to be interrupted, but as I gather myself and look around, I see the stunned faces of the goblins around me. They were looking at me like how the goblins below looked at Tabitha. Did I just kill the strongest goblin among them? Using Sense Soul, I look each goblin in the eyes, causing them all to flinch back in abject fear. Of the 49 goblins who climbed into the trees after me, less than half remained. I wanted to pat myself on the back for the accomplishment, but I had something else I needed to do. Come at me, I roar with intimidating shout, causing the remaining goblins to hesitate further. Good thing too, because I was running on empty and didn't actually want them to charge me. I was doing my best to appear fine, but the gash in my arm hurt. My stamina was below 20 and recovering at a snail's pace, and worst of all, my mana was down to 212. Soon, I would need to deactivate mana skin or risk using too much and passing out due to mana exhaustion. I'd been fighting for over 30 minutes straight at this point, and it was taking everything I had not to keel over in exhaustion. I've trained with Tabitha for longer periods, but training in a life or death situation were different. Who knew? I self-deprecatingly smirk. I very much consider running at this point, but wasn't sure how far I'd get as I am, so the only thing I could do was bluff my ass off. Unfortunately, I was still short on experience and hadn't reached level 76, and at this point, it was painfully obvious I wasn't going to be able to force myself over the threshold. Straightening my back and holding my hammer high, I meet the gaze of every goblin, including the remaining scout that was doing his best to hide from me in a nearby tree. If even one of them charged me, I'd be able to dodge, but nothing else. The goblins would realize how weak I was, charge me as one, and I'd be finished. One goblin hesitantly steps towards me, and I worry my cover is blown. I had to think of something fast, but with no good options left available, I decided to try something extremely smart or incredibly dumb. I grin at the goblin and fake snort in contempt. Then, to the goblin's surprise, I turned away from him and looked down, exposing my back as if saying I didn't need to worry about him in the slightest. I acted as if he and his buddies were of no danger to me, and that I was more interested in the fight below us. In reality, I may be looking down, but since mana was focused solely on the goblins around me, if any of them twitched, I'd know about it. Come on, Tabitha, hurry up and kill the bastard, I plead in my head. Unlike me, who was at death's door, Tabitha was still going strong against the arch-goblin. I couldn't keep up my act all day, and if she didn't kill their leader soon, I didn't want to think about it. Come on, Tabitha, hurry please. Acting was working overtime at the moment. It had been years since I needed to use it in any significant capacity, and now that it was the only thing keeping me from certain death, I was kicking myself for not training it further. My skill helped me project an air of confidence when I had none by reminding me to keep my movement to a minimum and to maintain my posture, despite wanting to collapse in exhaustion. My overall size and the death of the level 69 hob were enough to scare the goblins momentarily, but I knew if I showed even a speck of weakness, the remainder of them would swarm me. But in the darkness there was hope. Every second my skill kept them from charging me, the more my stamina would recover, the better my chances of survival were. Unfortunately, I'd overdrawn my stamina, so it was recovering at a snail's pace, but it was recovering, be it so slowly. It also helped that a few goblins were distracted by the fight below us, and I could understand why. It was hard for me to take my eyes off it as well. The fight between the arch-goblin and Tabitha was one of the most exciting things I've ever seen. It blew the time master, and I challenged Pakor out of the water. This was a proper duel between two monsters close to each other's level. Hell, the massive trees were trembling from the shockwaves their fight created. I've always wondered what Tabitha would be like when she went all out, and now I knew. Her footwork was mesmerizing as she danced narrowly between the swings of her opponent, and her sword technique was downright beautiful as she utilized every opening she was given. I'd need another 24 levels and improve multiple skills if I wanted to match Tabitha as she was now. If she were up against anyone else, the fight would be long over, but sadly Tabitha's opponent was just as eye-catching as she was. The berserking arch-goblin's attacks were simple and straightforward, and he didn't seem to react to the many shallow cuts Tabitha was inflicting on him. However, where he lacked creativity, the arch-goblin made up for it with overwhelming strength and tenacity. Each swing of the goblin leader's massive arms sent Tabitha stumbling backward, whether she blocked his strike or not, and despite his many wounds, he hadn't slowed in his assault in the slightest. I desperately wanted to give Tabitha the benefit of the doubt and proclaim she was winning the fight, but the more I watched them clash, the more I started to worry. Tabitha was being forced to constantly use her skills, mainly the one she uses, to change her stance instantly. I knew from our many sparring sessions that she could use it instantaneously and that it barely used any stamina, or at least that's what I thought. Unlike when she spars with me, Tabitha was using the skill back-to-back with no cool-down time to both defend and attack simultaneously against the arch-goblin. Even if it was a tier 2 skill, using it multiple times a second has to be incredibly draining. How long could she hold out like this? Tabitha's shield and the arch-goblin's claymore clash again, and I feel another powerful shockwave pulse through the tree I was in. Again, I have to steady myself without the goblins noticing. Sadly, my act fools all but one goblin, who slowly starts creeping toward me. Still looking down, I prepared to defend myself as he inched closer to my position. The other goblins quickly notice him slowly approaching me and do a surprisingly good job of not making any noise. The group does its best not to alert me to his approach, which makes my sudden head turn all that more impactful. The goblin flinches back in shock, but I wasn't done. For a brief moment, I glanced directly at the goblin's soul, long enough to elicit an attack response but not long enough to receive a backlash. It works, and in a fearful rage, the hob raises the spear in his hands and moves to charge me. I'll use what stamina I have left to bash his brains in while he's impaired. He moves to take his first step, and I don't know if it's luck, but a particularly strong tremor runs through the tree, causing the branch he's standing on to vibrate uncontrollably. Most of the goblins, along with myself, were able to steady ourselves because we had our feet planted, but the goblin close to me wasn't so lucky. For a second, I thought the goblin was straight up going to fall off the tree branch, but that was just a bit of wishful thinking on my part. After all, he was a horned hob, and even if it takes him a second to recognize that he's falling, he still has the stats to react in time. As he's tumbling over the edge, he lashes out with his spear, lodging it into the tree's hard bark, stopping himself from plummeting 500 feet to his doom. I watch as a relieved smile blooms across his face as he struggles to pull himself up. Yeah, no. Flash stepping in front of the goblin, I ruthlessly kick him in the face and watch him, arms flailing wildly, screaming in horror as he tumbles to his death. After the goblin slams into the forest floor, and I'm rewarded with a pitiful amount of experience for how I killed him, I slowly turn to the rest of the goblins with a smile on my face. The smile hid the pain from using flash step when I shouldn't have, but it was necessary to sell the lie that I could still fight. My smile has the desired effect on the remaining goblins. Some start running as soon as I look in their direction, while others look around in fear. Wait, that didn't make sense. I feel another tremor, stronger than the last, and even more goblins panic. The shaking felt a little much to be caused by a fight, even if both participants were over level 90. The goblins started fleeing in every direction, all heading for the nearest tree trunk, confirming that I was missing something important. Glancing down, Tabitha was still fighting the arch-goblin, but his two bodyguards were busy barking orders to an increasingly worried group of goblins. It was then that I noticed the tremors were increasing in frequency and didn't match up with the clashes between Tabitha and the arch-goblin. Oh fuck, I curse, remembering a popular dinosaur movie from my past life. Those weren't shockwaves from the fight. I was feeling they were footsteps, and whatever was causing them was getting closer by the second. Whatever it was enough to spook a group of goblins that still numbered over 60 strong. Of course, with my skill, I couldn't sense anything in the immediate surroundings, which meant it was still at least 600 feet out, but the way the goblins were reacting, that knowledge wasn't making me feel any better. I wanted to rush down the tree like the goblins, but now that I was alone, I couldn't help but fall to my knees and start panting. There was simply nothing left in my tank. Then I felt it, a massive concentration of mana stepped foot into sense mana's range, and what a foot it was. Whatever was walking in this direction was absolutely massive in size. It was hard to determine what I was seeing, but whatever it was, it contained enough mana to blind its surroundings to sense mana and alter the natural mana currents of the forest. The best way I could describe it was that a magicite deposit had crawled out of the ground and was now walking toward us, if that was even possible. The shaking intensified as it rapidly approached our location. It covered a span of 40-ish feet every couple of seconds, meaning we had less than a minute before whatever I sensed was upon us. Tabitha, I tried shouting down at her to give her a heads up on what was approaching us, and I immediately see the folly of my actions. The arch-goblin was still pressing his attack, even though he had to have felt whatever was coming. Tabitha was trying to distance herself from the goblin, but he refused to let that happen. So even if she could hear me over their fight, my calling out to her was pointless. Get up, damn you. I urged myself to move, but my body wasn't having it. It was agonizing, being forced to watch everything happen without being able to help. The giant beast was closing in, and when it finally came into view, my jaw threatened to slam into the branch I was crouched on. Waves of mana so thick they threatened to push me off my perch rolled over me as a 240-foot mountain on feet walked into the clearing. All the goblins except the arch and his two buddies immediately turn and flee at the sight of the golem. I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking at. The titan looked made of stone, but countless plants were growing out of it. Chunks of moss grew out of every orifice, and vines and other ivy were crisscrossing across its surface, but what stood out was its eye, or what I thought was its eye. Right in the center of the mass of moving stone was a green gem the size of which I'd never seen in any lifetime. The rough stone looked to have a diameter of 8 feet and had to be tens of thousands of carats. Looking at the gem made me want to throw up, with how much mana was contained within. It was so bad that I had to deactivate sense mana lest my brain oozed out my ears. I quickly gripped the branch I'm kneeling on as the massive titan takes another step into the clearing. If the shaking was that bad as it approached, what would it be like now that it was almost under me? And there is shaking as its foot touches down, and I do need to hold on to keep from falling out of the tree, only not as much as I imagined. As countless leaves rained down around me due to the rumbling, I looked back at the way the giant came, expecting to see its craterous footprints. You can imagine my surprise when I see no such thing. Somehow this thing, the size of a literal mountain, didn't leave so much of an indent on the forest floor. While I was trying to understand how that was possible, the giant stopped directly under me, and I could see it turn and focuses on Tabitha and the arch-goblin, who, despite the current company, had yet to settle their fight. To my abject horror, the titan raised its rocky fist far above its head, knocking down countless tree limbs and almost reaching where I was. Watch out, I scream as the giant brings his colossal fist down on the still fighting duo. The size of its fist blocks out my line of sight, and I barely have time to grip the branch I'm on with all my worth before it crashes into the ground. The giant's stomp did nothing but its fist. When the giant's fist slammed down, it was like a nuclear bomb went off. No, like a meteor struck the earth. The shockwave alone tore branches from the trees stronger than stone. Dirt and gravel peppered the air like shrapnel and ripped apart what remained of Mana's skin like it was paper. I could see nothing through the cloud of dust, and without sense mana, I was effectively blind. I'm forced to wait for the dust to settle, hoping and praying Tabitha somehow made it out alive. I wasn't even sure her armor could withstand something like that. Slowly, the dust in the air settles, and what I'm greeted with when it does is a crater like no other. The earth in front of the giant was gone. The only remaining substance in the pit were fragments of the massive tree roots that once snaked their way through the ground. I start hyperventilating when I don't immediately see Tabitha. On the edge of the destruction, I could see the two horned hobs that stayed behind with the arch-goblin, huddling in fear. And on closer inspection, I noticed that they were standing over a body. Screw it, I grip my teeth in frustration and once again activate sense mana. My eyes start to water as the mana put off by the stone giant burns my vision, but I push through the pain and zero in on where the goblins are standing. To my relief, it isn't Tabitha they're standing over, but the arch-goblin. Surprisingly, he was still alive and conscious, so logic would have it. I continue to push sense mana past the giant and do my best to scan its surroundings for my senior sister. I nearly collapsed in relief when I find her a few feet to the side of the giant, and she was. Meditating, Tabitha was calmly sitting on the forest floor, dirty but alive, and for some reason she had her sword sheathed and her eyes closed. "Tabitha," I shout. The forest had gone completely silent after the giant's attack, so my voice finally managed to reach her. I start to stand up, intending to rush to her side, but pause when I see her raise a hand in a stopping gesture. But why? Suddenly, the giant starts to move again by slowly retracting its enormous arm. Then out of the corner of my eye, I also see the arch-goblin being hauled to his feet by his two friends. The female even offers him his sword, which he takes. The arch-goblin snarls up at the towering giant, but his head quickly shifts to Tabitha, sitting next to it with her eyes closed again. "Dude, you haven't had enough yet." The arch-goblin shakes off the arms of his companions, who were obviously trying to hold him back, and starts running towards Tabitha with clear hostility. Tabitha has to hear him running at her, so why is she not moving? I again considered trying to help her, even though I didn't know what I could do in my state, when the stone giant started moving again. This time, it raises its other hand and makes a swiping motion at the goblin charging Tabitha. It has to lean forward to reach the arch-goblin, and insane as it sounds, the crazy goblin raises his large claymore to meet the giant's hand head-on. For a split second, the arch-goblin manages to fight back against the colossal hand of stone, but he doesn't last long before being swatted away like a fly into the forest. The two hobs run after their defeated leader as he soars into the distance, leaving Tabitha and me alone with the murderous construct. Once the goblins are entirely out of sight, the giant turns its attention to Tabitha, who still hasn't moved despite its second attack, further tearing up the terrain close to her. I wait with bated breath as the golem stares down at Tabitha, but the attack I expected never comes. Instead, it looks up at me and my heart threatens to jump out of my chest. "Why is it? Calm yourself," I hear Tabitha shout up at me. "Show no hostility." What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I nervously grip my hammer tightly. At this point, the giant was winding up its hand like it was reading itself to throw a punch. Could he reach me up here? What was I thinking? Of course it could. I needed to move, find a place to run to, and look for an opening to save Tabitha. I'll find a way if it kills me, even if I have to kick this walking mountain's ass. I move to start sprinting away when Tabitha's words finally register. Glancing down at the giant's feet, I spot Tabitha still sitting there with her sword put away, though now looking up at me with concern. It finally dawns on me what she wants me to do, and why the giant continued attacking the arch-goblin and not Tabitha. I hurriedly drop my hammer and raise my hands above my head in a non-threatening gesture, but it isn't until I clear all hostile thoughts from my mind that the stone giant begins to lower its arm. Again, I stare into the humongous glowing gem for what feels like an eternity. And finally, after the worst staring match of my life, the golem turns away and continues walking in the direction it was originally traveling. I don't move a muscle until the vibrations from the giant's footsteps fade entirely into the distance, and once I do, I bring my hands up to my face and wipe away the tears that start to form there. Somehow Tabitha and I were still alive, and I couldn't be happier. It took me longer than I like to admit to climb down the massive tree I was in, and it took me even longer to drag myself over to the crater's edge, where Tabitha was sprawled out on the ground. The ground was soft from all the upturned earth, and I was without the mana to keep myself from sinking into it. With the weight of my hammer dragging me down into the soft loam, it was like I was walking on sand, further taxing my already starved stamina pool. "You okay?" I groan as I come up on Tabitha. She looked like she was about to make a dirt angle with her arms and legs spread out in every direction. Never better, she responds blandly, not so much as twitching a muscle upon my approach. Her armor was dented in multiple places, and extensive scratches crisscrossed her shield. "Really? Because you look like shit." I feebly point to the corner of Tabitha's mouth where some dried blood was smeared. It looked like she had already tried wiping it away but missed a spot in her hurry. Tabitha tiredly huffs and aggressively wipes the last traces of blood away with her sleeve. It was good to see she could still move her arm, but it was evident that she was trying hard not to move unnecessarily. I thought I told you to run, Tabitha asks me, closing her eyes like she didn't want to look at me, and leave you with all the fun. Please, you should have known I couldn't do that. Slowly, I lower myself down and take a seat next to her. Now that I was closer, I could see the bruises already forming across her exposed skin, making me question how bad it was underneath her armor. The bright purple welts made me wince in pain. I didn't want to imagine what she was going through. It was stupid of you to stay. Tabitha starts to scold me before pausing, then her eyes slowly flutter open. She then slowly turns her head toward me and locks eyes with me. But I'm thankful that you did. Damn, you're going to make me tear up again, I start saying jokingly, trying to hide the concern in my voice, but I turn away halfway through to wipe at my eyes before Tabitha can notice me doing just that. I was still riding the waves of emotions that came along with serving something impossible, and I didn't need to add even more emotions on top of that. So to distract myself and keep from breaking down in front of an injured Tabitha, I tried changing the subject. So how'd you know the golem wouldn't attack us if we weren't hostile? That wasn't a golem, Tabitha tells me in her teacher's voice, though she still doesn't move. It was an elemental, a living embodiment of magic. Well, that explained the ridiculous amount of mana it had, but other than that, correcting me answered none of my 1,000 questions. How many times must I remind you I know next to nothing of the world, I say, flopping down next to her. I was conflicted. Was it better to let her fall asleep, or did I keep her awake? I was almost positive she had a concussion and had no idea if magical healing would take care of it or not. Must have skipped my mind, Tabitha tells me in a deadpan voice, as she usually does when she tries to make a joke. Don't joke, it hurts to laugh. I lightly poke fun at her, even though neither of us was laughing. Sorry, I know how funny I am. Tabitha once again opens her eyes and slowly turns her head toward me. Tabitha and I blankly stare at one another until we both smile. I think that might be the best joke you've ever told, I tell her with a genuine smile. Okay, she definitely had a concussion. Well, I'm a bit delirious after dodging the elemental, so try not to hold it against me, Tabitha tells me as if she's self-aware of the situation. I'll try, I chuckle and immediately clutch my ribs. Apparently, laughing really did hurt. So how many goblins did you kill? I smirk and give Tabitha a challenging look, knowing she killed more than me. I wanted to keep her engaged for as long as possible. Tabitha's brow scrunches up as she thinks over my question, but she quickly comes up with an answer. 47, I killed most of them before the main horned hobgoblins stepped in, but I managed to slay a handful more while I was dealing with them and the arch-goblin, she tells me with a smile on her face. Even though she almost died and was a little loopy, I could tell Tabitha was enjoying the post-battle bliss that came with winning. Damn, that's impressive. I only killed like 26, and mine weren't anywhere near the level yours were. I had trouble with this one that could predict my movements using a danger sense skill, but other than the rest swarming me, that was about it. Did you overwhelm him with pure power? Tabitha asks me with a concerned look. Well, I'm standing here, aren't I? I again try to downplay the situation with a joke. Tabitha nods in approval. High-level danger sense skills can be annoying to deal with. The best thing to do is determine your opponent's weakest stat and use that to catch them off guard. Users with skills like those usually become complacent, and once you can break past their skill, they crumble easily, she tells me with a sage-like expression. That would have been nice to know 30 minutes ago. I snicker and shake my head at the timing. Sorry, Tabitha responds quietly, blaming herself for not teaching me that lesson earlier. It's no big deal, I tell her, kicking myself for my choice of words. If it weren't for your teachings, I don't think I would have come up with a solution as quickly as I did. After that little exchange, the two of us lay there silently. It wasn't awkward by any means, we were both just so exhausted. It was hard for me to stay awake, let alone come up with things to say that would keep Tabitha talking. Left to my thoughts, I do some quick math. If Tabitha killed 47 goblins and I killed 26, then together we defeated 73 goblins, all of which were at least horned hobs. So that meant of the original 147, we killed almost 50 of them. I thought we got more than that, but it wasn't like I could check. The elemental's attack didn't just destroy the forest, it completely obliterated most of the goblin corpses. Speaking of which, it was starting to smell. Small chunks of flesh were everywhere, and I was sure there was much more just under the surface. The large dust cloud buried a lot of it, but the smell was slowly breaking through the shield of dirt. At least we killed half of them, I mumble, smiling. It was a good fight. Tabitha agrees with me with a wide smile. Too bad we were interrupted before I could complete my objective. Wait, what? I sit up in shock, painfully grabbing my stomach, and look down at Tabitha, who has a wishful expression plastered across her face. What do you mean you didn't complete your objective? I saw the elemental slap the goblin into oblivion, right? I anxiously ask for clarification, but my hopes are dashed when Tabitha lazily shakes her head no. He's still alive, she informs me without a hint of doubt. How can you be sure? I nervously swallow a lump in my throat. There was no way I was in any state to protect Tabitha if the goblins returned. I didn't get any experience points for the kill, she tells me. Are you sure? I ask again, hoping she just missed it in all the excitement. Maybe you didn't get that much because the elemental got the finishing blow. Tabitha continues to shake her head. I did the same amount of damage he did to me. So even if the elemental were the one to kill the arch-goblin, I would have gotten a significant amount of experience for my part in his demise. However, I got nothing. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Well, shit, I curse. Does that mean we can expect another ambush? I nervously glanced around our surroundings. There was nothing in Sense Mana's range, but we knew how quickly the goblins could move when motivated. Finally, Tabitha gives me some good news that partially sets my mind at ease. I doubt it. As you said, we killed half their number. They may be able to get reinforcements from their village, but they'll be hesitant after losing to us. Also, I don't think the arch-goblin will recover as fast as you think he will. He was already severely injured before being sent flying by the elemental. He isn't dead, but I don't expect him to be coming after us anytime soon. You're absolutely sure. I lock eyes with Tabitha, earning me a firm nod in return. Well, at least there's that. The tension finally leaves my shoulders, and I'm again able to catch my breath. So about the elemental, you never did explain how you knew it wouldn't attack us. I remind her, finally thinking of something that would get her talking. Tabitha sighs at my question, but it turns into a cough. She brings her hand up to her mouth, and to my horror, she coughs up a lungful of blood. I crawl next to her and help her sit up, where she continues to cough up a disturbing amount of blood. Oh gods, what do? I ask in a panic. Calm down, Tabitha tells me between coughing and trying to catch her breath. It's only some light internal bleeding. That arch-goblin got in some good hits. I don't think now's the time to compliment him. I admonish her, trying and failing to remain calm. Tabitha shrugs and again wipes the blood away from her mouth. I said I'm fine. Of course I'll need time to recuperate, but if the elemental is like the ones back home, we should be fine here for at least a little while. Says the woman coughing up blood. I frown in concern. I thought you wanted me to explain elementals. Tabitha raises an eyebrow at me. That can wait, I tell her. Shouldn't you use one of those tonics you said you had? One of those would help you recover quicker, right? They're too important to use on an injury of this magnitude. Tabitha shakes her head. Now be quiet and let me answer your earlier question. Biting my lower lip, I slowly release Tabitha from my nervous grip and reluctantly sit back and give her space. Her coughing had stopped, and she showed no outward signs of pain, but who knew with her? I listen to her explanation, but I only hear every other word because I'm too worried that she's about to pass out. Or worse, elementals can only live in mana-rich environments. If for some reason one were to leave or be taken out of said zone, they would eventually crumble away and die. They're considered alive but don't act like any other creature, even magical ones. They roam their environments, attacking anything that shows them hostility. They can't be directed or controlled, at least not in this day and age. Wow, you know a lot. I nod as if I'm following along, but all I want now is for Tabitha to lie back down. Thankfully, she lets me direct her back down, albeit while still explaining elementals to me. I was forced to learn about them from Master when he took me into my first mana-rich zone. They're important in keeping the ecosystems running or something like that. Sorry, I can't remember exactly what Master told me. The point is everything aggressive flees in elemental's path. As long as we stay here, we're safe. For now. That's the best news I've heard all day. I nervously respond while looking up into the trees. The sunlight drifting through the thick canopy gradually started to fade. We had maybe an hour before it started to get dark, and we were still out in the open without any of our gear. One of us needed to return to the tree we stashed our stuff in, and I didn't think it would be Tabitha. I know it's risky, but I slowly shift into a meditative position and activate my skill. Tabitha wasn't standing over me, protecting me this time, so I had to hurry, but I couldn't just run into the forest half-cocked in my condition. I needed to know if there was anything remotely close by that could pose even the slightest threat to me or Tabitha, who I'd need to leave behind if I were to fetch our gear. Pushing sense mana to its limits, I start my scan and immediately notice a difference in our surroundings. I'd grown used to seeing thousands of mana signatures when I used my skill, but this time, the forest seemed devoid of almost all life. In a 1,600-foot radius, there wasn't a single significant mana signature. Moreover, the forest was so devoid of strong magic beasts. For once, I could easily pick out the weaker lifeforms around us, but even those were few and far between. Almost everything I sensed was busy hiding in the various nooks and crannies of the forest, and it didn't look like they were preparing to leave even though the elemental was long gone. As soon as I realized this was my best chance, I quickly deactivate my skill and slowly crawl to my feet. Looking to my side, I see Tabitha had fallen asleep while I was scanning our surroundings. I briefly considered moving her to a more secure spot, but quickly decided otherwise after giving it some thought. I didn't have time to move her, and the longer I took to go and grab our gear, the higher the chance something could move in without my knowing. I had an opening, and it was clear I had to take it despite the risks. So I take one last concerned look at Tabitha before jogging toward the tree that held our gear. At full speed, it would only take me a couple of minutes to reach the tree, but that wasn't happening. I only circle the crater and take a few steps before my leg muscles start protesting all the extra movement. Yet I push on because what use were skills if they didn't let you overcome your limits? For example, I might not be able to run, but I can jog, and my jogging was equivalent to most people's running. Still, it was weird moving through the forest on my own. Without Tabitha by my side, every shadow stretched that much farther and was more menacing, even though I knew nothing was there. Moreover, the forest was unnaturally still in the wake of the elemental's march, to the point not even an insect could be heard. But despite all my fears, I make it to the tree unmolested. Of course, it takes entirely too long to scale the tree and grab our bags, and I curse leaving our stuff so high up all the way down, but I successfully retrieve our supplies. When my feet touch the soft forest ground again, I move to grab my waterskin to take a sip, only to pause at the sloshing sensation I feel when grabbing it. Ugh, I scoff, remembering we no longer have regular water. But then again, Tabitha did say the toad's poison was a powerful muscle relaxant. Maybe it could help with the pain I'm sure she's feeling. I make my way back toward Tabitha as fast as possible with renewed purpose. And even though I had faith she would be okay, I cannot help but sigh in relief when I'm once again standing over her sleeping form. I wanted to collapse then and there, but my struggles weren't over yet. While balancing all our gear on my back, I bend down and gently pick Tabitha up. I consider taking a sip of toad eggs when all my muscles start screaming from overexertion, but I didn't have the poison resistance skill yet, and I couldn't risk both of us being incapacitated at the same time. The fact that Tabitha didn't immediately wake up upon my touching her was a good indicator of how tired she was, meaning I was the only thing standing between her and danger, should danger come knocking. With Tabitha in my arms, I turned towards the direction the elemental departed. If I follow the same path it took, then I should be able to avoid any dangerous beasts, but I needed to hurry. The light was dimming by the second, and we couldn't camp here where it smelled of death. I would find us a safe place to camp for the night. Tabitha would do the same for me. It was only fitting I return the favor. Let the journey continue. I chuckle as I find my legs shuffling forward. I can't describe the joy I feel, seeing the first rays of sunlight puncturing through the forest's canopy. It had been a long sleepless night left alone in the dark. Thankfully, what Tabitha told me about hostile magic beasts avoiding where an elemental has been turned out to be true. I went the night without seeing anything other than the usual star dragonflies. In fact, there were more beautiful insects than usual, because I guess blood bats were considered aggressive beasts and were nowhere to be seen. Last night was the quietest night I've had since entering the endless forest proper, and lucky me, I couldn't enjoy it in the slightest, mainly because lying next to me was the unmoving form of Tabitha. She hasn't stirred much since passing out the other day. I checked her multiple times to ensure she was still breathing and thanked the annoying gods every time she was. Tabitha had been asleep for almost 12 hours, and I was praying she would wake up soon. I was nearly at the end of my rope here. For the first time in my life, I learned what happens when you push your body beyond what it's capable of. I had dragged Tabitha and our gear for almost a mile before I was forced to give up and claim this little divot as our emergency campground. We were positioned up against a large tree root that had grown out of the ground. It offered little cover, but it was better than nothing. After that, I stumbled around in the quickly fading light, trying to set up a makeshift camp. I managed to wrap Tabitha in my canvas and force down some dried jerky, but at that point, it was becoming harder and harder to move. It was then I settled in next to Tabitha and waited for her to wake up. At least I had managed to drag us far enough away from the battlefield that I wasn't subjected to the stink of rotting goblin flesh all night. Admittedly, it wasn't much of a win, but I was trying to focus on any good news I could. I could barely move my body, it was so sore. If I had gotten a chance to rest after our fight with the goblins, I might have been okay, but because I pushed to get our gear, move Tabitha, and stay up all night, I had nothing left. So for the last 3 hours, I've been leaning against the root, unable to move. Things were so bad that my stamina pool refused to go over 15. The only thing I could do to stay awake was scan our surroundings with sense mana and repeatedly check my status page, LV 75. I knew staring at my status page wouldn't help my health, stamina, or mana recover any faster, but it was either that or I went over my gains in my head for the 13th time. Ah hell, I might as well make it lucky number 13. I had nothing else I could do. And there was a lot to go through of my 58 skills, 25 leveled up, not including the new tier 4 skill I unlocked. While a few of my skills only leveled up because they were relatively low leveled, and it had been a long time since I used them, most of the increased skills were the most important ones I used daily. I've been struggling to improve some of them for months, and our run-in with the goblins was just the catalyst I needed to break through. So much changed that the only way I could process everything was to go through each tier individually. For tier 1, there were so many skills I was happy to see level. Meditation, running, and hammer skills were the big 3, but the most incredible skill to level was, in fact, chanting. Surprisingly, I hadn't noticed when it broke through the first bottleneck, but it probably happened when I learned and recited the Tier 3 spell Flame Javelin in under an hour. The acting, cooking, and pugilist skills levels were excellent, but I was more interested in the levels I got in dancing. According to Tabitha, my footwork was the biggest thing I still needed to work on, so seeing it shoot up 3 whole levels was more than welcome. But again, there was one skill that drew a majority of my attention: sense mana. It leveled when I pushed through the overwhelming mana radiating off the elemental, and since it was one of the only skills I could still use in this situation, I had plenty of time to test it out. It was hard to determine the exact distance without Tabitha's help, but it was apparent the broad range I could sense things had increased across the board. The mana signatures of everything around me were clearer, and when I activated meditation to boost my range, I could see almost 500 feet further than I could when it was at level 79. Of course, meditation's rising level must have played a part in that, but that still gave a considerable boost in the area I could cover. Doing the math in my head takes a minute, but after calculating it out, I used to be able to cover 8,346,898 square feet. Now with the help of meditation, I can scan 14,132,898 square feet. Saying that was a massive difference would be putting it lightly, and that was only half of the skills that leveled up. All my Tier 3 strike skills went up. Flash Step leveled twice after using it so much, and things only got better in Tier 4. Mental resistance, like chanting, was another skill I was surprised to see go up. I'd been trying to break past its second bottleneck for what felt like an eternity, and again, it leveled without my realizing it. It could have been the stress of dealing with the goblins, or I overcame it by pushing sense mana to its limits so many times. And while mental resistance leveling was massive, it didn't take away from the other Tier 4 skills. Mana Skin had officially reached its second bottleneck, which I would also need to work on. Then there were Magic Threads, Airwalk, and Empower Spell, all crucial skills centered around mana manipulation. Each time I looked at my status page, it felt like I found something else to be excited about. The second to last skill was one such reason for this. Naturally, I wanted nothing more than to try it out, but as I could only speculate on how multi-strike would come in handy in my everyday life. From fighting to crafting, the possibilities were endless. There was so much to be happy for, so much excitement. If I could get up and dance with joy, I would. And then I looked at the last skill that leveled, and all the joy I felt was tempered down. I was still happy about my success, but seeing how Soul Devourer leveled 3 times in only an hour sent shivers up my spine. No skill should level that fast, especially a Tier 6 one. I didn't regret using it against the goblins, I was just afraid of how addicting it was. It was so easy to level, too easy. It was like I was standing on the edge of a cliff. The danger was exhilarating and enticing, yet one wrong step, a single lapse in judgment, and I would plummet to my doom. I struggled to swallow a nervous lump in my throat. Fuck, even doing that was hard in my current state. Just then, I feel a shift in Tabitha's mana. Her highly enchanted gear acts as a shield and makes it difficult to focus on her mana current, but because she's so close to me, I'm able to pierce through it, so I notice when her mana subtly starts circulating faster. Struggling to turn my head, I look down at my unconscious ally just in time to watch her eyes snap open. I would have flinched backward, but I was too tired even to do that. Tabitha's eyes dart in every direction, taking in everything around her before zeroing in on me. Under the canvas, I can see her hand shift to her side where her sword would usually be, and for a split second, she looks concerned when she realizes her weapon isn't there. Her expression quickly returns to a neutral one, but I immediately recognize her discomfort at not having her weapon. Tabitha slowly sits up and moves out from under my canvas, again scanning our surroundings, this time specifically looking for her sword. Your sword is on the other side of me, I explain in a tired voice before she really starts to worry. Sorry, but I didn't know how you'd wake up after falling unconscious. Tabitha slowly stands up before looking me over with a critical eye. Understandable, she remarks, to my relief. How long was I out for? She asks as she grabs her sword and reattaches it to her side. I want to laugh at her cavalier attitude, seeing how she woke up in a new location after passing out, but I can't muster up the energy to do so. 12 hours, I inform her. Oh, Tabitha focuses on me after securing her weapon. I thought it would have been longer. She offhandy comments like it wasn't a big deal. What do you remember? I ask, wondering if she forgot anything due to the concussion. I remember telling you about elementals. Then I tried warning you that I might be out for a few days, but you didn't answer me before I passed out. Tabitha cocks her head to the side and looks at me like I'm the one with brain damage. Of course, she would remember everything because why not? At least I no longer had to worry about that. Sorry about that, I was engrossed in scanning our surroundings for hostiles, and when I was done, you were already asleep. But wait a few days. Yeah, she confirms like it was obvious. You watched over me all night. Tabitha glances around us while rolling her shoulders. In that condition, what else was I supposed to do? You were unconscious, someone had to keep watch, I tiredly grumble. And how were you expecting me to stay up for 3 days? I didn't. Tabitha moves directly in front of me and proudly smiles. I'm proud of you. I expected you to pass out alongside me. But you not only got our gear but moved me to a better spot and kept watch by yourself, not knowing when I would wake up. It's impressive. It's not like I could have done anything if we were attacked. I tried to downplay my contribution so Tabitha would stop looking at me with that satisfied smile of hers. I wanted nothing more than to turn my head to the side to hide my increasingly reddening cheeks. It was times like this I missed Tabitha's previous stony expression because when she hit you with a compliment, she bashes you over the head with it. Regardless, Tabitha casually brushes off my attempt to downplay what I did, and seeing how I couldn't move, I could only dodge her smiling visage by closing my eyes. I know it's childish, but it was my only option. You're right, you should get some sleep, I hear Tabitha say right in front of me. Good, not only could I dodge her excessive praise, but I'll finally get some much-needed sleep. Almost immediately, I start to feel my conciseness start to drift away. That is until I feel my world shift as two arms scoop me up in a princess carry. What the hell? I shout as my eyes snap back open and come face to face with a still smiling Tabitha. Why are you carrying me? Again, I snap, half from anger, half from embarrassment. You can't move on your own, Tabitha replies like that magically explains everything. Yeah, and I fume. How else was I supposed to shift you to your canvas? Tabitha twirls in place and softly sets me down where she was initially sleeping. Sorry, I didn't realize what you were doing. I awkwardly coughed to try and hide how embarrassed I was. I think my acting skill might have leveled too much because Tabitha mistakes my fake cough for a real one. Hold on, give me a second. Tabitha moves over to her bag, grabs her water skin and brings it over to me. Here, drink this. Tabitha looks confused by my refusal until her face lights up in understanding, and I'm treated to one of the few times I've ever heard her snicker. It's regular water. She uncorks the top and holds the water skin to my lips. As soon as the cool water touched my lips, I greedily started to guzzle all I could. Eventually, I had to come up for air, and when I did, I confronted Tabitha. I thought you filled both our canteens up with toad eggs. Correction, I filled your canteen up with toad eggs. As for the water still in your water skin, I poured it into mine before I contaminated it. So what, did you think I'd poison both our water skins? Tabitha asks me with a straight face. Wah, I stammer. Would you like more? Tabitha holds up the water skin again. Tabitha nods and puts the stopper back on her water skin. Feeling better. Yes, I let out a long yawn. Now that I was no longer parched and lying down, staying awake was becoming increasingly challenging. Is it okay if I rest my eyes? I tiredly mumble. Of course, I hear Tabitha say, my eyes having fallen shut. You faithfully watched over me, now I'll do the same for you, was the last thing I heard before I slipped into blissful sleep. I was awake, yet I refused to open my eyes. All I wanted to do was slip back into blissful sleep, but my mind was not having it. Slowly, I open a single eye and am confronted by the soft light of the endless forest. I immediately shut it and groan as I use my arm to shield my face. My body felt better than it did when I fell asleep, but that wasn't exactly setting the bar very high. Everything still felt sore and oddly stiff. At least I could move again. A quick scan of myself and a glance at my condensed status page reveals why I feel like I do. I didn't know how long I was out for, but it couldn't be long if stamina still hadn't recovered completely. Though my health and mana were higher than expected, that could be due to many different factors, like the points I invested during the fight and the high level of environmental mana. The point was I was still injured, and a nap wouldn't change that, but it did change some things. It was subtle, but every one of my stats went up by at least 0.01. My stats raising wasn't anything new, but seeing that much growth after I just checked my status page was unprecedented. Did I unlock a new skill while I was asleep? Maybe something that increased my growth while I was out, because that would be amazing. A quick scan of my soul reveals, no, I had not, in fact, unlocked yet another overpowered skill. Too bad. I wanted to put off getting up a little bit longer, but the world around me was making that hard. Sense mana was making it abundantly clear what was happening around me, and I couldn't let the disaster continue. The disaster in question is Tabitha cooking or preparing to cook. With sense mana, I watched Tabitha prod at a fire entirely too big to cook over. The heat the flames were giving off were cooking my feet inside my boots, and I was over a dozen feet away. With most of my mana recovered, I quickly reactivate mana skin, which helps with the temperature but doesn't entirely block it out. I felt safer with my skill back up, but I knew I needed to end this madness before it got even more out of hand. Are you trying to start a wildfire? I groaned to get Tabitha's attention as I climbed to my feet. Now that I was up and moving, I took a moment to take in everything around me. We were still camped next to the same route we were before, and my gear, including my hammer, was sitting next to me within arm's length. All that was the same as I remembered. The only new thing in sight was the circle of large stones struggling to contain the bonfire within. Tabitha was standing next to the fire, using her beautiful sword as a fire poker, of all things. If I didn't have mana skin up, I wouldn't have been able to approach her. The fire was so hot. All the wood around here was practically overflowing with mana and was feeding the flames, making them almost as hot as my forge back home. So why on earth would Tabitha think she needed a fire that hot to cook something that small? Oh, you're up. Tabitha barely reacts to me walking over to her, too busy enthralled by the fire. Do you think this is enough to cook this properly? Tabitha gestures to the corpse of a medium-sized beetle lying next to her. I think it's already cooking. I enjoyed sarcasm as much as the next person, but I wasn't joking this time. I didn't know how long Tabitha had the fire going, but there was a real chance the bug was already cooking inside its shell, even though it wasn't directly over the flames. You think, Tabitha looks questioningly between me, the dead bug, and the roaring fire. My skill doesn't say it's safe to eat yet. She frowns in confusion. Sighing, I rub my tired eyes. Move one of those smaller logs off to the side and push the rest of the fire back. I tiredly direct Tabitha. The skill she was talking about was survival cooking, and I learned firsthand what it did after I stupidly agreed to let Tabitha cook for a night. Apparently, survival cooking was a skill she picked up once she joined the military. As a noble, Tabitha had never cooked for herself before, and while most would unlock cooking rather quickly, she unlocked a divergent skill instead. Both sounded like they did the same thing, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Your basic cooking skill helps a person replicate a dish they are familiar with or have an idea of what they need to do. It also hints at when a dish is completed, but doesn't outright tell you if what you cooked is safe to eat. Survival cooking was the opposite. The skill didn't help with flavor, and the person didn't need to know how to cook whatever they were cooking. What the skill did do that regular cooking couldn't was clearly inform the user of when the food in question was safe to eat. But just because something was safe to eat didn't mean it would taste good. After all, some foods were safe to eat raw, while others could be burnt into charcoal before the skill pinged that it was safe to consume them. So the two skills worked best together, sadly. Tabitha only had the one. Meaning Tabitha's skill was a great help in determining if the magic beast meat I cook is safe to eat, but not much else. And really, is this the only thing you could get? I lightly kicked the dead beetle, missing its head, before squatting down to inspect it. Someone's grumpy, Tabitha lazily remarks as she shifts the burning wood like I asked her to. You should be happy I could catch it at all. It was the only thing I've seen since I passed out 2 days ago. I take it everything else is still avoiding this area then. Wait a minute. 2 days. I slowly turn my head towards Tabitha. How long was I out for? I hesitantly ask. Probably hearing the concern in my voice, Tabitha finally gives me her full attention. Well, you fell asleep yesterday morning. It's noon now, so 28 hours, give or take, but my stamina hasn't fully recovered, I say in disbelief. Tabitha nods, and it probably won't for another day. Mine still hasn't fully recovered either, but it's normal after pushing yourself as you did, so give it time and you'll be fine. Moving around should be fine, we just can't do anything strenuous. Then we aren't heading out after we eat, I stupidly ask, earning a smirk from Tabitha. And you complain I'm compulsive. Tabitha goes back to poking at the fire. No, we'll rest here until tomorrow. Animals are slowly moving back in, but the strong ones will hesitate to return so soon. Now if you aren't going to let me cook, can you? I'm starving. At that exact moment, my stomach joined the conversation and let out a large growl perfectly mirroring Tabitha's sentiments. You're okay, I blush and rub at my stomach, trying to get it to be quiet. It was like as soon as I was aware that I hadn't eaten in over a day, my stomach had become a black hole of insatiable hunger. Looking around, I spot a pile of sticks that Tabitha had prepared to throw into the fire. Using the different sized twigs, I fabricate a spit to rest the oversized bug. As I put the bug over the coals, Tabitha separated from me. I took one last look at the insect before I charred it to a crisp. It was the size of a small dog and weighed many times that. The beetle was a smaller version of the tank beetles we encountered our first night in the forest. We've seen them a few times since then, but this would be the first time we tried eating one. Surprisingly, the idea of eating the giant insect didn't bother me that much. I was so hungry that I'd eat just about anything at this point, and I've already had a giant spider, so why not try a beetle? Of course, cooking doesn't help me much, considering I was flying blind, but gourmet would send a sensation down my arm whenever I left the beetle on one side for too long. With the heat of the fire, it doesn't take long for me to char the outside evenly. I then removed the beetle from the flames and let it sit for a moment. The bug's exoskeleton acted as a pressure cooker, and I knew its insides would be steaming hot. What does your skill say? I turn to Tabitha for the final verdict. Tabitha moves next to the still steaming creature and gives it a good sniff. I watched her visibly swallow a lump in her throat, which was a good sign. My skill says all good. Should I? Tabitha gestures at our lunch. I move next to her and start butchering the cooked beetle. First, I remove the hard outer shell concealing its wings before removing those two. Tabitha had already beheaded it, so I skipped that part and moved on to removing its spindly legs one by one. I taste test some of the meat contained within the removed appendages, but it was too rubbery for my liking. With all that done, I carefully crack into the insect's exoskeleton to get at the meat within. And as soon as I break through its hard outer shell, a faint smell of roasted nuts wafts up, making me want to drool. Tabitha smells it too, and I see her lick her lips out of the corner of my eye. I still have to remove the beetle's long and weird-looking organs, but 70 is pure meat. With the guts gone, Tabitha and I both reach in simultaneously and rip out a chunk of meat with our bare hands. Unfortunately, we didn't have anything fancy like dipping sauces, so we were forced to eat it a la carte. Typically, I'd have gathered some wild spices during the day, but for obvious reasons, we had none with us at the moment. But that didn't matter because Tabitha and I were both starving, and hunger was the best seasoning of all. Tabitha and I nod to each other, and together, we throw our heads back and shove the beetle meat into our mouths. When the soft meat touches my tongue, I'm forced to hold back a soft moan. So good, I smile. Indeed, Tabitha comments before reaching for another chunk. I follow her example and shove another piece into my mouth. The meat was sweet and just a bit salty, although I didn't mix anything into it, and it had a wonderful nutty aftertaste. I think we're going to need to keep an eye out for more of these, I chuckle. Most definitely, Tabitha wholeheartedly agrees. Like starving animals, Tabitha and I quickly tear into the beetle carcass and pick it clean of every speck of meat. Afterward, I sit back down on my canvas to digest my meal while Tabitha picks up the beetle's legs and starts cracking them open with her hands. She didn't seem to care that the meat within was tough. Then again, after seeing the food she would eat if she had to cook, I'm not surprised she could stand the rubbery texture. While she continued eating, I used meditation to scan our surroundings with sense mana to make sure Tabitha was right and there weren't any strong magic beasts around. Oh, almost immediately I start getting hits. Nothing overly strong, but there was more life around us than there was a day ago. I ping hundreds of signals from different birds, small mammals, and giant insects. In fact, there was a great deal of them moving nearby. Opening my eyes, I looked in the direction I sensed a lot of life signs converging. It just so happened that the direction I was facing was where we fought off the goblins. What is it? Tabitha walks over to me, happily licking her fingers. Still hungry. I think I know where we can grab another beetle if you are. Tabitha follows my gaze. I could still eat. She turns and toothily smiles down at me. Tabitha offers me a hand to help me up, which I take. I grab my weapon and we leave the rest of our gear behind at our campsite before heading back the way we came. Did you sense anything dangerous? Tabitha asks me as we jog together, reminding me in her own way that we should avoid trouble for the moment. Nothing within range, but I can only see 2,100 feet out, I tell her. Tabitha raises an eyebrow at me. Since when could you see that far? Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I got so caught up with the food, I forgot to tell you. A bunch of my skills leveled up after the fight, including meditation and sense mana. I can see 500 feet farther than when you helped me test it. Tabitha's eyes widen in surprise, but her expression quickly shifts from one of shock to one of hunger, and not the type of hunger for food. Did your combat skills also level? Of course I start and immediately choke upon realizing what I was doing, but it was already too late. That's good, Tabitha grins at me like a predator seeing fresh prey. After recovering, we'll have to test what you're capable of. I don't think that's necessary, I start, but Tabitha quickly cuts me off. Nonsense, in fact, I insist. Tabitha doesn't give me a chance to protest. At least she wasn't suggesting we start sparring now as we are, so there's that.